In a world where games merge with reality, individuals who reach the age of 18 can acquire their respective professions through a job transition ceremony. On the day of the ceremony, Su Luo became a beast master, endowed with a divine-level talent, lord of all beasts, and a divine passive skill, supreme alchemy. As a beast master, Su Luo's pets would share experience, and as long as they reached a sufficient level, they could regress to become ancient divine beasts. In Long Kingdom, at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, the playground was bustling with activity. Today marked the day for senior students to complete their job transition ceremony. Su Luo squeezed through the crowd, his face alight with anticipation. For him, this was a pivotal moment that could alter his destiny. 3 years prior, his sister had transitioned into an assassin, achieving an impressive level 17 and gaining admission to Yindu University. Their parents had heroically sacrificed themselves in earlier years, leaving Su Luo as the sole survivor in Jiangxing. His greatest aspiration was to transition into a main combat profession, for only then could he hope to reunite with his sister at Yindu University. Should he end up in a life profession, he feared he would be relegated to a life of servitude, akin to livestock, destined to toil for others. Main combat professions typically included warriors, swordsmen, and mages, while life professions were generally farmers and blacksmiths. As Su Luo lost himself in thought, the names at the front of the queue began to be called. Shen Daniu, warrior. Zhang Daiyu, blacksmith. Yi Han, farmer. Those who transitioned into main combat professions were beaming with joy, while those who ended up in life professions wore expressions of dismay. When it was Su Luo's turn to step onto the stage, all eyes turned towards him. As the second highest scorer in the humanities, everyone was eager to see which profession he would adopt. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder. 2 girls in the back began to whisper. Wenwen, everyone is saying you and Su Luo are a match made in heaven. If he becomes a main combat profession, it might just work out for you too, right? That has nothing to do with me. I've already told him that I'm not interested in dating right now, Zhou Wenwen replied, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. To her, Su Luo was merely a student with slightly better grades, a person from a different world. Even if he awakened a main combat profession, lacking wealth or influence would hinder any significant achievements. It is notoriously difficult for those from humble beginnings to rise to prominence. At that moment, the announcer called out, Su Luo, Beastmaster. The crowd was taken aback. Su Luo actually awakened as a Beastmaster. What a waste of talent, but at least this profession guarantees basic sustenance. The Beastmaster profession is notoriously subpar. Pets can only reach level 20. Expressions of regret were painted across the faces of the onlookers. Upon hearing Su Luo's profession, their homeroom teacher, Jose, sighed. He had always believed Su Luo would transition into a commendable main combat profession, elevating the overall standards of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. However now, being a Beastmaster isn't so bad. Raising pets to sell for profit can be quite lucrative, Jose consoled, reluctant to shatter the pride of a literary genius. Thank you, teacher. I will not succumb to despair, Su Luo replied, forcing a smile as he grasped a small whip symbolizing his new role and slowly descended from the stage. In the crowd, a sturdy, good-natured boy blocked Su Luo's path. With a thick local accent, he encouraged, Su Luo, don't be disheartened. Even if you're just a Beastmaster, I'll still acknowledge you as my brother-in-law. This was Zhou Taixing, Su Luo's academically challenged desk mate, who often needed Su Luo's help with even the simplest concepts. Eventually, Zhou Taixing insisted on calling Su Luo his brother-in-law, despite their lack of prior acquaintance. Su Luo declined the proposition, but Zhou Taixing remained persistent, frequently bringing it up. While there was an element of jest, it was also a gesture of friendship. Don't worry, being a Beastmaster can still bring in a decent income if luck is on your side. The two stood together, awaiting their trial in the dungeon, and Su Luo began to examine his attribute panel. Name, Su Luo. Profession, Beastmaster level, 0 equipment, Taming whip pet, none, unlimited capacity, skill, Taming passive skill, supreme alchemy divine talent, lord of all beasts. Noticing the seemingly unusual passive skill and talent, Su Luo was instantly filled with excitement and eagerly began to read the descriptions. Supreme alchemy, guarantees a 100 success rate in potion crafting. Lord of all beasts, unlimited pet capacity, unrestricted levels, no distance limitations between pets and their master, and any experience gained by pets can be shared with the master. It allows for bloodline regression and species evolution. Each pet's master can replicate 1 skill. Unlimited pet levels. It seems my role as a Beastmaster is quite unique. Su Luo's spirits soared at the thought. If I craft some spirit beast pills after completing the dungeon, my leveling speed should surpass that of any main combat profession. Once I level up, how could my pets possibly be weak? With newfound enthusiasm, Su Luo felt a fervor ignite within him, eagerly awaiting the upcoming dungeon trial. Historically, all Beastmasters' pets could only reach level 20, resulting in their low status. However, with the Lord of all Beasts talent, he could shatter the level 20 ceiling. Coupled with supreme alchemy, his chances of being accepted into Yindu University were brighter than ever. At that moment, Zhou Wenwen stepped onto the transition stage, becoming the center of attention. With the highest scores in the humanities and a family-run pharmaceutical factory, she had an abundance of suitors. As she ascended the stage, silence enveloped the crowd, each person speculating on what profession she would awaken. Her scores are comparable to Su Luo's. She should awaken a remarkable profession. I heard Zhou Wenwen aspires to become a wood element mage. Her family is in the herbal business. If she becomes a wood element mage, managing the family business or pursuing other avenues will be a breeze. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes fixed on the stage. Zhou Wenwen, wood element mage. The results sparked envy among the spectators, who began showering her with compliments. She truly deserves the title of the school beauty of Jiangxing No. 1. An element mage. If only I could transition into a mage. Alas, I am but a knight. Finally, a rare profession had emerged. Zhou Zhe, in good spirits, patted Zhou Wenwen on the shoulder, saying, "Element mages level up quickly. I anticipate many will want to team up with you." "Best of luck." Zhou Wenwen nodded, bearing a modest smile as she gracefully descended from the stage like a proud swan. With the job transition ceremony concluded, Zhou Zhe stood before the crowd, his expression serious. "Students, the job transition ceremony has been successfully completed. The upcoming dungeon trial is your greatest test to enter prestigious universities. The admission line for the 4 major academies this year is level 15. Regardless of which university you aspire to attend, you must give your all in the forthcoming dungeon trial." After addressing them, Zhou Zhe led the graduating class of Jiangxing No. 1 High School towards the city center for the dungeon trial. At that moment, the entrance to the student-exclusive dungeon in the city center was teeming with people. The college entrance examination trial resembled a leap into the Dragon's Gate. Every year, leaders from various fields seize this opportunity to scout talent, extending olive branches. Achieving excellent results could propel one into a prosperous future. The dungeon trial lasts for 7 days. Please strive to excel and elevate your levels to the best of your abilities. The chief examiner, with a stern expression, issued the directive before organizing the students to prepare for entry into the dungeon. Different professions correspond to different dungeons. Candidates lined up according to their professions, subsequently entering the corresponding trial dungeons. This year, only 12 beastmasters, including Su Luo, had transitioned in Jiangxing, most wearing expressions of concern. Su Luo remained unfazed. With supreme alchemy as his top-tier skill, he could soar to new heights right from the start. Why should he feel anxious? Chapter 2. Ascending 2 levels in an instant. Are we cheating? A radiant curtain of light enveloped the entire beastmaster camp. In but a fleeting moment, Su Luo and his companions found themselves in an expansive grassland, adorned with a plethora of flora and fauna, concealing various monstrous creatures. Esteemed colleagues, as beastmasters, we must refrain from directly slaying these beasts. Let us first focus on taming our companions. Not far from the group, a wild goat grazed leisurely. The speaker boldly asserted his claim and approached the goat. The beastmasters promptly dispersed to seek out their desired pets. Su Luo, however, lingered, his gaze fervently fixed upon a vibrant medicinal herb. The jade bellflower, essential for concocting the beast spirit elixir, was unexpectedly within reach. Possessing the expertise of a master alchemist, Su Luo had long since mastered the intricacies of medicinal knowledge. Amidst the dense underbrush, he could effortlessly identify each herb and discern its potential uses. What Su Luo urgently required were the ingredients to craft the beast spirit elixir. The pets available for taming were the weakest of the wild creatures, devoid of any combat prowess. By conventional standards, defeating any wild beast was utterly hopeless. Yet, should he successfully tame them and promptly administer a substantial quantity of the beast spirit elixir to catalyze their evolution, the outcome would be profoundly different. With his mastery of alchemy, he could concoct simple potions without any auxiliary equipment, rendering him completely unperturbed. He held no interest in low-potential pets such as wild goats, gray wolves, or small rabbits. His current focus was to swiftly gather herbs while selectively evaluating potential companions. Not far away, 2 beast masters collaborating to tame their pets were taken aback upon seeing Su Luo engaged in the work of an alchemist. Could that fellow be suffering from a setback? Why is he not taming pets? Collecting herbs yields minimal profit. It would be far more advantageous to cultivate and sell pets like us. Perhaps he cannot accept reality and is experiencing a mental breakdown. In just a few hours, formidable monsters would emerge from the dungeon. They needed to capture as many pets as possible before exiting. The expansive dungeon map gradually obscured the other beast masters from Su Luo's sight. At this moment, Su Luo abruptly halted his herb gathering, his expression one of confusion as he observed a blue creature nestled within the grass. Wild baby turtle, tameable. By the reckoning of ancestral lineage, this little turtle could be regarded as a descendant of the legendary beast, Xuanwu. Su Luo's excitement surged as he employed a taming skill on the baby turtle. A beam of white light instantly enveloped the creature. Congratulations. You have successfully tamed the wild baby turtle. The turtle, no larger than a palm, gazed up at Su Luo with a bewildered expression, seemingly attempting to ascertain whether its new master could provide sustenance. Surely it is not still weaning? Feeling the turtle's peculiar gaze upon him, Su Luo felt a wave of exasperation. He swiftly retrieved herbs from his backpack to concoct the beast spirit elixir. Otherwise, the little creature would inevitably clamber onto his chest. Meanwhile, in the bustling central square of Jiangcheng, a throng of people fixated intently on a massive electronic screen displaying the names and current levels of participants. The berserker, Zhou Han, from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, firmly held the top position on the leaderboard. In Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, only Zhou Wenwen barely managed to secure the 9th position. Observing the rankings, Zhou Zhe wore an uneasy expression, instinctively searching for Su Luo's position. Stop looking. That lad is up to some mischief, an aged voice interjected. Zhou Zhe turned to see Principal Zhao, astonished. Principal Zhao, what brings you here? This year, Songlong Academy of Yindu University is recruiting externally, but there is only one slot, so I came to scout for suitable candidates. Zhao Tiannan, a level 53 fire mage known for his fiery temperament, flushed with anger upon seeing the name at the bottom of the Beast Master leaderboard. Principal. Su Luo is usually quite diligent. Perhaps he set his aspirations too high and was overwhelmed by reality. Humph. When this boy emerges, I shall give him a good scolding. To become a Beast Master and then be bested. What kind of man is that? Who wouldn't appreciate a student who excels in both character and academics? Zhao Tiannan had always held high hopes for Su Luo, yet now he was seething with rage, unable to express it as Su Luo was engaged in a dungeon. At that moment, the atmosphere suddenly became chaotic, with many people shrieking in excitement. Zhao Tiannan, seated in his designated spot, sipped tea, oblivious to the changes in the leaderboard. What are they shouting about? It seems someone is claiming Su Luo is cheating in the dungeon. Zhou Zhe stared in disbelief at the Beast Master rankings. Just moments ago, Su Luo was at level 0, and now, he had inexplicably risen to level 2. Not only that, but Su Luo's experience bar was continuously climbing, almost surpassing the top-ranked player. What nonsense. This is reality, not fiction. Zhao Tiannan spat out a mouthful of tea, raising his gaze to the Beast Master leaderboard. Where's this boy now? Principal Zhao. You might want to take a look at the top position in the Beast Master rankings, Zhou Zhe cautiously suggested. Upon seeing Su Luo's level surge to 3 within 2 minutes, Zhao Tiannan was left dumbfounded. Leveled up 2 levels in an instant? This is utterly absurd. Old Zhao. What trickery is Jiangcheng No. 1 High School employing? If you want to boost your admission rates, at least refrain from using such underhanded tactics. Tell me, how many beast spirit pills does this boy have? He must have smuggled them into the dungeon. We must revoke his profession and expel him. It is a strict rule that no consumables are allowed in the college entrance exam dungeon. Now Su Luo, a lowly beast master, has inexplicably leveled up twice, inciting the discontent of the other school principals. Enough of this nonsense. Zhao Tiannan's face reddened as his pent-up frustration surged forth, directing his scorn at the elderly men present. You are responsible for the dungeon transmissions. Surely, you aren't suggesting that you old geezers can't even comprehend a level 0 beast master? If any of you dare admit to having misjudged this situation, I will personally drag Su Luo out. With those words, the other principals fell silent. Those who become high school principals are formidable figures, each at least level 40 or above in their primary combat professions. Publicly acknowledging a mistake in judgment would make their future endeavors exceedingly difficult. Given the circumstances, let us await his emergence. Should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, let us revoke his status as a professional and expel him from the institution. As the chief examiner spoke, the crowd fell into silence. Within the instance, Su Luo placed the final beast spirit pill into the mouth of the little water turtle. Pet consumes beast spirit pill. Experience gained, 500. You have received experience feedback? Experience gained, 500. With each beast spirit pill administered, Su Luo accumulated an additional 500 experience points. Remarkably, without having to defeat a single monster, he had already elevated the little water turtle by 2 levels. The sensation was exhilarating. After administering 4 beast spirit pills, the little water turtle's size noticeably increased, and its attributes underwent transformation. Little water turtle, level 2, attack, 10, defense, 30, skills, water ball, water shield, passive skill, treasure seeking. The 2 skills, 1 offensive and 1 defensive, were quite common. Treasure seeking. This skill allows for the detection of ordinary herbs within a radius of 100 meters. The effectiveness of the passive skill improves as levels increase. Upon reading the skill description, Su Luo's breath quickened with excitement. The presence of the treasure-seeking passive skill would undoubtedly enhance his herb-gathering speed by at least tenfold. Chapter 3. The Alchemy of Beast Spirit Pills, astonishing all on the ranking board for Beast Tamers, Su Luo, having reached level 2. saw his experience bar halt at 80%. It remained stagnant for a full 2 hours. Everyone was left in a state of disbelief. One moment it surged dramatically. The next it stood still. Was he playing a roller coaster game? The chief examiner, a level 60 archer, personally oversaw this trial instance, including the teleportation aspect. With the passive skill of Vision Spirit and his own considerable strength, he could ascertain without a doubt that Su Luo had not brought any items into the instance. Yet, the state of Su Luo's experience bar seemed remarkably unusual. The chief examiner's irritation grew as he cast dark glances toward Zhao Tiannan, who was nervously wiping the sweat from his brow but dared not utter a word. Within the instance, Su Luo sat beneath a lush, towering tree, surrounded by a plethora of herbs. The materials were ample enough to concoct over 30 beast spirit pills. Alas, he envied those who leveled up through combat. Glancing at the adorably naive little water turtle, he sighed and commenced the alchemical process. He gathered 3 different herbs from the pile, kneading them together in his hands. With his alchemy skill at its maximum level, Su Luo felt as though he were simply shaping pills by hand. A rich and fragrant aroma of the pills wafted through the air, prompting the little water turtle to call out excitedly. Hurry and eat. I hope you grow into a Xuanwu. Otherwise, I might just make soup out of you. Casually tossing the beast spirit pill beside the little water turtle, Su Luo resumed his rhythmic crafting of pills. Pet consumes beast spirit pill. Experience gained. 500. Experience gained. 500. Pet consumes beast spirit pill. Half an hour later. Having exhausted all the herbs, Su Luo reached level 7, while the little water turtle ascended to level 10. The little water turtle had transformed into a considerably larger water turtle by this point. Standing nearly as tall as an adult, its physique was even more imposing. The turtle's shell was hard, and within the fissures of its cracked skin, a dark luminescence shimmered, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty. Mythical water turtle, level 10, attack, 80, defense, 145, skills, ice spike assault, ice shield, passive skills, treasure seeking, damage reflection, 5100. Watching the little water turtle grow into the mystical water turtle, Su Luo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This transformation would enable the mystical water turtle to assist him in gaining experience. Su Luo then opened his attributes panel. Name, Su Luo. Occupation, Beast Tamer. Level, 7, Strength, 60, Agility, 25, Mentality, 90, Constitution, 80, Equipment, Taming Whip. Pet, Mystical Water Turtle, Unlimited Quantity. Skills, Whip Attack. Taming, Copyable Quantity, 1. Passive Skill, Master Alchemist, Max Level. Divine Talent, Lord of all beasts. After leveling up, he gained a whip attack skill. Su Luo felt no stirrings of excitement. This modest skill was something to be used discreetly in private moments. It would require a measure of courage to use it openly. He decided to replicate the ice shield skill, for relying solely on the little whip to grind experience was a mere folly. Without hesitation, Su Luo selected to copy the ice shield skill. Ice shield emits a chilling aura to form an ice wall with all-around defense, capable of withstanding 600 damage. Equipped with a defensive skill, Su Luo immediately transformed into a fervent herbalist. Defeated red-eyed wolf. Experience, 30. Defeated long-toothed black rabbit. Experience, 20. The various wild monsters encountered along the way fell to the mystical water turtle's prowess. To minimize wasted time, Su Luo occasionally unleashed a whip attack. The examination period spanned 7 days, with only 8 hours of dungeon time each day. As a voice echoed, all participants in the dungeon were teleported back to the central square of Jiang City. The first instinct of the crowd was to search the leaderboard for their rankings. The moment Su Luo appeared, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of fellow Beast Tamer candidates. Brother, you are incredible. You managed to last so long in the dungeon and reached level 8. Classmate, you've created a miracle. Becoming a level 8 Beast Tamer on the first day, unprecedented. It's merely a stroke of good fortune. Responding to the accolades with a smile, Su Luo displayed no hint of arrogance. After a round of pleasantries, he turned his gaze toward the leaderboard. First place, Zhou Han, Berserker, level 9. Second place, Li Mu, Knight, level 9. Third place, Su Luo, Beast Tamer, level 8. 10th place, Zhou Wenwen, Mage, level 6. Third place was commendable. Tomorrow, with the mystical water turtle aiding him, he should be able to progress even more swiftly in the dungeon. Su Luo was quite pleased with this achievement. With a bit more effort, gaining admission to Yendu University would undoubtedly be within his grasp. As numerous candidates scrutinized the leaderboard, the spectators and the dignitaries on the podium cast peculiar glances at Su Luo. As a Beast Tamer, leveling up to 7 in just 8 hours raised suspicions. Everyone believed he had employed some form of deceit to achieve it. After the trial dungeon was closed, the chief examiner's gaze shifted to Su Luo, his tone indifferent as he inquired, Student Su, might I ask what your Beastmaster talent is? Upon this utterance, a profound silence enveloped the venue. Those unaware of the circumstances were rendered speechless upon noticing the level 8 Beastmaster title hovering above Su Luo's head. On the podium, Zhao Tianan and Jose wore solemn expressions. They fervently hoped that Su Luo possessed exceptional talent rather than resorting to deceit. My talent is experience sharing. Su Luo replied without hesitation. As a Beastmaster, his level was indeed extraordinary, making the examiner's question rather unsurprising. How did you manage to ascend to level 7 without a team? The examiner's countenance grew increasingly frigid, while the other university presidents on the podium displayed expressions of schadenfreude. If Su Luo's potential was indeed prodigious, any hint of cheating would be a tremendous boon for the other institutions. I crafted a substantial quantity of beast spirit pills for my pets to consume, then utilized the shared experience to level up. Su Luo remained unperturbed by the prospect of his talent being exposed, for experience sharing was a skill available to all beastmasters, merely varying in its efficacy. As his words resonated through the hall, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. A beastmaster can concoct pills? Can you concoct a more outrageous excuse? Several presidents reveled in their amusement, while Zhao Tianan and Jose could only close their eyes in resignation. Should any complications arise, their positions would be jeopardized. The examiner's expression darkened further as he coldly commanded, "Then demonstrate your ability to concoct a beast spirit pill right here." With a swift gesture, the area where the dungeon's teleportation array resided warped, and 3 ingredients for crafting beast spirit pills soared forth, hovering before Su Luo. The fury of a level 60 expert ignited a tempest across the square, causing all to hold their breath in anticipation, speculating whether Su Luo could indeed concoct the pill. Su Luo, do commence swiftly. As long as you can prove your skill, the chief examiner will surely not trouble you. Zhao Tianan urged, exchanging knowing glances with Su Luo, simultaneously transmitting, "Do not panic. Even if you cannot refine the pill, I shall ensure your safety." Chapter 4. The 2 forms of the Xian Shui turtle. Must I truly put on a facade today? Sensing the mocking gazes of the onlookers and the scrutinizing stare of the chief examiner, Su Luo inwardly sighed. Initially intent on maintaining a low profile, he resolved to abandon the pretense and reveal his true capabilities. Su Luo slowly extended his hand to accept the 3 herbs, simultaneously performing his divine alchemy skills to concoct the pill. To the outside observer, the scene appeared rather different. "Su Luo, the examiner instructed you to refine a pill, not to squeeze juice." Someone jeered, prompting laughter to erupt throughout the venue. On the podium, aside from Zhao Tianan and Jose, the others began to revel in the spectacle. The chief examiner's face turned ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he longed to tear Su Luo apart for disrespecting the materials. Meanwhile, as Su Luo kneaded the herbs, his peripheral vision swept across the visages of the esteemed individuals on the podium. Should they exhibit shock, he would worry they might discern the true extent of his alchemical prowess. However, at this moment, Su Luo was confident they remained oblivious to the depth of his skills. As long as others remain unaware of one's true prowess, one can boldly unleash their potential. With Su Luo's complete liberation of self, a faint radiance emerged from his hand, plunging the entire square into an extraordinary silence. "Look, the pill in his hand truly resembles the beast spirit pill. I often observed my father concocting the beast spirit pill. Yet Su Luo's technique appears markedly different. The dual professions of Beast Tamer and Alchemist are indeed a rare combination, though regrettably limited in their potential. Awakening 2 lucrative professions simultaneously surely bodes well for his future. Must he really rub it between his hands, as if simply possessing hands suffices?" Observing the 3 beast spirit pills in Su Luo's grasp, the onlookers murmured amongst themselves, while a few individuals at the podium exhibited varied expressions. The chief examiner's anger dissipated somewhat as he effortlessly drew the pills from Su Luo's hand for examination. The previously gleeful heads of the academies could no longer smile, their gazes fixated on the pills held by the chief examiner. They were thumb-sized, slightly yellow, perfectly round, and emitted a subtle yet alluring fragrance. Their efficacy surpassed that of spirit beast potions tenfold. This child must possess considerable talent. Once assured of the pill's authenticity, the chief examiner's countenance softened, and his gaze towards Su Luo grew increasingly appreciative. Truly, the chief examiner is formidable, unlike certain narrow-minded individuals who, upon encountering a promising talent, immediately suspect foul play. Zhao Tianan, with his aged face blooming in laughter, praised the chief examiner while simultaneously mocking the other elderly figures. "It is merely the crafting of a pill. What is there to boast about? If he possesses true skill, let him confront the otherworldly fiends at the borders. This lad's limits are evident. Even if he gains admission to the 4 prestigious academies, his future remains bleak." An elderly man sneered, his eyes still filled with disdain. "What, are you dissatisfied?" Zhao Tianan glared defiantly, immediately embroiling himself in a quarrel. The other heads of the academies remained silent. Transitioning between 2 professions is not uncommon in this world. Yet few can achieve alchemical prowess as swiftly as Su Luo. They discerned the true potential within Su Luo. Meanwhile, several pharmaceutical companies extended olive branches towards him. The individuals at the podium scrutinized the beast spirit pills crafted by Su Luo, while the majority of the crowd surrounded him, eager to forge connections. Zhou Tianhai and Zhou Wenwen stood by, awaiting their turn. Many sought to befriend Su Luo, including numerous individuals from Yindu, the Zhou family, merely proprietors of a pharmaceutical factory. Hardly ranked among them, the father and daughter could only linger at the periphery of the crowd, waiting for others to disperse before seizing the opportunity to converse with Su Luo. Wenwen, you and Su Luo are classmates. Do you have any confidence in making him our Zhou family's son-in-law? If I so desire, he could readily become my devoted admirer. Zhou Wenwen was no fool. She could deduce Su Luo's considerable alchemical talent from the chief examiner's expression. If they could employ him for the Zhou family's benefit, their enterprise would undoubtedly flourish. What must be done now is to provide Su Luo with subtle hints that he may have a chance to pursue me. Zhou Wenwen swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, successfully reaching Su Luo. Su Luo, congratulations. You have remarkably secured a spot among the top 3 in the all-profession rankings as a Beast Tamer. Thank you. Su Luo smiled gratefully and then resolutely walked towards the examination queue behind him, leaving Zhou Wenwen in a state of disarray in the wind. How infuriating. I initiated a conversation, and you completely ignored me. Seeing Su Luo leave without hesitation, Zhou Wenwen's expression darkened as she stamped her foot and followed the line. Su Luo had harbored a slight fondness for Zhou Wenwen, albeit limited to camaraderie among classmates. However, on one occasion, this woman inexplicably declared that she was not interested in romance, making it seem as if she were the one being pursued. It would be best to maintain a distance from such a woman. Soon, the various university groups had gathered, and the chief examiner ascended the stage to address the assembly. Dear students, today marks the first day of the college entrance examination. Over the next 6 days, you will spend 8 hours each day in the trial instances. You may enter the instances at any time. As the speech concluded, the crowd in the city center began to dwindle. Upon returning home, Su Luo promptly employed a summoning spell to call forth the Xian Shui turtle. A burst of light flickered, and a blue turtle appeared in the room. At that moment, the Xian Shui turtle resumed its adorably naive demeanor, in stark contrast to its fierce state within the trial. Activate Ice Shield. Su Luo commanded the turtle. Its size remained unchanged, yet a layer of blue light enveloped its shell. Execute Ice Pillar Strike. With the second command issued, the turtle's form suddenly swelled, startling Su Luo, who immediately ordered it to cease. If this creature unleashed its Ice Pillar Strike, the entire room would surely be devastated. It appeared that this creature possessed 2 distinct forms. Once it entered attack mode, it would transform. Frowning in contemplation, Su Luo reached this conclusion after extensive research online. Pets with dual forms had a high potential limit, but they required substantial resources to develop. Fortunately, Su Luo had a means to procure those resources. Chirp, chirp. The Xian Shui turtle reverted to its endearingly quaint state, nudging Su Luo's pant leg with its head. Enough. Su Luo kicked away the turtle, which was attempting to deceive him for a spirit pill, and retreated to his bedroom. He rummaged beneath his pillow for his phone, gazing at the blank message list. Su Luo sighed inwardly. 3 years ago, his sister, Su Bingxue, had been admitted to Yindu University, and initially, they would speak on the phone. As time passed, their communication dwindled to occasional messages, and now it had been over 2 years since he had heard from her. During his 3 years of high school, her whereabouts and well-being had become his sole obsession. Upon arriving at Yindu University, the first thing he would do is search for his sister. After sending a customary message to Su Bingxue, Su Luo began to rest. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand tempestuous storms. The Dragon Kingdom needs to cultivate various talents to confront the otherworldly demons, which is why the rules for the college entrance examination trials are straightforward and ruthless. The only prohibitions are the possession of consumable items and lethal force. Aside from that, forming alliances and engaging in a battle of wits and courage are implicitly accepted. The following day, the circumstances within the trial instances underwent a significant transformation. Firstly, all professions participated in a unified instance for the examination, a chaotic mix of abilities. Secondly, the formation of alliances became alarmingly severe. As Su Luo ventured into the dungeon, he discovered that nearly all the easily accessible monster spawning areas were occupied by various small factions. Under such circumstances, the only way to level up independently was to delve deeper into the dungeon. The further he progressed, the more formidable the monsters became. After pausing momentarily at the entrance, Su Luo proceeded deeper into the abyss. The Xian Shui turtle, in its combat form, resembled a blue iron tower, swaying alongside Su Luo and occasionally reminding him to gather medicinal herbs. Big Brother Su, could you perhaps procure some berserk potions for the brothers? In a secluded valley, while gathering herbs, Su Luo found himself obstructed by a group of approximately 10 individuals. This band exhibited a balanced distribution of classes: support, mages, warriors, and assassins, each boasting a level above 6. Such a composition was akin to a monster-slaying machine, capable of inciting bloodshed wherever they roamed. However, Su Luo was not intimidated by this ensemble. Regardless of their levels, even if their coordination was flawless, they were still merely at level 6. While the Xianshui turtle had already reached level 10. Are you certain you wish to confront me for the berserk potions? Su Luo narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of coldness. At that moment, another group of around 20 individuals descended from the opposite side of the valley. Leading them was none other than the seemingly meek Zhou Taixing, now adorned with the title of a level 7 knight and sporting a fierce expression. Are you all blind? How dare you set your sights on my brother-in-law? Big brother, didn't you say we should spare no effort to enhance our strength? Su can refine beast spirit pills. He must be able to concoct lower-level berserk potions as well. One of the chastised subordinates protested, on the verge of tears as he stared blankly at Su Luo. Zhou Taixing strode forward with confidence, grinning as he spoke. Brother-in-law, these are all my subordinates. You wish to attend Yindu University, right? What herbs do you need? My brothers will handle it. At this, Zhou Taixing thumped his chest with a resounding bang. I could get into Yindu University myself. Su Luo was taken aback. Wasn't Zhou Taixing typically docile? How had he suddenly amassed such a following? Brother-in-law, do not be modest. We are all family here. Zhou Taixing jovially patted Su Luo on the shoulder, then frowned at his subordinates. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and call him brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, good day. The 20-plus individuals chorused in unison. Su Luo's face darkened with annoyance. Ultimately, he declined Zhou Taixing's assistance. For now, he only needed to nurture the Xianshui turtle, simultaneously slaying enemies and refining beast spirit pills at a pace that suited him. Overreaching could lead to unnecessary complications. It was only upon entering the university that he could truly unleash his potential. After parting ways with Zhou Taixing, Su Luo continued deeper into the dense forest. Soon, he halted in his tracks, confronted by a massive phantom tiger blocking his path, its eyes flickering with blue flames and its form constantly contorting. Phantom Tiger, level 10, elite, attack, 150, defense, 80, health, 1500, skills, claw rend. Spirit Flame Strike, passive, Bloodthirst, increases attack power and recovery based on the extent of injury. To delve deeper, one must confront the Phantom Tiger. Yet, upon witnessing its attributes, Su Luo hesitated to eliminate it. If he could tame the Phantom Tiger, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. Even without concocting beast spirit pills, he could effortlessly level up with his two formidable pets. The Xianshui turtle, also at level 10, seemed a worthy contender. Resolute, Su Luo summoned the Xianshui turtle, fortifying it with a fury potion for good measure. With a roar, the Xianshui turtle, its eyes ablaze with crimson fury, unexpectedly charged towards Su Luo. What on earth are you doing? Su Luo exclaimed, delivering a firm kick that sent the turtle in another direction. Frustration surged within him. He could hardly contain his desire to brew turtle soup that very night. After regaining composure, the Xianshui turtle howled and surged toward the Phantom Tiger. As it closed the distance, 3 meters away, it unleashed its skill. A massive ice pillar plummeted from above, crashing down upon the Phantom Tiger with immense force. The impact of 600 dealt a significant blow, reducing the Phantom Tiger's health by half. However, in the next instant, the Phantom Tiger retaliated. With claws exuding a sharp aura, it lunged fiercely at the Xianshui turtle. Despite the turtle's formidable defense and passive retaliation, the Phantom Tiger was no pushover. The battle between the turtle and tiger erupted fiercely. Su Luo stood aside, quietly observing, occasionally lashing out at the Phantom Tiger. The two spirit beasts moved with incredible speed, and on occasion, a whip would land on the Xianshui turtle. Amidst the chaos, the turtle would cast a resentful glance at Su Luo, as if questioning whether he was a help or a hindrance. Ultimately, Su Luo decided to remain a passive spectator. Assisting the Xianshui turtle seemed a thankless task. Occasionally, a strike would land on its shell, though it wouldn't inflict damage on its master. It risked damaging the whip. Witnessing Su Luo's concern for the whip, the Xianshui turtle grew even more agitated, attacking the Phantom Tiger with reckless abandon. The battle escalated rapidly, with both parties unleashing their full might. Su Luo intermittently tossed healing potions, while the Xianshui turtle grew increasingly ferocious. Before long, the battle-scarred Phantom Tiger succumbed, barely clinging to life. Seizing the opportunity, Su Luo immediately utilized his beast taming skill. Taming failed. Taming failed. Damn it. A string of failure notifications nearly led Su Luo to question his existence. Was it possible that a beast tamer could not tame creatures of higher level? Or perhaps the lower the health, the greater the chance of successful taming? Su Luo couldn't help but recall a pet-catching digital game, and in a moment of desperation, he attempted to land a punch on the Phantom Tiger's head. In the absence of any equipment, his strike only inflicted 13 points of damage. Phantom Tiger. Xian Shui turtle. If this continues, after delivering 18 more punches, the spirit tiger will be reduced to a mere 6 drops of blood, thereby significantly increasing the likelihood of taming it. Ignoring their bewildered expressions, Su Luo set down the whip and mounted the head of the spectral tiger, unleashing a torrent of strikes. With an ice shield to protect him, he felt no fear of a counterattack from the spectral beast. Moreover, with the Xian Shui turtle standing guard nearby, his safety was unequivocally assured. Bang, bang, bang. After more than 10 blows, the spectral tiger collapsed to the ground like a rag doll. It felt utterly humiliated, being pressed down and rubbed into the dirt by a mere human. The most frustrating part was that it couldn't even die with its grievances intact. Sensing the opportune moment had arrived, Su Luo attempted to tame it once more. Taming failed. Taming failed. Could it be that my level is insufficient? Su Luo furrowed his brow and began to examine his system backpack. Throughout his journey, he had gathered at least 40 medicinal herbs required for crafting beast spirit pills. Now, he simply needed to refine all the beast spirit pills and have the Xian Shui turtle consume them, which would likely elevate him to level 10. With over 20 specimens of each of the 3 herbs, Yuling grass, Bai Wei fruit, and Fan Shan root, he was well equipped. Each refinement could yield between 1 to 3 pills at random. Once he retrieved all the herbs, Su Luo immediately began to utilize his godly alchemy skills. In the blink of an eye, 2 fragrant beast spirit pills materialized in his hands. The rich aroma wafted through the air, irresistible to spirit beasts. The Xian Shui turtle drooled profusely, and even the spectral tiger, which lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, suddenly sprang to its feet. However, it was swiftly slapped back down by the Xian Shui turtle. Su Luo waved one of the beast spirit pills in front of the spectral tiger's nose, causing it to salivate uncontrollably. Submit to me, and you shall feast on this every day. All right, I promise you. What of the tiger? What of the king of beasts? Under the enticing allure of the beast spirit pills, the spectral tiger bobbed its head like a foolish dog, almost kneeling in submission. The primary motivation was the avoidance of punishment. Su Luo once again employed the taming skill on the spectral tiger. Taming failed. Damn it. It truly is a matter of insufficient level. Frustrated, Su Luo stowed away the pills and began continuously refining more beast spirit pills. After depleting all the herbs, there were now over 40 beast spirit pills piled before him. During his alchemical endeavors, the Xian Shui turtle and the spectral tiger engaged in 3 more skirmishes, each vying for dominance. All 40 pills were presented to the Xian Shui turtle, akin to feeding a pig, allowing it to devour them voraciously, leading to yet another round of drooling from the spectral tiger. Pet consumes beast spirit pill. Pet experience points 500, experience points 500, experience points 500. Each beast spirit pill was worth 3,000 coins, yet Su Luo felt no remorse. As the Xian Shui turtle consumed the beast spirit pills in frenzy, Su Luo's experience bar soared rapidly. Finally, he reached level 10. A radiant light enveloped him, and Su Luo immediately felt a wave of comfort wash over him, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. Chapter 6. Setting a small goal. Name: Su Luo. Profession: Beast Tamer. Level: 10. Strength: 120. Agility: 60. Mentality: 180. Constitution: 600. Equipment: Taming Whip. Pet: Xian Shui turtle. Unlimited. Skills: Whip attack. Taming: Ice shield. Copyable. 1. Passive skill: Master Alchemy. Divine talent: Lord of all beasts. Each of the 4 attributes shows growth in various aspects, yet he remains ultimately a beast tamer. His attack power pales in comparison to that of a warrior, and his health is inferior to that of a knight. However, Su Luo possesses the remarkable ability to tame an unlimited number of pets. With a single summoning spell, he could conjure countless creatures to vanquish all foes. Upon reaching level 10, he gained another opportunity to replicate a skill. Su Luo discovered the mechanics of skill duplication. He could replicate 1 skill for every 5 levels attained. If he could tame the phantom tiger, he would immediately acquire a formidable attack skill. With this thought, his gaze instinctively fell upon the phantom tiger, sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. Wild phantom tiger, tameable. It was indeed a matter of levels. The moment Su Luo noticed the prompt above the phantom tiger's head, exhilaration washed over him. He promptly activated his taming skill. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the phantom tiger. As the taming succeeded, the fear in the phantom tiger's eyes vanished, replaced by boundless joy. No longer would it worry about being ridden and battered. Moreover, it would have delicious potions to consume. An ancient saying in dungeons states that those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Taming not only allows one to capture spirit beasts, but it also heals previous wounds. After being tamed, the phantom tiger's injuries were fully restored. It retracted its spiritual flames and nestled against Su Luo's feet, affectionately rubbing against him. Let us go hunt monsters for experience while I gather herbs for your potions. Su Luo attempted to nudge it away, but the sheer weight of the massive tiger's head nearly broke his bones, inciting his frustration. Were it not for the phantom tiger's swift movements, Su Luo would have swiftly drawn his whip. Detected. Pet phantom tiger defeated flame pig. Experience 260. You have received experience feedback. 260. Detected. Pet phantom tiger defeated black soul skeleton. Experience 300. You have received experience feedback. 260. The phantom tiger continued to slay monsters, and Su Luo's experience steadily increased alongside. At this rate, he could maintain a position within the top 5. However, Su Luo believed he could accumulate even more trump cards. For instance, secretly taming dozens of level 10 elite monsters, ready to summon them all in the face of danger. In the dense forest, a man and a turtle scoured for herbs. Not only did he gather materials needed for beast spirit pills, but also for berserk potions, spirit beast elixirs, and a myriad of useful ingredients, all collected by Su Luo. Cultivating 1 or 2 monsters was manageable, but managing dozens or even hundreds would require significant effort. Alas, if only he could have a pet that automatically collected herbs. Su Luo sighed as he reclined upon the back of the Xian Shui turtle, allowing it to scour the surroundings for medicinal herbs. Previously, when Zhou Taixing offered to assist in gathering these herbs, Su Luo had contemplated the matter, yet he did not wish to hinder their academic pursuits during the Gaokao preparations. While not a paragon of virtue, he also did not desire to be indebted to others. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds interrupted his thoughts. 2 towering skeletons, each standing 2 meters tall, ambled past the Xian Shui turtle, wielding a peculiar implement that resembled both a hoe and a weapon. They ignored both the turtle and Su Luo, marching purposefully in a specific direction, barely avoiding a collision with him. The proximity without an attack raised Su Luo's suspicions. There had to be a hidden secret. Without hesitation, Su Luo commanded the Xian Shui turtle to stealthily follow the skeletal figures. After traversing a distance of approximately 10 meters, the skeletons began to excavate the ground with their tools, scattering what appeared to be seeds into the freshly dug holes. To Su Luo's astonishment, these skeletal beings were cultivating the land. He promptly examined the attributes of the skeletons. Skeleton servant, untrainable. Description: servants of the necromancer, capable of undertaking any task assigned to them. The notion that they could perform any task piqued Su Luo's interest, and his eyes narrowed in concentration as inspiration struck him. He recalled having read about necromancers in an extracurricular book, with sufficient time for growth. A necromancer could establish an entire empire of the undead. He pondered the level of this necromancer and realized that if it were possible to tame it, it would undoubtedly become a significant ally in the future. With this realization, Su Luo's focus on finding medicinal herbs faded away. At this critical juncture, the pursuit of the necromancer took precedence. He commanded the Xian Shui turtle to unleash an ice pillar attack against one of the skeletons while he observed the strength of the adversary. The massive ice pillar struck the skeleton with ferocity, and a colossal red numeral, 800, illuminated the air, signifying the destruction of the unfortunate creature. Given that the skeleton servants were neutral entities, they bore no offensive capabilities, thus yielding no experience points upon defeat. The remaining skeleton, startled by the sudden demise of its companion, abandoned its tool and fled in the direction from whence it came, the sound of its bones clattering echoing through the air. Occasionally, the force of its flight would cause some bones to disintegrate into dust. Su Luo, perched upon the Xian Shui turtle, swiftly pursued. They darted through the thicket and across the valley, ultimately arriving at the mouth of a cave. As Su Luo beheld the surroundings, a wave of shock washed over him. The cave entrance was densely populated with skeletons, identical in appearance to the one he had just vanquished. Only this time, there were at least 100 of them. All the skeletons were engaged in the act of planting something at the cave's mouth. Su Luo rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is truly bizarre. I've never encountered wild monsters that cultivate spiritual herbs." At that moment, the startled skeleton had scurried into the cave. Mere seconds later, a furious roar resonated from within, causing all the skeletons to cease their activities. Their hollow eye sockets fixated intently upon Su Luo and the Xian Shui turtle. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. From the depths of the cave emerged over 50 skeletons, not in the usual white, but in a chilling azure hue. Each towering nearly 2 meters, they exuded a frigid aura, wielding bone swords and tattered shields that instilled a sense of oppression. Su Luo promptly began to examine the attributes of these azure skeletons. Skeleton warrior, level 7, attack, 80, defense, 100, vitality, 400, description, warriors summoned by the necromancer. Valiant and unyielding in battle. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. A shadowy figure swiftly approached Su Luo from the forest. While tracking the skeletal minions, Su Luo had already commanded the phantom tiger to converge. With a level 14 Xian Shui turtle and an level 11 phantom tiger, he could easily contend with these skeleton warriors. "Who has harmed my kin?" An enraged voice echoed from within the cave, followed by a dark figure drifting forth. Cloaked in an expansive black robe that concealed its entire form, the hollow sleeves and hood suggested that the necromancer was one with this garment. Necromancer, level 18 attack, 800, defense, 300, vitality, 1200, skills, necromantic summoning, death curse. Passive, frenzy. Description, a fervent researcher of summoning various skeletal creatures. The higher the level, the more formidable the summoned skeletons. Upon sighting the necromancer, Sulo felt an immediate affinity. If he could enlist this being, the pressure regarding medicinal resources would be significantly alleviated. Thus, he set a modest goal, to subdue the necromancer. It was not impossible to reach level 18 in 5 days. Chapter 7. The necromancer is mine. After the dungeon's time elapsed, Sulo found himself in the central square of the city, having vanquished all the skeleton warriors. His level had ascended to 11. The skeleton warriors were mere herbivores, but the necromancer was not to be trifled with. The Xianshui turtle barely survived a death curse, almost meeting its demise on the spot. Sulo was compelled to withdraw the Xianshui turtle and the phantom tiger, subsequently exiting the dungeon. At this moment, the leaderboard had experienced slight fluctuations. First place, Zhou, Berserker level 13. Second place, Li Mu, Knight level 12. Third place, Zhou 11, Elemental Mage level 12. Eighth place, Zhou Taixing, Knight level 11. Sulo's name had vanished from the top 10, yet he remained unfazed. Capturing the Phantom Tiger and securing the Necromancer's allegiance were his most significant achievements of the day. To truly ascend in levels, he needed to prepare diligently. The allure of the Necromancer was too great to resist, and he must devise a strategy to capture it. However, seeing Zhou Taixing ranked 8th came as a surprise. This individual had previously boasted that merely attending a mediocre university sufficed, yet now, with this momentum, he might very well gain entry into one of the prestigious 4 academies. After reflecting on this, Sulo returned home and immediately began researching the necromancer. To his astonishment, the necromancer was classified as an SSS tier auxiliary pet. Upon receiving this news, Sulo could hardly contain himself. Even if it meant fasting, he was determined to find a way to level up swiftly. The college entrance examination dungeon permitted each individual only a single entry. If he missed this opportunity, it would be a chance lost for a lifetime. Filled with exhilaration, Sulo realized, however, that as levels increased, the experience points required multiplied. It was impossible for one person to ascend to level 18 within 5 days. Thus, Sulo devised a rather audacious plan overnight. He would gather the necessary herbs for the beast spirit pills alongside his companion, the Xianshui turtle. The Phantom Tiger would be responsible for defeating monsters to gain experience and seeking suitable elite beasts for Sulo to tame. With a mere 10 elite beasts at his disposal, his experience points would soar dramatically. Achieving level 18 within 5 days was absolutely feasible. In the following days, upon entering the dungeon, Sulo immediately began collecting herbs while instructing the Phantom Tiger to hunt for monsters and locate elite beasts to tame. Consequently, his level lagged significantly behind that of other candidates. In the central plaza, the chief examiner remained stationed, while other principals made occasional visits. On the penultimate day of the entrance examination, upon noticing Sulo's distant ranking, Zhao Tianan and Zhou Zhe could no longer restrain themselves. They decided to intercept Sulo at the dungeon exit for a thorough inquiry. How is it that you are only at level 12 with the examination concluding tomorrow? As Sulo emerged from the dungeon, he was confronted by Zhou Zhe, whose face bore an expression of concern, accompanied by the ominously dark countenance of Zhao Tianan. Given Sulo's prior pace of leveling up, he should have attained at least level 14 by now. Yet here he was, languishing at level 12. It seemed as if he had accomplished nothing in the past 2 days. You better confess what you've been up to. Otherwise, I'll ensure your backside is thoroughly roasted. Zhao Tianan warned, a flicker of flames igniting in his palm, his tone menacing. Principal Zhao, Teacher Zhou, Sulo awkwardly covered his rear, assuring them, I promise I won't let it happen again tomorrow. Then enlighten us. What have you been doing in there for the past 2 days? Principal Zhao has high expectations for you, even considering a spot for you in the Tsanglong Institute's entrance test, Jose remarked with a tone of resignation. I've been busy gathering pets, which is why my leveling has been slow, Sulo admitted, internally lamenting his predicament. He had originally intended to collect herbs while simultaneously taming pets, but the abundance of elite monsters had left him with little time for herb gathering. Gathering pets, you say? The genius Beast Tamer from the neighboring Second High has already collected 2 level 10 elite pets. How many have you gathered? Zhao Tianan squinted, a smirk playing on his lips as he scrutinized Sulo. I've collected 6. Sulo replied without hesitation. The Beast Tamer's summoning space could accommodate only 6 pets. But Sulo possessed the supreme talent of Beast Sovereign, allowing him infinite pet space. During this period, he had amassed a staggering 23 elite pets of level 10 and above. However, he publicly declared only the 6. Do you truly have 6 elite pets? Zhao Tianan's eyes widened in disbelief. Quickly, show them to me. In order to satisfy Principal Zhao and Teacher Zhou's curiosity, Su Luo decided to showcase his pets. Among them were 6 extraordinary companions, including the Xianshui turtle and the phantom tiger, all above level 10. At that moment, the Xianshui turtle had reached level 15, while the phantom tiger had attained level 13. The rest of his pets were mostly level 10, and even at that level, their size and visual appeal were exceptional. As the 6 pets emerged, Su Luo instantly became the center of attention. Some candidates who had just exited the dungeon gazed in awe, murmuring at the sight of these 6 elite pets. Even the top-ranked berserker, Zhou Han, would have no choice but to plead for mercy in a one-on-one duel with Su Luo. The pets were indeed remarkable. But with only 8 hours left until the next day, Zhao Tianan sighed, pondering whether Su Luo could truly reach level 15. With a gloomy expression, he departed. While Jose comforted Su Luo with a pat on the shoulder, "Do not worry, you are merely a beastmaster. As long as you focus on leveling up tomorrow, you could still gain admission to the most prestigious Beastmaster Academy. Rest assured, Teacher Zhou, I will strive diligently," Su Luo replied with a slight smile. Not taking their words to heart, he intended to conquer the necromancer himself, what was a mere level 15. However, he had no intention of revealing this trump card to anyone. After all, in this world, aside from his parents, few truly wished for his success. Not far away, Zhou Wanwan, who had just emerged from the dungeon, was equally astonished to see Su Luo with 6 elite pets. However, upon realizing he was only at level 12, her heart found equilibrium. After all, she was already a level 14 elementalist. She would easily gain admission to a top university tomorrow. Yet, Su Luo was in a different predicament. Even with the aid of his pets, it would be challenging to reach level 15 in the final 8 hours of the dungeon. The disparity in their futures was evident, and Zhou Wanwan felt that Su Luo was unworthy of her. In fact, she found conversing with someone of his wasteful profession to be a trial. However, her family needed his alchemical talents, so ultimately, Zhou Wanwan approached him with a plan in mind. As long as Su Luo signed a lifelong contract with her family's pharmaceutical factory, she would consider giving him a chance to pursue her. "Su Luo, if you are willing to sign a lifelong agreement with our pharmaceutical factory, I might just consider you for a chance to court me." "Oh, do you think I am interested in you?" Su Luo replied with a faint smile, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain. How could this woman be so persistent? Was that why there were rumors about them at school? "What do you want?" Su Luo's expression turned cold as he collected all his pets into their space. He had no desire to engage further with this arrogant and narcissistic woman. "How about we make a bet?" Zhou Wanwan forced a smile and continued, "If you reach level 15 tomorrow, I will become your girlfriend. But if you fail, you must sign a lifelong contract with my family's pharmaceutical factory." Though the wager seemed enticing, Su Luo had little interest. He merely wished to extricate himself from Zhou Wanwan's bizarre assumptions about him. "Let us adjust the stakes. If I reach level 15, you shall have to steer clear of me." As his words echoed, he departed from the square. Chapter 8. Why is his leveling so remarkable? The college entrance examination spanned a total of 7 days. On this final day, the city center square was once again abuzz with activity. However, the majority of onlookers were fixated on the top 10 of the leaderboard. They were the chosen ones, the elite talents destined to enter the 4 prestigious universities of Longhua. They embodied the transcendence of social strata, with limitless futures ahead. In the heart of the square, all candidates stood at the ready. Su Luo quietly positioned himself amidst the crowd. Despite being the highest-ranked Beastmaster, he did not attract much attention, as he failed to break into the top 10. Such is the harsh reality of a world that reveres strength. Not far away, Zhou Wanwan stood among the mage faction, catching Su Luo's gaze by chance. Her lips moved slightly as she silently reminded him, "Don't forget our wager." "A wager?" Su Luo hardly took it to heart. At this moment, he yearned to dive into the dungeon and demonstrate what it truly meant to grind for experience. Not only Su Luo, but all candidates were exhilarated. 8 hours was a significant opportunity. As a beam of white light illuminated the area, all candidates were instantaneously transported into the trial dungeon. The entrance was fixed. However, each individual had their designated area for monster grinding, and soon, a large crowd dispersed from the entrance. Zhou Taixing did not hasten to commence, but instead looked at Su Luo with concern. "Sister-in-law, do you need assistance?" "With my crew. It's a breeze to conquer Yendu University. I can easily help you grind some monsters." He had procured a hefty iron blade from somewhere, and with his imposing stature, he appeared quite formidable. "I am confident in reaching level 15. You need not worry." Su Luo smiled and waved his hand before venturing deeper into the dungeon. After being declined, Zhou Taixing did not linger, leading over 20 individuals to embark on their monster grinding journey. As they progressed, the number of surrounding players dwindled. It was only when no one remained that Su Luo summoned all his pets in one breath, including the Xianshui turtle and the phantom tiger. A total of 23 formidable spirit beasts encircled him. This vast array could easily overpower a small team. All pets were dispatched to hunt monsters and gain experience, leaving only the Xian Shui turtle to guard him. Your pet has slain a flame serpent. You have gained 150 experience. Your pet has slain a cyclops black bear. You have gained 400 experience. You have slain a black forest tree demon. You have gained 500 experience. Messages announcing experience gains poured in incessantly. Su Luo was relentless, scouring his surroundings. This time, he was also on the lookout for the materials required for the Beast King elixir. The efficacy of the Beast King elixir surpassed that of the Beast Spirit elixir by more than 50-fold, requiring at least a master alchemist to concoct. It was rare and costly. However, with his divine alchemical skills, Su Luo could craft even more potent elixirs, provided he had sufficient materials. At this moment, in the city center square of Jiangcheng, all eyes were fixated on Su Luo's name. Due to the remarkable acceleration in his experience growth, this individual has swiftly ascended in rank. Initially, Su Luo was positioned beyond 300. However, he has now astonishingly surged into the top 50. As his experience bar continues to swell, his ranking relentlessly climbs higher. I wager that Su Luo must have concocted beast spirit pills again. How long do you think he will maintain this pace? At most, he might dash into the top 30, for he is merely a beast master. And the experience gained from the beast spirit pills diminishes over time, far slower than defeating monsters. For a beast master to exhibit such ferocity is already a source of pride for his family. The onlookers buzzed with speculation, while the podium remained eerily silent. The elder figures at the helm, equivalent to school principals, observed Su Luo's rapid ascent with indifference. Relying solely on beast spirit pills to achieve level 15 is utterly implausible. What on earth is this lad up to? Jose furrowed his brow in confusion. He was aware that Su Luo possessed 6 elite-level pets. Yet the rate of his experience gain was peculiar, certainly not something achievable by mere pets alone. Principal Zhao, do you believe Su Luo is currently brewing pills or slaying monsters to level up? I cannot fathom how this boy is advancing so swiftly. However, as long as he levels up, that is sufficient. Zhao Tianan raked his fingers through his thinning hair, then cheerfully lifted his teacup. Regardless of his activities, reaching level 15 is paramount. If a beast master from Jiangxing No. 1 High School were to enroll in one of the 4 prestigious academies, it would provide ample bragging rights. Time ticked away. The fluctuations in the leaderboard began to slow. Yet, Su Luo's rank continued to shift. He astonishingly propelled himself from beyond 300 straight into the top 10. The entire square erupted in excitement. Almost everyone fixated on the display screen showcasing Su Luo's experience bar. If this trend continues, he might very well seize the first position. Those pharmaceutical companies that initially doubted Su Luo were now filled with regret. Just days prior, having observed his stagnant ranking, they had abandoned him. Yet now, Su Luo exudes an undeniable aura of capability. At this very moment, Su Luo has reached level 15. With 3 hours remaining, he should attempt to push towards level 18. In the dungeon, Su Luo stood not far from the lair of the undead sorcerer, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. Over 20 pets scoured the vicinity in search of foes to vanquish, granting him the equivalent of a 10-fold speed advantage over ordinary individuals. Currently, before him lay 100 beast spirit pills and 3 beast king pills. Furthermore, sensing imminent danger, the undead sorcerer began summoning a horde of skeleton warriors capable of providing experience points. The possibility of an immediate leap to level 18 loomed large. The skeleton warriors were in the midst of gathering, while more pets continued to converge around Su Luo. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation. A monumental battle was on the brink of eruption. Human, what do you intend to do? The undead sorcerer floated forth from the cavern, its hollow black robes concealing eyes that seemed to bore into Su Luo. It could even speak? Su Luo was taken aback. Yet he could not afford to dwell on it. He promptly commanded his myriad pets to engage. Simultaneously, he ordered the Xian Shui turtle to frantically consume potions. This is my very first pet, and given its high passive defense, it is my sole means of survival, both in sentiment and reason. I should prioritize the development of the Xian Shui turtle. Unyielding. Witnessing the fierce advance of numerous spirit beasts, the necromancer was incensed and commanded all skeletal warriors to engage. The spirit beasts were elite, while the skeletal warriors, though lacking in strength, were formidable in number. In an instant, the two sides clashed. Skeleton warrior killed. Experience points, 600. Skeleton warrior killed. Mass extermination is the swiftest method to gain experience. In merely 5 minutes, Su Luo's level soared to 16. Yet, he was still far from the 18th level. He placed 3 Beast King pills before the Xian Shui turtle. Simultaneously, he commanded all participating pets to unleash their full power. Outside, the city center square erupted in fervor. Most people were screaming in frenzy, with some even fainting from sheer exhilaration. This was due to a fellow named Su Luo, who not only claimed the top spot on the all-class leaderboard, but also ascended from level 16 to 17 within a minute. Was this not akin to cheating? Some began to speculate that Su Luo was a reincarnated powerhouse, while others murmured that he had diluted Meng Po's soup. Otherwise, how could his leveling up be so astonishing? On the podium, the exam proctor, Feng Li, who had been meditating with closed eyes, abruptly opened them. His face was a mask of shock as he stared at the leaderboard, his gaze filled with disbelief. This was utterly insane. Zhao Tianen spat out his tea, overwhelmed and exclaiming in excitement. Chapter 9. The apex of all rankings, renowned throughout Jiangcheng. At this moment, the battle in the dungeon had concluded. All skeletal warriors had perished, and Su Luo's side had 6 pets gravely injured and on the brink of death. However, the advantage of a Beast Tamer is that pets do not truly perish. Upon reaching a critical state, they are automatically recalled into the pet space for healing. After 24 hours, they will be fully revived. After consuming a multitude of Beast Spirit pills and 3 Beast King pills, the Xian Shui turtle's level had risen to 20. Xian Shui turtle, level 20, attack, 430, defense, 700, vitality, 3200, skills, Ice Dragon Roar, Ice Crush. Passive skills, damage reflection, 15100, Loyal Guardian. Loyal Guardian. Within 30 meters, it can share defense and passive skills with the Beast Tamer. Upon reaching level 20, the Xian Shui turtle's skills evolved, and an additional passive skill was acquired. This meant that as the Xian Shui turtle's defense increased, so too would Su Luo's. Human, what exactly do you intend to do? The necromancer's tone was laden with fury, yet it found itself powerless against Su Luo. With over 500 skeletal warriors having been vanquished, only a few dozen motionless skeletal servants remained. What could be done? The most infuriating aspect was that this fellow had now come to a halt, neither advancing nor retreating. Submit to me, and I can offer you various potions. After examining the attributes of the Xian Shui turtle, Su Luo finally directed his gaze towards the necromancer, while mentally calculating the time. With merely 10 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the dungeon, and his level still at 17, he found himself just a single experience point shy of achieving level 18. All of his pets, save for the mystic water turtle and the phantom tiger, had been dispatched by Su Luo to combat the monsters. Capturing the undead sorcerer was merely a matter of time. The undead would never be enslaved. The undead sorcerer unleashed a malevolent laugh as it began to cast its summoning spells, only to be interrupted by the phantom tiger. The undead sorcerer, akin to Su Luo, belonged to a summoning class, possessing a hint of the mage's essence. Yet, it was ultimately not a melee class and soon found itself being pressed down to the ground by the mystic water turtle and the phantom tiger. Stop! I yield. The undead sorcerer cried out in anguish. However, Su Luo remained unmoved, and the mystic water turtle and the phantom tiger did not relent, intensifying their assault. Ah, my teeth. Stop, please. I am willing to submit to you. Just let this turtle roll away. It's crushing me. Congratulations. You have reached level 18. Please continue your efforts. A radiant light enveloped Su Luo as he officially attained level 18. At this moment, he commanded the mystic water turtle and the phantom tiger to cease their actions. Undead sorcerer can be tamed. At this juncture, only 10 seconds remained until the trial concluded. Su Luo immediately employed his taming skill on the undead sorcerer. Congratulations. You have successfully tamed the undead sorcerer. With the taming accomplished, Su Luo swiftly stored all his pets, including the undead sorcerer, into his pet space. Just then, a flash of white light enveloped him, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the dungeon. The trial had ended. Time in today's dungeon trial seemed to have flown by. He wondered how many candidates had applied to the Night University this year, as he had barely reached level 14. Upon being teleported out, everyone began to share their experiences with their companions. The first thing Zhou Wenwen did upon exiting was to check the leaderboard. At this moment, she had reached level 15, qualifying her for admission to Yendu University. She was eager to see the results of her wager with Su Luo. No way. Zhou Wenwen's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the top position on the leaderboard. First place, Su Luo, Beastmaster, level 18. Second place, Zhou Han, Berserker, level 16. Third place, Li Mu, Knight, level 15. Fourth place, Zhao Haiyun, Assassin, level 15. Seventh place, Zhou Wenwen, Mage, level 15. Eighth place, Zhou Taisheng, Knight, level 15. Su Luo had astonishingly secured the first position. Moreover, his level surpassed that of the second place by 2 levels. How had he accomplished this? Zhou Wenwen's mind was a blank, and at that moment, Su Luo passed by her. Classmate Zhou Wenwen. Our wager takes effect from this moment onward. I hope you will keep your word. With that, Su Luo walked away towards the class team without looking back, leaving Zhou Wenwen pale and dazed in place. The examination trial had concluded. Next, the admissions officers from various universities would make their appearances. Any candidates meeting the requirements could apply to their desired universities. However, just as Su Luo was about to register for Yendu University, he was intercepted by Zhou Zhe. Sulo, hold off on signing up for now. Principal, Zhao wishes to speak with you about something. Jose gestured towards the podium, where a group of individuals was embroiled in heated debate. Though their faces were unfamiliar, their formidable strength was palpable, each movement causing ripples in the surrounding space. Teacher Zhou, what is happening? Sulo inquired, puzzled. It's because of your remarkable abilities. All 4 prestigious academies are vying for you. Jose replied with a mix of affection and exasperation. Ruffling Sulo's hair. The quality of these 4 academies is quite similar. Given your family's circumstances, choose whoever offers the best terms, and that way, the principal won't have to be put in a difficult position. With that, Jose led Sulo toward the podium. Meanwhile, Zhou Taisheng, who was poised to interject, was left utterly astounded upon overhearing their conversation. Goodness, the 4 prestigious academies are competing for a single individual. How extraordinary is that? At the podium, 3 unfamiliar faces were engaged in a fierce argument with the chief examiner, Feng Li. This young man must attend Longshui University. Our academy boasts the finest Beast Tamer and Alchemist programs. What of it? Our academy offers free materials on a 50-50 basis. We at Qingshan University can provide for any concoction he wishes to brew. The 4 of them exchanged words, their dispute relentless. In their presence, Jose and Zhao Tiannin were mere minor players, quietly awaiting their turn. Amidst the quarrel, Sulo discovered that Chief Examiner Feng Li was indeed from Yindu University. Enough, enough. No matter how eloquently we speak, it is ultimately his choice, Feng Li stated, sensing Sulo's gaze, and gestured for silence. Let him decide for himself. Young man, we at Longshui University can contract you an S-rank pet. Qingshan University offers any materials free of charge. Tianmin University can guarantee that after a few years of training, you will become a Beast Tamer instructor. How astounding. Each offer was more outrageous than the last, with promises of mentorship thrown into the mix. Sulo stood there, astonished. Faced with the alluring propositions from the 4 academies, he found them enticing, yet his heart was set on Yindu University, primarily to reunite with his sister, Su Bingxue. With this thought in mind, Sulo focused his attention on Feng Li, curious about what he might offer. While the other 3 presented their terms, Feng Li remained silent. Well, our Yindu University. Feng Li's face flushed. He was renowned for his unwavering integrity and impartiality. Convincing him to offer a bribe was indeed a challenge. Is Yindu University up to the task? The representatives from the other 3 universities mocked, observing Feng Li's discomfort. Clearing his throat, Feng Li said, this year, our Changlong Academy is looking to enroll 1 individual. If you can gain entry into the Qinglong Academy, I can provide you with a dedicated monster hunting instance. While Changlong Academy was indeed impressive, this child was merely a Beast Tamer and Alchemist. Had old Feng lost his senses? Indeed, your words are grand. But perhaps it would be better to refrain from further comments. The revelation that Yindu University's Qinglong Academy could offer a dedicated monster hunting instance was quite remarkable. This arrangement would allow the necromancer to develop steadily within the instance. As tensions escalated among the group, Su Luo promptly interjected, esteemed seniors. My desire remains to attend Yindu University. However, I seek to inquire about a particular matter. Chapter 10, SSS Class Pets. One must be thoroughly exploited. 3 years prior. Upon entering the Qinglong Academy, Su Bingxue received a classified document and departed, the specifics of her whereabouts beyond my purview. If you wish to uncover Su Bingxue's trail, a visit to the Qinglong Academy is imperative. Should you possess sufficient strength, your status and authority could even eclipse that of the dean. However, gaining entry to the Qinglong Academy necessitates a combat assessment. At this juncture, Feng Li's intentions became unmistakably clear. While admission to Yindu University may be straightforward, entering the Qinglong Academy is a formidable challenge. Lord Feng, this young man's prowess is sure to stir the entirety of Jiang City. He must have the confidence to pass the Qinglong Academy's evaluation. Zhao Tiannan, who had remained silent for some time, interjected to lighten the atmosphere. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Li elucidated, the Qinglong ranking comprises 15,000 individuals, with the highest exceeding level 40 and the lowest surpassing level 15. To pass the Qinglong Academy's assessment, one must rank within the top 300. A profound silence enveloped the assembly on the podium. The Qinglong Academy stands as the most elite and enigmatic institution of Yindu University. Any individual dispatched from there possesses remarkable capabilities. Such a formidable establishment is not easily infiltrated. Is it absolutely necessary to enter the Qinglong Academy to obtain news of my sister? This is the sole avenue. The classified missions are not accessible to the average person. Su Luo understood well the implications behind the chief examiner's words. Whether applying to Yindu University or the Qinglong Academy, an entrance examination is obligatory. Failure to pass means rejection. His extensive discourse aimed solely to encourage prudent decision-making. However, gratitude is due to those present, for the disparity between Yindu University and the Qinglong Academy seems considerable. After a moment's reflection, Su Luo resolutely declared, I shall choose the Qinglong Academy. Very well, since you have made your choice, prepare promptly. Assemble here tomorrow morning. Feng Li instructed before descending from the podium to represent Yindu University in its recruitment efforts. Upon returning home, Su Luo meticulously surveyed the modest arrangements of his room. His gaze filled with nostalgia. The residence was an aging apartment building, where he had resided since the passing of his parents. Once a joyful family, he now remained the solitary guardian of their memories. Sister, I vow to enter the Qinglong Academy and then seek you out. Su Luo seldom exhibited emotional fluctuations, yet. In this moment, his eyes grew misty. After a brief pause, he summoned the necromancer. Instantly, a floating cloak materialized within the room, accompanied by a noticeable drop in temperature. Ah, master, what commands do you have for me? The necromancer, upon emerging, met Su Luo's icy gaze and swiftly altered its tone. Should it maintain its previous insolence, it would likely find itself subdued once more. A pet should embody the essence of its role. The necromancer reassured itself internally, while Su Luo scrutinized its attributes. Necromancer, level 18 attack, 800, defense, 300, spirit, 1000, constitution, 1200, skills, summon undead, death curse. Passive, frenzy. Summon undead. Consumes 50 points of spirit to summon a skeletal servant or 200 points to summon a skeletal warrior. Summons can stack without limit. Death curse. Inflicts a death curse on enemies, dealing 1800 true damage per second for 5 seconds. The skill can be sustained for an extended duration. After reviewing the basic information, Su Luo continued to inquire. Can your skeletal servants farm? Not only can they farm, but they can also forge, mine, alchemize, and brew potions. Then summon a few alchemist skeletons. Ah, my power is too low. I must reach level 50 before I can summon alchemist skeletons. However, my skeletal servants not only farm, but also gather. Su Luo sensed a hint of instability in his emotions, prompting the necromancer to boast about the prowess of his skeletons. Truly, as an SSS-class pet, it possesses an uncanny ability to read the room. While Su Luo was astonished, he also contemplated how to maximize his benefits. Although cultivating medicinal herbs promised considerable rewards, the time investment was substantial. Gathering herbs proved to be the most advantageous. The skeletal servants bore no offensive capabilities and were classified as neutral entities, ensuring they would not be attacked by other creatures even in the wild. Employing them for herb collection was the optimal strategy. With at least 12 hours remaining until dawn, Su Luo planned to prepare before venturing outside the city to enhance his strength. Upon reaching level 18, Su Luo gained an opportunity to replicate a skill he had yet to utilize. Without hesitation, he chose to replicate the necromancer's death summon. Name, Su Luo. Occupation, Beast Tamer. Level, 18. Strength, 750. Agility, 400. Spirit, 1400. Constitution, 1300. Equipment, Taming Whip. Pets, Xianshui Turtle, Phantom Tiger. Necromancer, unlimited quantity. Skills, Whip Attack, Taming, Ice Shield, Death Summon, replicable quantity. 1. Passive skill, Master Alchemist. Divine talent, Master of Beasts. As dusk descended, Su Luo donned a gray tracksuit and a cap, gradually stepping out of the gates of Jiang City. This time, he intended not to level up, but to utilize his skeletal servants to search for medicinal herbs. The lowest tier of pets is classified as F grade, progressing to SSS grade as the highest. Typical pets fall within C or D grades, while achieving B grade is considered excellent. A grade pets are rare, and S grade pets are exceedingly uncommon. The rarity increases with each subsequent tier. As for SSS grade pets, apart from the necromancer in Su Luo's possession, there is only one in the entire Dragon Nation. Su Luo aimed to gather medicinal herbs to concoct advanced potions, thereby elevating the grade of his pets. Among all his pets, only the necromancer possessed the highest grade. The remaining companions, the Xianshui Turtle and the Phantom Tiger, achieved B grade, while the others fell below this threshold. Regardless of their level, poor quality renders them ineffectual. If all pets were of SSS rank, even those at merely level 10 could contend with formidable foes of levels 20 or 30. Beyond the city lies a vast forest. Many adventurers venture here to hunt monsters, yet, akin to the dungeons, the deeper one traverses into the woods, the more perilous it becomes. In the dungeons, when faced with the threat of death, there exists the possibility of being teleported to safety. However, in reality, dying while hunting means a permanent end. As one journeys further in, the level of monsters escalates, and the number of adventurers dwindles. The area inhabited by level 18 monsters is particularly devoid of human presence. Su Luo summoned all his pets and began assigning roles. The Xianshui Turtle was designated for close protection, while the necromancer was tasked with summoning skeletal servants to gather herbs. The remaining pets were sent forth to seek out elite monsters for extermination. In the examination dungeon, the absence of monster drops meant Su Luo was still wielding a simple leather whip. With a tentative invocation of his skill, he summoned a towering skeleton. 2 meters in height, wielding an odd farming tool, its eye sockets flickering with blue flames, awaiting Su Luo's command. The skill had a cooldown of merely 10 seconds, consuming 50 points of spirit. With his spirit, Su Luo could summon 28 times, and combined with the necromancer's 20, within a mere 5 minutes. 48 skeletal servants stood around him. "Master, I need to rest," said the necromancer. "Continue. You shall not rest tonight." The necromancer, having exhausted its spirit, was about to rest when it noticed a heap of restorative potions piled before it. An SSS rank pet, of course, must be utilized wisely. Chapter 11. Yindu University. Here I come. The following day, Su Luo returned through the city gates, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Though utterly fatigued, he was brimming with exhilaration. The herbs gathered by all the skeletons last night could yield at least 40 advanced potions. Coupled with the equipment he acquired, it was a bountiful harvest. At this moment, Su Luo was adorned in a complete set of C-grade black rock armor, specifically designed for knights. The ensemble, draped in shades of gray and black, exuded an air of coolness and flair. This equipment primarily enhanced his defense and constitution, and with his innate attributes, his constitution had now reached 2,300, while his defense soared to 800. With the passive skills of the Xian Shui turtle, Su Luo's health and defense had attained a truly formidable level. It was surprising that the skeletal servants could be reclaimed. However, it was a pity about the ones he had summoned. As he journeyed, Su Luo sighed. Last night, he had summoned dozens of skeletal servants, but ultimately, he had no means of managing them and had to let his pets eliminate them collectively. In contrast, the necromancer had summoned over 1,000 skeletal servants. When departing, it even stored all the skeletal servants within the skeletal space. The next time they were needed, they could be summoned all at once, truly a divine army of pets. Throughout his journey, Su Luo pondered ways to enhance his combat prowess. His greatest advantage now lay in numbers. The necromancer could amass vast quantities of skeletal warriors, ready to unleash them all at once. Meanwhile, he only needed to cultivate the most aggressive phantom tigers using advanced potions. Moreover, with an additional 20 elite pets, the combat prowess would undoubtedly be explosive. Upon returning home, Su Luo initially intended to merely tidy up a few articles of clothing. However, as he approached the entrance, he turned back and entered his sister's former room. The room was immaculate, for Su Luo made it a point to clean it monthly. On the bedside cabinet hung a small photograph of Su Luo and Su Bingxue, no larger than the palm of his hand. He had never removed the picture, but now, he felt compelled to take it with him. What is this? As he lifted the photo frame, a brown paper envelope slipped out from behind it. Is this for my sister? The envelope bore no name. Yet Su Luo felt an instinctual pull. He swiftly retrieved the letter inside. Su Luo, I do not know when you will read this letter. But there are things you must know. This world is not as real as you perceive it. What you believe you understand may not be as it seems. If there comes a day when you cannot reach me, do not attempt to find me. I will return safely to see you. However, during this time, you must take care of yourself and trust no one. This world is not as it appears. Trust no one. In an instant, Su Luo felt his previous beliefs shatter completely, yet he knew his sister would not deceive him. But why had she known so much 3 years ago and left this letter? His mind was filled with confusion, and he could not find answers in that moment. After burning the letter, Su Luo finally departed with his belongings. At Jiangxing No. 1 High School, the enrollment mentors from various colleges were busy setting up the teleportation array. Surrounding the wilderness were monsters, including formidable creatures of levels in the dozens or even hundreds. Each major city was fortified with powerful formations or high walls to fend off the beasts. The safest means of travel was through the teleportation array, enabling direct point-to-point transport. As Su Luo arrived at the playground, the enrollment team from Yindu University was nearly assembled. Among the group, only 2 familiar faces were present, Zhou Taixing and Zhou Wenwen. Perhaps due to the wager, upon seeing Su Luo, Zhou Wenwen deliberately turned her head away. Zhou Taixing, however, greeted him warmly, saying, Su Luo, you seem a bit off. Feeling stressed? What stress? Su Luo replied. The news of your qualification for the Qinglong Academy test at Yindu University has already spread. Zhou Taixing said with a mix of envy and a hint of sarcasm. Now I hesitate to call you brother-in-law. I fear my sister may not be worthy of you. And I worry you might become a heartbreaker. Su Luo felt exasperated and chose to ignore Zhou Taixing, instead focusing his gaze ahead. Feng Li was constructing the array with several white stones, while the other enrolling professors assisted nearby. After about half an hour, the teleportation array was finally completed. All new students of Yindu University enter the array. Su Luo joined the line and stepped into the array, feeling an inexplicable thrill within. Yindu University, here I come. The vast array emitted a brilliant white light, enveloping everyone. Following this, the light surged into the sky, forming a colossal beam. The beam of light vanished. And so did the people. Today marks the day of enrollment, at Yindu University. Everyone arrived early at the city center square, eager to witness the brilliance among this year's freshmen. Occasionally, beams of light illuminated the sky, signaling the return of mentors who had journeyed to various locations for recruitment. To the astonishment of many, only 7 new students from Black Iron City had arrived. What exceptional talent could emerge from such a remote area? These individuals barely met the admission score. On the other hand, Qingshan City had produced another formidable level 17 warrior, much like last year. As residents of Yindu, accustomed to luxury, they could not help but look down upon those from smaller towns. The sight of a team composed of just 1 or 2 individuals from a minor city incited laughter among the crowd. Enough of this. Once again it is our local Yindu candidates who reign supreme, they scoffed. But wait, there is still a small to medium city yet to arrive. I hear it is quite remote as well. Let us just enjoy the spectacle. Are you referring to Jiang City? Here they come, led by Lord Fengli. A beam of white light shone directly onto the summoning array on the ground. In an instant, Fengli appeared with all the new students from Jiang City. This year's cohort consisted of 18 individuals, not the worst, but certainly not the best. Yet, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to this group. For the title of Su Luo shone too brightly. An 18-level Beast Master. In other contexts, such a title might be commonplace, but this was during freshman enrollment. Moreover, the Gaokao examination only took place 7 days prior. How did this lad, merely a Beast Master, achieve such an elevated level in such a brief span? Within Yindu's most opulent establishment, the Emperor's Bar, a young lady dressed in an elegant black gown was playfully engaging with a few companions. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in vintage attire appeared before her. Miss, Jiang City has produced a genius of the 18-level Beast Master profession. Our family speculates that his talent may be of use to us. If it is useful, then we shall recruit him. If persuasion fails, we shall resort to more forceful means. Is there anything in Yindu that our Yi family cannot manage? The girl dismissed the matter, continuing her champagne competition with her friends. I am simply carrying out the elder's orders to inform you, the old man replied, a chill emanating from him inadvertently. All right, I understand. The girl waved her hand dismissively, then turned to her bodyguards with utmost seriousness. Sign me up for Yindu University immediately, and bring me all his information. Chapter 12. Advancement Potion. Yindu, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, is vastly larger than Jiang City, bustling with endless mystery. The city is a haven for hidden talents, and Yindu is revered as the impregnable fortress of the Dragon Kingdom. Faced with such a city, Su Luo felt a flicker of curiosity. However, upon overhearing the haughty and contemptuous remarks from the surrounding crowd, his interest swiftly waned. Yindu is truly enormous. This year's freshman class must have over 1,000 students. Zhou Taixing remarked, filled with wonder. Almost, but we should still diligently cultivate our skills. Without strength, one will inevitably be looked down upon. Su Luo equally disdained the expressions of certain individuals in Yindu. However, where there is darkness, there is also light. The world is teeming with all manner of people. And this is a fundamental truth. I understand this principle. Once I become a legendary knight, I will make those individuals kneel and call me father. Zhou Taixing also overheard those cruel remarks and felt equally displeased. After a moment, he suddenly looked at Su Luo with a serious expression. You have experienced little. Even upon entering the Azure Dragon Academy, do not easily trust others. Is that to say there are many villains? Su Luo glanced at Zhou Taixing in surprise, as this fellow, usually so honest and simple, seemed to possess a surprising depth of insight. Just trust me, there are things you will come to understand in due course. With that, Zhou Taixing returned to his usual jovial demeanor and ran to the back of the line to reprimand his newly recruited underlings. This fellow must also be remarkable, Su Luo thought, pursing his lips. Zhou Taixing's words resonated with the sentiments expressed in the letter left by his sister. At that moment, someone began to assign professional roles. As the distribution continued, only Su Luo remained standing alone in place. Why didn't that Beast Master choose the Beast Master specialty? What is he doing just standing there? It was rumored that the Azure Dragon Academy was opening a spot this year, and many prodigies would vie for this opportunity. The Beast Master from a small place also aspired to enter the Azure Dragon Academy. A delusion indeed. It was said that Yi Tianlin from the Yi family was already a level 19 swordsman. The spot at the Azure Dragon Academy would likely be his. The crowd buzzed with conversation, and Su Luo perceived the situation clearly. Originally over 1,000 new students, only a little over 60 remained, each clad in extraordinary attire and possessing formidable strength. These individuals were presumably also preparing to participate in the Azure Dragon Academy's assessment. Soon, an old man in a tattered robe entered the center of the square. He had a gourd of wine slung at his waist, resembling a street beggar. However, with his arrival, the atmosphere became remarkably quiet, and no one dared to utter a word against him. For the newcomer was Wu Yong, the guardian of Yindu University and the head of the Azure Dragon Academy. An 83rd level fire mage, he was famously known as the Drunken Master Wu Yong. Even in a first-tier city like Yindu, he could easily erase anyone. Such a terrifying presence. Who would dare to speak ill of him? All the new students participating in the trial followed closely behind Wu Yong as they made their way toward Yindu University, where the iconic Azure Dragon Tower could be seen from afar. Upon reaching the base of the Azure Dragon Tower, Wu Yong finally halted. You have 1 hour to adjust your state. After 1 hour, I will personally escort you inside. After speaking, he drunkenly waved his hand, and a dense gray fog instantly enveloped the center of the square, encasing all 60-plus individuals. Each person harbored their own little secrets. Clearly, obscuring visibility with fog was quite considerate. 1 hour is sufficient. Su Luo immediately retrieved all his medicinal materials from his backpack and summoned the Phantom Fierce Tiger. Upon the successful concoction of each batch of beast spirit pills, he would immediately allow the Phantom Tiger to consume them. Simultaneously, he would also administer the advancement potions for the tiger's benefit. Detected pet consuming beast spirit pill. Experience points 500. You have gained 500 experience points. The advancement potions do not guarantee success for pets. Rather, they operate on a probabilistic basis. At this moment, the advancement potion crafted by Su Luo was merely of the most rudimentary level, offering a mere 2% chance of facilitating a pet's advancement. Transitioning from B grade to A grade is relatively manageable, but the requisite potions for ascending from A grade to S grade are much more elusive. In the later stages, even the finest advancement potions yield a dismally low success rate. Thus, nurturing pets can undoubtedly be considered one of the most financially draining professions. Apart from advancement, one can also enhance a pet's quality through leveling up, albeit this is more challenging than transcending realms. Phantom Tiger uses advancement potion. Advancement failed. Phantom Tiger successfully advanced. After consuming over 20 advancement potions in succession, the Phantom Tiger achieved advancement. Su Luo promptly began to assess the situation. Phantom Tiger, level 17 attack, 1150, defense, 400, constitution, 2400, skills, claw tier, phantom strike. Passive, bloodthirst, increases attack power based on injury severity. Each attack restores 20 damage. The attack capability had been bolstered, with constitution and defense remaining average. However, the bloodthirst skill had undergone a transformation. Originally focused on enhancing recovery, it now allowed for health restoration with each attack. To maintain discretion, Su Luo summoned 5 more pets from the pet space and distributed the remaining advancement potions among them. Steel Magic Wolf uses advancement potion. Advancement failed. Mysterious Water Turtle uses advancement potion. Advancement failed. Blazing Rock uses advancement potion. Advancement successful. Upon exhausting all advancement potions, only the Blazing Rock achieved success in its advancement. Yet, its level was only 13, a modest gain at best. After recalling all pets to the space, Su Luo began to contemplate his combat prowess. With over 20 elite-level pets, combined with the 100-plus skeleton warriors amassed by the necromancer, his combat strength should be sufficient to engage in skirmishes with a small team of 10, surely? It is often said that beast tamers are weak, yet I find them to possess considerable advantages. A smile crept upon Su Luo's lips. At that moment, the mist began to dissipate, signifying that an hour had elapsed. Everyone stood in orderly fashion, awaiting further instructions. The drunken overseer casually announced several rules before sealing everyone's backpack space, ultimately distributing a necklace adorned with a white stone to each participant. How frustrating. Must all assessments with a testing nature involve sealing backpacks? Su Luo was somewhat taken aback. Fortunately, he had preemptively administered the advancement potions to his pets, or all preparation would have been in vain. The Azure Dragon Tower serves as the emblem of our Azure Dragon Academy. Rankings do not recognize levels, but rather combat strength. Upon entering the Azure Dragon Tower, each individual finds themselves in a separate space, yet they face identical monsters. Should you feel on the brink of demise, crush the teleportation stone. I shall ensure your safety. Never mind. You will understand once you enter. As the words faded, a fiery red circle illuminated beneath each person's feet. In a flash of light, those within the circle vanished instantaneously. Chapter 13. The ever-strengthening Beastmaster. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, with an endless expanse of grassland surrounding them. The withered weeds and cracked earth emanated a sense of desolation. Su Luo stood quietly, surveying the surroundings, yet found nothing out of the ordinary. Is this truly the interior of the Qinglong Tower? Moments later, the ground began to tremble slightly. Su Luo could see the soil ahead sinking. As a monstrous horn emerged from the earth, a creature is emerging from the ground. Su Luo felt an overwhelming shock, accompanied by a peculiar heat coursing through his veins, as if his blood were boiling. In such a moment, he was determined to strike decisively. Crack, crack. In mere seconds, 10 colossal creatures, resembling armored bulls covered in scales, erupted from the soil. Silverhorn Demon Bull, level 15, attack, 650, defense, 260, mentality, 150, agility, 150, constitution, 3,200, skills, silver horn charge, Silver horn charge, increases attack power by 300, a hit guarantees a critical strike. Charges at the enemy, increasing attack power by 50 for each nearby ally. Su Luo withdrew his gaze and immediately summoned all his pets in one breath. Eliminate these huge water buffaloes. Just 10 silverhorn demon bulls were no match for Su Luo, who was confident he could dispatch them with ease. Killing silverhorn demon bull, battle power value 50. Battle power value 50, a series of notifications heightened Su Luo's excitement. To ensure his safety, he deliberately spared one silverhorn demon bull, under the relentless assault of his numerous pets. The health of the silverhorn demon bull swiftly plummeted to a critical state. Taming successful. With the addition of one silverhorn demon bull, Su Luo's pet count had reached 24. Yet, this was not his limit. Beside him, the necromancer was continuously summoning skeleton warriors, and Su Luo joined in as well. Although the skeleton warriors were not of high level, their sheer numbers were formidable. Together with the necromancer, they summoned over 50 skeleton warriors in no time. Coupled with the 300 already amassed by the necromancer, Su Luo was unleashing his full firepower this time, not for any other reason, but to ensure a flawless entry into the Qinglong Academy. Having just slain 9 silverhorn demon bulls, Su Luo accumulated a total of 450 battle power points. Crack, crack. At that moment, the ground began to shake again, heralding the arrival of a new wave of monsters. This batch not only boasted greater numbers, but also possessed formidable strength, as they were creatures of level 16. Toxic gas stump, level 16 attack, 800, defense, 320, mentality, 600, agility, 120, constitution, 3,800, skills, toxic arrow, root strike. Toxic arrow, inflicts damage to the enemy 3 times, with each hit dealing 800 damage. Tree root strike, the powerful roots burst forth from the soil, striking enemies with great force and binding them for 3 seconds. This time, there are 30 toxic tree stumps. Their movement is slow and unsteady as they approach Su Luo. Upon reading the skill description of the toxic tree stump, Su Luo was instantly inspired to tame one. The combination of tree root strike and toxic arrow forms a perfect synergy. By diminishing the combat power of one stump, he could enhance his own strength, which is an exceptionally advantageous trade-off. Su Luo felt a surge of joy within. If every battle unfolded in this manner, wouldn't he grow stronger with each encounter? Outside, beneath the Qinglong Tower, a crowd of students gathered to witness the event. The rankings on the Qinglong Tower, much like those of the college entrance examination, are in constant flux. However, the significance of the Qinglong Tower is unparalleled, offering a life-altering opportunity beyond the entrance examination. Each student is granted but a single chance to enter during their enrollment. The combat prowess displayed within the Qinglong Tower, in a sense, represents an individual's potential. With over 100,000 students at Yendu University, the Qinglong Academy only admits the top 300 most formidable individuals. This year, with many prodigies vying for admission to Qinglong Academy, it naturally attracted considerable attention. As for Grand Mage Wu Yong, he departed as soon as everyone entered the Qinglong Tower. The notion of safety was irrelevant. One could simply crush a teleportation stone to exit instantly. There was no need to protect them. As for those oblivious enough not to know about the teleportation stone, they were not worth saving. On the periphery of the crowd, Zhou Wenwen stood silently in a corner, her gaze fixed intently on Su Luo's ranking on the leaderboard. Beside her stood a young man. Feng Haiyang followed her line of sight and gently inquired, Wenwen, didn't you say you were single? What's this situation? We are merely classmates, she replied, feeling an inexplicable discomfort as she watched Su Luo's growing brilliance. Realizing her own power paled in comparison, he seemed intent on joining the Qinglong Academy, yet entry was no easy feat. Look, the position of 109th on the combat ranking is where I stood when I first entered last year. You too can challenge the Qinglong Tower within 3 days. Sensing Zhou Wenwen's unease, Feng Haiyang cleverly boasted of his status. Her gaze gradually shifted from the leaderboard to him. Brother Feng, you truly are a prodigy. You've only been at Yendu University for 2 years and have already reached level 37, she remarked, a smile beginning to bloom on her face as she seemed to take a liking to the man before her. It's all right. Everyone in Qinglong Academy is exceptional. I'm nothing special, Feng Haiyang humbly replied, casually draping his arm around Zhou Wenwen's shoulders. How about I take you to the cafeteria for a meal first, and then we can find a way to help you level up? Having a strong companion to train with is an irresistible opportunity for any aspiring class changer. After a moment's thought, Zhou Wenwen acquiesced, allowing this senior, whom she had only known for 3 hours, to guide her away, her heart inexplicably filled with joy. Regardless of Su Luo's qualities, he ultimately hails from a modest background, lacking the strength and connections that Senior Feng possesses. On the other side of the Qinglong Tower, Zhou Taixing sported a golden chain around his neck and wore form-fitting attire that showcased his muscular physique. Everyone, take note. The individual currently ranked 403rd. Su Luo is a close brother of your big brother. From now on, when you see him, treat him as you would me and address him as big brother, understood? Understood. Standing beside Zhou Taixing were around 10 of his newly acquired followers. These individuals had initially been subdued by Zhou's forceful demeanor. But upon learning that he had a brother ranked around 400, they were instantly won over. His voice boomed, drawing everyone's attention to Su Luo's name. What an anomaly. Where did this creature come from? To be positioned at 402. Bro, you must be mistaken. He is currently at 398. They had been so engrossed in observing Yi Tianlin that they hadn't realized this young man had stealthily ascended to the 300s. After a brief uproar, silence enveloped the crowd. Yi Tianlin, renowned as the foremost in Yindu, was still languishing in the 600s, while this Su was already in the 300s. What was his background? The Qinglong Tower's combat testing had no time constraints, and those unable to withstand the pressure gradually exited. As time passed, the number of competitors dwindled, while the surrounding spectators multiplied. A striking woman dressed in a black tracksuit approached the base of the Qinglong Tower, her tall frame and stunning features captivating those around her. 2 male bodyguards followed closely behind, one of whom held a loudspeaker. Upon her arrival, she immediately received the device. Darling, go for it. Her voice resonated with such intensity that it caused the loudspeaker to emit a buzzing sound. The exaggerated cheers, coupled with her dramatic flair, made the 2 men's eyelids twitch, prompting them to turn away and feign ignorance. Who is your darling? Aren't you Miss Yi? When the speaker caught sight of the woman's visage, his tone quivered with astonishment. Chapter 14. The fierce Yi Lingwei Yi Tianlin of the Yi family. A paragon among the youth of Yindu, faced no rivals. Yet, he had a sister, the formidable knight Yi Lingwei. Just 3 days prior, the siblings had clashed, with rumors suggesting that Yi Lingwei had bested her genius brother without offering him a chance to retaliate. Now, this fierce and formidable woman was here, calling out for her darling. What are you staring at? Is it wrong for me to cheer for my boyfriend? Yi Lingwei's gaze turned icy, compelling all onlookers to lower their heads in fear of her wrath. Su Luo, go for it. You're the best. Su Luo, go. Darling, go. Heartfelt cheers echoed throughout the arena. As Su Luo's loyal comrade, Zhou Taixing was taken aback upon learning of this woman's identity. Was she not in her right mind? Su Luo was vying for a grand opportunity against her own brother. Was she truly turning her elbow outward? Did her brother not feel anger? Did her parents not feel displeasure? As a 15th level knight, he was unafraid of a beating. However, upon realizing that Yi Lingwei was a 38th level knight, Zhou Taixing suddenly felt that her family matters were of little concern to him. Inside the Qinglong Tower, Selo has now faced the 15th wave of assault. From all directions, an overwhelming horde of skeletal giants emerges. Each giant stands 3 meters tall, clad in armor and wielding sharp swords. Their offensive power, defensive capabilities, and speed are truly astonishing. These are level 20 undead warriors, numbering over 300. It seems this wave of monsters may prove insurmountable. A look of turmoil crosses Selo's face as he worries that if he withdraws now, he may be surpassed by others. Yet, remaining in the fray appears equally unfeasible. More than 20 of his pets have already begun to falter, while the skeletal warriors and servants summoned by the necromancer are utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Even now, the necromancer has entered the fray personally. However, his death curse is remarkably effective. With a single incantation, he can deplete a significant portion of an undead warrior's health. Coupled with the desperate assaults of his remaining pets, the first undead warrior falls. Congratulations, you have slain an undead warrior, battle power value 600. Is that all? After such effort to vanquish one, only 600 battle power points are awarded. Selo feels a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Since his arrival, he has accumulated merely 9,800 battle power points. Yet, he speculates that others must have been eliminated as well. He has barely managed to endure thus far thanks to the sheer number of his pets. If there are indeed others who can withstand more than he can, then it would only serve to illustrate their prowess. Master, I can't muster the energy to cast any more skills. I have nothing left. The necromancer wails, retreating to Selo's side. The other pets also begin to fall back, with several below level 15 being effortlessly dispatched back to Selo's pet space. Only the level 20 Xian Shui turtle remains, valiantly serving as a meat shield. Congratulations, you have slain an undead warrior, battle power value 600. Congratulations. It is only when he is left with no other choice that Selo instructs all his pets to concentrate their fire on the remaining weakened foes. He then crushes a teleportation stone. Boom. Selo vanishes from his original location, as the massive bone sword of the undead warrior crashes down, embedding itself deep into the earth beneath the Azure Dragon Tower. In the expansive square, throngs of people gather. PS out. Look at Selo. The crowd buzzes with excitement. remarking on his handsome appearance and speculating on his bashfulness, suggesting that a kiss might leave him blushing all day. Well, now you've piqued my interest, but alas, he is already taken. The moment Sullo appears, the square erupts into a frenzy. Various flamboyant remarks fill his ears, leaving him utterly dazed. I'm here for the battle power test. Why is everyone discussing looks? Turning to glance at the battle power leaderboard, he discovers his name in 8th place. However, instead of joy, he feels an eerie chill. For at the edge of the crowd, someone holds a long banner that reads, Sullo darling, I love you. Upon reading this, Sullo's expression freezes completely. Sullo, you're in trouble. Zhou Taixing pushes his way through the crowd and whispers urgently beside him. There was a somewhat deranged woman who, despite her beauty, seemed lacking in intellect. I observed her as she bluntly stated her intentions, while Su Luo remained expressionless. Without any apparent reason, the woman called out for her husband. Zhou Taixing looked at Su Luo with a peculiar expression and jested. Could it be that she's an old flame of yours? No wonder she looks down on my sister. Just then, Wu Yong descended from the void, casting a glance at Su Luo's combat prowess without a flicker of emotion. Report to the Qinglong Academy tomorrow. Senior, where shall I stay tonight? Su Luo quickly inquired, yet the Grand Mage Wu Yong had already taken flight. Damn it, truly, those from Qinglong Academy possess a unique character. My dear, why not spend the night with me? My bed is spacious and soft. Yi Lingwei approached Su Luo, the previously crowded throng parting to create a vacuum around her. She was flanked by 2 men who appeared to be bodyguards, along with a sullen-faced youth. Inviting someone to bed and home on a first meeting? Su Luo was taken aback. Zhou Taixing was equally stunned, as were the onlookers. Su Luo believed that despite facing unexpected situations, he could manage them with ease. Yet, before this woman, he found himself at a loss for words. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Lingwei, and I have admired you for quite some time. I hope you could grant me a chance. We seem to be meeting for the first time, right? Su Luo furrowed his brow, confusion etched across his face. Is it that you find me unattractive? Yi Lingwei, who had initially exuded confidence, suddenly appeared forlorn, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed plaintively at Su Luo. I have matters to attend to. I must be going. Su Luo, who had never encountered such an assertive woman, promptly grabbed Zhou Taixing and pushed toward the exit. With the victim departing, the onlookers soon followed suit. Only then did Yi Tianlin, his face darkened with anger, confront Yi Lingwei. Sister, what do you mean by this? He had intended to question her about her embarrassment, but feared retribution. This is the family's intention. Do you really think your sister has never encountered a man? This fellow is a bit odd. He cannot conquer my heart at present. At present? Yi Tianlin's eyes widened as he glared at Yi Lingwei, his gaze aflame with fury. This man possessed a unique aura and dared to disregard her. Yi Lingwei smiled with narrowed eyes, as if to say, I am drawn to his rebellious spirit. Yet, Yi Tianlin suddenly broke into tears. He believed he would secure a place at Qinglong Academy, only to find that this fellow surnamed Su outshone him. Just as he contemplated revenge, his own sister created such a scene. Sister, after he snatched my spot at Qinglong Academy, am I to call him brother-in-law? Chapter 15. The Logistics Tycoon, the Necromancer. After leaving Yindu University, Su Luo randomly found a hotel outside the campus to stay. Indeed, there were many delicate women in the alleys awaiting a benefactor, yet Su Luo had no inclination to offer assistance to others. Reclining on his bed, Su Luo exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Today's experiences were utterly bizarre. First, he had fought for his life in a dungeon, and upon exiting, he encountered a mysterious woman. Surely, the Yi family could not be so devoid of men. On the way out of the school, Zhou Taixing had elaborated on the strength and status of the Yi family in Yindu. Su Luo was aware of his charm, but he never imagined it would compel someone to pursue him so unabashedly. The following day, Su Luo rose early and made his way to Yindu University. After circling the campus 3 times, he finally discovered the entrance to the Qinglong Academy. It was a narrow passage that led to an inconspicuous wooden door. Upon pushing it open, he found an elderly man with graying hair sitting inside, next to a grayish light screen that seemed to serve as a teleportation device. What is your purpose? The man asked, still half asleep. Student Su Luo, here to check in at Qinglong Academy, he replied. The old man squinted at him, then gestured towards the light screen. Step inside. On the other side of the screen lay a vast valley, surrounded by various buildings that did not appear to be located within the city of Yindu. Upon his arrival, a sweet-faced young girl greeted him, guiding him to collect the belongings of a Qinglong Academy disciple. She was remarkably patient, spending half the day familiarizing Su Luo with his new surroundings. Each disciple had their own wooden cabin, complete with a spacious courtyard. There was a cafeteria that operated 24 hours a day, and one could hire professionals to clean and maintain their living quarters. However, all services required the expenditure of combat points. Aside from the monthly blood trials, the rest of the time was at their own discretion. As for classes, the individuals at Qinglong Academy were peculiar and did not require formal education. In the afternoon, Su Luo sat in his private courtyard, caressing a small black orb. The orb was the size of a thumb, with holes at both ends, which Su Luo had fashioned into a pendant using a fine string. This had been given to him by Feng Li, who claimed it was a miniature exclusive dungeon, allowing the owner to enter it at any time and from anywhere. Enter, he commanded, eager to test the capabilities of this private dungeon. As he spoke, the blue orb emitted a radiant light that enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely different realm. The sky was a brilliant blue. The clouds fluffy and white, and lush greenery surrounded him, accompanied by herds of cattle and sheep, as well as various small creatures. Level 1 Wild White Rabbit. Level 3 Grazing Water Buffalo. Level 5 Wild Cheetah. Is this truly my exclusive dungeon? Su Luo marveled at his surroundings, then summoned his spectral tiger and began to explore. Indeed, this dungeon was capable of spawning monsters, but their levels were astonishingly low. The most formidable among them was the level 5 Wild Cheetah. What utility did this dungeon serve? Su Luo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. In a fit of anger, he summoned all his pets and initiated a thorough cleansing of the area. Defeated Wild White Rabbit, experience points, 3. Defeated Water Buffalo, experience points, 5. Defeated Wild Cheetah, experience points, 50. Master, is this your exclusive space? After vanquishing all the little white rabbits, the necromancer floated before Su Luo, his voice trembling with dread. What exclusive space? Merely a dungeon, Su Luo retorted with a dismissive curl of his lip. If I were to exit this space, could you remain here? Absolutely. Master, are you unaware of the exclusive space? The necromancer's tone quivered, and from beneath his hollow black robe, a pair of crimson eyes gazed reproachfully at Su Luo. Isn't this merely an exclusive dungeon? It seems my master is still uninformed. Allow me to elucidate. Under the necromancer's explanation, Su Luo came to realize that the promise made by Feng Li was not merely for an exclusive dungeon, but a monumental opportunity. Although this dungeon could indeed respawn monsters for experience, it possessed a far greater utility. This space was Su Luo's private domain. Within it, he could construct houses, raise pigs, chop wood, and feed horses. Anything conceivable could be accomplished. It was akin to a portable little world. Should his backpack become insufficient, he could even establish a warehouse within this space to store his belongings. Can one cultivate herbs here? Su Luo inquired eagerly after the necromancer concluded. Master, as long as you permit me to remain here, I shall ensure this space is filled to the brim, the necromancer asserted, revealing that the skeletal servants he could summon were perfectly suited for agricultural endeavors. Most importantly, they required neither sustenance nor wages. In contrast, cultivating land in the outside world entailed expenses and the constant worry of theft or robbery. However, the cultivation of herbs within an exclusive dungeon was entirely different. Do you possess seeds? Su Luo asked, eyeing the necromancer with curiosity. This fellow was not simple. During their first encounter, he had led the skeletal servants in tilling the land. Master, I possess another talent. The summoned skeletal servants can assist me in carrying various items, including herb seeds. Truly, an SSS-grade auxiliary pet. In matters of combat, the necromancer might not outmatch the spectral tiger, yet in logistics, he was undoubtedly among the top echelon. If the necromancer could truly thrive in this realm, Su Luo would no longer have to worry about sourcing materials for alchemy in the future. Master, you have yet to name this space. What purpose does naming serve? Only after naming does this space truly belong to you. Furthermore, should you acquire a space stone in the future, you could expand its area, potentially transforming it into a miniature star system. Is it truly that remarkable? Such knowledge was absent from my books, and even the online resources contained not a whisper regarding private dungeons. This world, indeed, held its peculiar charm. Reflecting on the letter left by his sister and certain remarks made by Zhou Taixing, Su Luo felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Henceforth, this shall be called the realm of divine herbs. As Su Luo attempted to assign a name, a flicker of connection to this space emerged in his mind. Though he could not control every blade of grass or tree in the realm of divine herbs, he could perceive their existence. After departing from the realm, it was already evening. Su Luo sat in a chair, clutching the pendant of the realm of divine herbs in his hand. Maintaining this posture, motionless, a young lady sat across from him, gazing with a peculiar intensity. Congratulations, you have your very own exclusive copy, Yi Lingwei remarked cheerfully, observing the pendant in Su Luo's hand. What brings you to me? Su Luo replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Lingwei. Your surname is Su. Do you know Su Bingxing? What of it? Su Luo's aura shifted abruptly, becoming sharp and intense, his eyes narrowing. I merely wished to ascertain whether you were acquainted with her, and it appears you are. Yi Lingwei responded with a playful smile, twirling her long hair with her fingers, her gaze still mischievous. Speak plainly. If you have a moment to spare, I would like to take you to a particular place. You shall understand once we arrive, she said, rising and making her way outside. Su Luo scrutinized her retreating figure, contemplating for a moment before deciding to follow. Chapter 16. A direct counterattack yielding rich rewards. As night descended, a profound silence enveloped the land. Occasional roars from beasts and the cries of humans echoed through the mountains. Glimmers of light flickered in the forest, emanating from those still diligently forming parties to hunt monsters under the night sky. Su Luo trailed behind Yi Lingwei as they exited the school, traversing beyond the borders of Yindu City, eventually arriving at a lofty ridge. Speak, what is the purpose of bringing me here? Su Luo inquired, his face betraying no emotion as he regarded Yi Lingwei. Su Bingsheng is your sister, is she not? Yi Lingwei glanced back at Su Luo, and upon receiving no denial, she continued, she is a rare prodigy of an assassin, having reached level 20 upon her arrival in Yindu. At that time, all factions sought to recruit her, including our Yi family, but certain individuals wished to prevent our family from acquiring her, thus resorting to threats involving her brother. At this juncture, Yi Lingwei cast another glance at Su Luo. Since then, she has vanished from Yindu. We know not her whereabouts. Only that she has a brother named Su Luo in Jiangqing. Truth be told, I am merely an ordinary person serving my family. My pursuit of you during the day was solely to fulfill a mission. Please do not take it to heart. With that, she turned and walked back towards the city, while Su Luo remained silently observing the distant horizon. Only when Yi Lingwei had departed did Su Luo begin to survey his surroundings, making his way deeper into the forest. With but a single night between the end of the college entrance examination and the commencement of university, he pondered, how did my sister manage to ascend to level 20? Su Luo distinctly recalled Su Bingsheng's examination results, which had been level 17. To rise 3 levels in a single night was unfathomable to him. Yet the most pressing matter at hand was to cultivate his own strength, just like the formidable mage Wu Yong, whose mere 80+ levels instilled dread in others. Those who dared to scheme against him were courting death. Now that he was in Yindu, he could truly unleash his potential. Gazing at the endless expanse of mountains, Su Luo spread his arms wide in an exuberant embrace. In the next instant, a phantasmic tiger, a mysterious water turtle, and a blazing rock, along with numerous spirit pets, materialized behind him. This shall be your hunting ground. Go forth and slay, Su Luo commanded, directing the multitude of spirit pets to strike out in all directions, while he himself ventured deeper into the mountain range. The wilderness teemed with monsters, brimming with countless opportunities. A common mountain root can fetch 20 coins. An elite A-level pet may sell for 900,000. A green elite weapon can command a price exceeding 1 million. To rapidly enhance one's strength, aside from engaging in high-intensity monster hunting, one must also gather equipment and purchase potions to bolster overall combat prowess. Naturally, the more wealth one possesses in this realm, the greater one's freedom to act as one pleases. As Su Luo traversed a narrow ravine, a sudden sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere. Almost immediately, 2 dark arrows hurtled toward him. Bang! The arrows struck Su Luo, and the colossal number 520 appeared, startling him. Following this, 2 more arrows shot forth from the bushes. The Xianshui turtle twisted its body, shielding itself with its shell, yet it still lost over 100 health points. Someone was ambushing me. Without hesitation, Su Luo summoned the undead wizard from the realm of divine herbs, resolutely deciding to retaliate with fierce determination. Roar! Upon sensing its master's distress, the Xianshui turtle launched a counterattack, unleashing an ice dragon roar in the direction of the incoming arrows. My enhanced arrow only inflicted 120 damage. How can an 18-level beast master possess such formidable defenses? From the high ground, a woman's astonished voice rang out. Be cautious. His pet is powerful. Beside her, a man abruptly rose, brandishing a golden shield in defense. Bang! The 3-meter-long ice dragon collided with the shield, the tremendous force sending the man flying. Simultaneously, a string of numbers appeared above his head. 888. How could this be? The man's expression turned to one of terror. At that moment, Su Luo discerned that his assailants were a man and a woman. The man was an 18-level knight, and the woman was an 18-level archer. Death Curse. The undead wizard, fearing that the Xianshui turtle would claim all the glory, promptly cast a death curse upon the man. 1200, 1200. The death curse inflicted damage over 5 seconds. Striking once per second, the man succumbed after enduring only 2 seconds, dropping all his equipment. Please, spare me. The archer, a woman in her 20s, witnessed how Su Luo neutralized the crisis with merely 2 pets and immediately knelt in supplication. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you ask. The woman bowed repeatedly in desperation. I can still cast. The undead wizard, donning a hollow black robe, turned its head towards Su Luo, refraining from further action. It was wary of whether its master might be one of those overly compassionate or unscrupulous individuals, hence its hesitance to strike again. Su Luo regarded the woman with an impassive expression, her tears eliciting no response from him. Had it not been for his shared defense with the Xianshui turtle, he would likely have had no chance to beg for mercy. Without uttering a word, Su Luo merely placed his hand in a knife-like gesture against his throat. The undead wizard beneath its dark robe suddenly glimmered with a red light, eagerly casting the death curse once more. 1150. The woman could not withstand even a second before succumbing. Life extinguished, white and green gear scattered across the ground, a green elite-level bow, an elite-level armor piece, and an elite-level greave. Forest bow, elite archer, attack, 89,130, strength, 18, required level, 15 added skill. Each arrow shot inflicts a mild poison effect on the enemy. Giant stone armor, elite knight, defense, 150, constitution, 100, required level, 15 set skill, reduces damage by 5 and inflicts 10 unresistible retaliation damage on enemies. Giant stone leggings, elite knight, defense, 120, constitution, 100, required level, 15 is set skill. The equipment in this world resembles that in the game, yet possesses subtle differences. The sole distinction is the absence of class divisions. Mages can don knight's armor, and warriors may wield staves to strike foes, if the class does not correspond. The only drawback is the inability to activate equipment skills, subsequently diminishing combat power. Having acquired 2 vital pieces of equipment, Su Luo contentedly adorned himself with the giant stone armor and giant stone leggings. His defense instantly increased by 270, while his constitution surged by 200. After equipping the items, Su Luo opened his attributes panel. Name, Su Luo. Class, Beast Tamer. Level, 18. Strength, 750. Spirit, 1400. Defense, 1250. Note, Xian Shui Turtle 700. Constitution, 2200. Equipment, Taming Whip, Giant Stone Armor, Leggings. Pets, Skills, Whip Attack, Taming, Ice Shield, Death Summon, Copyable Quantity, 0. After stowing the bow and arrows in his backpack, Su Luo immediately rode his Xian Shui Turtle into the depths of the forest. The fiery rock had relayed a weighty piece of news. A tribe of stone golems lay ahead, comprising several level 20 monsters. Su Luo surmised that they must surely drop the giant stone set. Although he could not activate the equipment skills, he could significantly enhance his defense. Once he gathered the complete set, combined with the Xian Shui Turtle's defense, he would be invincible among level 20 foes. Chapter 17. Complete the giant stone set. Stack defense, raise pets, copy skills. While en route, Su Luo devised a straightforward yet effective strategy. Upon arriving at the stone golem tribe, all 31 of his pets had also reached the location, awaiting his command. Su Luo stood atop a hill, surveying the scene from a distance. The stone golem tribe resided in a basin, housing about 100 stone beings, aimlessly wandering about. Although in the wild, these creatures exhibited a fixed range of activity, not unlike that of a dungeon. Indeed, one might perceive real life as a colossal dungeon. Giant stone demon, level 15 attack, 500, defense, 420, constitution, 4,500, skills, heavy punch. Earthquake, heavy punch, swiftly and accurately unleashes 3 consecutive punches, dealing 300 damage to enemies. Earthquake, the giant stone demon's immense weight causes the ground to tremble, dealing 800 damage and immobilizing foes. The stone giant is formidable, yet Su Luo remains utterly unperturbed. After all, there is no need for him to engage personally in the fray. With a mere command from Su Luo, 31 pets charged forth with fierce determination. Over time, the pets had developed a remarkable synergy, even executing coordinated attacks. By the time the foremost stone giant realized what was happening, it had already been ensnared by the roots of the poisonous gas tree stump. The Xian Shui turtle unleashed an ice dragon's roar. Enormous numbers, 600, 1,200, erupted forth, while the phantom tiger swiftly executed a tearing assault. 1,800. Congratulations, you have slain the stone giant, earning 850 experience points. Su Luo observed quietly from the rear, simultaneously summoning skeletons to join the battle. The strength of the combatants mattered little. What was paramount was the sense of participation. However, the summoned skeleton was annihilated by a sudden ground-shattering attack before it could even enter the combat zone. The myriad pets cast peculiar glances at Su Luo, then resumed their relentless assault. Congratulations, you have slain the stone giant, earning 900 experience points. Congratulations on your kill. The poisonous gas tree root is near death and has automatically retreated to the pet space. Although the pets were strong, the stone giant possessed a substantial health pool. It wasn't long into the battle before the poisonous gas tree stump could no longer endure. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Su Luo summoned the necromancer from the apothecary realm. Target the elite-level creatures. Su Luo directed the necromancer toward the 4 tallest stone giants. Fear not, master. I have reached level 19. The necromancer chuckled mischievously and floated into the battlefield like a specter. In an instant, a series of numbers began to emerge from the bloodied elite stone giant. 1,500, 1,500. Congratulations, you have slain the stone giant leader, earning 1,200 experience points. Congratulations on your kill. Congratulations, you have reached level 20, unlocking the pet encyclopedia. Within 10 minutes, the battle concluded. The tremendous commotion drew numerous onlookers in the direction of the fight. Su Luo glanced behind him and promptly began to clear the battlefield. The stone giant had dropped 4 pieces of equipment: stone armguards, stone boots, stone helmet, and a golden greatsword. With the 3 pieces of armor combined with the breastplate and leg guards he had previously acquired, Su Luo had successfully assembled a complete set. Stone sword, elite knight, attack, 180, required level, 15 set skill. When attacked, retaliating within 5 seconds increases current attack damage by 20. This sword is commendable. After stowing the stone sword in his backpack, Su Luo donned the 3 pieces of stone armor, recalling all his pets to their space. He then swiftly mounted the phantom tiger and departed the scene. If he lingered too long, the sight of the countless stone giant corpses would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. The spectral tiger moved with remarkable speed as Su Luo relished the gentle evening breeze caressing his face. He simultaneously accessed his attribute interface. Name, Su Luo. Occupation, Beast Tamer. Level, 20. Strength, 950. Spirit, 1,600. Defense, 1,450. Constitution, 3,500. Equipment, Taming Whip, Colossal Armor Set. Colossal Sword. Pets, Skills, Whip Attack, Taming, Ice Shield, Death Summon. Copyable quantity, 1. Resettable quantity, 3. Skill reset, every 5 levels. A skill reset opportunity is granted. Taming cannot be reset. To his delight, he discovered an additional skill reset option. Given his inability to contribute effectively in battles, he could now remove Ice Shield and Death Summon, replacing them with Death Curse and other offensive abilities. This adjustment would not only enhance his combat prowess, but also allow him to acquire some ranged skills, enabling him to function as a mage. Without hesitation, Su Luo reset Ice Shield, Death Summon, and Whip Attack, retaining only Taming. After the reset, his first choice was the Death Curse from the necromancer. He then selected the Root Strike from the poisonous Treant and the Fiery Baptism from the blazing rock, a control skill, a single target skill, and an area attack skill. To assess his newfound combat capabilities, Su Luo rode the spectral tiger through the forest for an extended period, not heading towards the city of Yindu until dawn. In the morning, the entrance to Yindu was bustling with activity, filled with players heading out to level up. Within the city, apart from the Academy's dungeons, there were also shops dedicated to offering dungeons. These dungeons provided a guarantee of safety for one's life, albeit at a steep price that the average person could scarcely afford. Thus, most opted to level up in the wild. High prices for herb recovery. 20 coins above market value. Tian High Group is purchasing equipment. Attractive prices. High prices for swordsman gear, only for elite level equipment and above. Selling meat. Level 20 expertly processed pufferfish, only 1,800 per pound. As Su Luo passed by the city gate, the sides of the road were lined with various stalls, drawing a crowd of job changers eager to trade. Suddenly, a bruised and battered man stepped in front of Su Luo, cautiously inquiring, "Are you Su Luo, Brother Su? What is it?" "Last night, Brother Zhou went into the mountains to gather herbs, but was ambushed. He sent me to find you," the man said, gesturing toward a nearby wasteland teeming with people. However, most were moaning and writhing on the ground, while a few standing were also battered and bruised. "Let us go?" Su Luo, maintaining a calm demeanor, followed the man while carefully observing the details of both parties. There were approximately 50 to 60 individuals on either side, most around levels 15 or 16, with a few around level 10. "Su Luo, today you must uphold our honor. We will split all herb and potion profits from now on." Upon seeing Su Luo approach, Zhou Taixing immediately released his grip on his nose, causing a torrent of blood to surge forth, only to promptly clamp it back down. "You are the Su Luo from the Azure Dragon Academy?" The footsteps had yet to cease when a young man among them spoke first. "What is the matter?" Su Luo glanced at the other, who appeared to be in his 20s, adorned with a green dragon emblem on his chest, clearly a member of the Azure Dragon Academy. The young man scrutinized Su Luo in return, noting the latter's level 20 status and his complete set of knightly gear, indicative of a beastmaster. Chapter 18. Su Yi. Please stop. Within 10 kilometers outside the North Gate, all medicinal herbs fall under my jurisdiction. Therefore, your people are prohibited from appearing on my territory again. The young man exuded an air of arrogance, as though he held everyone in disdain. "Your territory?" Su Luo mused, touching his nose, then inquired, "Who decreed that?" "I am Wang Mang, a comrade of Ocean Brother," he proclaimed. "If you allow them to gather herbs on my land again, I shall confront you every time I see you at school, and don't say I didn't give you face, Su Genius." Wang Mang wore a smile that concealed malice, especially highlighted by his prominent title as an 18th level swordsman. Though Su Luo concealed his level, his record from the Azure Dragon Academy testing was evident. and Wang Meng recognized that Su Luo was also at level 18. Moreover, battles involving pets were prohibited within the city gate area, leading Wang Meng to assume that Su Luo would not dare to retaliate against him. Observing Wang Meng's haughty expression, Su Luo's frown deepened. Are you afraid? University is not the same as high school. Outside the school, as long as no lives are lost, the academy will not intervene. Especially not our Azure Dragon Academy. Wang Meng laughed broadly, patting Su Luo on the shoulder. At that moment, however, Su Luo slowly extended his hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he measured the angle of his hand against Wang Meng's face. Then smack. A loud slap resonated in the air, leaving a visible blue handprint on Wang Meng's face. He actually dared to strike Brother Meng. This lad has lost his mind. Brothers, arm yourselves. Su Luo's unexpected aggression left Wang Meng and his companions momentarily stunned. Zhou Taixing and the newly recruited underlings were equally astonished. He truly dared to make a move. This was a serious escalation. You dare to hit me. Wang Meng's expression darkened as he swung a powerful fist towards Su Luo's nose. An 18th level swordsman, even without his sword, possessed tremendous strength. Yet, Su Luo effortlessly blocked the blow. Smack. Following that, Su Luo delivered another slap. I will kill you. Smack. Curse you. Smack. What level are you? Smack. I was wrong, truly wrong. Su Yi, please stop. A series of slaps echoed as Wang Meng's cheeks swelled visibly, leaving both allies and foes in a state of shock. Swordsmen, known for their balanced offensive and defensive capabilities among all professions, were now being dominated by a beast master. Su to go, please. I was wrong. It was all that woman's fault. Wang Meng's face had swollen to that of a pig's head, blood streaming from his nostrils. Speak. Su Luo observed Wang Meng with a calm expression, then retrieved a tissue from behind to wipe the blood from his hands. Previously, I was associated with Ocean Bro, who has recently found a new girlfriend named Wenwen. I overheard her complaining to Ocean Bro, claiming that I overshadowed her in Jiangqing. Ocean Bro mentioned that he would take the opportunity to retaliate for her, and then I became the target of your troubles? Su Luo narrowed his eyes and cast a frosty glare at Wang Meng, exuding an aura of menace. No, I was wrong, Su Bro. From now on, I will stick with you, alright? The chilling intensity in Su Luo's gaze was unmistakably lethal. Wang Meng's legs weakened, almost causing him to collapse. Su Bro, I truly submit. Feng Haiyang was merely a level 37 swordsman, and it wouldn't take long for Su Bro to surpass him. Moreover, being in school, he wouldn't dare to act against you. Seemingly genuinely apprehensive about his fate, Wang Meng hastily began to pledge his loyalty. For a moment, Su Luo pondered the implications of this situation. In this world, apart from schools and family enterprises, there exist various guilds and organizations. While solitary pursuits have their merits, there are times when numbers are advantageous. Additionally, greater numbers bring their own benefits. Reputation often accompanies strength. As long as one possesses sufficient power, some individuals are even willing to pay to join an organization. Are these people all yours? Su Luo inquired, gesturing towards those behind Wang Meng. The individuals indicated looked at Su Luo with eager anticipation. Although they were following Wang Meng for sustenance, their previous allegiance was primarily due to Feng Haiyang's influence. That fellow seldom exerted himself and completely disregarded them when faced with challenges. Now, with a formidable individual who speaks little and possesses strength seeking to expand his influence, they were naturally inclined to align themselves. They are all mine, and there are still about 100 more I haven't summoned yet. However, as long as I follow you, Su Bro, they will undoubtedly be fiercely loyal to you. Sensing Su Luo's interest in his followers, Wang Meng instantly adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Nearby, Zhou Taixing realized the precariousness of the situation and quickly interjected, Su Luo, consider that we are old classmates and brothers. Zhou Taixing's intentions were clear. He too wished to partake in this venture. Very well, anyone willing to follow me is welcome. I will acquire Yuling grass, byway fruit, and Fanshan roots without limit. For every 100 plants, I will gladly concoct 30 potions of stamina or mental fortitude for you, but you must provide the raw materials. So, Su Bro, you are also an apothecary? Upon seeing Su Luo nod, Wang Meng's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. The combination of Beast Master and Apothecary was simply impeccable. Even if the Beast Master could only reach level 20 due to limitations, the societal status of a high-level apothecary remained formidable. Even without allegiance to any faction, others would treat him with respect, for one could never tell when they might require his services. With this thought, Wang Meng resolved to align himself with Su Luo. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Su Luo promptly returned to the Qinglong courtyard. Before leaving, he entrusted all matters to Zhou Taixing, intending to focus solely on harvesting medicinal materials. A necromancer only needs to reach level 30 to summon an apothecary skeleton. With the divine medicinal realm, coupled with the materials gathered by Zhou Taixing and Wang Meng, he would soon establish a comprehensive supply and demand system within the realm of divine medicine. The necromancer floated in the void, continuously directing his skeletal servants in the cultivation of the land. The number of skeletal servants was vast, with at least 1,000 tirelessly laboring. Meanwhile, around 100 skeletal warriors roamed the fields, tasked with slaying the freshly spawned rabbits. The entire realm of divine herbs spanned approximately 1,000 acres, of which about 500 acres had already been cultivated. In the earliest tilled land, medicinal plants had begun to take root and sprout. Su Luo observed the progress of the herb field with great satisfaction. In this world, plants typically required 6 months from planting to harvest, but due to the unique nature of the divine herb realm, they could mature in just 2 months. It would not be long before the first batch of herbs could be harvested. Beast spirit pills, which could enhance pets, were in high demand in the market, often in short supply. If things continued this way, financial independence would soon be a reality. Master, you've come. Feeling Su Luo's presence, the necromancer immediately floated over, circling around him. At this moment, the necromancer had reached level 19, while Su Luo's aim was to elevate it to level 30 first. Otherwise, who would refine the herbs that Zhou Taixing and Wang Meng brought in? I'll take care of things here. For now, I will help you reach level 30. The necromancer hesitated momentarily before collapsing straight to the ground. Master, did I hear you correctly? Level 30? Yes. Su Luo nodded earnestly. Level 30, this is no jest. Chapter 19. The Curse of the Beast Master? A legend, perhaps? The Azure Dragon Academy offered open classes for primary combat professions, accessible for free to all disciples. Su Luo, not being a primary combat profession, found himself quite idle, in a state of total freedom. In the courtyard, he perused a manual for the Azure Dragon Academy's dungeons with great care. It detailed the 3 dungeons within the academy as well as their associated costs. Entering the trial dungeon for levels 15 to 35 required 100,000. As for higher level dungeons, the costs were even steeper. This university is not easy to attend, Su Luo sighed, finally understanding why so many opted to grind monsters in the wild. Safety and development were reserved for the affluent. The less fortunate had to expend considerable time, and even life, to obtain what they desired. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared at the courtyard gate. May I come in? Feng Li smiled as he knocked on the door, increasingly fond of Su Luo. Thus he began joking at the entrance. Master Feng, please come in. Su Luo immediately opened the door to welcome him. I didn't expect you to be such a hidden genius, swiftly climbing to the 8th position on the Azure Dragon leaderboard. I bring you 2 pieces of good news. As he spoke, he produced a green badge engraved with a small grass motif. The first piece of good news is that the Alchemist Association of Yindu has heard about your alchemical talent. The president personally sought me out to give this to you. The Yindu Alchemist Association is a renowned organization within the Dragon Kingdom. It is said that the current president is a master-level alchemist, a significant figure throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Joining the Alchemist Association is akin to possessing a golden ticket to immunity. Thank you for your concern, Master. Upon receiving the Alchemist badge, Su Luo duly noted this favor. Yindu University is indeed formidable. Yet a mere ordinary student would not typically attract the attention of the Alchemist Association. Furthermore, he would be exempt from participating in the blood trial of the Academy, which is unfair since all others are main combat professions. During this time, Su Luo had also gleaned information regarding the blood trial of the Azure Dragon Institute. The blood trial is not merely an entry into a dungeon. Rather, it involves a teleportation array leading to a small-scale battlefield at the border of the Dragon Kingdom. Points are calculated based on the number of magical beasts slain, which can then be exchanged for corresponding rewards, including the coveted position of vice principal of the university. This epitomizes the notion that strength dictates all. Among the rewards available for points, there happens to be a small spatial stone capable of expanding one's spatial area. Instructor, I still wish to participate in the blood trial, Su Luo said, gazing at Feng Li with an odd expression, his eyes brimming with innocence. He had already devised a plan. Participating in the blood trial was his sole avenue to acquire the spatial stone. Purchasing one in the market would cost tens of billions. Making success seem even more elusive. The opponents in the blood trial are all entities above level 30. Feng Li furrowed his brows, visibly displeased. Moreover, securing Su Luo's exemption from the blood trial was an opportunity he had painstakingly negotiated. This fellow was utterly ungrateful. I am confident I can reach level 30 before the end of the month. You are a beastmaster. Feng Li's frown deepened, but after a brief moment, he relaxed. I recall now, you are unlike other beastmasters. With this thought, Feng Li scrutinized Su Luo closely. Although Su Luo concealed his level, it was still apparent to Feng Li. Ignoring it was one thing, but upon closer inspection, Feng Li abruptly stood up. In less than 2 days since the start of the semester, you have already achieved level 20? I ventured into the wild to grind for experience and managed to level up by chance, Su Luo replied, scratching his nose, and then decided to stop hiding his level, openly displaying it. Very well, there are 23 days until the next blood trial. If you do not reach level 30 by then, you must concede. After departing the courtyard, Fengli proceeded to the office of the Azure Dragon Institute's principal. What? Are you seeking further advantages for that lad? Old Wu was reclining in his chair, pouring wine from a gourd into his mouth. Alas, that young man is impervious to persuasion. He still wishes to participate in the blood trial. Fengli plopped down into the adjacent office chair, wearing a troubled expression. His courage is commendable, although his secondary profession is alchemist. He still falls short compared to Yi Tianlin. Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, Old Wu's complexion flushed slightly as he cheerfully poured another sip. The higher-ups at Yindu University have an unwritten rule. Every year, all senior instructors select one student among the new entrants to serve as their representative. Su Luo has caught Fengli's eye, while Old Wu, despite being the principal, has also chosen a student. Although they appear to be discussing students, they are secretly vying against one another. Naturally, all the upper echelon of the academy are betting on whose chosen student will emerge as the strongest. Seeing the confidence emanating from the old man Wu, Fengli felt it necessary to temper his arrogance, feigning helplessness as he remarked. It's only been 2 days since the semester began, and this lad has already leveled up twice. Wu, unable to disregard the alcohol seeping into his garments, immediately sat upright. Astonished as he inquired, "Are you saying Su Luo has leveled up twice again?" "Indeed, the academy's dungeons are quite costly. I had even contemplated covering the expenses myself for him to grind a few times. Yet, unexpectedly, he ventured into the wild to level up. In just 2 days, he has reached level 20. Is this even human?" Wu's face flushed crimson, as if he had been struck by an unseen hand, the impact resonating audibly. After a brief pause, Wu let out a sigh. This lad possesses a certain talent. Though I wonder if he can break the curse of the Beast Master and surpass level 20. The curse of the Beast Master? This young man could undoubtedly become a legend among Beast Masters. Fengli suppressed a smile, pressing a hand against the corner of his mouth, and continued, "Old Wu. If he breaks the curse, according to the agreement with Su Bingxue, we must inform him of that matter." Wu nodded. His expression clouded as he took another swig of his drink. As evening descended, Su Luo stepped out dressed in a black tracksuit. No sooner had he exited the courtyard than a figure, suffused with fragrant allure, appeared before him. "Su Luo, darling, where are you off to at such a late hour?" Yi Linghua teased, a bag in hand, winking at him. 2 bodyguards trailed behind her, evidently spies from the Yi family, coupled with Yi Linghua's playful wink. Su Luo instantly comprehended her intentions. "I'm heading out for a bit. What brings you here?" "I came to deliver something for you. These are materials for crafting the Beast King elixir." The Yi family proved to be quite the challenge, employing both charm and subterfuge. After a moment's deliberation, Su Luo chose to accept the items and turned to make his exit. With her objective achieved, Yi Linghua playfully winked again before departing. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back to gaze at Su Luo's retreating figure. He leveled up again. Her expression was one of shock. As a third-year senior, she had only just reached level 38, while Su Luo, having only recently enrolled, had already attained level 20. How dare he show me disdain now? What will it be like in the future? She resolved. No, I must keep him in check. After a moment's thought, Yi Linghua dashed towards the dungeons within the Azure Dragon Academy. Chapter 20. The necromancer levels up in comfort 40 li outside of Yindu, within a dense forest. Su Luo rode his phantom tiger, relentlessly forging ahead, while the necromancer persistently trailed him. It was not until they reached a ridge that Su Luo commanded the phantom tiger to halt. Peering down the slope, he beheld countless brown figures stirring in the valley below. To his surprise, the stone golem had reappeared so swiftly. Su Luo licked his lips in excitement and recalled the phantom tiger into his pet space. "Master, shall we engage these foes tonight?" "Just the 2 of us. Doesn't that seem a bit unsafe?" The impending upgrade filled the necromancer with excitement. However, upon witnessing the imposing form of the stone giant, its innate timidity resurfaced. Sullo, undeterred, began to scrutinize the attributes of the colossal being. Stone giant, level 15 attack, 500, defense, 420, vitality, 4,500, skills, heavy strike, earth shatter. Casting the death curse, Sullo maintained a safe distance and directed the spell at one of the stone giants. The damage was substantial, 1380. By the time the death curse inflicted its 4th blow, the giant was enveloped in a blue luminescence, ultimately collapsing to the ground. This demonstrated that the death summon could annihilate a stone giant in a single strike. The casting of each skill required a cooldown of 20 seconds, consuming 300 points of mental energy. The necromancer could execute this spell 4 times in succession. Sullo glanced into his inventory, revealing 20 small mental recovery potions, each replenishing 300 points of mental energy. With the necromancers for casts, he could potentially vanquish 24 stone giants. Each kill yielded 900 experience points, totaling over 20,000 experience. Presently, the necromancer required at least 40,000 experience points to level up. Sullo lamented not stocking up on more potions. As the stone giant horde surged forward, he was compelled to retreat with the necromancer while prompting it to unleash the death summon. Despite their robust defenses and formidable attack power, the stone giants were not particularly swift, making them perfect targets for a kite strategy. 1380. Pet kills stone giant. Experience points 900. The necromancer swiftly eliminated one stone giant, and after 20 seconds, it struck again, dispatching another with ease. Experience points 900. Master. I can cast this spell 2 more times at most. Shall we withdraw? As a competent mage, the necromancer understood the importance of judiciously managing mental energy. Solo's expression darkened, and he promptly tossed 2 small mental recovery potions to it. Refreshed, the necromancer resumed casting spells in rapid succession, seemingly unperturbed by the cost. Solo felt a pang of regret. Each small potion was worth at least 500 coins on the market. In mere moments, he had expended over 10 potions. Yet, he understood the adage that one must be willing to spend in order to gain. As soon as the necromancer's supply dwindled, he would graciously replenish it. Nonetheless, it wasn't long before his stocks were completely depleted. Master, the necromancer, exhilarated by the fray, turned to Solo, extending its hand. What is it? The potions. They're all gone. Not a single drop left. Solo replied, his expression stoic, before turning and fleeing. By the time the necromancer realized what had transpired, Solo was already several meters away. Oh, great Grim Reaper, how did I end up with such an unreliable master? The necromancer lamented, compelled to pivot and flee. For a mage, the potency of skills and attack power were the definitive measures of their firepower. The quantity of mental power and the restorative potions thereof determined the vitality's sufficiency. Clearly, Su Luo had not adequately prepared his elixirs this time, which led to his mid-journey retreat. On the following day, Su Luo sought out Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang to gather medicinal herbs. He collected over 1,000 specimens of the required ingredients for crafting the Beast Spirit Elixir, namely, the Fan Mountain Root, the Jade Bellflower, and the 100 Flavor Fruit. Additionally, he procured materials for concocting stamina and mental recovery potions. Each set of herbs has a chance to yield 2 or 3 vials of potions. Therefore, by assisting them in potion making, Su Luo not only garnered goodwill, but also reaped personal benefits. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Luo commenced a period of seclusion to refine his potions. The process of crafting a single Beast Spirit Elixir takes approximately 3 minutes, with over 1,000 sets of herbs. He toiled tirelessly for 3 to 4 days without food or rest. Within the realm of divine potions, the Lich Wizard lay languidly on the ground, idly tossing pills into his mouth, one after another, akin to indulging in jelly beans. Experience points, 500. Experience points, he sighed. I am utterly weary of this. Surely, pigs do not feast endlessly? The Lich Wizard lamented, rolling over to change his position and continued his gluttony. Upon consuming a particular Beast Spirit Elixir, a gentle luminescence enveloped his form. Congratulations, you have reached level 27. Well, I must admit, this is my first time leveling up while reclining. Beside him, the Beast Spirit Elixirs had formed a small mound. The Lich Wizard shifted to a more energy-efficient posture, now lying prone and using his dark, slick tongue to lick each elixir into his mouth one by one. In the courtyard, Su Luo tirelessly crafted Beast Spirit Elixirs, his spirit soaring with enthusiasm. With each elixir consumed by the Lich Wizard, he too gained 500 experience points. However, the experience required for pets and class changers differs, leaving Su Luo at a mere level 24. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Rising from level 20 to 24 in just 3 days would surely create quite a stir if word spread. Thus, during this period, Su Luo endeavored to minimize his outings and avoid encounters with those of significantly higher levels. While class changers can conceal their levels, such efforts remain futile in the presence of far superior realms. As dusk descended, Su Luo finally completed the refinement of all the herbs. Zhou Taixing had submitted a total of 260 sets of stamina potion materials and 320 sets of mental potion materials. After deducting the potions for them, Su Luo found himself with an additional 86 vials of stamina potions and 130 vials of mental potions. Selling the surplus could yield a greater profit. But Su Luo could ill afford to squander time. If he did not reach level 30 by the end of the month, the repercussions would be far graver. As night fell, Su Luo ventured out once more. Nighttime excursions reduced the likelihood of encountering the Academy's mentors, and with a stroke of luck, he might also garner some extra earnings, a prospect he found particularly appealing. At the city gate, a large assembly of individuals stood in organized formation, all attired in full battle gear, exuding vigor. Leading the group were Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang, both radiating vitality and keenly observing those departing the city. As Su Luo emerged from the city gate, they hurriedly approached him. Brother Su, why are you here so early? We haven't even found our footing yet. Zhou Taixing chuckled, rubbing his hands together, while Wang Mang beside him flushed with indignation. Is this what you call arriving early? Our legs are practically numb from standing. Is everyone assembled? Su Luo inquired, his gaze sweeping over the scene behind the two. Two neatly arranged formations totaled at least 400 individuals. One might mistake this gathering for a rehearsal if they were unaware of the circumstances. Everyone is here, just waiting for your command, Brother Su, Wang Mang replied, having learned to seize the moment. After a brief handover, Su Luo led them into the mountains. The lowest among them was at least level 10, with some reaching levels of 17 or 18. Although their individual combat prowess was not particularly formidable, their collective strength was immense. Akin to a swarm of ants overpowering an elephant. Wherever they went, they induced a retreat from the masses. Brother Su, I never imagined I would witness such a splendid day in my lifetime, Wang Mang remarked, walking beside Su Luo, his lips curling into a triumphant smile as he observed the retreating pedestrians. Me too, Zhou Taixing grinned, scratching his head. As long as others don't trouble us, we'll keep a low profile. Su Luo's aim was to develop discreetly, necessitating that they avoid trouble in the early stages. The most pressing objective was to elevate the necromancer to level 30, allowing him to level up alongside them. In the dense forest, they had traversed over 30 kilometers. The surrounding wild creatures were all of level 10 or higher, which diminished competition for gathering medicinal herbs, thereby increasing their yield. After handing Zhou Taixing stamina and mental recovery potions, Su Luo instructed, "You all may begin here. Remember to clear out any beasts you encounter. Rest assured, Brother Su, we will certainly gather more herbs tonight." Wang Mang vowed confidently, promptly commanding everyone to commence a thorough search for medicinal materials. This time, the materials sought included not only those for the Beast Spirit Pill, but also for the Beast King Pill and mental recovery potions. With all instructions given, Su Luo ventured deeper. "Old Zhou, are you really high school classmates with Brother Su?" Wang Mang queried curiously after Su Luo had walked away. "What is the matter? Do you sense a significant gap between you two?" Wang Mang continued. "Brother Su feels unfathomable and somewhat mysterious. Is he truly enigmatic? Don't you think I'm mysterious as well?" Zhou Taixing patted his chest, lifting his chin with a proud grin. "You're all right," Wang Mang replied, rolling his eyes before beginning to divvy up the potions. On the hillside, Su Luo returned to the realm of the stone giants with the necromancer. However, this time, someone had already arrived ahead of them. A 5-member team, consisting of 3 men and 2 women of level 17, was engaged in combat with a stone giant. Their class composition was well balanced, yet their strength was insufficient, causing them to be steadily repelled by the giant. The mage and archer at the rear were too weak, inflicting only around 600 damage with each attack. The knight at the forefront, despite incessantly consuming stamina-restoring potions, found his efforts futile. "My friend, are you a beast master? Would you care to join our party?" A man, upon spotting Su Luo and the floating necromancer, promptly extended an invitation. The others turned their gaze towards Su Luo, recognizing that anyone capable of reaching such a position must be at least a level 16 or 17 beastmaster. Consequently, they eagerly issued their invitations. "Apologies, but I am not accustomed to hunting in a group." Su Luo shyly shook his head. "Humph, such bravado. Do you truly believe we are in need of your presence?" The archer glared coldly, nocking an arrow and aiming it directly at Su Luo. As a level 17 archer, he could inflict approximately 1,000 damage even without utilizing skills. Although a single ordinary shot would not be fatal, it served its purpose of declaring war. The remaining 4 exchanged glances, showing no intention of intervening, but instead discreetly distancing themselves from the stone golem. Should he dare to retaliate, they would immediately redirect their firepower. The arrow flew swiftly. However, Su Luo was utterly confident in his ability to evade it. Yet he did not flinch. Clang! The arrow struck Su Luo's shoulder, producing a crisp sound. A number immediately appeared above him. 1. Su Luo. The man and the others were momentarily stunned, including Su Luo himself. He had not anticipated that this level 17 archer would fail to breach his defenses. The single point of damage was a result of the world's rules forcibly deducting health. Otherwise, no matter how relentless the assault, he would have sustained no injury. "Oh, it comes to mind," Su Luo suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead. The necromancer was frantically consuming potions to gain experience, and he too benefited from this experience. Initially, he had wanted to gauge the strength of his defenses, but it appeared the archer had not even scratched them. As everyone stood in disbelief, over 20 stone golems had already closed in. Crash! The formidable stone sword came crashing down. The knight at the front was instantly breached, succumbing to a flurry of punches in less than 2 seconds. The remaining stone golems surrounded the group, leaving the 4 others pale with fear. "Brother, we implore you to save us." A mage girl from the party immediately pleaded with Su Luo, while the other 3 dodged and awaited his response. "We are members of the Yindu Alliance. Should you rescue us, we shall reward you handsomely." Another man called out in desperation. Yet Su Luo remained unmoved, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed the scene quietly. "I shall take my vengeance upon you." The archer glared at Su Luo with venomous intent, revealing a white stone in his hand. This was a recording stone, typically existing in pairs, capable of capturing the surrounding visuals and transmitting them to the other stone. Seeking death. The moment Su Luo spotted the recording stone, he unhesitatingly cast a death curse upon him. 1580, 1580. In merely 2 seconds. Before the recording stone could be activated, the archer collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The other 3 were swiftly vanquished by the colossal stone demon, leaving an array of scattered equipment behind. Human intentions are inscrutable. I chose not to hold their actions against them, yet they seemed intent on framing me. Su Luo sighed, then handed 2 small mental recovery potions to the necromancer, signaling that it was time to commence. Haha, those individuals deserve their fate. They delayed us in our grand endeavor. The necromancer emitted a chilling cackle before launching an assault on the nearest stone demon. The outcome mirrored that of the previous day. However, the necromancer had now reached level 27. The damage inflicted by the death curse had escalated to a staggering 2,600 per strike, making monster hunting considerably more fluid. Suddenly, Su Luo yanked the necromancer back and summoned a spectral tiger before making a hasty retreat. Only after reaching a concealed hillside did he pause. What is it? The necromancer, caught up in the thrill of battle, was momentarily bewildered by Su Luo's interruption. It seems someone is approaching, Su Luo remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the position of the stone demons below. In less than a minute, several shadows emerged from the mountain path, the foremost individual clutching a piece of white stone. Though their words were indistinct, Su Luo could surmise that these individuals were affiliated with the previous group. Given the distance, he could not discern their levels and opted to remain hidden for the time being. The corpses lay exposed, and after a brief examination, the leading man suddenly turned his gaze in Su Luo's direction and called out, "Friend, come out and meet us. This matter can be resolved amicably. If you remain hidden, you will become our sworn enemy." Attempting to coax me out? Dream on. A smirk curled at Su Luo's lips as he remained motionless behind the stone. Chapter 22. Crimson to Violet hiding behind the stone. Su Luo had believed that the distance obscured him from view, merely suspecting they were trying to lure him out. That illusion shattered when an arrow whistled through the air, embedding itself deep within the stone. How on earth did they detect me from such a distance? Since I've been discovered, I might as well abandon concealment. Frustrated, Su Luo stood up and scrutinized the approaching group. Initially indistinct, their features became clearer as they drew nearer, revealing each individual's formidable prowess. There were 6 in total, their composition remarkably balanced. The lowest level among them was 18, while the highest reached an impressive 22. Did you kill them? The first to speak was an archer, the highest ranked among the group, his eyes ablaze with fury. The expressions of the others mirrored his cold resolve. Damn it, enemies are best resolved. To avert further complications, Su Luo opted to eliminate them. Before they could react, he swiftly unleashed the death curse upon the archer, responding to the command. The necromancer similarly targeted the opposing mage with a death curse. Finish him. The archer reacted with alacrity, shouting as he prepared to knock an arrow, only to feel something levitate around him. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a string of numbers, 1650. The health of the archers was inherently low, and without any defenses. They were effortlessly dispatched by Su Luo with a single strike. As he fell, his face bore an expression of deep regret, while Su Luo felt a slight sense of relief. To eradicate the roots of the problem is to prevent its resurgence. If these individuals could be thoroughly dealt with and their remains obliterated, it would truly come to an end. Meanwhile, the female mage was chanting a spell when her complexion suddenly turned pale and her delicate form collapsed to the ground. This young man is suspicious. With 2 of their number eliminated in an instant, the remaining 3 quickly lost their composure and formed a defensive line. Without ranged attacks, although the melee fighters had more health, they hesitated to advance. To them, Su Luo seemed like a demon, having effortlessly killed 2 individuals without lifting a finger. Neither party moved. They contemplated their retreat, while Su Luo awaited the cool down of his skills. They were merely a temporary alliance. Perhaps today's events could be dismissed as if nothing had transpired. The knight at the forefront, unable to withstand the pressure, was the first to seek a truce. Very well, you may leave, Su Luo replied, a broad grin revealing his white teeth as he casually clapped his hands. May our paths cross again in the future. As the 3 began to retreat, a glint of ferocity flickered in Su Luo's eyes. He then directed his death curse towards the rapidly moving berserker, while the necromancer chose to target the swordsman. A pair of crimson eyes gleamed from beneath its voluminous black robe. Thud! 2 corpses collapsed to the ground. The knight, now pale with fright, abandoned all semblance of formation, discarding his shield and fleeing. How far could one run in 20 seconds? The knight, already at a disadvantage in speed, was soon reaped once more by the necromancer. At this moment, the valley was strewn with various equipment. The stone giant had dropped some loot, and the recent group had also left behind a considerable amount. Master, we have struck it rich this time. The equipment scattered here could fetch a handsome sum. The necromancer cackled with a harsh laugh, then began to assist Su Luo in collecting the spoils. Breaking Army Longbow, exceptional archer, attack, 320, strength, 50, required level, 20 equipment skill. Every 2 arrows shot, there is a chance to deal an additional 300 critical damage. To find such an exceptional piece of equipment was remarkable, potentially worth several tens of thousands. Su Luo felt a wave of satisfaction as he held the Breaking Army Longbow, unable to part with it. Equipment is categorized into common, white, elite, green, exceptional, blue, legendary, gold, epic, red, and mythical, multicolored. Among ordinary individuals, possessing an exceptional set is akin to reaching the pinnacle of life. As for the legendary gold and epic red gear, they are even rarer and more difficult to obtain. Su Luo maintained a positive outlook. He would use what he could and not force himself to take what he could not. After all, he already possessed an SSS pet of the same caliber as mythical equipment. Mere gear was just lifeless matter. Divine Flame Shield, Exquisite Knight. Defense, 420, equipment description. Each additional piece of the set increases damage resistance by 10. Flame Longsword, Exquisite Swordsman. Attack, 280. Movement, 100. Equipment description. Each strike made while moving inflicts an additional 8 points of fiery burn damage, which cannot be mitigated and ignores defense. This evening, Su Luo experienced a bountiful harvest, acquiring a total of 7 exquisite grade pieces of equipment, 12 elite grade items, and over 20 ordinary pieces. Additionally, the necromancer discovered a vial of S-transformation powder among the corpses. These adversaries were no trifles. Holding the S-transformation powder, Su Luo felt a chill run down his spine. Had his strength been insufficient, perhaps the first team could have claimed his life. Now, this powder could easily become his own undoing. However, in the present moment, Su Luo distributed the powder evenly among his companions, ensuring each received a portion. Once the corpses had dissolved, he summoned the flame rock, instructing it to incinerate everything, leaving no trace behind. The necromancer stood by, utterly astonished. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths for a mere killing, with transformation powder and fire involved? Proceed, Su Luo said, brushing his nose thoughtfully. Then retrieved a small mental restoration potion from his backpack, offering it to the necromancer. Ah, it seems I must once again bear the burden of labor. The necromancer sighed and resumed casting death curses, incessantly consuming the restoration potions. The sensation was akin to sharing a room with a breathtaking beauty, though pleasurable. It was a significant strain. Even with ample nourishment, it felt as though it would be claimed by another before he could digest it. After vanquishing all the stone giants, Su Luo and the necromancer roamed elsewhere. By night's end, the necromancer had leveled up, and Su Luo barely managed to do the same. As dawn broke, Su Luo mounted his phantom tiger and departed punctually. Today, the Azure Dragon Academy offered a free dungeon run, and he had to return in time to participate. In the real world, one must tread carefully, but within the dungeon, one could act with impunity. Such a delightful opportunity was not to be missed. Upon reaching the city gate, Zhou Taixing and Wang Meng awaited him. They had collected over 2,000 sets of Beast Spirit medicinal materials and more than 300 sets of Beast King medicinal materials, along with a plethora of other herbs. Su Luo, unable to carry everything, decided to offload excess equipment and stamina restoration potions. Please sell these at market value, and I will grant you a 10% commission. With that, he turned and made his way toward Yindu University, leaving the two in stunned silence. How on earth did Su Luo acquire so much equipment? Zhou Taixing finally ventured, his voice hesitant. He must have killed someone. Didn't someone try to steal our herbs last night? We did team up to slay 3. Wang Meng gazed at Su Luo's retreating figure with admiration, then looked at Zhou Taixing's name in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh my, you've turned red." After a kill, one's name and level would change to red. Red? Zhou Taixing observed his status in disbelief, then glanced at the scattered equipment before finally looking back at Su Luo's figure, which grew increasingly distant at the city gate. In just one night, Su Luo acquired an impressive array of equipment and must have taken countless lives. By now, he should be quite notorious. However, that individual remains remarkably discreet, perpetually in a state of concealment, invisible to the ordinary observer. Chapter 23. The mysterious figure strikes. When Su Luo returned to school, dawn had already broken. The schoolyard was sparsely populated, with a few individuals strolling about or hurried couples returning from nearby inns. On the track, some girls could be seen jogging to maintain their figures. Su Luo spotted a familiar figure but chose to ignore it, turning instead toward the teleportation array leading to the Qinglong courtyard. Su Luo, am I really that repulsive to you? Zhou Wenwen called out, panting as she stopped behind him. Is there something you need? Su Luo replied, turning to face her. She was unreservedly flaunting her level. A level 19 wood mage was a conspicuous presence among the newcomers. Sensing Su Luo's gaze on her level, Zhou Wenwen inadvertently puffed out her chest and continued. We did have some misunderstandings in the past, but now you have a girl pursuing you, and I also have a boyfriend. I hope we can bury the hatchet. What do you say? with a genuine smile. Zhou Wenwen extended her hand towards Su Luo. Not a chance. Su Luo pondered briefly before ultimately choosing to turn away. Su Luo, my father has always held you in high regard. Even if you do not wish to work at our family business, you needn't harbor resentment towards me. Your behavior only convinces me that you have not moved on from the past. Zhou Wenwen's face was marked by anger, her tone growing increasingly harsh. Yet her hand remained outstretched. If you wish to reconcile, I promise I will never bother you again, and our wager will officially commence. Fine, this is the last time. Su Luo grimaced as he extended his hand to shake Zhou Wenwen's. However, just as he intended to withdraw, he found her unwilling to release his grip. At that moment, a group of individuals appeared, led by a level 38 swordsman who glared ominously at Su Luo and the hand he held with Zhou Wenwen. Zhou Wenwen's expression shifted to one of panic as she feigned a struggle before finally letting go, casting a pitiful glance at Feng Haiyang. He just won't leave me alone. You conniving woman, do you intend to deceive me? Su Luo's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand and struck Zhou Wenwen across the face. Feng Haiyang's expression darkened as he fixed his teeth on Su Luo. Kid, this is school. If you have guts, take it outside. Speak of your misfortune. A voice rang out, causing Feng Haiyang's face to turn ashen. Who dared to address him in such a manner? At that moment, another group approached from the direction of the school gate. Zhou Taixing led more than 20 individuals, encircling those present. The rules of Yindu University strictly prohibited the use of class powers for fighting on campus. Physical altercations were permissible. Thus, upon noticing the commotion involving Su Luo, Zhou Taixing promptly rushed over with his entourage. Who are you? Feng Haiyang questioned, his gaze fixated on Zhou Taixing's level 18 knight title, filled with confusion. This fellow, despite his lackluster abilities, dares to speak so boldly. Could he possibly be from the illustrious Yin family? I am the in-law of your sister's husband's grandfather. Feng Haiyang and his motley crew were momentarily taken aback. This burly figure appeared somewhat simple-minded, yet his tongue was remarkably nimble. Meanwhile, Su Luo's gaze was fixed intently on Zhou Wenwen, his tone icy as he inquired, why do you wish to harm me? For an ordinary beast tamer to provoke a formidable adversary of level 37 is akin to courting death. Her actions had thoroughly incensed Su Luo. The person you have provoked is also from the Qinglong Academy. When you meet your demise, I shall inform you, Zhou Wenwen replied with a cold smirk. Just as she prepared to retort, a shadow flickered, and in an instant, she received a sharp slap to the cheek. If you do not speak, I shall break your nasal bone. Zhou Wenwen had initially believed Feng Haiyang would come to her aid. Yet he was preoccupied with pondering the identity of her sister's husband's grandfather, utterly neglecting her plight. Faced with Su Luo's ruthless demeanor and few words, Zhou Wenwen couldn't help but tremble. Someone provided me with a set of equipment, urging me to devise a scheme to ensnare you, Zhou Wenwen confessed, intending to clarify that someone had bribed her to use Feng Haiyang to eliminate Su Luo. However, she hesitated. Devise a scheme against me? Su Luo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhou Wenwen, while his thoughts drifted to his sister's previous ordeal. Is the unattainable meant to be destroyed? Might there be those who do not wish to see her grow too close to the Yi family, hence the events of today? Could these individuals be the same ones who once threatened his sister? In a moment of bewilderment, Su Luo found himself at a loss. Elsewhere, Zhou Taixing and Feng Haiyang had fully engaged in a verbal spat until Su Luo stepped between them, prompting an abrupt cessation of hostilities. Su, I am aware that you have been pursuing Wenwen since your time in Jiangqing, but she is now my woman. After you have left her in this state, tread carefully on your nocturnal journeys. Feng Haiyang's demeanor was frigid, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he observed Zhou Wenwen's disheveled appearance. Brother Luo, what shall we do now? Zhou Taixing asked, his expression conflicted as he looked towards Su Luo. You all should refrain from leaving the school for a while. I will address the matter at hand, Su Luo instructed before making his way toward the Qinglong Academy. The trials were about to commence, and he could not afford to miss them. Feng Haiyang, being merely level 37, was not a concern for him. The true threat lay hidden in the shadows. But as long as he possessed sufficient strength, any schemes would inevitably fall apart. Not far away, Yi Lingwei observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. Old Ghost, inform the clan that those individuals have begun to stir once more. Understood, a cloaked elder nodded, gradually vanishing from the open space. At the entrance of the first dungeon of Qinglong Academy, Su Luo arrived just as the team formation period had ended. Upon noticing his title as a Beast Tamer, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. The Qinglong Academy had a limited number of participants, predominantly those in primary combat roles. The sudden appearance of a Beast Tamer was bound to incite discussion. However, given that Su Luo ranked 8th on the power leaderboard, no one dared to overstep. They were merely astonished. How could the illustrious 8th-ranked individual be here to engage in such a free dungeon? In charge of the instance was a woman in her 40s. Upon seeing Su Luo's arrival, she exhibited a hint of surprise but proceeded with the customary registration. Name, Su Luo. Level, Level 25. The woman was taken aback. How could he have reached level 25 so swiftly? She scrutinized Su Luo's concealed level with keen interest. Once confirming its accuracy, she inscribed the number in her notebook and handed Su Luo a teleportation stone. The crowd waiting to enter the instance instantly became agitated. Has it only been a few days since the freshman orientation? And he is already at level 25. In an instant, the men regarded Su Luo as a competitor, while the women gazed at him with a mix of admiration and confusion. I wish I could confess my feelings to him. But he is a beast master, and I am an archer. We are not suited for one another. Alas, I am a swordswoman. Surely a girl cannot stand in front of a man. He is a beast master reaching level 25. His talent must be extraordinary. Suddenly, someone shouted, prompting everyone to react. Indeed, isn't there a curse preventing beast masters from surpassing level 20? How did he break through? At that moment, the teleportation array activated. Yet the crowd remained transfixed on Su Luo. Disliking the sensation of being the center of attention, Su Luo decisively entered the trial instance. Chapter 24, S-Class Growth Pet, Golden-Scaled Flame Dragon. In the breakfast shop at the academy's entrance, Feng Haiyang sat at a table with a gloomy expression. Brother Haiyang. Both Mentor Feng and Dean Wu within the academy hold that fellow in high regard. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. Although his companions harbored disdain for Su Luo, they were not foolish. Sacrificing their future for a woman was not worth it. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. As long as he remains alive, it's manageable. Feng Haiyang revealed a knowing smile, saying, a simple broken leg will suffice. Then he would be rendered incapacitated. Just a leg. As long as it doesn't cost a life. His companions breathed a sigh of relief and began to eat. Within the instance, Su Luo stood quietly at the entrance. It was a desolate expanse, surrounded by numerous wandering groups of monsters, all at least level 20. Not only were they formidable, but their numbers were also substantial, often appearing in large clusters. This was his first encounter with such an instance. Even with his many trump cards, engaging in this instance would undoubtedly require considerable resources. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Su Luo sighed, then summoned all his pets. The necromancer needed to swiftly reach level 30, necessitating a specialized strategy from Su Luo. At present, the necromancer was already at level 28. The summoned skeleton warriors could only reach level 15. However, sending level 15 warriors to confront level 18 monsters was clearly unfeasible. Employing a kiting strategy would be too slow, with only 12 hours allotted for the instance. Given that the trial instance was available for free once a week, it would be unwise not to maximize efficiency. What to do? Surely, he could not allow a mere mage to charge headlong into battle? After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo commanded the necromancer to summon a skeletal warrior. Skeletal warrior, level 15, attack, 620, defense, 480, spirit, 900, constitution, 3200, skills, death curse, malevolent slash, death curse, inflicts damage on the enemy 5 consecutive times, each dealing 1,800 points of damage. Malevolent slash, exerts the lost life force to unleash a powerful strike, with damage increasing as health decreases. 1 ranged skill, 1 melee skill. The skeletal warrior had been enhanced, now requiring 300 spirit points for its summoning. Necromancer, level 28, attack, 1320, defense, 780, spirit, 1800, constitution, 4500, skills, undead summoning. Death curse, passive, frenzy, undead summoning. Consumes 50 spirit points to summon a skeletal servant or 200 spirit points to summon a skeletal warrior, with no upper limit on the number of summons. Death curse, cast a death curse on the enemy, dealing 1,800 true damage per second for 5 seconds. The skill can be enhanced in duration. At this moment, the necromancer possessed enough spirit points to summon 6 skeletal warriors in one go. The only strategy was to amass numbers. Su Luo still had 130 small spirit recovery potions in his inventory, sufficient for the necromancer to summon 130 times. Soon, a skeletal warrior appeared beside Su Luo and the necromancer. The level 15 skeletal warrior was significantly stronger than its predecessor. Standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 20 centimeters, its dark bones gleamed with a metallic sheen, and the bone sword it wielded was extraordinarily sharp. If there were tens of thousands of such skeletal warriors, even high-level job changers would be compelled to flee. If they did not, it was simply a matter of numbers being insufficient. When the number of skeletal warriors reached 20, Su Luo immediately began summoning additional pets to assist. Closest to Su Luo was a swarm of colossal hornets. 5 poison giant hornet, level 20, attack, 880, defense, 450, spirit, 2,200, constitution, 2,800, skills, venomous sting soar. Buzzing disruption, venomous sting, ignores the enemy's defense, inflicting 1,800 damage over 20 seconds. Soar, after attacking the enemy, instantly ascends 10 meters to evade the scene. Buzzing disruption, consumes 50 spirit points per second, disrupting enemies within 30 meters ahead, reducing their movement speed by 80. Upon observing the skill set of the 5 Poison Giant Hornet, Su Luo was somewhat astonished. The necromancer, as an SSS grade pet, currently possessed only 2 skills, while the 5 Poison Giant Hornet boasted 3. Despite his surprise, he recognized the necessity of leveling up. Su Luo promptly dispatched a defensive pet to take the front line while the other pets engaged in offense. The necromancer simultaneously commanded the skeletal warriors to join the fray. The combat strategy was straightforward. Leave the weakened monsters for the skeletal warriors to finish off. The Xian Shui turtle stood at the forefront. At this moment, it remained at level 20, yet it effortlessly withstood the attacks of the 5 Poison Giant Hornet. Defeated the venomous Giant Peak. Experience points, 1200. Defeated the elite Fog City Giant Bee. Experience points, 1800. Indeed, the experience gained from level 20 monsters varies significantly. As the experience bar steadily rose, Su Luo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The nearby necromancer also shared in this satisfaction. As the battle reached its climax, Su Luo instinctively left a critically wounded elite venomous Giant Peak alive, then employed his taming skill. Taming failed. Su Luo. The level was appropriate, so the failure must be due to insufficient health. He commanded a pet to use anesthesia on the venomous Giant Peak, then approached and landed 2 powerful punches. The necromancer, witnessing this scene, immediately covered her eyes. Every time she saw Su Luo taming a pet, it reminded her of her own sorrowful past. Congratulations. You have successfully tamed the venomous Giant Peak. This marked the 34th pet for Su Luo. Delighted, he led his array of pets in search of other monsters. The creatures within the dungeon were predominantly above level 20. Each time he finished clearing a wave, he would tame a critically wounded elite monster. Congratulations. You have successfully tamed the golden-scaled flame dragon. Unlike other wild monsters, there was only one golden-scaled flame dragon, at a formidable level of 25. It possessed immense combat strength, having defeated 13 of Su Luo's pets. Golden-scaled flame dragon, level 25, S-class, attack, 1580, defense, 1420, spirit, 1200, constitution, 6800, skills, rain of fire. Golden scales traverse, soul ignite. Description, an ancient anomaly, a continuously evolving beast capable of ascending to SSS divine beast level. Rain of fire, coexisting flames and meteors lock onto an enemy, delivering continuous damage to a designated target. Golden scales traverse, swiftly weaving through like a fine thread. It pierces the enemy's body, inflicting 300 damage to all foes within range, and 600 damage for single target strikes. Soul ignite. Ignoring defenses, it directly assaults the soul, inflicting 4,000 damage within 10 seconds while amplifying all negative effects. An S-class pet of level 25 is astonishingly formidable. Upon witnessing the attributes of the golden-scaled flame dragon, Su Luo's eyes widened in excitement. This dungeon visit was far from futile. He had indeed encountered an S-class pet. Su Luo promptly exited the dungeon only to find the entrance deserted. Why are you out so soon? This is the simplest dungeon in the Azure Dragon Academy. Can you not endure for even 3 hours? The middle-aged woman's expression was one of displeasure upon seeing Su Luo exit so quickly. Chapter 25, Summoning the Skeleton Alchemist. Instructor, I finished the dungeon and came out. Su Luo looked at her with a conflicted expression, appearing as if he were unsure where he had erred. You completed the dungeon in just 3 hours? The woman seemed incredulous, reiterating, I know you rank 8th in combat strength, which is impressive, but the 5th-ranked individual has yet to emerge. To substantiate his claim of completion, Su Luo began recounting the characteristics of each wave of monsters. Instructor, there are a total of 36 waves of monsters, and the final wave features the 1,000-star demon leopard, whose elite variant explodes violently upon defeat. The penultimate group of monsters consists of the black-robed sorcerers, who are neither classified as monsters nor pets, making them impossible for beastmasters to tame. All right. I believe you now, the woman said, a smile returning to her face as she praised. Next time during the dungeon trial, come earlier, and I shall allow you to participate twice. Thank you, mentor. All right, you may leave. Upon returning to his own courtyard, Su Luo immediately entered the realm of divine herbs. At this moment, the entire realm had been thoroughly developed by the skeletal servants, with lush greenery of medicinal herbs thriving abundantly. Oh ho ho, hooray! I have finally reached level 30. With fists striking at various secret realms and feet kicking mysterious dungeons, he declared, from now on, I shall reign supreme. Both above and below, the undead sorcerer soared through the realm of divine herbs, shouting grandiose proclamations amidst its ecstatic flight. Little Su Luo, in the future, you shall also have to beg this king to concoct potions for you. Ha ha ha. It appeared to be overly exhilarated. Gazing skyward and entirely oblivious to the presence of another figure on the ground, Su Luo thought, in the future, Even this king's alchemist must receive wages. Do they truly see me as mere fodder? Ha ha ha. As the undead sorcerer turned around, it suddenly noticed the figure on the ground. Its form halted abruptly, and it plummeted from the void. Master, haha, this is a misunderstanding. I was simply too excited. Overwhelmed by happiness. I am but fodder, master. You may harvest me as you wish. No, everything I possess belongs to you, including this body of mine. Even after crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap, it quickly scrambled to its feet and scampered to Su Luo's side, flattering him. All right, summon an alchemist to take a look. Having gotten mud all over him from this creature, Su Luo immediately kicked it away with a scowl. Yes, master. As the words fell, a dark glow emanated from the undead sorcerer. Soon after, a green skeleton appeared before Su Luo. Unlike other skeletons, its bones seemed to be covered in moss, roughly the same size as a human. Clad in a loose black robe, its eye sockets flickered with green flames, and it bore various bottles and jars on its back. Master. Once it steadied itself, it knelt before the undead sorcerer. Skeleton Alchemist, Junior, 0, description, the designated alchemist of the undead sorcerer. Although lacking combat prowess, they can continuously grow without bottleneck constraints. The Junior Alchemist is in its initial state, capable of concocting only a meager amount of potions, with the crafting of beast spirit pills requiring at least an intermediate alchemist level. Master, this one is merely a junior. It cannot concoct beast spirit pills. Shall I wait until the first batch of herbs matures, and then plant some herbs for stamina recovery potions? The undead sorcerer knew well what it had summoned. Hence the tone was laced with flattery, fearing Su Luo's dissatisfaction. No need. Su Luo shook his head and instructed, prepare 100 skeleton alchemists. I will handle the rest. After giving this directive, Su Luo left all his small stamina recovery potion materials behind and exited the realm of divine herbs. Although cultivating a skeletal alchemist may currently require a considerable investment of time, great edifices rise from humble foundations. The sturdier the base, the more formidable the eventual growth. As long as there are sufficient alchemists and materials, the speed at which pets level up will be greatly accelerated. But where do these materials come from? The students of Yindu University consume vast quantities of minor stamina restoration potions almost daily, as these are inexpensive and easily obtained. Whether through trading materials for potions or purchasing them outright, the cost-effectiveness is remarkably high, particularly for melee classes such as knights and swordsmen. They typically stockpile several sets, each set containing 50 potions, into their bags. With this in mind, Su Luo promptly sent a message to Zhou Taixing through his communication wristband, requesting him to publicly announce a new venture at the academy, processing minor stamina restoration potions, wherein 2 sets of materials would yield 1 potion, each priced at a mere 100 coins. Compared to market prices, Su Luo's offering was 30 coins cheaper per potion, with processing fees requiring 1 less set of materials than the standard. After disseminating the information, Su Luo contacted Wang Mang, urging him to gather more materials for the stamina restoration potions during this period. With all arrangements in place, he now needed only to await the results. Meanwhile, he began concocting beast spirit elixirs, having amassed nearly 2,000 sets of materials during last night's collective endeavor. Gazing at the mountain of materials, Su Luo felt an increasing urgency to expedite the training of the skeletal alchemist. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Furrowing his brow, Su Luo opened the door to reveal a stranger standing before him, adorned with the emblem of the Qinglong Academy on his chest. May I assist you? Although internally displeased, Su Luo maintained his composure, refraining from displaying any irritation. Brother Su, would you allow me to enter and speak? There are too many prying eyes out here. The man replied with a friendly expression, casting a glance around the vicinity. Noting the level 26 swordsman title above the stranger's head, Su Luo did not hesitate further and stepped aside to let him in. Brother Su, the reason for my visit is to bring you an opportunity, the man declared, his smile growing more pronounced as he settled into a seat within the courtyard, gazing at Su Luo with keen interest. What opportunity? Su Luo feigned confusion, sitting opposite him. My name is Zhang Hai, and like you, I have only recently reported to Yindu this year. Have you noticed my level? He pointed cheerfully to his prominent level 26 badge. Su Luo smiled subtly, choosing not to respond. While level 26 was indeed impressive and regarded him as a standout among newcomers, it still fell short in comparison to his own standing. After confirming that his own, level 27 Beast Master, title was concealed, he breathed a sigh of relief. At times, revealing too much power can be detrimental. Seeing Su Luo's facade of envy, Zhang Hai continued to elaborate. In truth, I consider myself fortunate. Since joining an organization, I receive substantial monetary rewards and potions each month. And there are even individuals dedicated to guiding us in leveling up. Brother Su, a single tree cannot form a forest. It takes a collective effort to thrive. Would you consider joining us? With your exceptional talents as an alchemist and beast master, You would undoubtedly have a brighter future within our organization than I do. Is it a matter of giving a slap before offering a sweet? From the moment Zhang Hai entered, Su Luo sensed that his intentions were not entirely pure. Now, the other party has indeed revealed the true purpose of his visit. Perhaps he is merely a pawn for those individuals? After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo deliberately feigned a look of interest and inquired. Many prominent families in Yindu have sought my allegiance, yet I have not yet committed. Your organization seems formidable. It must be quite renowned in Yindu. I am curious, which of the 4 great families or 3 major factions do you represent? Chapter 26. Zhou Tiexing's sister Su Luo appeared nonchalant, yet his gaze remained intently fixed on Zhang Hai's expression. I cannot speak to other matters. But based solely on what you have just stated, your organization pales in comparison to mine. Zhang Hai stroked his chin, studying Su Luo for a considerable time. Once he was convinced that Su Luo genuinely harbored such thoughts, he leaned closer and whispered, "This organization is rather enigmatic and cannot be publicly disclosed. If you genuinely wish to know, you will understand upon joining, but I cannot divulge any further information at this moment." With that, Zhang Hai calmly settled beside him, awaiting Su Luo's response. "I think I shall decline for now. I've just arrived in this place and prefer not to join any organization at the moment." "Very well. Should you change your mind, feel free to visit my courtyard at any time." After uttering this final remark, Zhang Hai rose and departed. Once the door was securely shut, Su Luo resumed his alchemical pursuits while pondering the fragments of information Zhang Hai had revealed. Yindu, second only to Yanjing, is already considered a top-tier city in the Dragon Kingdom. Could the background behind Zhang Hai truly eclipse that of the 4 great families and 3 major factions? Rubbing his temples, Su Luo redirected his focus to his alchemy. Within Yindu University, aside from the great mage Wu Yong, there surely exist other formidable experts. As long as he remained on campus, with a multitude of resources at his disposal, disturbances would be unlikely. Over the following days, Su Luo remained within his courtyard, with Zhou Taixing occasionally visiting to deliver herbs. Unbeknownst to him, Yindu was once again bustling with activity. The annual team competition at Yindu University was about to commence, and the entire city buzzed with discussions surrounding the event. The reason was simple. This competition directly influenced the participant status and fortunes. Outside the city of Yindu, there were increasingly fewer individuals venturing into the wilderness to hunt monsters. Every 4 years, there would be a significant surge in monster populations, accompanied by a marked increase in their strength. Yindu University routinely dispatched students to quell these creatures while simultaneously enhancing their practical skills. Any team that secured a position in the top 3 during the competition would be rewarded generously. Upon learning of this news, Su Luo enlisted Zhou Tiexing's assistance to register for the event, as the first-place prize included a small spatial stone. Such a rare opportunity was not one to be missed. In order to maintain a low profile, Su Luo refrained from continuing to feed his pet the beast spirit pills, opting instead to save them all. On the day the team competition commenced, all the students of Yindu University have returned, and the vast square is teeming with people. Meanwhile, various factions within the city have also gathered to observe. Su Luo stands quietly in a corner, accompanied by Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang, one a level 23 knight and the other a level 24 swordsman. Their team essentially comprises knights, swordsmen, mages, archers, and healing support, totaling 5 members. Naturally, if one is confident in their abilities, they need not adhere to team standards, as long as they gather 5 individuals. Having been at university for less than a month, Su Luo lacks friends, so he is in no rush. If he truly cannot find companions, he can always identify a few chosen ones among Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang's subordinates. In contrast to others who frantically seek teammates, Su Luo appears somewhat indifferent. With half an hour remaining until the competition begins, his group still consists of just 3 members. Feng Haiyang has already assembled his team early on, and he has now reached level 40. His group is predominantly composed of level 40 members, including knights, swordsmen, mages, archers, and support. His team is significantly more impressive than Su Luo's. Noticing that Su Luo stands with only 2 companions, one of whom is someone he once associated with, Feng Haiyang feels compelled to mock him. "Oh, the competition is about to start. Are you really intending to compete with just 3 people? With your low levels, you'll probably struggle to even defeat a monster." Feng Haiyang strides over to Su Luo, offering no leeway for politeness. Wang Mang remains silent, his head bowed. Su Luo dismisses him, treating him as a barking dog, while only Zhou Taixing displays an interested expression. "Oh, isn't this Brother Haiyang? Have you figured out that question from the other day?" "What question?" Feng Haiyang furrows his brow, instantly recalling the incident that occurred at the school gate when Su Luo confronted him. This fellow had the audacity to directly take advantage of him. "Little fatty, once the competition starts, you better stay away from me. Otherwise, my skills won't discriminate." Feng Haiyang grits his teeth in anger. Zhou Taixing smirks and retorts, "Your skills may lack discretion, but so do your eyes. If you dare to touch even a single hair on me, I'll ensure the Feng family goes bankrupt." Then let us meet in the suburbs. Realizing he cannot match Zhou Tiexing's verbal prowess, Feng Haiyang curses under his breath and departs with his entourage. No sooner does he leave than two individuals approach Su Luo. Are you still in need of members? My friend and I haven't found a team yet. Yi Lingyue, clad in a gray tracksuit and sporting a high ponytail, instantly captures the attention of the three young men upon her entrance. However, their gaze soon shifts to the girl beside her, who is equally striking. With an oval face, willow-like brows, and a radiant smile on her fair cheeks, she exudes charm. The blue dress she wears artfully conceals her graceful figure. Hey, aren't you from Tianmen University? What brings you to Yindu? Zhou Taixing exclaims in astonishment. And the girl responds with equal surprise at his recognition. You promised to go to Longshui University, yet you find yourself here in Yindu? The latter pouted, her chubby cheeks still bearing the softness of youth, leaving Wang Mang momentarily speechless. However, he quickly regained his composure and cast a peculiar glance at Su Luo. Ahem. This is my sister, Zhou Lan. Zhou Taixing promptly began the introductions while casting a conflicted look at Su Luo. He had previously expressed a desire for Su Luo to become his brother-in-law, yet the circumstances had now grown rather complicated. The atmosphere fell into a moment of silence. Yi Lingyue, a level 38 fire mage, and Zhou Lan, a level 36 holy support, were both stunning beauties, yet they found themselves treated so differently. Yi Lingyue, growing impatient, complained, the moment we arrive, you fall silent. If you dislike us, you may as well say so. With that, Yi Lingyue took Zhou Lan by the hand, preparing to leave. Hey Su, what do you think? Should we let them stay? Zhou Taixing hesitated to speak, but Wang Mang quickly intervened, blocking Yi Lingyue and Zhou Lan's exit. All eyes turned to Su Luo. It would be splendid if you wish to join us, but our levels are rather low. You truly don't mind? Su Luo looked conflicted as he regarded Yi Lingyue and Zhou Lan. How could we mind? My brother is the lowest level. I wouldn't dare say otherwise. Zhou Lan blinked innocently, her expression nonchalant. With her indifference, Yi Lingyue had no objections either. Thus, an unusual team was successfully formed. A level 23 knight, a level 24 swordsman, a level 38 mage, a level 36 holy support, and Su Luo, a level 27 beastmaster. At this moment, all teams had assembled, yet many gazes lingered on this peculiar group. Chapter 27. Team competition. At least 100 teams participated in this competition, each with varying strengths, ranging from the lowly teens to the formidable 40s. Nevertheless, Su Luo's team remained the most conspicuous amidst the crowd, primarily due to its eclectic composition. Su Luo, ranked 8th on the Qinglong list as a formidable warrior, was also a beastmaster. Coupled with the somewhat underwhelming knight and swordsman, the team's average level was inevitably diminished. Even with the presence of beautiful mages and support, the crowd remained skeptical of their prospects. The disparity in strength among the teams was too great. It was unlikely they could even breach the top 10. That Su Luo lad is quite something, managing to recruit two powerful beauties to bolster his ranks. When the levels are announced, I shall see if he truly possesses level 20. A middle-aged man of humble attire yet distinguished presence remarked with a grin at Yi Tianzi, the head of the Yi family. In response to his friend's teasing, he remained unfazed, smiling as he replied, the children are just having fun. As an adult, I dare not interfere. Lingyue is simply playful. It's a pity that lad Su has yet to awaken a commendable profession. Yi Tianzi continued to gaze with a smile at Su Luo and the others below, merely lifting a cup of tea from a small table beside him without uttering a word. With only 10 minutes remaining until the commencement of the team competition, the void suddenly began to warp. A blaze gradually emanated from the distorted space, followed by the appearance of the Grand Magus Wu Yong, the vice president of Yindu University and the head of the Qinglong Academy. He floated in the air, two massive wings formed from fire elements unfurling behind him. With 10 minutes left until the match, all participants' level information is now unmasked. With his commanding voice, everyone ceased to conceal their true strength. Among the 5 in their team, only Su Luo had remained hidden. At that moment, the other 4 turned their gaze towards him. Brother Su, having a red name is nothing to worry about. My uncle has been slaughtering pigs for 3 years, and even his name has started to darken. Noticing Su Luo's hesitation, Wang Mang immediately chimed in, seemingly offering guidance on how to navigate the situation. I was already working part-time at the pig slaughterhouse, Su Luo quipped, lightly patting Wang Mang on the shoulder. Su Luo, level 27 beastmaster. After a brief delay, Su Luo was the last to reveal his hidden status, drawing the attention of many. When they beheld Su Luo's level, the entire venue erupted in excitement. My heavens, this beastmaster is already at level 27. Was it not said that beastmasters cap at level 20? How has he managed to surpass that? His rate of advancement is astounding. I recall he was merely level 18 during the freshman orientation just half a month ago. His name is somewhat tainted. Could it be that he gains experience from slaying as well? A wave of self-doubt washed over the crowd. In the audience, Yi Tianzi fixated intently on Su Luo's level, turning to the elderly gentleman beside him after a considerable pause, his expression envious. Zhang Lao, your alchemist guild is truly fortunate. This young man has limitless potential ahead. The elder, known as Zhang Lao, appeared unassuming with his graying hair. Yet he was the president of the Dragon Kingdom Alchemist Association and the only saint-level alchemist in the realm. Responding to Yi Tianxi's praise with a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Lao remarked, your Yi family is quite impressive as well. Just look at how well your daughter and young master Yi get along. He gestured towards the arena where Yi Lingyue was animatedly conversing with Su Luo. They're just children. Their camaraderie has little to do with the Yi family. Yi Tianxi chuckled heartily, not disputing Jiang Xinghe's words. Meanwhile, professional staff had completed the registration of all participants and distributed teleportation stones to each individual. Although the competition venue was not far from the city, the school utilized teleportation arrays and stones for safety during their regular monster clearing operations. Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang were inclined to follow Su Luo's lead, while Zhou Lan adhered to Zhou Tiexing's guidance. As for Yi Lingyue, the young lady of the Yi family, she merely approached the event with a playful attitude. Thus, the role of team captain naturally fell to Su Luo, a decision he had anticipated. Had another taken the lead, they might have felt inadequate in combat prowess, leading to a lack of clarity in their roles. Only by taking the helm oneself can one truly harness the abilities of one's pets. At this very moment, within the realm of divine potions, the necromancer had been tirelessly laboring for 3 days without sustenance. A staggering 5,000 skeletal warriors congregated in the fields, awaiting summons. The golden-scaled flame dragon, a mere 2 meters in length, languidly rested beneath a tree, awaiting instructions from Su Luo. Before it lay an impressive array of beast spirit pills and advancement potions. With at least 3,000 beast spirit pills and over 100 bottles of advancement potions. On the other side, the mysterious water turtle boasted over 1,000 beast spirit pills, but its stock of advancement potions was even more substantial, exceeding 600 bottles. Su Luo, what rank are we aiming for? Yi Lingyue inquired. Her curiosity piqued as they queued to enter the teleportation array. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lan, positioned at the front of the line, turned to Su Luo with intrigue. Just do your best, Su Luo replied with a strained smile, glancing at the surrounding teams. All at levels 3 or 4. The thought of claiming first place felt too audacious to voice. Do you wish to secure the top spot? Yi Lingyue asked, her eyes bright with curiosity. Upon seeing him shake his head, she instantly transformed into a caring older sister, reassuring him. The team tournament differs from others. This time we can bring items. Not only will we gain experience from defeating monsters, but we'll also level up. Just watch how I elevate you all. With that, she proudly patted a small, cream-colored pouch hanging from her waist. Though it was palm-sized, one could only wonder what treasures the daughter of the Yi family had stowed away. Perhaps explosive talismans, thunder pills, and other consumable offensive items. Soon, it was Su Luo's team's turn. Everyone stepped onto the teleportation array and promptly vanished within its confines. In the outskirts of Yindu, the imposing city walls loomed behind them, less than 3 miles away, while in front lay a dense throng of wild monsters. The weakest among them were level 20. Their sheer numbers reminiscent of a locust swarm blotting out the sun. Many first-time participants found themselves overwhelmed. Veteran players like Feng Haiyang wasted no time and swiftly engaged. As a swordsman, he coordinated with the knights at the forefront to absorb damage, ensuring his teammates had ample space to deal damage. With each monster slain, a black stone would drop, the essence core, whose weight measured the strength of the defeated creature, ultimately serving as the sole metric for determining the outcome of the competition. Yi Lingyue patiently explained to her companions, while Wang Mang and Zhou Taixing prepared for battle. The battlefield was crowded with hundreds of teams, but as time elapsed, they would gradually spread apart. Let them fight for a while, Su Luo quietly mused, standing still as he summoned the necromancer from the realm of divine potions. As the area ahead began to clear, Su Luo commanded the necromancer to summon the skeletal warriors. In an instant, 5,630 skeletal warriors stood densely before Su Luo. In an instant, the area within a radius of 100 meters transformed into a shadowy abyss. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, causing involuntary shivers. Following the necromancer's advancement beyond level 30, the skeletal warrior ascended to level 20. At this moment, the skeletal warrior's combat prowess was formidable. When Li Lingyue and Zhou Lan beheld the attributes of the skeletal warrior, they were left utterly astounded. Skeletal warrior, level 20, attack, 980, defense, 800, mental strength, 1200, vitality, 5400, skills, death curse, malevolent slash, death curse, inflicts damage on the enemy 5 times consecutively, each dealing 2,800 points of damage. Malevolent slash, sacrifices lost health to unleash a powerful strike. The lower the health, the greater the damage dealt. The combat capability of a level 20 necromancer was nearing that of human class changers. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Mang and Zhou Taixing gaped in disbelief, casting a look at Su Luo akin to that reserved for a monster. Luo Gu, what level is your pet? Wang Mang inquired cautiously. Level 31, Su Luo replied, not one to flaunt his achievements, yet feeling obliged to respond when asked. Wow. From now on, if anyone dares to say Beast Tamers are weak, I'll bring them before Su Gu. Wang Mang's eyes glimmered with envy. In the central square of Yindu, the imagery of the suburban team competition was projected onto the grand screen. The scene displayed Su Luo's team, which had yet to engage the monsters, prompting laughter from the crowd, including Jiang Xinghe of the Alchemist Guild. This fellow remains stationary, so arrogant. It seems I must reconsider his place among us, he mused. Leaf Tianxi interjected, smiling. Perhaps he has his own strategy? Humph. My initial decision to allow him into the Alchemist Association was merely to honor Minter Feng and Dean Wu. A mere alchemist like him is unworthy of our guild's invitation. At that moment, a voice echoed from the screen. Let them fight for a while. Su Luo's languid tone resonated, yet his companions remained motionless. The jeers from the audience intensified, with many directing their scorn at Su Luo and implicating the Alchemist Association. Jiang Xinghe's face flushed crimson. He could no longer contain himself. He abruptly rose, addressing the esteemed members of Yindu University, along with Wu Yong and Feng Li. Gentlemen, this Su Luo displays such arrogance in a competition of this magnitude. It reveals his despicable character. I, Jiang Xinghe, hereby declare Su Luo expelled from the Alchemist Association. Henceforth, Su Luo shall never re-enter the Alchemist Association nor receive any protection from us. With Jiang Xinghe's declaration, the atmosphere grew lively. Leaf Tianxi regarded Jiang Xinghe with an odd expression before turning his gaze, smiling, towards the higher-ups of Yindu University. Wu Yong's countenance darkened, his grip on the gourd tightening until it crumbled. Meanwhile, a chill emanated from Feng Li. Individuals of their caliber are undoubtedly aware of the reprehensible actions of Jiang Xinghe. Not only has he expelled Su Luo from the Alchemist Association, but he has also effectively castrated him, declaring to other factions that Su Luo is no longer under his patronage, leaving them to decide his fate. Humph. From now on, Su Luo shall be my personal disciple. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on him, I shall not hesitate to exact my vengeance. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wu Yong struck the air with a powerful palm. Instantly, winds began to swirl, and an inferno ignited within the clouds. Henceforth, Su Luo will be my junior. Anyone who attempts to harm him, even from 1,000 miles away, shall face my wrath. Feng Li cast a cold glance towards Jiang Xinghe, whose face flushed crimson. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The spectators left in utter shock. Was Minter Feng truly a disciple of Director Wu? This revelation alone was staggering. Yet the bombshell was that Master Wu was seeking a disciple. Moreover, he was considering a beast master of merely over level 20. Patriarchy mused, claiming that his expulsion of Su Luo was for the sake of the association's reputation. Yet, why were these two so irate? I confess I am at a loss. Yi Tianxi feigned confusion, a glimmer of amusement hidden in his eyes. At a loss? He was more informed than anyone else. Initially, Su Bingxue had been forced into obscurity, and now her brother Su Luo displayed exceptional talent. Jiang Xinghe's public remarks were akin to placing a death mark upon Su Luo. Humph, he is merely an alchemist. His absence will not be missed. In time, both master and disciple shall seek my expertise in alchemy. With a contemptuous snort, Jiang Xinghe dismissed Su Luo from his thoughts. However, the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. On the large screen, a horde of ominous creatures suddenly materialized before Su Luo. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were all skeletal warriors, each boasting a formidable strength of level 20. Jiang Xinghe's face reddened, as if he had been slapped by an unseen force, the sting searing. In the suburbs of Yindu, the battlefield began to clear. All teams advanced towards the distant mountains and forests, the front lines stretching infinitely, with the widest expanse spanning nearly 100 meters. Su Luo, well prepared, had 34 pets ready for action and over 5,000 skeletal warriors on standby. He even summoned 1,000 skeletal servants from the realm of divine herbs to gather beast cores, a flawless assembly line operation. In that moment, Yi Lingyue and her companions were left utterly astounded, brought to their knees in disbelief. It was not until Su Luo was poised to issue the command to attack that she tentatively inquired, "What are we to do, Su Luo?" Some are slaying monsters, while others are collecting beast cores. The four of them felt diminutive, yet they could not simply stand by and watch, could they? Join me in slaying monsters, Su Luo instructed. Agreed. Zhou Taixing was the first to thump his chest, the others visibly relieved. As long as there was a plan, they would not be embarrassed by merely spectating. Let us set off. Su Luo commanded his necromancers and numerous pets. The grand procession surged into the battlefield like a relentless harvesting machine. The team nearby, engaged in monster hunting, was collectively astonished by the spectacle before them. Has this fellow resorted to cheating? Where did he conjure such a skeletal army? Is this even the work of a beast master? Even a necromancer would struggle to summon so many skeletons at once. What is this fellow's name again? Su Luo, right? What is going on? Once the team competition concludes, I shall become his devoted admirer. Numerous pets forged a path ahead. Su Luo commanded his 5 companions to disperse, charging directly into the throng of monsters. In Yindu Square, the large screen consistently displayed the figures of Su Luo and his team. As they witnessed Su Luo directing his allies into the horde, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. What could he possibly be planning? Chapter 29, Annihilating Thousands of Monsters. Shocking the entire arena, Yi Lingyue, possessing a higher level and a plethora of survival skills as a mage, navigated through the monsters with remarkable speed. When she was within 100 meters of the skeletal army, she unleashed her skill upon a group of flaming gorillas. Starfire ignition. A single flame ignited amidst the monstrous crowd, swiftly spreading with astonishing rapidity. 980, 980, 980. Starfire ignition is an area attack skill, affecting over 100 gorillas. In an instant, all the gorillas became enraged, pursuing Yi Lingyue with fervor. However, her agility allowed her to retreat steadily towards the position of the skeletal army. Meanwhile, Zhou Taisheng, relying on his robust physique, attracted numerous monsters toward the skeletal legion. Zhou Lan and Wang Meng executed similar tactics. Su Luo, seated upon the back of the Xianshui turtle, orchestrated the entire scenario. Su Luo, we have returned. Zhou Taisheng shouted, quickly maneuvering into the midst of the monstrous horde, followed by 100 treants. From 3 other directions, Yi Lingyue, Wang Meng, and Zhou Lan also rushed back, each accompanied by a multitude of creatures. The skeletal army was already contending with over 1,000 monsters. Although bolstered by numerous pets, the alliance was struggling to maintain an advantage against the ever-increasing number of foes. Yi Lingyue cast several spells with minimal effect. Su Luo, perhaps we should halt our advance. We cannot endure this for long, Zhou Taisheng implored. His gaze conflicted as he looked at Su Luo. Faced with such a vast battle, even a knight of merely 20 levels could only watch in dismay. Indeed, if we eliminate this wave of monsters, we will likely secure first place. There is no need to take unnecessary risks, Yi Lingyue quickly echoed in agreement. Over 1,000 monsters, even a team of level 40 players would require an hour or 2 to vanquish them. The team competition lasts for 24 hours. There is no need for such reckless exertion. Su Luo glanced towards Feng Haiyang's direction and shook his head. You all continue to attract the monsters. I have a plan. With that, he offered no further explanation, instead directing all pets to position themselves behind the skeletal warriors, preparing to unleash their attacks. First, he deployed control skills. The buzzing of the 5 poison giant bee instantaneously reduced the movement speed of all monsters within 30 meters ahead by 80%. The roots of the poisonous gas stump lashed out, ensnaring a level 30 elite monster. Meanwhile, over 30 pets unleashed a collective barrage of freezing, chilling, and paralyzing negative effects, instantly transforming the battlefield. Following this, a synchronized wave of area attacks was executed. At this moment, Yi Lingyue comprehended Su Luo's battle strategy and seized the opportunity to cast expansive spells. Starfire Conflagration, Meteoric Descent, 1198, 650, 850, 1200 in an instant. A multitude of dense numbers erupted from the various wild creatures. Under the group assault, not a single soul was spared. A single monster can withstand 1 area attack skill. But what of 10? Or dozens? In the blink of an eye, thousands of creatures were obliterated. Kill Abyssal Diamond, experience 850, kill Shadow Hunter Wolf. Experience 700, kill Black Bear Giant, experience 1200, kill. Experience was shared among the team. Including Su Luo, everyone in the party received the same experience bonus. In an instant, Su Luo's level surged from 27 to 28. Meanwhile, Zhou Taisheng and Wang Meng also leveled up. However, Zhou Lan and Yi Lingyue remained unchanged. The countless skeletal servants began to clear the battlefield, collecting dark monster cores and delivering them all to Su Luo. Soon, a large pile of monster cores accumulated on the ground, the skeletal servants gathering them with the ease of mushroom picking, their speed astonishing. Luo Gu, shall we continue to lure monsters? Wang Meng, having tasted success, beamed with delight, addressing Su Luo as though he were his own father. Let us go? We must secure the first position. Su Luo calmly replied, commanding the skeletal army to advance. With their first battle won, the other 3 had no objections and eagerly set about attracting more monsters. In this skirmish, over 200 skeletal warriors fell. However, the necromancer was continually casting summoning spells for gradual replenishment. Su Luo mentally calculated. Once the 5,000 skeletal warriors were exhausted, the time would likely soon be up. Securing the top position in the team competition was certainly within reach. Wow, that skeletal army hasn't perished yet. An armed knight gazed in Su Luo's direction, exclaiming in astonishment. Damn it, so many beast cores. If it weren't for the surveillance, I would VE wanted to snatch some. After dispatching a wave of monsters, Feng Haiyang looked up, his eyes immediately reddening. There, at Su Luo's side, the ground was strewn with beast cores, shimmering in the sunlight. This fellow's summoned skeletons were astonishingly formidable. The taller the tree, the harder the wind blows, he thought, anticipating that trouble would surely come his way. Suppressing his envy, Feng Haiyang resumed his fierce combat. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he felt distracted, unable to resist glancing towards Su Luo's direction from time to time. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenwen had also been assigned by Feng Haiyang to a team of commendable level. Upon witnessing Su Luo's prowess, she was momentarily taken aback, particularly when she observed that both Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang were able to bask in Su Luo's experience. While Feng Haiyang was reluctant to personally assist her in leveling up, in that fleeting moment, she felt a twinge of regret. However, Zhou Wenwen's expression soon brightened once more. Those individuals would undoubtedly not let you off easily. Let them revel for a few more days. In the square, the entire luminescent screen had transformed into Su Luo's personal stage. Since the emergence of the skeletal warriors, the screen had continuously showcased the status of Su Luo's team. At this juncture, the individuals on screen commenced drawing monsters, while the skeletal army continued its relentless advance toward the monster tide. On the leaderboard for exotic beast crystal cores, Su Luo's team had amassed an impressive score of 82 points, securing the top position. Following closely was Feng Haiyang's team with 73 points, a margin that would require at least half an hour to bridge. Nevertheless, Su Luo's team persisted in their relentless monster hunting. The atmosphere was one of palpable silence, as all eyes were fixated on Su Luo's astonishing rate of monster eradication. Who dares to claim that beast tamers are weak? Who dares to assert that beast tamers lack prospects? The senior officials of Yindu University were equally riveted to the large screen. Observing Su Luo's composed demeanor as she dispatched monsters, Wu Yong set aside his drink. Cheerfully patting Feng Li on the shoulder, sending you to Jiangsheng was the wisest decision of my life. Master, he is Su Bingshua's brother. Perhaps you should contemplate how to deal with the ensuing troubles. Feng Li replied with a stoic expression, only to widen his eyes in astonishment moments later. On the large screen, a dark golden dragon-shaped pet suddenly materialized beside Su Luo. Chapter 30, Golden-Scaled Flame Dragon, the Guardian Beast? The arrival of the golden-scaled flame dragon instantly caused a stir. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the dragon-like creature displayed on the screen. The reason the Dragon Kingdom is named as such is that dragons are considered the most sacred guardian beasts of the nation. Such guardian beasts are exceedingly rare, appearing only once in a millennium. The creature currently in Su Luo's possession appeared to be a divine dragon. If this were indeed the case, Su Luo would undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost beast tamer in the Dragon Kingdom. Amidst the collective astonishment, Su Luo led the golden-scaled flame dragon into the forefront of the battlefield. Is your pet also of S grade? The first to return with a monster, Yi Linghua widened her eyes in disbelief upon seeing the golden-scaled flame dragon. What fortunate serendipity! Su Luo offered a shy smile, refraining from undue ostentation, and quietly commanded the golden-scaled flame dragon to enter the fray. Having undergone several dungeon tests, he surmised that such a grand competition would inevitably attract the attention of the city's inhabitants. Since an SSS-grade necromancer had already been revealed, the presence of an S-grade golden-scaled flame dragon was of little consequence. This display may not intimidate the lurking pests, but it would certainly alert the senior officials of Yindu University. If they failed to safeguard promising talents like himself, Yindu University could hardly maintain its stature for centuries. On the battlefield, countless monsters surged forth like an unrelenting tide, with skeletal warriors and numerous control-type pets holding the front line. Despite this, the skeletal warriors were rapidly depleting in number. Three-headed Frosthound, level 25, attack, 1500, defense, 420, spirit, 1400, skills, frenzy, frost soul hunt, swift strike. Frenzy consumes 50 spirit points per second, increasing damage by 300. Swift strike consumes 50 spirit points per second, enhancing movement speed by 200. Frost soul hunt launches 2 heads, dealing area damage within a 3-meter radius, inflicting 2,800 damage with each strike. The speed of the 3-headed Frosthound is astounding, leaving Zhou Taixing pale as he returned. Su Luo observed closely, noting that Zhou's health was reduced to a mere 200. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he might have faced reincarnation. Hurry up, damn it. These rabid dogs are formidable. Had I known, I would have never provoked them, he exclaimed. Zhou Taixing, while consuming stamina recovery potions, rubbed his rear, evidently still feeling the sting of recent bites. At this moment, Zhou Lan and Wang Mang returned, each leading their respective monsters. All pets resumed their prior strategy of assault. First, crowd control skills, followed by relentless area attacks hurled into the throng of monsters. Su Luo immediately commanded the golden-scaled flame dragon to initiate its attack. It unleashed a fiery descent, enveloping a nearly 50-meter radius. A barrage of meteors, interspersed with fireballs, rained down from the void. Each meteor struck with a staggering 3650 damage, while fireballs inflicted continuous burn damage, 1688, 1688, 1688. As the golden-scaled flame dragon made its move, a flurry of numbers erupted across the battlefield. Beside them, Yilingye stood in awe. Although she knew Su Luo was exceptional, she had not anticipated his prowess to be this formidable. Su Luo, you are incredibly strong, she could not help but praise, to which Su Luo humbly replied. This is nothing. I have yet to unveil my full arsenal. More powerful skills. Zhou Taisheng, Zhou Lan, and Wang Meng widened their eyes, scrutinizing the golden-scaled flame dragon with great interest. With a resounding roar, it emitted an exuberant sound, and in an instant, its entire form vanished from sight. In the void, a golden beam, akin to a fine thread, sliced through the air. Is this truly an S-class pet? Zhou Taisheng slapped his face, seemingly in disbelief. The golden-scaled flame dragon accelerated, causing the entire void to appear cloaked in an infinitely extending thread. Let us commence. Su Luo, wearing an expression of anticipation, commanded the golden-scaled flame dragon to attack. The golden thread descended upon the battlefield like a blade's mark. 3,500, 3,500, 3,500. An abundance of numbers materialized once more, accompanied by the sounds of countless monsters collapsing. Congratulations, you have slain the three-headed frost hound. Experience gained, 900. Congratulations, you have slain the Black Soul Envoy. Experience gained, 800. Congratulations, you have slain the Millennium Tree Demon. Experience gained, 650, as the sounds of experience points being awarded resonated. Zhou Taisheng could not resist closing his eyes, shivering with delight. This is incredibly exhilarating. This must be the sensation of an effortless victory. Upon regaining consciousness after a brief moment of disorientation, he was immediately met with the disdainful gaze of his younger sister, Zhou Lan. She wrinkled her nose in disapproval before inquiring, Brother, when did you become acquainted with such an impressive friend? Zhou Taisheng glanced at Su Luo and quietly replied, I intended to introduce him to you, but I feared you might not be worthy of his company. Annoyed, Zhou Lan blushed and playfully kicked him, then turned her head, her gaze feigning indifference as it swept across Su Luo's profile. Su Luo remained engrossed in the battlefield, oblivious to the peculiar exchange between the Zhou siblings. The Jinlin Yanlong unleashed its full power, swiftly clearing the monsters from the battlefield once more. In the square of Yindu University, Jiangxing has sat in the audience, initially at ease. However, as Su Luo's hidden talents began to emerge, solidifying his reputation as a prodigy, Jiang felt a burning embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Chairman Jiang, you truly possess remarkable insight, knowing your own limitations and bringing forth my prodigious disciple in advance. Chuckled the old man Wu, sipping his drink while observing Jiang Xinghe. He was the type who bore grudges without delay. And now that he had fallen out with Jiang Xinghe, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. Typically, members of the Alchemist Association held themselves in high regard, and Jiang's arrogant demeanor had earned him many detractors in Yindu. With Wu leading the charge, more voices began to mock him. To err is human. It is understandable that Chairman Jiang, with his narrow perspective, would overlook a talent like young Master Su, they scoffed. Does he truly believe that mastering a few mediocre potions makes him exceptional? When he encounters my mother in the mountains one day, I shall ensure this old fool loses all his teeth. Previously, Jiang had merely enjoyed the courtesy of others. Without that, how could the association sustain itself? Faced with the growing chorus of criticism, Jiang Xinghe's expression darkened, his forehead veins bulging with rage. He slammed his fist on the table, rising to hurl invectives at those who dared to insult him. You bunch of petty individuals who only excel in verbal sparring. From now on, I shall never concoct a single potion for any of you. Jiang scanned the crowd, sneering. Anyone who dares to target me today will find themselves barred from acquiring any potions from the Alchemist Association henceforth. With that proclamation, he stormed off the scene. Yet the discussions continued unabated. Those bold enough to speak out were already at odds with the Alchemist Association and were unafraid of Jiang's threats. Meanwhile, old man Wu grew anxious at the podium. His willingness to confront Jiang was fueled by his attachment to Su Luo, feeling it was worth standing up for his disciple. However, he had not anticipated the overwhelming support Su Luo would receive from the crowd. Perhaps they recognized Su Luo's potential as an alchemist. Yet he himself remained uncertain of Su Luo's true capabilities. Xiaofeng, just how proficient is Su Luo in alchemy? Wu inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Feng Li. Oh, this young man possesses quite the peculiar methods. I cannot precisely determine his level of proficiency in alchemy, Feng Li admitted. He had only witnessed Su Luo's skills once, but speculated that his abilities were certainly commendable. Noticing the change in Feng Li's expression, a smile gradually emerged on Wu's face. As soon as the competition concludes, if this young man can publicly demonstrate his alchemical prowess, he will undoubtedly garner substantial support from various factions. Chapter 31. The finale of the competition, one last grand heist. In the outskirts of Yindu, all participating teams in the competition were fervently engaged in slaying monsters. The creatures near the city limits were swiftly eradicated. Undoubtedly, the most dazzling among them was Su Luo's team. His combat style was exceptionally fierce. All they needed was for his teammates to continuously attract the monsters, leaving the elimination to his pets and the skeletal army. Although other teams were envious, they dared not recklessly imitate his strategy. While he could draw in 1,000 or 2,000 monsters for focused annihilation, a typical team attempting to do the same would face utter devastation. The flames of battle quickly spread from the outskirts into the forest. Su Luo, perched upon the back of his Xian Shui turtle, leisurely opened his attribute panel. Name: Su Luo. Class: Beast Tamer. Level: 28. Strength: 1500. Spirit: 2000. Defense: 2200. Constitution: 6000. Equipment: Taming Whip, Giant Stone Set, Giant Stone Sword. Pets: Skills: Taming, Root Entanglement, Death Curse, Flame Baptism. With only 2 levels remaining until he reached level 30, Su Luo remained unconcerned. His backpack was filled with numerous beast spirit pills and medicinal herbs. After the team competition concluded, he intended to concoct additional beast spirit pills for his golden-scaled flame dragon and Xian Shui turtle, ensuring a seamless breakthrough to level 30. As the competition neared its end, Zhou Taixing and Wang Meng grew anxious. This rapid monster-clearing technique was a first for them, and having tasted success, they were reluctant for the competition to conclude. Thus, they trailed closely behind Su Luo, their eyes filled with longing. Brother Luo, with only half an hour left, why don't we undertake one last grand endeavor? Wang Meng suggested cautiously, a flattering smile plastered on his face. Indeed, let us embark on one final heist, Zhou Taixing exclaimed, brandishing his tokens and hefty axe with a resounding clap. Who could ever have too much experience? Su Luo readily agreed. And the two proceeded to persuade Zhou Lan and Yi Lingyue. Everyone reached a consensus. They would undertake one last monumental endeavor, something unprecedented. Once the quartet had conferred, they each dispersed. Su Luo assessed the number of skeletal warriors, estimating around 3,000 remained. The skeletal warrior's skill, Evil Spirit Slash, unleashed in a near-death state, could inflict 6,000 to 7,000 damage in a single strike. If there weren't enough monsters, it would be a waste. With this thought, Su Luo immediately dispatched his flame rock and other swift-moving pets to lure monsters. Soon, a subtle tremor resonated through the ground. Nearby teams halted, and even Su Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. From all directions surged formidable wild monsters, not only powerful but also racing towards them. Nightmare Bull, level 30. Flame Lion, level 32. Ghostly Blood Eagle, level 31. Crimson Steel Serpent, level 29. As the journey progressed, robust branches were effortlessly shattered by formidable wild creatures. The ground trembled, and the air was thick with dust. The surrounding teams were momentarily dumbfounded. This lad has lost his mind. This ISN team merely monster farming. It's a veritable beast tide. The teams closest to Su Luo turned crimson, abandoning their partially defeated foes and fleeing in terror. Just how many monsters had they attracted? Su Luo was at a loss, wishing to escape as well. However, these wild beasts were summoned by his own promise, and retreat was not an option. Is this sufficient? If not, I shall make another trip, Yi Lingyue inquired breathlessly, having utilized a fire-based teleportation array to appear beside Su Luo. Enough, enough, Su Luo replied, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead before swiftly administering stamina and mental recovery potions to all his pets. Brother, I'm back, Zhou Taixing declared, positioning his shield behind him and deliberately slowing his pace, only to be unceremoniously knocked forward by the Dark Knight Demon Bull. Once everyone had gathered, Su Luo promptly commanded all pets to unleash their full might. This time, the golden scale flame dragon did not wait in the wings, but charged into battle immediately. Brothers, let us go, Zhou Taixing bellowed, leading Wang Meng through the ranks of the skeletal army to commence the slaughter. Yi Lingyue and Zhou Lan followed closely beside Su Luo, casting area attacks. For a moment, the battlefield was tenuously stabilized, yet time continued to slip away. Su Luo resolved to abandon any pretense of concealment, deploying his ultimate skill. Flame Baptism, a massive fire ring, spanning 30 meters, materialized on the battlefield. 1800, 1800, 1800. The fire ring contracted inwards, inflicting damage upon all enemies within its reach. In the void above, the flame rock observed its master unleashing his skill and seemed even more invigorated. Su Luo promptly released another flame baptism at the same spot. What do we do now, Su Luo? It seems we cannot hold them off. Yi Lingyue's complexion turned pale. Her forehead beaded with sweat as she hastily extracted a handful of beads from her pocket and scattered them within the throng of wild creatures. A colossal black lion exhibited extraordinary combat prowess, dispatching groups of skeletal warriors with ease. Su Luo quickly assessed the lioness level. Magic Flame Lion, level 32, attack, 2,900, defense, 1,800, mental, 1,500, constitution, 12,500, skills, demonic transformation, magic roar. To his surprise, it was a level 32 lion. Though slightly taken aback, Su Luo remained composed, commanding the necromancer to cast Death Curse upon it. Upon receiving the curse, the Magic Flame Lion began to lose health, while simultaneously activating its demonic transformation and lunging swiftly towards Su Luo. The Xian Shui turtle glanced at it nonchalantly before charging forward to engage in combat. Su Luo quickly cast another Death Curse on the Magic Flame Lion, while the other pets targeted it with their single target attack skills. Congratulations on your victories over the Fiery Lion and the Crimson Serpent, earning you 1,500 and 1,000 experience points, respectively. At this moment, the beleaguered skeletal warriors began to unleash their evil spirit strike. The battlefield ignited, flames soaring high into the sky, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars and explosive sounds. Countless large damage numbers and anguished cries echoed, resembling a hellish purgatory. Surrounding teams found themselves captivated, gazing in awe at the chaotic combat zone. As the clock ticked down to the final 3 minutes, Su Luo remained unfazed, commanding all pets to launch a full-scale assault. Congratulations, you have reached level 29. A surge of white light enveloped him as he successfully leveled up. Zhou Lan and Yi Lingyue also advanced in level, while only Wang Meng and Zhou Taixing ascended 2 levels. Just then, a radiant white light cascaded from the heavens, swiftly enveloping everyone in an instant. Yi Lingyue breathed a sigh of relief, explaining, "The forced teleportation has activated. Our match is finally over." Chapter 32. The Master's Gift directly bestows the fire spirit. In the plaza of Yindu University, once all teams were teleported back, they immediately began to tally the exotic beast crystal cores they had collected. Rankings were determined based on the total weight of the crystal cores each team had amassed. At this moment, the leading team commenced the submission of their crystal cores. A middle-aged man, wielding a specialized instrument, approached the first team. With a mere scan of the exotic beast crystal cores, the mountain of cores on the ground was swiftly absorbed by the device, which then displayed a series of numbers. 18 points. The large screen in the plaza soon revealed the captain's name alongside their score. Next was the second team, 24 points. The third team, 22 points. Su Luo stood calmly in the center of his team, observing the proceedings without a hint of anxiety. The leading team, consisting of level 30 players, had amassed a mere pile of exotic beast crystal cores that could only fill 4 basketballs. In stark contrast, the crystal cores in Su Luo's backpack were at least several dozens of times that amount. Su Luo remained composed, and the audience shared his calmness. Many spectators were not even focused on the other teams, instead casting intrigued glances at Su Luo. What is happening? Our team scored 76 points, surpassing last year's champion by 3 points. Why is no one expressing surprise? Indeed, why are they not paying attention to us and instead fixating on the back? After a team submitted their exotic beast crystal cores, they were visibly dissatisfied with the audience's reaction. Among the competing teams, only a handful were aware of Su Luo's circumstances, leaving many teams in a state of perplexity. They were utterly bewildered as to why the audience was fixated on Yi Lingyue. In Su Luo's team, Yi Lingyue garnered the highest popularity, leading the students of Yindu University to naturally regard her as the captain. Gradually, even some uninformed competitors began to turn their attention towards Su Luo and his companions. Su Luo, your performance in the competition was remarkable. Please present the exotic beast crystal cores. The mentor responsible for collecting the beast crystal cores gazed at Su Luo with a smile, while also raising the device in his hand. How gentle his tone was, almost beyond belief. Among the crowd, someone couldn't help but exclaim, prompting numerous teams to flush with embarrassment, feeling that the mentor was exhibiting favoritism. When Su Luo retrieved all the beast crystal cores from his backpack, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. With a clatter, a towering pile of dark beast crystal cores appeared in the square, reaching a height of nearly a person. Indeed, the mentor smiled faintly, giving Su Luo a thumbs up, but in the next moment, his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. With a whoosh, another pile of beast crystal cores emerged, albeit this time it was slightly smaller, standing only half a person high. Apologies, my backpack couldn't accommodate it all at once. Hence I had to bring it in 2 trips, Su Luo said with an awkward smile, gesturing towards the stunned mentor and the pile of crystal cores. What on earth is this individual? Could this possibly be the highest number recorded in the history of the Yindu University team competition? This deserves to be inscribed in history. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, with many unable to contain their excitement, letting out shrill cries. The mentor in charge of collecting the crystal cores was equally flushed with excitement, trembling hands gripping the instrument as he began the collection process. After finishing the collection of the cores provided by Su Luo, the instrument displayed a series of red numbers. 998 points. 998 points. A profound silence enveloped the venue. Even Wu Yong and the numerous high-ranking officials from Yandu on the podium displayed expressions of fervor. The more extraordinary Su Luo became, the more glory it brought to the mentors and leaders of Yandu University. Among the silent audience, many were locals of Yandu initially. They had looked down upon someone from such a small place, particularly one who was a Beast Tamer. However, at this moment, their gaze towards Su Luo transformed into one of sincere admiration and fervent respect. It is our fortune to have such a genius emerge from our dragon country. Indeed, a strong youth means a strong nation. From now on, our Zhao family of Yandu is willing to unconditionally assist young Master Su in any endeavor. So is our Sun family of Yandu. The audience collectively altered their perception of Su Luo. The students of Yandu also began to view this humble young man with newfound respect. Once all the beast crystal cores were collected from the teams, it was time to announce the prizes. The rewards for the first place in the team competition were substantial. When Su Luo received a disposable storage bag containing the prizes from Feng Li, the large screen on the podium displayed the list of rewards. Small space, stone, X1. Dragon country currency 80, 000. 000. 5 sets of excellent grade main combat profession gear, blue. 500 large mental recovery potions. 500 large stamina recovery potions. 50, 000 academy points. You truly did not disappoint me, young man. From now on, you may call me brother, Feng Li said, regarding Su Luo with envious eyes, then patted his shoulder. Brother? Su Luo was momentarily taken aback, as were Zhou Taixing and others nearby, their eyes wide with disbelief. Observing their incredulous expressions, Feng Li recounted a series of events that transpired during the championship. When Su Luo learned that the Grand Mage Wu Yong wished to take him as a disciple, a blush involuntarily crept across his face. This was his second moment of such exhilaration. The first had occurred when he awakened the King of Beasts and attained the divine alchemy skills. Wu Yong was an esteemed level 83 fire mage, one of the most formidable figures in the entire Yin city. Becoming his disciple meant that, should Su Luo desire, he could trample over all the wealthy scions and aristocrats of Yin city. Yet, Su Luo's thoughts were simple. With this new identity came an additional means of safeguarding his life. Moreover, Wu Yong's decision to take him on as a disciple was likely a response to grievances with the Alchemist Association. A mere Beast Tamer was hardly worthy of attracting the attention of a level 80+ powerhouse. While Su Luo was lost in thought, the award ceremony concluded. On the podium, a unique pattern had already been etched. Su Luo, come here. Why are you still dawdling? Feng Li waved at him, signaling him to approach the stage, where Wu Yong stood. He wore a jovial expression as he surveyed Su Luo, a wine gourd in hand and a rosy glow on his face. Young man, henceforth you shall be my sole disciple. Wu Yong urged him to begin, adding that he would soon prepare a welcoming gift for him. Beneath their feet lay a totem, specifically designated for the master-disciple ceremony, representing a sacred ritual. Once the ceremony was completed, Su Luo did not leave immediately. Instead, he gazed earnestly at Wu Yong. Master, I wish to present you with a welcoming gift. Though his voice was soft, it rendered the entire venue silent. A level 29 Beast Tamer was about to offer a gift to a level 83 powerhouse. It could either be an extraordinary treasure or a mere trinket. Nevertheless, the gathered crowd was eager to discover what Su Luo intended to present. What do you plan to gift me? Wu Yong asked, his tone calm, yet his expression betraying a sense of delight. Provided you have the materials, I can concoct a spirit of fire for you. Chapter 33. Do you dare to bet? The elemental spirits are treasures of mages, crucial during their elder years. In addition to the spirit of fire, there exist the spirits of water, earth, and more. Each use of an elemental spirit accelerates one's physical response to the elements, thereby easing the path to advancement or mitigating the decline in strength. Although this world operates on monster slaying for upgrades, the job changers are flesh and blood humans. Without reaching their peak, they too will age and perish. However, elemental spirits are notoriously difficult to create. Only a handful of individuals possess the skill to do so. Within the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, only Jiang Xinghe, the president of the Alchemist Association, is known to be capable of such feats. At that moment, the audacity of a level 29 Beast Tamer declaring his intent to concoct a spirit of fire left everyone astounded, leading them to believe that Su Luo had lost his senses. Presenting a spatial stone as a welcoming gift seemed far more plausible than attempting to create a spirit of fire. In such circumstances, jesting is ill-advised. Su Luo, do not act impulsively. Sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere, Feng Li immediately cast a glance at Su Luo, signaling him to retract his words. My obedient disciple may have been provoked by that old cur, Jiang Xinghe, leading him to utter nonsense. Let us not hold a child's folly against him. Old Wu chuckled amiably as he clasped his fists in greeting to the onlookers, before turning with a serious demeanor to face Su Luo. Have you made up your mind? Master, as long as you provide the ingredients, I believe I can succeed. Su Luo reiterated, though his voice was significantly quieter this time. He was concerned that Old Wu might lack the necessary materials, thereby losing face. As for why he wished to assist this rather lenient master in refining the spirit of fire, Su Luo had his own motives. With Old Wu at odds with the Alchemist Association, it was likely that Yindu University would have minimal interactions with its members in the future. By leveraging the spirit of fire, he could forge a beneficial relationship with Wu Yong, ensuring his own standing in Yindu. Moreover, he happened to be in a position to engage the skeletal alchemist to undertake this significant endeavor. It was not so much that Su Luo was particularly altruistic, but rather that the potential rewards were exceptionally lucrative. 2 sets of ingredients for a single vial of elixir. It was practically highway robbery. Not only could he reap substantial benefits, but he could also gain a considerable influence. This transaction was undeniably a win-win situation. Upon receiving Su Luo's affirmation, Old Wu discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Li, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. He had intended to assess Su Luo's alchemical prowess, but to his surprise, Su Luo had taken the initiative to propose it. Thus, as a mentor, he could not show any hesitation. Very well, since you possess such determination. I have an abundance of materials. In an instant, a plethora of precious herbs and various rare treasures appeared upon the table beside Su Luo. The onlookers recognized that Su Luo was about to commence his work. Those seated at the back stood upon their stools, eager to witness whether Su Luo was genuinely capable of crafting the elixir or merely seeking the spotlight. Wu Yong and Feng Li exchanged glances, each retreating a few steps to grant Su Luo ample space to operate. At that moment, a white streak materialized in the void. Initially a mere line, it soon became clear that it was the silhouette of a figure. What business does that old cur, Jiang Xinghe, have here? Wu Yong squinted as he discerned the identity of the newcomer, instantly filled with rage, wishing to hurl a forbidden spell at him. The old man, president of the Alchemist Association, Jiang Xinghe. His sole purpose for coming was to witness. Having heard that a saint-level alchemist was set to refine the spirit of fire right here, and he had come to ascertain the identity of this esteemed individual. Jiang Xinghe was accompanied by several senior members of the Alchemist Association, all of whom were revered wherever they went. Their collective presence attracted even more spectators to Yindu University. In an instant, the audience area, the ground, and even the sky were crowded with people. I expected a renowned saint-level alchemist. Yet it turns out to be a mere child. Upon recognizing Su Luo, Jiang Xinghe couldn't help but scoff derisively. Jiang, the old rogue, declared before the audience, today, my obedient disciple shall refine medicine. If you dare to break wind again, I shall burn you on the spot. Do you believe me? As the vice dean of the Qingsong Academy at Yindu University and the mentor of Su Luo, Wu Yong could not permit Jiang Xinghe to be so audacious. He immediately recited an incantation, causing the entire void to glow a fiery red. Should Jiang continue, the consequences would be dire. Jiang Xinghe snorted disdainfully, Old Wu. I am merely offering a kind reminder. Whether he can refine the spirit of fire is of no concern to me. Over the years, you've traveled far and wide in search of the ingredients for the spirit of fire, and you have only managed to collect 2 sets, have you not? How can you bear to let your promising disciple waste them? To hell with it, I'm more than willing. Old Wu cursed vehemently, igniting a flicker of flame at Jiang Xinghe's feet as a warning. Su Luo merely cast a glance at Jiang Xinghe before focusing his attention on the medicinal herbs before him. After committing all the herbs to memory, he retrieved a bronze cauldron from his backpack. This was merely an ordinary vessel, once set in place. Su Luo ignited a strand of earth fire using his alchemical skills and began adding the herbs one by one. The spirit of fire could only be refined by a saint-level alchemist, yet Su Luo possessed divine alchemical abilities. He could concoct any herb found in the world, and even if it did not exist, he could devise a way to create it. As the herbs were added, an unusual fragrance began to permeate the air. However, the members of the Alchemist Association did not hold back their scorn. This wretched cauldron is fit to refine the spirit of fire? The potency of the medicinal aroma is insufficient. This lad has likely never refined medicine before. President Jiang, do you believe this fellow can succeed? Someone in the crowd suddenly inquired, igniting Jiang Xinghe's interest. He chuckled coldly. If this lad manages to refine the spirit of fire today, I, Jiang, shall submit to your judgment. Old Wu, who had been seeking an outlet for his frustration, brightened at this and interjected, is this truly your word? My wager has been placed. Perhaps you should stake yours as well, Wu Yong? Jiang Xinghe, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, regarded Wu Yong with a glint of mischief. What stakes do you desire? Wu Yong retorted, disdainfully. If this lad fails to refine the spirit of fire, I shall personally render him incapable of becoming a transmuter or an alchemist ever again. Such malicious words sent a chill through Wu Yong, causing him to narrow his eyes. Su Luo, who had been focused on refining, abruptly lifted his head, his emotionless gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xinghe. What is the matter? It is only natural if you dare not wager. The number of saint-level alchemists in this world is scant, and within the Dragon Kingdom. Only I can refine the elemental spirits. Even I possess merely a 30% chance of success. Should you choose to withdraw now, I shall hold no grudge. However, if you persist in making a spectacle of us and tarnishing our reputation as alchemists, then you must place your bets. Jiang Xing had disregarded Su Luo entirely, redirecting his gaze toward Wu Yong. In his perspective, Su Luo was merely a minor player with a few hidden cards, easily destroyed in a moment of jest. Very well. I shall wager with you. Su Luo maintained a tranquil demeanor, his gaze towards Jiang Xinghe laced with a hint of mockery. Disciple, do not act impulsively. Wu Yong attempted to intervene, but Su Luo addressed Jiang Xinghe once more. Since President Jiang holds me, Su, in such esteem, let us stake a bet. However, if we are to gamble, let it be something substantial. Are you brave enough to take the risk? Chapter 34. This child exhibits courtesy, yet not in abundance before the eyes of the multitude. Su Luo, with a composed expression, pointed directly at Jiang Xinghe's head and declared, should I successfully concoct the spirit of fire, you shall become my disciple. Become a disciple? Jiang Xinghe was taken aback. The onlookers were equally astonished. Yet none dared to voice their thoughts, sensing the gravity of the situation. This had escalated beyond mere quarrels. It seemed to have evolved into a conflict between Yindu University and the Alchemist Association. Both entities stood as titans within the Dragon Kingdom, and nearly all present wished to remain uninvolved in this tempest. At the podium, the senior members of Yindu University gazed at Su Luo in astonishment, occasionally glancing at Wu Yong. Their eyes sparkled with amusement, as if silently conveying, your disciple is no ordinary individual. Yet, Wu Yong remained unfazed, continuing to observe Su Luo with a beaming smile, his admiration for the young man growing stronger. Initially, he had believed Su Luo's strength and talent were merely above average, marked by humility without arrogance. However, it was now evident that this youth was of a formidable character, one who spoke little but possessed great resolve. Regarding both talent and temperament, he was undeniably exceptional. In the crowd, Jiang Xinghe regained his composure, his face gradually reddening until it resembled a darkened liver. To wager or not to wager? Placing his lifelong reputation on the line against a young upstart seemed a disadvantageous gamble. Yet, the wager had been initiated by him. How could he withdraw now? Suppressing the urge to erupt in anger, he gritted his teeth and declared, since you wish for me to serve as the wager, your stakes are woefully insufficient. Insufficient? Su Luo pursed his lips, maintaining an impassive expression. You expect me to wager my bright future against your ephemeral fame. And you deem that sufficient? If I were to successfully concoct the spirit of fire, would not my status rise to be equal to yours? At this moment, I find your stakes lacking. Jiang Xinghe's continued provocations had severely crossed the line for Su Luo. Thus, he had no intention of showing leniency. Rather, he intended to extract a significant toll from him. As the atmosphere threatened to reach a stalemate, Wu Yong swiftly fanned the flames. Old Jiang, do you dare to continue the wager? If not, do not delay my disciple's alchemical endeavors here. Humph, what do I have to fear? Jiang Xinghe seethed, his eyes aflame with fury. Speak. What additional stakes do you propose? Wu Yong squinted, resuming his indulgence in the wine gourd, clearly indicating that it was up to Su Luo to decide. Let us add 10,000 bottles of advanced evolution potions. The high-grade potions for pet evolution are valued at 10,000 each in the market. As soon as Su Luo opened his mouth, he demanded 10,000 bottles, equivalent to a staggering sum of 100 million. However, the advanced pet elixirs were exceedingly rare, perpetually existing in a state of demand without supply. Aside from the Alchemist Association, even wealth could scarcely procure such a quantity. Very well, I agree, the elder replied. Now, let us commence without delay. Upon realizing that Su Luo only sought the high-grade advancement elixirs, Jiang Xinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief and readily acquiesced. While engaging in discourse, Su Luo continued his alchemical endeavors. As he introduced a myriad of ingredients into the small cauldron, he gradually began to master the sensation of concocting divine-grade potions. With his godly alchemical skills at his disposal, not only could he refine the elemental spirit of fire, but he could also produce divine-grade elixirs. His current sluggish pace was solely due to the novelty of handling such advanced materials, merely a matter of inexperience. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Su Luo's movements quickened, and he felt an increasing sense of ease. The process of refining the ingredients transformed into a source of pleasure. To onlookers, his actions appeared so swift that they seemed to create afterimages, were it not for the intensifying fragrance emanating from the cauldron. One might have thought Su Luo had begun to abandon caution. At that moment, the once dark clouds in the void began to twist and morph into a fiery crimson, as though the entire sky were igniting. Gasps of astonishment echoed as everyone lifted their heads. Was this an omen? Feng Li gazed in shock at the transformation in the void, and upon glancing back at Su Luo, his eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. He has succeeded. My esteemed apprentice has truly succeeded. Wu Yong erupted into hearty laughter. In the years past, he had humbly beseeched Jiang Xinghe to concoct the elemental spirit of fire, occasionally witnessing similar phenomena, but none compared to the grand spectacle ignited by Su Luo. A profound silence enveloped the area as all held their breath. Eyes fixed on Su Luo as he placed the final 2 ingredients into the cauldron. Instantly, the crimson clouds in the void began to roil, bubbling as if boiling water. Concurrently, the temperature of the earth began to subtly rise. In a brief moment, 2 flames gradually ascended from the cauldron. These were 2 orbs of burning fire, each containing a lustrous, translucent bead, nearly imperceptible at first glance. With the successful refinement of the elemental spirits of fire, the vast square grew increasingly sweltering. The elemental mages present could distinctly feel the air thickening with potent fire elements. He truly accomplished it. Moreover, he successfully refined 2 elemental spirits of fire in one attempt. For decades, he had navigated the alchemical realm of the Dragon Kingdom, always receiving the utmost deference. Yet now, he found himself schooled by a mere youth. Jiang Xinghe's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his legs buckled, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. With a gentle grasp, Su Luo captured the 2 elemental spirits in his hand. It was only at that moment that the others regained their composure, gazing at Su Luo with adoration. At such a tender age, he had already attained the status of a divine-grade alchemist, with a promising future ahead that could very well lead him to the pinnacle of godly alchemy. Not only was his future boundless, but even those of over 100 levels would find themselves compelled to maintain a humble demeanor in his presence. On the podium, the numerous esteemed university mentors, who had initially approached the situation with a sense of detached curiosity, now cast their gazes towards Su Luo, their expressions transformed, particularly when glancing at the old Master Wu. The envy was palpable. Old Wu, your remarkable disciple is no fire mage. If there is anything you cannot impart, feel free to seek my assistance. This child is exceptional. My little niece has also just turned 18. Remember, once a teacher, always a father. Old Wu, you must express your stance. I must emphasize, such a precious gem cannot be hidden away. In an instant, the individuals on the podium encircled the elder Wu. Feng Li, grinning, observed Su Luo and gave him a thumbs up. Who would have thought he was the one concealing the deepest secrets? In the crowd, Yi Lingwei gazed at Su Luo, her expression one of shock, as if she were meeting him for the first time. Nearby, Zhou Taixing and Zhou Lan looked at Su Luo with delight. After a brief exchange, Zhou Lan retrieved a stone resembling a communication talisman from her backpack. She spoke a few words into the stone before crushing it in her hand. After breaking free from the throng, Wu Yong's aged face was adorned with countless wrinkles from his broad smile. Su Luo, with utmost respect, retracted 1 fire spirit and offered the remaining 1 with both hands. This is my apprenticeship gift, he said earnestly. Very well, very well. Old Wu beamed. Though certain sentiments remained unspoken, he felt that while this child understood manners, his understanding was still limited. Chapter 35. Renowned in Yindu, a set of medicinal materials yields 1 finished product, and any surplus is a testament to the alchemist's skill. Such is the rule. Taking only 1 fire spirit, Wu Yong did not dwell on it further. Instead, he focused his attention on the still feigning death, Jiang Xinghe. Old rascal. The wager has concluded. Wu Yong's voice, though not loud, commanded the attention of the entire assembly. The members of the Alchemist Association, unable to maintain their facade, called out a few times, prompting Jiang Xinghe to awaken languidly. At that moment, all eyes turned to Jiang Xinghe, filled with ridicule. Having returned after initially departing, upon hearing about the fire spirit's concoction, he had hurried back. It would have sufficed to merely observe, yet he insisted on betting. Was he not offering his face for a slap? Very well, I concede freely. Jiang Xinghe sighed deeply, suddenly appearing decades older. Trembling, he stood up. Faced with the scornful gazes of the crowd, his complexion grew increasingly pale as he clasped his hands in front of Su Luo, declaring, I have lost. 1,000 bottles of advanced elixirs shall be delivered. With that, he turned towards the entrance of Yindu University. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the scene. Wu Yong furrowed his brow. As an 8th-level powerhouse, he would not be deceived by Jiang Xinghe. The man, brimming with vitality, feigned the appearance of a feeble elder. Just then, Su Luo glanced at Wu Yong, as if seeking his guidance. Halt! A resonant voice rang out, causing Jiang Xinghe to falter in his steps, his body swaying noticeably. Director Wu, Su Xiaoyu, my health is deteriorating. If I do not return promptly to take my medication, I fear my days may be numbered. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Jiang Xinghe turned once more, his complexion paler than before, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His gaze towards Wu Yong was laced with provocation. Here, in the presence of so many. How could the esteemed dean of Qinglong Academy stoop to bully an ordinary old man such as myself? You cannot leave until the medicine is delivered, Wu Yong replied, his expression devoid of emotion. You have yet to fulfill your wager. Jiang Xinghe's face registered exaggerated astonishment before he lamented to the crowd, pray, let me seek your judgment. My health is frail, and should I face further distress, it could spell my demise. How can the illustrious dean of Qinglong Academy impose such hardship on a mere elder? Where's the justice in this? Is there no compassion left? His lamentations were so theatrical, one would think he was about to sit on the ground and weep. However, the atmosphere was thick with silence. Everyone was carefully reflecting on Jiang Xinghe's earlier words. An ordinary elder? Was he truly an ordinary elder? The president of the Alchemist Association. Many present had felt his disdain firsthand. As the chief alchemist, his annual earnings were anything but meager. An ordinary elder, indeed, though the crowd remained silent. Their gazes grew increasingly intriguing. Fail to honor your contract, and even the mightiest will not grant you passage from this place today. Wu Yong continued to regard Jiang Xinghe with an impassive demeanor, while the higher-ups of Yindu silently observed, showing no intent to intervene. Jiang Xinghe's expression twitched as he turned to Su Luo, unable to restrain his frown. Perhaps we should let this matter rest for today. One should not tread too narrowly on the path of youth. The crowd watched Su Luo in silence, and surprisingly, Wu Yong refrained from further comment, allowing Su Luo to decide for himself. Once you have paid your respects as a disciple, you may leave. Su Luo stood steadfast, showing no inclination to relent toward Jiang Xinghe. Very well, but let it be known, I wonder if you can bear the burden of this kneeling. Jiang Xinghe's expression darkened with malice as he slowly advanced toward Su Luo. The closer he drew to the podium, the more hesitant his steps became. A vengeful spirit is seldom welcomed anywhere. He was waiting, hoping that Su Luo, in pursuit of a virtuous reputation, would choose to spare him. At that moment, the messenger with the medicine arrived. Despite their reluctance, they presented a storage pouch to Wu Yong. Enough. Hurry, kneel and pay your respects as a disciple before departing. With the advanced potion in hand, Wu Yong had little patience left and urged Jiang Xinghe to comply. Jiang Xinghe glared at Su Luo with resentment, reluctantly bowing his head. Master, my dear disciple, rise, Su Luo said with a smile, standing directly in front of Jiang Xinghe as he knelt. Without the formalities of a proper initiation ceremony, this kneeling was nothing short of self-humiliation. Esteemed guests, I must take my leave. Wu Yong gestured respectfully to the crowd before leading Su Luo away from the podium. Disappearing from their sight, only Jiang Xinghe stood there, seemingly unable to accept the harsh reality of his defeat. Whispers began to circulate among the audience, astonished that the formidable President Jiang had finally encountered a setback. He had always reveled in trampling upon the dignity of others, and now, at long last, he was facing retribution. Young Master Su did not merely trample dignity. He ground the old dog's pride into the earth. Deservedly so. The head of the Yi family, it appears, has been the most astute of all. By now, that girl Lingyue has likely forged a friendship with young Master Yi. The surrounding heads of families jested with Yi Tianxi, their expressions filled with envy. Yi Tianxi smiled faintly, humbly stating, Lingyue is naturally lively. She is herself. And the Yi family is the Yi family. If we could recruit Su Luo as a son-in-law, it would certainly elevate our status. Yet, Yi Tianxi harbored his own concerns. For Lingyue was not truly his child, merely someone fostered within the Yi household. The others were oblivious to Yi Tianxi's regrets. Engrossed in their own discussions, today has opened my eyes. From now on, anyone from the Wang family must steer clear of Su Luo. Indeed, this fellow is astonishingly low-key. Yet he dares to strike with lethal precision. Did you not notice? His name has turned a deep shade of red, with his ability to concoct fire spirits. Should I provoke him, I fear my ancestors would drag me to apologize. Speaking of fire spirits, this young man is truly remarkable, managing to create 2 in one go, while Jiang Xinghe likely requires 4 or 5 attempts for a single one. The crowd conversed for quite some time before reluctantly departing from Yindu University. Let Jiang Xinghe kneel and pay homage to his master. Following this event, perhaps the entire Yindu will be filled with the legend of Su Luo. In Su Luo's courtyard, Zhou Taixing and the others gathered, eyeing the prizes on the table and deliberating on how to divide them. Su Luo, we 4 have come to an agreement. This competition was primarily due to your efforts. Therefore, the spatial stone belongs to you, while the remaining items shall be evenly divided among us 5. Zhou Taixing's expression was grave. Previously, Su Luo had declared that he only desired the spatial stone and that the others could share the rest. However, they insisted on allocating a portion to Su Luo. Take it. We are not particularly in need of these trinkets, Zhou Lan interjected, with Yi Lingyue and Wang Meng nodding in agreement, urging Su Luo to take more. Very well, I shall consider this a fortunate gain. Su Luo awkwardly rubbed his nose and began assigning new tasks to Zhou Taixing and Wang Meng. The Alchemist Association would undoubtedly cease collaboration with Yindu University. Even if they continued, they would surely demand exorbitant prices. Thus, Su Luo instructed the two to announce the availability of stamina restoration potions for contract manufacturing and sale at Yindu University. If all goes well, they could seize the entire herbal market in Yindu, for there were indeed substantial profits to be made. Once the others departed, Su Luo picked up the small spatial stone for study, intrigued by how much area this object could expand within the realm of divine medicine. Chapter 36, Small Spatial Stone. Expansion of the divine medicine realm. Within the realm of divine medicine, the growth of herbs was flourishing. In a neatly divided field of medicinal herbs, various plants thrived with vibrant life, their lush greenery pulsating with vitality. Su Luo stood on the ridge, inhaling deeply, as if the air itself bore a sweet essence. Countless skeletal servants busied themselves in the fields, tirelessly weeding, watering, and pestering the insects. The most remarkable aspect was their lack of need for wages. Under the diligent summons of the necromancer, the number of skeletal servants had swelled to nearly 2,000. Each plot of herb was tended by 4 or 5 skeletal workers. When tasks were completed, they would stand by, ever vigilant, providing round-the-clock service to the medicinal fields. In another vacant area, over 1,000 skeletal alchemists stood idly. Some remained upright, while others sat or lay along the ridge, observing the ripening herbs. How could these plants grow so swiftly? If not for the skeletal alchemist propped up on the ridge, Su Luo might have overlooked the fact that the initially sown herbs were nearing maturity. The alchemist's levels were, in Su Luo's eyes, devoid of mystery. A cursory glance revealed that most were still at the novice stage, with only a handful attaining the intermediate level. Their skills were stunted, primarily due to a lack of materials for practice. Upon noticing Su Luo's arrival, the necromancer, who was tirelessly summoning skeletal servants, immediately transformed into an eager sycophant, scurrying over. "Master, you have come. Everything here is stable. I hope it meets your expectations. Alas, the space is a tad limited. Otherwise I could plan for more." The necromancer began to complain until Su Luo retrieved an object, silencing him instantly. The necromancer's crimson eyes widened beneath his black robe, growing increasingly astonished until a hole was burned through his cloak, at which point he returned to his usual demeanor. The space stone resembled a polished iron orb, no larger than a ping-pong ball, adorned with numerous holes and somewhat heavy in hand. Su Luo gently tossed the space stone upward, causing the entire area to gradually distort. Soon, a mist enveloped the realm of divine herbs, thickening as the stone continued to shrink. "Master, where did you acquire such a space stone?" the necromancer exclaimed in delight. Perceiving the expansion of the herbal realm, Su Luo pointed towards the nearby field, curiously inquiring, "What has caused the growth rate of these herbs to accelerate?" "He. After my influence, this space has acknowledged me. I am now the spirit of this realm." The necromancer wished to boast further, but, fearing Su Luo's potential wrath, opted for honesty. Once a realm has birthed a spirit, it is akin to a child maturing into adulthood. The spirit can command the elements within this small domain, including the passage of time. However, the necromancer was not yet formidable. He could only hasten time slightly more than in the outside world. Nevertheless, becoming the realm spirit granted him the ability to control monster spawns, capable of summoning the most basic wildlife or, at the highest level, monsters of level 10 to provide experience points. Yet, level 10 monsters were rather insignificant, their utility minimal. Su Luo was quite pleased with the changes in the realm of divine medicines. Just then, a thick fog began to dissipate, restoring a sense of brightness to the entire domain. As the master of this world, Su Luo could soar through the air like the necromancer. Standing in the void, he gazed down from his elevated vantage point. The area of the divine medicine realm had expanded by half. Mountains, rivers, and meadows now flourished with vibrant, untamed land. "Master, shall these newly acquired lands be used for cultivating medicinal herbs?" The necromancer looked at Su Luo with a mixture of concern and eagerness. His passion lay in agriculture and infrastructure, yet his intellect had its limitations. The plan was to construct a grand storage facility first, followed by several hundred potion-making chambers, with the remaining space designated for planting herbs needed for minor restorative potions. Upon receiving the new orders, the necromancer promptly began issuing commands for all idle skeletons to commence their tasks. At that moment, although the space within the divine medicine realm was modest, it was fully equipped. Observing this small world gradually becoming more substantial filled Su Luo with a sense of comfort. Regardless of external circumstances, this realm would forever remain his sanctuary. With this thought in mind, Su Luo felt increasingly assured that participating in the blood trial was indeed the right choice. If he could acquire another small spatial stone, the area of the divine medicine realm could expand even further. Whether for planting herbs or serving as a storeroom, it would be an ideal location. After quietly contemplating for a while, Su Luo summoned the golden-scaled flame dragon. Golden-scaled flame dragon, level 29, S-class, attack, 1880, Defense, 1520. Mentality, 1600. Constitution, 7800. Skill, Fiery Rain. Golden Scales Shuttling, Ignite. Ignite, an unquenchable flame that disregards defenses, inflicting dual damage to both soul and body, causing 300 damage per second for 5 minutes. Following the carnage of the team competition, the Golden Scaled Flame Dragon had reached level 29. Its Soul Burn skill had transformed into Ignite, capable of inflicting a total of 90,000 damage over 5 minutes. Upon witnessing the dragon's new ability, Sulo was overwhelmed with exhilaration. 90,000 damage. This level of attack power could potentially defeat many formidable monsters single-handedly. Sulo then retrieved over 1,000 beast spirit pills and fed them to the Golden Scaled Flame Dragon. As an S-class pet, its standing in Sulo's heart was second only to that of the necromancer. Under such limited conditions, it was only natural to prioritize the nurturing of pets with greater potential. After exiting the divine medicine realm, Sulo settled in the courtyard to read. Although he was merely perusing books, his experience points were rapidly increasing. Experience points 500. Experience points 500. Sulo glanced at his experience bar, which had reached 50. It was likely that once the Golden Scaled Flame Dragon consumed all the beast spirit pills, he would also ascend to level 30. At that moment, Sulo felt a peculiar vibration emanating from a stone in his backpack. It was a communication stone, a reward bestowed upon them by Feng Li following their victory in the team competition. A communication tool far superior to a mobile phone, requiring only a modicum of mental energy to transmit sound, can be effortlessly utilized even within the numerous dungeons. Su Luo took out the communication stone, and immediately, the anxious voice of Zhou Taixing resonated within. Luo Gu, I fear our method of processing medicinal materials at Yindu University may not be feasible. Just now, Wang Meng and I were promoting it on the playground when Minter Feng stopped us. He told us to refrain from causing a stir and insisted that you visit him in his office. Refrain from causing a stir? Su Luo furrowed his brow at once. As he was now a peer of Feng Li, it was evident that the criticism was not directed at him. Why could he not promote his more affordable processing of medicinal materials? Setting down his book, Su Luo promptly made his way to Feng Li's office. Inside the office, Feng Li was seated, engrossed in his studies. Upon noticing Su Luo's arrival, he set aside his work. Mentor, Su Luo offered a slight bow, only to be halted by Feng Li. Now that you are also a disciple of the master, we are brothers. There is no need for such formalities. Afterward, Feng Li fetched a chair for Su Luo and spoke earnestly. I recognize your talent in alchemy, but do you grasp the scale of the student body at Yindu University? Excluding those who are perpetually leveling up outside, there are at least 100,000 students on campus. Announcing your processing of medicinal materials among such a crowd could reflect poorly on the institution. Feng Li continued to speak at length, while Su Luo listened intently. The crux of his message was that the academy intended to hire several alchemists to produce medicinal materials. Should Su Luo proceed with his plan, it would create the impression of competition for those alchemists. After Feng Li concluded his lengthy discourse, Su Luo finally interjected, if I can produce medicinal materials in bulk, would that not warrant widespread promotion within the academy? Chapter 37. News of a mysterious organization producing medicinal potions in bulk? Feng Li's pupils suddenly constricted, and he regarded Su Luo with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. How do you intend to validate your claim? He trusted that Su Luo was not one to boast. Yet the matter was too significant for hasty conclusions. A smile graced Su Luo's face. This was precisely what he had hoped for. Brother, if you do not believe me, simply provide me with the materials for 2,000 sets of minor stamina restoration potions. Just 1 hour this afternoon. I assure you, within that hour, all 2,000 sets will be completed. Su Luo declared confidently, patting his chest to emphasize his assertion. You are indeed a hidden gem. Let us go to the storeroom to collect the materials. With Su Luo brimming with confidence, Feng Li decided to test the limits of this young man's abilities. Processing 2,000 sets of medicinal materials within an hour was a feat only the Alchemist Association of the Dragon Kingdom could achieve. Should Su Luo succeed, the Academy's medicinal materials could very well be entrusted to him in the future, sparing them the need to concern themselves with Jiang Xinghe's disposition. At this juncture, Feng Li was increasingly convinced that the Su family was undoubtedly a concealed, prestigious lineage. How else could two extraordinary talents emerge from one household? Su Bingxue had once been renowned throughout Yindu, and Su Luo was currently stirring the winds of change within the city. Yindu University sprawled across a vast expanse. Yet the speed of the transmuters far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In merely 10 minutes, the two arrived at the school's storeroom. At the entrance stood 2 colossal stone doors, beside which sat an elderly man. As a disciple of the head of the Qinglong Academy, Feng Li merely exchanged a brief greeting before entering. Inside the storeroom, the illumination was bright, and an extensive array of shelves was meticulously organized, with a pathway for vehicles even running through the center. This is our school's storeroom. The items you seek are within, Feng Li said. guiding Su Luo deeper into the warehouse. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped Su Luo. Congratulations, you have surpassed level 30, a voice echoed in his mind. Feng Li, walking ahead, sensed a shift in Su Luo's aura and turned around, his face a mask of astonishment. This is utterly unscientific. Leveling up while walking? How did you manage that? He exclaimed, his expression akin to witnessing a ghost. My pet consumed some beast spirit pills, and I gained a bit of experience as well. Su Luo replied, feeling a strange chill as an unfamiliar middle-aged man stared at him intently. So that is how it is. I recall you possess a private dungeon. It's quite advantageous for your pet to level up there. Your pet has no distance limitations? Feng Li's previously calm demeanor began to tremble anew. After Su Luo nodded, he sighed. They say beast masters are weak. At this rate, you may very well surpass your master. Su Luo remained silent, his heart brimming with excitement as he began to examine his attributes. Name, Su Luo. Occupation, Beastmaster. Level, 30. Strength, 1800. Mentality, 2400. Defense, 2600. Vitality, 7000. Equipment, Taming Whip. Colossal Armor Set, Colossal Sword. Pets, Skills, Taming, Root Entanglement, Death Curse. Flame Baptism, Skill Duplication Opportunities. 3. Resettable Skill Duplication Opportunities. 3. The prospect of resetting and duplicating skills filled Su Luo with joy. However, he had learned from experience that such opportunities should not be squandered. It would be wise to wait until his pet possessed stronger skills before opting for duplication. Upon reaching their destination, Feng Li appeared somewhat disheartened, seemingly affected by Su Luo's extraordinary prowess. After retrieving materials for 2,000 small stamina recovery potions, he turned to leave in a dejected manner. Yet, just a few steps away, Su Luo halted him. Senior brother, you mentioned that if I reached level 30 before the end of the month, I could participate in the blood trial. Does that still hold true? Su Luo asked, his face alight with anticipation. The blood trial represented yet another small spatial stone for him. You rascal, now that you've attained level 30, it certainly counts, Feng Li replied, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he added, you might as well accompany me to meet the master now. I need to return to alchemy. Just speak to the master for me. Su Luo awkwardly rubbed his nose. The mere mention of Old Man Wu instinctively filled him with resistance. After all, he still possessed a valuable fire spirit in his possession. During this period, it would be wise not to meet him. The master had previously mentioned that upon reaching level 30, he would divulge some information regarding your sister. Let us proceed. The mere mention of his sister, Su Bingxue, instantly alleviated Su Luo's inner turmoil. He had endeavored fervently to reach Yindu University solely to find her, yet had come up empty-handed. Now that he had finally received word of her, he certainly would not relent. In the wilderness, before a quaint, handcrafted wooden cabin adorned with a plethora of fruits and medicinal herbs, Wu Yong reclined in a chair, leisurely sipping fine wine and occasionally humming a cheerful tune. This was his private domain, known to few. However, when two individuals ascended from the foot of the mountain, his demeanor shifted, and he solemnly set down his gourd of wine. Has that lad truly reached level 30 so swiftly? Even before their arrival, Wu Yong had surmised the purpose of Su Luo's visit. Master, Su Luo followed closely behind Feng Li, bowing in unison. Do you both have matters to discuss? Wu Yong remained reclined, casually lifting his gourd to pour wine into his mouth. The courtyard fell silent. Feeling somewhat awkward, Su Luo scratched his nose. He recognized it was time for him to take the initiative. Thus, he stepped forward respectfully and said, Master, I wish to inquire about my sister. Upon reaching level 30, you are indeed eligible to partake in the blood trial, and the matter of your sister is not beyond my disclosure. However, are you prepared? Wu Yong set down his gourd, his expression turning grave as he regarded Su Luo. I am prepared. Noticing Su Luo's determination, Wu Yong sighed and began to speak at a measured pace. 30 years ago, a mysterious organization known as Blood Slaughter emerged in Long Kingdom. Through Wu Yong's narration, Su Luo finally grasped the reason behind his sister's departure from Yindu. The Blood Slaughter organization was deeply entrenched and shrouded in enigma within Long Kingdom. The whereabouts of its headquarters remained unknown, as did the number of its members. Almost every budding genius among the career changers had been courted by them, and all who participated in Blood Slaughter had vanished without a trace. To evade joining Blood Slaughter, Su Bingxue had left Yindu University for the Long Kingdom's war zone. Your sister should currently be in the Mo Bay war zone. This time, as you partake in the blood trial, you may have the opportunity to uncover some news about her. Upon hearing this, Su Luo felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The Mo Bay war zone was embroiled in perpetual conflict, with wild beasts and invading enemies attempting to breach the borders of Long Kingdom. The soldiers stationed in the Long Kingdom's war zone bore the solemn duty of intercepting all manner of monsters and foes at the boundary. What appeared to be a glamorous profession was fraught with peril. He resolutely determined that this time, during the blood trial, He must seize the chance to search for his sister. Observing Su Luo's troubled expression, Wu Yong furrowed his brow and waved his hand. Enough, you should return early. Wait for me at the school gate tomorrow morning. I shall present you with a valuable gift as a token of your apprenticeship. Chapter 38, as class pet. The three-legged golden crow. On the journey back, Su Luo found himself immersed in recollections of the earlier scene. His master, now an esteemed level 83 powerhouse, seemed to harbor a sense of helplessness regarding that organization. Combined with the letter left by his sister and the words spoken by Zhou Taixing, Su Luo increasingly felt that the world was not as tranquil as it appeared. Perhaps ordinary individuals remained oblivious to such matters. Since awakening his divine talents and passive skills, he was destined to transcend the realm of the ordinary. In the days to come, engaging with these individuals was inevitable, a weighty responsibility indeed. With a sigh, Su Luo sought a secluded spot and directly entered the realm of divine potions. "Master, you have arrived," exclaimed the necromancer, hastily approaching him with an eager demeanor. The numerous skeletal alchemists appeared quite idle, their eyes curiously fixated on Su Luo. An increasing number of onlookers leaned over the field to observe the medicinal herbs. "Distribute these herbs among everyone, 2 sets per person, and instruct them to commence their alchemical work immediately. If we succeed today, we shall have a greater abundance of herbs to practice with in the future." As his words echoed, Su Luo retrieved 2,000 sets of herbs from his backpack, creating a veritable hill of medicinal materials upon the ground. "Just watch, master. My alchemists are like bloodthirsty blades, having long been deprived of the scent of blood." The necromancer, brimming with excitement, soared through the air while commanding the skeletal servants to distribute the herbs. The small stamina recovery potions were the most basic yet essential concoctions, perfectly suited to the abilities of these skeletal alchemists, who could only currently produce such rudimentary potions. Once the herbs were distributed, the expansive clearing erupted with the crackling of flames, and a rich aroma of potions wafted through the air. The 1,000 skeletal alchemists diligently engaged in their craft, a sight that left even Su Luo, their master, momentarily awestruck. How utterly magnificent! "Oh dear, master, I sense we are on the brink of soaring to new heights. Look at all these alchemists. Once they grow, they will serve us. In the future, whether it be Beast King elixirs or Beast God elixirs, they will become our sustenance. And advancement potions will flow like water." I am overwhelmed with emotion. Beneath the necromancer's vast black robe, a few drops of liquid actually escaped. "Cease this sentimentality, or I shall end you." Su Luo glared at the necromancer with a murderous gaze, causing it to shudder and revert to its normal demeanor. Elsewhere, the golden-scaled flame dragon had reached level 31 and was languidly dozing beneath a tree. Upon noticing Su Luo busily crafting potions, it yawned, stretched, and returned to slumber. The skeletal alchemists, lacking Su Luo's prowess, occasionally encountered failures in their potion-making. Ultimately, they produced only 2,300 bottles of stamina recovery potions. Nevertheless, Su Luo felt satisfied, as this venture had netted him an additional 300 bottles with minimal effort. After stowing all the potions in his backpack, Su Luo promptly exited the realm of divine potions. In Feng Li's office, he remained engrossed in studying the black iron block until Su Luo approached, at which point he reluctantly set it aside. "Is it done? All 2,000 bottles of stamina recovery potions have been successfully crafted." A proud smile graced Su Luo's face as he sought an open space to display all the potions. "Very well, let that rascal Zhou Taixing handle the publicity. I have already given him a heads up. From now on, the entire Yindu will be yours." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Feng Li turned and seated himself. Returning to his studies, Su Luo nodded in acknowledgement and, upon exiting the office, promptly sought out Zhou Taixing and Wang Meng. The following day, Su Luo arrived early at the gates of Yindu University, carrying 4 meat buns made from exotic beast flesh and a cup of freshly ground spiritual soy milk. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, an unassuming elderly gentleman emerged, rubbing his eyes and looking quite disheveled, prompting Su Luo to momentarily question if he had arrived too early. "Master, I brought you breakfast," he called out. Before the old man could find his footing, Su Luo eagerly presented the food. The old man, showing no reluctance, accepted the buns and soy milk, devouring them in a few bites before leading Su Luo out. However, as they walked, Su Luo began to feel increasingly uneasy. Were they truly heading to the bus stop? An esteemed level 83 mage taking the bus? Shouldn't someone offer him a seat? Once aboard the bus, the old man reclined in his seat and promptly fell asleep. Although Su Luo was puzzled, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, diligently suppressing the urge to rouse his master at each bus stop they passed. "Let us get off," the old man finally said, lazily opening his eyes only when they reached their destination. He alighted, carrying a small bag, and the two ventured towards a toll-based teleportation array. In the dense forest, Su Luo was drenched in sweat, while the old man insisted he refrain from utilizing his class powers. Thus, they trudged through the mountains like ordinary individuals, Upon reaching their destination, the old man halted and gestured toward a cave ahead. The entrance of the cave was roughly 7 to 8 meters in diameter, ominously dark and charred as though scorched by fire. Within a radius of several dozen meters, no vegetation thrived. Even the stones appeared blackened. When the fight commences, you shall observe from the sidelines. When the time is right, assist me in taming the larger one, and the smaller one will be yours, he instructed. Su Luo was momentarily taken aback at the prospect of aiding in the taming of a creature. While beast tamers could indeed tame their own beasts as well as assist others, Su Luo was perplexed as to why his master, at such a high level, still lacked a creature of his own. Meanwhile, the old man had already prepared himself. He held a fist-sized clump of grass and flung it forcefully into the cave's entrance. A peculiar fragrance emanated from the grass, and soon, the cave was filled with the sounds of birdsong. The cries were sharp, piercing, and resoundingly loud. Su Luo surmised that the creature within was undoubtedly a large avian beast. Moreover, anything worthy of the old man's attention must possess considerable prowess. With another sharp call, a torrent of golden flames erupted from the cave. The shockwave surged forth, incinerating the newly sprouted weeds in the distance. A massive, three-legged avian creature, engulfed in flames, burst forth from the cave. The old man chuckled gleefully, exuding a terrifying aura as he instantly appeared 20 meters away. Before Su Luo could fully comprehend the situation, the man and the creature were already engaged in combat. The bird appears to be the legendary three-legged golden crow, which can undoubtedly be classified as an S-grade pet. Upon recognizing the creature's rank, Su Luo's face flushed with excitement. It seemed that his success in capturing pets was merely a stroke of luck. However, for someone of Old Wu's caliber, capturing a pet appeared to be a matter of sheer force. In the void, the blue sky and white clouds transformed into a sea of crimson. As if engulfed in flames, Old Wu wielded a wooden staff, his figure dancing with agility. The three-legged golden crow, though herbivorous, possessed formidable strength. The clash between them was intense and indecisive. Su Luo, hidden in a patch of grass, observed the battle in silence, his face betraying no signs of worry. Instead, it was alight with exhilaration. Those of higher rank rarely engaged in ventures lacking certainty. He was confident that the three-legged golden crow was no match for Old Wu. Moreover, Old Wu had clearly stated that the larger catch belonged to him, while the smaller one was Su Luo's, indicating the presence of another young golden crow in the cave. Chapter 39. The secret of divine rank. Flames erupted in the sky, engulfing the surroundings in a tumultuous blaze. As a mage, Old Wu's agility was remarkable. Su Luo fixated on every movement, closely observing the prowess of a formidable warrior in combat. This was the most effective means of advancement. At that moment, Su Luo truly grasped the might of an 8th-tier expert. If a skill were to misfire, he feared he would feel no pain and would be instantaneously transported away from this beautiful world. Su Luo, what are you doing? Seize the opportunity to tame it. Old Wu shouted at Su Luo after successfully withstanding a skill from the three-legged golden crow. Despite his numerous calls, Su Luo merely stood there with a foolish grin. Here it comes, Su Luo responded, positioning himself atop a massive rock to employ his taming skill on the three-legged golden crow. Taming failed. Taming failed. Su Luo, Old Wu, what is going on? The three-legged golden crow is nearly at death's door, and you still can't tame it? Old Wu's temper flared as he scolded Su Luo, only to be caught by a claw from the crow. Yet, he swiftly employed a secret technique to escape its grasp. Master, you mentioned it was near death. How many drops of health does it have left? Su Luo inquired. This creature had over 500,000 health points, and now it has just over 30,000. Does that not qualify as nearly dead? Old Wu gazed at Su Luo with confusion. Master, I typically achieve successful taming when their health is around 100 points or so, or perhaps 10 points. The success rate is significantly higher that way. All right. If you fail to tame it again, we shall roast your little one for lunch. Old Wu's face flushed with embarrassment. He was well aware that the issue lay with the health points. Nevertheless, it was quite reasonable for Su Luo to be slightly more skilled than a typical beastmaster. After an arduous struggle, Old Wu began to find himself at a disadvantage. He had to manage the three-legged golden crow's health carefully, ensuring that each strike dealt just the right amount of damage without slaying it. Master, it's almost done. Seeing the three-legged golden crow on the brink of collapse, Su Luo immediately began the taming process once more. Taming successful. Thanks to Su Luo's relentless efforts, after countless attempts at taming, he finally succeeded. The entire sky fell into a profound silence. The three-legged golden crow stood still in the void, as if its very soul had been extracted. This was the state induced by a beast tamer, though at this moment, Su Luo was assisting the old man Wu in the taming process. Thus, the final acknowledgement of ownership would require the old man's personal involvement. 5 minutes later, the three-legged golden crow regained its vitality, though it appeared considerably more docile this time. The old man Wu, mounted upon its back, slowly descended from the heavens. Well done, my boy. This endeavor was executed splendidly. Your master will remember this. He bellowed with laughter, before swiftly darting into a nearby cave. Before long, he emerged with a juvenile three-legged golden crow. Approximately the size of a full-grown hen, its body devoid of feathers and appearing somewhat unkempt. Perhaps due to its youth, Su Luo immediately perceived its attributes. Juvenile three-legged golden crow, level 0, S-class pet. Attack, 5. Defense, 5. Mentality, 8. Skills, unknown description. The juvenile three-legged golden crow possesses immense potential and, upon maturity, will command the boundless elements of fire. It was Su Luo's first encounter with a level 0 pet, and the remarkable fact that this creature held offensive capabilities was astonishing. It surpassed even the level 1 little white rabbit from his dungeon. What are you dawdling for? Quickly tame it, so we can ride back, urged the old man Wu, noticing Su Luo's silly grin. Thank you, master, Su Luo replied, flashing a bright smile that revealed his pearly whites. Taming successful. Congratulations. You have acquired an S-class pet, juvenile three-legged golden crow. Upon successful taming, Su Luo promptly stored the little golden crow in his pet space, fearing that it might succumb to the wind before reaching the age of 1 month. Outside Yindu City, the sky blazed with a fiery hue, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. A large bird of vibrant red soared through the air, gradually approaching Yindu. Wherever it flew, the surroundings transformed into a crimson expanse. Lingering long after its passage, a lengthy trail of red followed in its wake. Below, throngs of people poured out to witness the spectacle. Upon realizing that 2 figures were perched upon the back of the magnificent bird, they understood that it was someone's pet. Why does that bird have 3 legs? One exclaimed. Have you never seen one? That is the three-legged golden crow. It ranks just below the 4 divine beasts in the Dragon Kingdom. It must be a fire attribute pet. Even from this distance, I can sense the temperature rising. Just how high is its level? Look. Those 2 up there seem to be Dean Wu and Su Luo from Yindu. In an instant, speculation arose that Su Luo had taken flight. Many believed it was Wu Yong who helped Su Luo tame the three-legged golden crow. Meanwhile, above the Alchemist Association, upon receiving the news, Jiang Xinghe opened his window and chanced upon the sight of Wu Yong and Su Luo riding the three-legged golden crow through the void. His expression darkened. He could not fail to recognize this as an ostentatious display orchestrated by the old man Wu. Someone, President, is there something amiss? Relay this message, henceforth. Any student or graduate from Yindu University engaged in the sale or processing of elixirs shall see their prices increased tenfold. Understood. Until the three-legged golden crow vanished into the void, a triumphant smile emerged on Jiang Xinghe's face. With over 100,000 students at Yindu University, combined with the number of graduates, the demand for potions was immense. He believed that with a tenfold price increase, old Wu and Su Luo would soon come to him seeking forgiveness. At that moment, he thought to himself, if I do not see you crawling from Yindu to the Alchemist Association, I shall not bear the surname Jiang. The very thought of Su Luo and old Wu kneeling before him sent a grin spreading across Jiang Xinghe's face. In the square of Yindu University, as the three-legged golden crow landed, Wu Yu displayed an air of nonchalance while he stored the creature in his pet space. In full view of the crowd, he and Su Luo made their way towards the Qinglong Academy. Along the way, an array of admiration and praise filled their ears, most notably lauding old Wu's prowess. Wu Yu smiled graciously, while Su Luo wore a face of exasperation. How ostentatious. This was exceedingly flamboyant. The key was that this old man was quite the performer. Confronted with the crowd's accolades, he maintained an unruffled demeanor, feigning innocence. Were it not for Su Luo's proximity allowing him to hear the old man's racing heart, he might have believed it. Master, what is divine status? Su Luo finally inquired after they ventured onto a secluded path. Divine status is the criterion for becoming a deity. Once one possesses it, they transcend racial boundaries and become an eternal god. Wu Yu replied with a light-hearted step, his mood buoyant. However, he abruptly halted, casting a serious glance at Su Luo. How do you know about divine status? Seeing Wu Yu's grave expression, Su Luo recounted. I acquired some knowledge after breaking through to level 30. Of course, Su Luo remained mindful of his sister's advice to trust no one too easily. Thus he did not divulge everything. Few in this world were aware of divine status, as gods had not manifested for many years. Wu Yu, oblivious to Su Luo's deception, offered a haphazard explanation before resuming his forward pace, while Su Luo headed towards his courtyard. With only 1 day left until the blood trial registration, he had much to prepare. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, he found Zhou Taixing and Yi Lingyue seated inside, appearing to have waited for quite some time. Chapter 40. The 4 divine beasts have assembled. Zhou Taixing, Yi Lingyue, Zhou Lan, and Wang Mang sat around a stone table in the courtyard, idly awaiting Su Luo's return. Surprised to see all 4 present, Su Luo asked, is something amiss? Yi Lingyue burst into laughter, complaining, you really are dull. Are you not pleased to have such stunning beauties visit you? Zhoulan's cheeks flushed slightly as she offered Su Luo a gentle smile. Recognizing that there was no grave matter at hand, Su Luo retrieved several bottles of water from the house to distribute among them. Zhou Taisheng, beaming with pride, declared, actually, our promotional efforts at the academy have taken off. Many people are seeking us to process medicinal materials, and since there is an overwhelming amount, we brought it all to you. With that, he began to unpack his backpack. The disposable storage bags can contain approximately 3,000 sets of medicinal herbs, and Zhou Taisheng alone produced 20 of these bags. Others soon followed suit, and collectively, there were around 75 storage bags filled with herbs. In total, this amounted to over 200,000 sets of medicinal ingredients. Indeed, it was an overwhelming quantity. The courtyard was piled high with storage bags. These were all the small stamina potions and other mental recovery herbs collected according to your wishes. We owe a great deal to the Alchemist Association. Otherwise, we would not have received such an abundance. Zhou Taisheng gazed at the bags on the ground with delight, as if he were beholding endless treasures of gold and silver. In contrast, Su Luo was not particularly elated. Instead, he silently calculated how long it would take to refine these herbs in his mind. With over 200,000 sets of herbs, and given the skeleton alchemist's capability of producing one set every 3 minutes, it could be estimated that 1,000 skeleton alchemists could complete approximately 20 sets per hour. Thus, it would take around 10 hours to finish the refining process. Once all the herbs were processed, the surplus potions could either be sold for materials or exchanged for cash, yielding substantial profits. Brother Luo, you carry on with your tasks. Just call me when you're done. After handing over a few items, Zhou Taisheng exchanged knowing glances with Su Luo and then beckoned the other three to leave. Once they were gone, Su Luo immediately transported all the herbs into the divine herb realm. As the sovereign of this realm, Su Luo had long since achieved a harmonious connection with it. With a mere thought, all the herbs vanished into thin air. Within the divine herb realm, the necromancer was astounded by the sheer volume of herbs. Master, are all these herbs ours? Just imagine how much we could earn by selling them. As a competent lord, the necromancer understood the art of profit. However, these herbs were sent for processing by others. Based on the calculation of 2 sets of herbs yielding 1 potion, the pure profit would approximate 100,000 potions. A skeleton alchemist requires the production of 100 small stamina potions to level up. Once they advance from novice to intermediate, they will be able to produce even more, thereby completely resolving the potion-making issues at Yindu University. Once everything was settled, Su Luo entrusted all the items to the necromancer for management, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. As soon as the little golden crow appeared, it rushed to nuzzle against Su Luo's pant leg, its bald head gleaming with a sheen. Hungry? Su Luo queried, gazing curiously at the little creature. The golden crow chirped in response, nodding as if to convey understanding, and then it was fed a sweet bean. Experience points, 500. Upon consuming the beast spirit pill, a white luminescence enveloped the little golden crow. As the light dissipated, it sprouted dark golden feathers and grew slightly in size. It was only at this moment that Su Luo began to examine its attributes. 3-legged golden crow, level 3, S rank, divine essence. Unlocked, attack, 25, defense, 12, spirit, 18, physique, 168, skills, soul devouring, sea of confinement, unlocked, true fire of samadhi, unlocked. Evolution routes, primordial golden crow, divine vermilion bird. Is it that I can only see the evolution routes of pets after reaching level 30? What exactly is divinity? Could it be that the 3-legged golden crow can evolve into a divine existence? Su Luo furrowed his brow in contemplation before immediately shifting his gaze to the nearby undead sorcerer. Undead sorcerer, SSS level, divinity. Unlocked. Evolution routes, god of the undead, lord of the underworld. It is indeed true. All pets possess evolution routes. A wave of exhilaration surged within Su Luo. And to verify whether all pets have divinity, he unhesitatingly summoned all his pets. Xian Shui turtle, divinity. Unlocked. Evolution routes, divine tortoise. Xianming demon turtle, golden scale flame dragon, divinity. Unlocked. Evolution routes, azure dragon, colorful Xian python. Su Luo meticulously examined nearly all his pets in one breath. Each pet possessed multiple evolution routes. However, only those with high potential possessed divinity, while those with low potential lacked it, and even upon evolving to ancestral forms, they could at best be classified as mere demon beasts, falling far short of divine beasts. Moreover, pets of ordinary potential required exorbitant costs to evolve to their highest tier. At that moment, Su Luo comprehended why old Wu, at level 83, still had no pets, because he preferred quality over quantity. Henceforth, he would focus on nurturing those with significant potential. Overjoyed, Su Luo could already discern which pets held cultivation value. Among all his pets, only the undead sorcerer, Xian Shui turtle, phantom tiger, little golden crow, and golden scale flame dragon possessed divinity. This indicated that they would eventually evolve into divine beings. With the supreme talent of Beastmaster at his disposal, Su Luo felt no apprehension about falling behind. Regardless of whether it was monster slaying or consuming elixirs, he could attain an equal share of experience points. 5 divine pets accompanying him should be more than sufficient. Reflecting on the evolution routes of his pets, Su Luo suddenly realized that he seemed to have gathered the 4 divine beasts. Observing the little golden crow nuzzling against his pant leg, Su Luo promptly offered it a generous handful of beast spirit pills. Hurry up and eat. Grow swiftly into the divine beast vermilion bird. Among the 4 pets, the 3-legged golden crow stood at the lowest level, while the phantom tiger and xianshui turtle had yet to elevate their quality. Su Luo immediately provided them with a plethora of advancement potions, while simultaneously offering a substantial quantity of beast spirit pills to the 3-legged little golden crow. Just then, it dawned on him that his backpack was nearly empty. With the blood-red trial lasting a month, he needed to replenish his supplies promptly. With that thought, Su Luo swiftly exited the realm of divine medicine. To ensure all the medicinal materials were processed expeditiously, he commanded the undead sorcerer to activate world acceleration mode. Thus, not only can the 3-legged golden crow swiftly ascend, but the potions belonging to him can also be exchanged for resources. Chapter 41. The blood trial commences the following day. Yindu University welcomed a multitude of onlookers once again. Today marked the registration day for the blood trial, held once every 4 years across all universities in the Dragon Kingdom. Unlike other competitions, this trial takes place in the remote northern border war zone of the Dragon Kingdom. Should fortune betray you, there exists a grave possibility of never returning once you embark on this journey. Most of the spectators were merely curious to see who would participate, planning to return in a month to discover who might return. Su Luo stood quietly in line, awaiting his turn. In front of him stood Yi Lingwei, while behind him was his high school alumni, Zhou. As a Berserker class holder, Zhou had already reached level 32. Given his exceptional combat talent, Su Luo felt no surprise at his participation in the blood trial. The two merely exchanged nods as a form of greeting. Within the ranks, nearly everyone was in a state of readiness, having meticulously prepared for this blood trial. Once registered, participants must immediately enter a training phase, as 3 hours later, they would step onto the teleportation array bound for the war zone's border. A palpable atmosphere of valor hung over the entire group. Some were driven by the thrill of adventure, while others were motivated by the allure of rewards. Yet, each individual harbored uncertainty about their chances of returning. Yi Lingwei turned her head and inquired of Su Luo. I've heard that supplies are scarce once we arrive. Have you packed enough provisions? Yes, I have. Su Luo promptly nodded. This trial was indeed perilous, with nearly a quarter of participants each year failing to return. A flicker of anxiety crossed Yi Lingwei's face as she remarked, I have no lofty expectations. I merely wish to experience real combat on the battlefield. If it becomes overwhelming, I shall withdraw. Her words were a self-affirmation, intended for both herself and Su Luo. At that moment, Su Luo sensed a gaze upon him. Turning his head, he noticed Feng Haiyang among the ranks. The two exchanged glances, each wearing a knowing expression, while occasionally whispering to one another, seemingly plotting something sinister. It seemed Feng Haiyang might attempt to confront me during this blood trial. It would be better to resolve this trouble sooner rather than later. Su Luo cast a distant glance at the title above Feng's head, level 39 swordsman. Level 39 was indeed formidable, yet it paled in comparison to his own prowess. In the stands, the crowd of spectators was sparse, yet each individual was a leader in their respective fields or a representative of prominent families in Yindu. The blood trial was the highest standard of trial among all universities in the Dragon Kingdom, and commoners held no privilege to observe. At this moment, an elderly man clad in a black robe, with a radiant countenance, pointed proudly at a young participant in the lineup, exclaiming, "That is the most outstanding youth from the Yang family in recent years. Having just turned 20, he has already attained the rank of level 38 swordsman. After this trial, he will undoubtedly become the pride of my Yang family. The head of the Yang family is indeed fortunate to have such an outstanding descendant. Our Zhao family will not lag behind. Although we may not possess a prodigious heir, we have successfully recruited a brilliant mage." Among the numerous leaders of various factions, some engage in comparisons, while a select few remain silent, either disinterested in competition or yet to find a suitable candidate. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, the practice of attracting talent and cultivating relationships has become commonplace. Beside Yi Tianxi, a middle-aged woman initiated a conversation. Master Yi, do you not recognize that the individual behind Lingwei is none other than the talented alchemist Su Luo? I never anticipated that he too would participate in the blood trial. It was only then that Yi Tianxi noticed Su Luo standing behind Yi Lingwei, a look of surprise crossing his features. The combat prowess of Beast Tamers primarily stems from their pets, yet this blood trial emphasizes individual combat skills. while Beast Tamers seem to hold an advantage. Their physical attributes and skills often fall short compared to primary combat professions, making them vulnerable to the onslaught of monstrous beasts. Master Yi, considering his connection with your esteemed daughter, perhaps you should persuade him to stay, suggested another. If he remains, your family's standing in Yindu would be unparalleled. The crowd jested, already regarding Su Luo as a prospective son-in-law of the Yi family. Yi Tianxi managed a wry smile, opting to sip his tea without expressing any opinion. In truth, Yi Lingyue was not of his bloodline, but rather a ward from another branch of the Yi family. As a prominent figure in Yindu, Yi Tianxi had once sought information about Yi Lingyue's parents, but after more than a decade with no leads, he harbored the belief that her biological parents were formidable individuals, beyond the Yi family's reach. Otherwise, why would they entrust their child to a foreign family? Therefore, he had never intended to interfere in Yi Lingyue's marital affairs. He even found himself perplexed as to why she suddenly wished to attend Yindu University and made such an extravagant declaration of affection towards Su Luo. Old Yi, after all these years of friendship, could you not express your stance? Do you not find this alchemical genius appealing? Should you not be interested? My Wang family may seize the opportunity to recruit him, the woman beside him remarked, voicing her long-held thoughts upon noticing Yi Tianxi's silence. How do you plan to entice him? Yi Tianxi raised an eyebrow. Isn't he an alchemist? My Wang family can provide whatever resources or funds he requires. Wang Luiying asserted with determination. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tianxi responded slowly. What your Wang family can offer, my Yi family can match. What do you mean? Old Yi, did you not just say that you had no intention of courting him? Wang Luiying's expression darkened. What I referred to was the matter of establishing a friendship between the Yi family and young Master Su, not the marriage issue, Yi Tianxi replied calmly, intending to dissuade the Wang family from the notion of Su Luo as a potential son-in-law. If the Yi family deemed him unsuitable, then neither should the Wang family pursue him. Suddenly, Wang Luiying's heavily powdered cheeks quivered as she grasped the implication. Either the Yi family found Su Luo unworthy and did not wish to marry their daughter to him. Either they have discovered that Su Luo's identity is extraordinary and believe that the Yi family is unworthy of him, or in any case, the Yi family is involved. And I shall not suffer by following. In just a moment, Wang Luiying provided an answer. There will only be the two of us at most. Too many participants would dilute young Master Yi's affections. Agreed. Half an hour later, after all participants in the blood trial had completed their registration, Wu Yong took the stage as the team leader. He remained as ostentatious as the day before, with the massive three-legged golden crow soaring in the void, while old Wu stood solemnly upon its back. As a colossal protective barrier unfolded, Wu Yong commenced training for everyone present. Most of it pertained to the fundamental knowledge of the battle zone's borders and the destination they were heading to, Black Crow City. Given the life and death stakes, Wu Yong earnestly lectured for over 2 hours. Meanwhile, in another clearing, a dozen elite array masters meticulously inscribed a vast teleportation array. Under Wu Yong's leadership, all participants entered the array. Instantly, an endless mist billowed forth from the formation. The teleportation would last 3 hours. During this time, no one was permitted to move. Those who disobeyed would face dire consequences. Old Wu's voice was grave and laden with a chilling aura, causing everyone to bow their heads in silence. As the ground trembled lightly, Su Luo understood that the teleportation array had been activated. Chapter 42, Black Crow City, 36 passageways. 3 hours later, the group arrived at the teleportation array within Black Crow City. As the gray mist dissipated, a wave of rancid and nauseating odors assaulted their senses. Those who had never encountered such sights were immediately overwhelmed and began to retch. Su Luo covered his nose and curiously surveyed his surroundings. The potent stench emanated from years of soaked blood, while the foul odor unmistakably hinted at decaying flesh. Outside the teleportation array stood several men clad in tattered and filthy attire, each marked with dried, brownish bloodstains, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Although the onlookers were unaware of the specifics, they could surmise that this was the malice cultivated from years of bloodshed. The leader was a middle-aged man, a level 70 knight. He did not conceal his rank, merely nodding to old Wu before scrutinizing the crowd. The blood trial had officially commenced. Here, you must swiftly comprehend the principle of survival of the fittest. 20 individuals shall remain here, while the rest will accompany me to another location. As old Wu spoke, he gestured for those at the forefront to step out of the teleportation array, clearly having coordinated with the local authorities. Beyond the array, desolation reigned. The once towering buildings reduced to ruins, resembling a hell on earth. Those indicated wore expressions of reluctance, while those remaining behind sighed in relief. As if the next destination would be more favorable, Su Luo followed the group as they slowly exited the teleportation array, accompanied by Yi Lingyue and Zhou Han. Upon their emergence, Shen Gang, who had been waiting outside, promptly led everyone away. Soon, they arrived at a secluded residential building. The surrounding walls of the building were overgrown with weeds, suggesting that it was uninhabited. Shun Gang gestured towards the residential building and stated, for the next month, you shall reside here. Provision shopping can be done down that street, but goods will only be available at night. Tomorrow morning, I will escort you to your respective defensive passages. After a brief explanation, he turned and departed. The group was left in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly all? Did it not seem rather hasty? It was only after Shun Gang had walked away that they began to react, predominantly with complaints. Damn it. I will never return here again. There is no sense of humanity. We are here to defend the border, and this is how we are treated. They decided to hasten to secure accommodations, hoping to find a clean room by chance. Su Luo had modest expectations for his lodgings. After selecting a room, he immersed himself in the realm of alchemy. Within the realm of alchemy, the skeletal alchemist had concocted a batch of stamina-restoring potions, all reaching the status of intermediate alchemists. At that moment, they were in the process of crafting beast spirit pills. Su Luo stood in the warehouse, tallying the quantity of beast spirit pills, while the necromancer beside him incessantly reported on their progress. Master, the second batch of materials has matured. If we were to refine them all into beast spirit pills, we could produce approximately 20,000. Additionally, the advanced potions you instructed us to cultivate have been planted. We anticipate a harvest in about a month. Currently, the warehouse was stocked with around 8,000 beast spirit pills. Were anyone else to witness such a plentiful supply, they would likely be left astounded. However, Su Luo deemed this quantity insufficient. Each beast spirit pill provides 500 experience points, and the pets he was primarily training were all around level 30. Each level increase requires approximately 400,000 experience points, equating to 800 beast spirit pills. While the number appears substantial, after distributing to several pets, very little would remain. After leaving the warehouse, Su Luo proceeded to a quaint manor, specially constructed for him by the necromancer. Behind the manor stood a larger structure. Imbued with a morbid aesthetic, it served as the necromancer's own palace. Within the elegant chamber, a small bird, roughly the size of a basketball, was voraciously consuming the beast spirit pills one after another. Upon noticing Su Luo's arrival, the little golden crow displayed a look of grievance and fluttered into his embrace. After chirping a few times, it let out a burp, the air around them filled with the sweet aroma of the beast spirit pills. Having indulged excessively in the pills over the past few days, its droppings were now resembling the very pills themselves. The little golden crow appeared on the verge of tears from its distress. As Su Luo comforted the little golden crow, he examined its attribute panel. Three-legged golden crow, level 18, S-class pet. Attack, 1,600. Defense, 890. Spirit, 1,200. Constitution, 4,500. Skills, Soul Devour, Sea of Confinement, unlocked. True Fire of Samadhi, unlocked. Evolution Paths, Golden Crow Ancestor, Vermilion Bird, Soul Devour. Devours the enemy's soul, inflicting 4,500 damage and causing death within 5 seconds. The Sea of Confinement. The body transforms into a sea of flames, ensnaring enemies within its fiery embrace, consuming 100 points of mental energy each second while inflicting 1,200 damage. True Samadhi Fire. Spewing forth the essence of true Samadhi Fire, it deals 3,800 damage to foes before devouring their souls, inducing a soul-devouring effect. Truly, this is an S-rank pet. Upon observing the attributes and skill descriptions of the three-legged golden crow, Su Luo felt immense satisfaction. He immediately instructed the necromancer. All beast spirit pills shall be prioritized for this little creature. Moreover, the Xianshui turtle and the phantom tiger must not be overlooked. With this thought, Su Luo promptly summoned the Xianshui turtle and the phantom tiger. Chirp! Little Zhuke, filled with despair, tearfully stuffed beast spirit pills into its mouth. As for the Xianshui turtle and the phantom tiger, they had not tasted the pills in quite some time. Upon seeing the towering piles of aromatic pills, they immediately began to devour them with fervor. As the primary source of combat output, the golden-scaled flame dragon did not miss out on this feast of elixirs either. The room swiftly transformed into a veritable animal sanctuary. The following day, everyone was roused early, some still in a state of somnolence. Shun Gang stood at the forefront of the group, delivering a stern address, while guards distributed brown wristbands to each individual. In addition to the students from Yendu University, there were over 10 others clad in black tactical uniforms. Their levels ranged from a minimum of 38 to a maximum of 49. These individuals, brimming with vitality, engaged in light-hearted conversation, seemingly unfazed by the imminent dangers of the blood trials. Once everyone had assembled, Shun Gang, with a serious demeanor, began to elucidate the rules. The dragon rings you hold must remain on your wrists at all times. They will record the number of enemies you slay in battle. Beyond the walls of Highest City lies a multitude of aberrant beasts, perpetually seeking to obliterate our human fortresses and trample our last bastion. Our primary duty is to shatter their might and isolate them beyond the high walls. There are 36 beast passages in Highest City, corresponding to the numbers on your dragon rings. Each passage is guarded by an individual for 8 hours. As long as you remain alive, you cannot withdraw early. Let us commence. I wish you all a safe return. Shun Gang's expression was grave, and the air was thick with an inexplicable atmosphere, reminiscent of a poignant farewell. With a command, those embarking on the battlefield for the first time were swiftly guided towards the combat zone. Su Luo glanced at his dragon ring, which bore the number 32. Chapter 43. Can't hold on? I shall command the entire field. This is the place. 8 hours. I must endure. After the 36th Guardian led Su Luo to his designated spot, he turned and left, leaving Su Luo standing alone within the 36th passage. Though termed a passage, it resembled a vast aqueduct or a prison. Towering, vertical stone walls flanked either side, while ahead loomed an immense wall of blue stone, beneath which lay 2 massive iron gates. A tall iron door also marked the entrance of the passage. As the Guardian departed, the second iron gate began to close slowly. Su Luo found himself ensnared within the confines of a perilous situation. The moment the gate that separated him from the monstrous creatures ahead swung open, a torrent of beasts would surge forth. It was a grim ultimatum: either spill the blood of the aberrations or sacrifice his own. Indeed, the Crimson Trial was aptly named. Su Luo absent-mindedly touched his nose, then gazed toward the watchtower beside the towering walls. The 36th Guardian had already taken position atop the tower, accompanied by another man bearing the same designation. It appeared they were collaborating to safeguard this passage. With a replacement now in place, they could finally catch their breath. Suddenly, a grating sound echoed from beneath the green stone wall as the massive iron gate creaked open, unleashing a chorus of roars from the beasts beyond. Some smaller creatures even squeezed through the cracks of the gate. Atop the watchtower, Zhongli furrowed his brow upon noticing Su Luo's hesitation. Beside him, Li Si remained nonchalant, remarking on Su Luo's impressive status as a level 32 Beastmaster, a rarity in their northern desert war zone. Why isn't he making a move? I wager he won't last more than 10 minutes. Look at him. He appears utterly paralyzed by fear. As the two exchanged banter atop the tower, Su Luo stood below, engulfed in inner turmoil. He had never revealed his trump card before outsiders, yet the onslaught of beasts demanded an all-out effort. Let me first test my own strength, he resolved. With his determination solidified, his gaze sharpened, locking onto a canine-like beast at the forefront. Observing from the watchtower, Zhongli and Li Si were momentarily taken aback. What does he intend to do? Is a Beastmaster really going to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a beast? Even a mage would fare better in melee, they thought. In the next instant, their astonishment deepened. As the canine beast approached within 10 meters of Su Luo, it suddenly convulsed and collapsed lifelessly. How is this possible? That was a level 28 corrupted hound. How did he accomplish such a feat? Li Si exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief as he turned to Zhongli for confirmation, only to find him equally stunned, even dropping the half-lit cigarette from his hand. This can't be. His profession is that of a Beastmaster. How could he possess such an uncanny ability? Still incredulous, both men turned their gazes skyward towards Su Luo. Su Luo, level 32 Beastmaster. Upon seeing the glaring insignia, they began to regain their composure and leaned over the watchtower's railing to speculate on Su Luo's potential capabilities. I wager his pets are not formidable. Otherwise, no Beastmaster would take the front lines themselves. You may not grasp it, but some Beastmasters possess powerful pets that lack endurance. I suspect he intends to save his pet for a grand finale. Let us make a wager. How long can he hold out on his own? I bet 3 minutes. Deal. Congratulations. You have slain the exploding stump, gaining 1,200 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain the malevolent rabbit, gaining 1,400 experience points. Congratulations. Within the passage, Su Luo was unstoppable, bolstered by the extraordinary defense provided by the Xianshui turtle. In his hands, the colossal stone sword danced with an exhilarating ferocity. Before long, Su Luo had discerned the nature of these otherworldly beasts. Most were at the level of 20, with only a scant few exceeding 30. Though numerous, the majority of these creatures did not possess swift movement. Fighting while retreating proved manageable, especially when complemented by root attacks, curses of death, and fiery purges. Su Luo was invigorated by the battle. The expressions of the two individuals atop the watchtower grew increasingly animated. The desolate borderlands, often monotonous, had suddenly become lively. Zhongli promptly whistled. A prodigious beast master wielding a great sword engaged in close combat, exhibiting more vigor than even the swordsman. News of this spectacle spread rapidly. In an instant, the number of spectators atop the watchtower visibly swelled. When the tower became overcrowded, many resorted to standing on the adjacent high walls. Su Luo, oblivious to the reason for the throngs, assumed they were merely concerned about his ability to hold the fort. Meanwhile, at least 1,000 otherworldly beasts surged into the passage, forcing Su Luo closer to the second iron gate. Damn it, let the exposure come. Unable to contain himself, Su Luo summoned the Xianshui turtle. Just as he intended to call forth more allies, A cacophony of cheers erupted around him. He could no longer endure. He was finally unable to hold the line. "Ha, splendid. Old Wong, those 3 packs of cigarettes are now mine. This kid is remarkably resilient, having lasted so long, causing me to lose a pack. What a delightful day indeed." As laughter echoed, Su Luo was momentarily taken aback. He gazed around at the guardians, his expression one of confusion. "Here I am, fighting desperately against the enemies. And you all are laughing? What do you mean by finally unable to hold on?" With a frown of discontent, Su Luo turned away from them, continuing to summon his pets for battle. Phantom Tiger, level 36, A-ranked pet. Golden Scale Flame Dragon, level 35, S-ranked pet. 3-legged Golden Crow, level 29, S-ranked pet. Toxic Tree Stump. As over 30 pets materialized, the previously raucous crowd fell silent. Disregarding them, Su Luo commenced his command over the battlefield. The passageway, approximately 15 meters wide, allowed his pets, such as the Golden Scale Flame Dragon and 3-legged Golden Crow, to unleash their firepower effectively. The Sea of Binding, Meteoric Descent, and Golden Scales danced through the air, with a continuous cascade of area skills blooming across the battlefield. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. The surrounding guardians, witnessing this spectacle, displayed expressions of fervent admiration. In the realm of conflict, strength reigns supreme. Those with formidable combat prowess earn respect. Upon witnessing Su Luo's instantaneous reversal of fortune, all opinions of him transformed. At that moment, the Xianshui turtles surged to the forefront of the passage, unleashing a frigid onslaught. The otherworldly beasts throughout the passage were instantaneously slowed, with the weaker ones frozen solid. The other pets followed suit, casting their skills into the throng of monsters as if they were of no cost. "Congratulations. You have slain the corpse dog, gaining 800 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain the demon wolf." With swathes of otherworldly beasts falling to their demise, Su Luo's experience bar began to soar rapidly. Common white equipment is ubiquitous on the ground, with an abundance of green gear as well. At this moment, the nearby old guards exhibited peculiar smiles. The equipment within the war zone passage can only be collected on-site. Once one exits, all remaining items on the ground are confiscated. This is an unwritten rule. Collecting equipment may influence the battle, yet leaving it behind feels like a waste, especially since it was obtained through the sacrifice of life. Just as everyone speculated whether Su Luo would gather the equipment, a multitude of towering skeleton creatures, wielding pickaxes, suddenly appeared within the passage. Chapter 44, The Mysterious Skeletons. Did the beasts launch a counterattack? And did they silently maneuver to the rear? Upon sighting the skeletons, every observer along the high walls felt the hair on their necks stand on end. However, the passage only accommodates one class changer, rendering them helpless. Should 2 individuals descend to fight, they would likely perish not from the monsters, but from the sealing power of the passage itself. Zhang Li, furrowing his brow in confusion, wondered aloud about the origins of these skeletons and their perplexing agility. What is so strange? They are merely level 20 skeletons. That young man should be able to handle them. Yet it appears he hasn't noticed their presence at all. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, with some even shouting warnings to Su Luo. "Hey, young man, there are monsters behind you," a burly man yelled. At that moment, a skeletal servant approached a piece of green equipment and bent down to pick it up. Following suit, more skeletal servants joined in the collection of equipment. The guards on either side were taken aback. Could these skeletons have been summoned by that young man? It was said that beast tamers are weak and can only summon a few pets. How could this individual conjure so many? If there were any more, they could engage in a brawl with wild creatures. "I heard my nephew is also a beast tamer. I must inquire about this when I return." "Yes. If your nephew does not explain, give him a good thrashing." On the ground, piles of equipment were meticulously organized, stacked to a height of at least 1 person. The skeletal servants operated in an orderly fashion, while the necromancer oversaw their efforts. Su Luo remained at the entrance of the bluish stone wall, ensuring that any monsters that entered barely lasted 5 seconds. An hour passed, and a white light enveloped him. Su Luo ascended directly to level 33. Although he had leveled up, he felt a profound sense of monotony. The passage reeked of blood, and the surrounding high walls were stained crimson, resembling a hellish realm. In this space, apart from himself, only pets and monsters remained. At that moment, he felt a wave of loneliness and numbness. "Master, what is wrong?" The necromancer, noticing Su Luo's unusual expression, floated over. "I feel a bit bored." Weary, Su Luo rubbed his eyes and glanced around. The pets continued to clash, and the spectators on the high walls remained engrossed in the spectacle, as if everything were perfectly normal. Yet, why did he feel an overwhelming urge to sleep? At that moment, Su Luo felt a gaze penetrating from behind the horde of monstrous creatures, seemingly fixated upon him. Startled, he lifted his head, instantly invigorated. The various beasts had long been vanquished, leaving only an army of countless skeletal warriors charging fervently towards him. Skeletal warrior, level 30, attack, 1800, defense, 2,800. Vitality, 12,000. These skeletal soldiers possessed merely brute strength and resilience, devoid of skills or innate talents. Their formidable attack power and robust frames were alarming. Yet, they seemed inexhaustible, surging relentlessly in wave after wave towards the entrance. In the rear of the skeletal legion stood a peculiar skeleton, resembling a statue, motionless in its stance. It was an entirely white skeleton, its bones exquisitely carved as if from jade. Its eye sockets were devoid of any substance, yet it felt as though invisible eyes were fixated upon him. The negative emotions that had recently enveloped him must have stemmed from this entity. What manner of creature is this? Su Luo furrowed his brow, attempting to discern its level and attributes, only to find himself unable to glean any information, not even its name or species. In bewilderment, he cast a glance towards the observation tower. Not only Zhang Li and Li Si, but even the nearby guardians watching the spectacle wore expressions of concern. Be cautious. We have never encountered such a creature before. Today is the first. Someone warned Su Luo, though many were laden with apprehension. The emergence of any unknown monster invariably heightened future dangers. With a furrowed brow, Su Luo regarded the skeletal figure, which met his gaze unflinchingly. After 2 long hours, a white radiance enveloped him once more. Congratulations, you have reached level 33. Please continue your efforts. Despite the level up, Su Luo found little joy, for that insufferable skeleton remained steadfastly observing him. The resilient skeletal army posed no concern for him. He feared instead the potential prowess of the skeletal figure. What if it were capable of obliterating him with a mere gesture? As his thoughts spiraled into frustration, Su Luo commanded all his pets to unleash their most potent abilities. 3-legged golden crow soul devour, golden-scaled flame dragon ignite, phantom tiger space tear, undead sorcerer death curse. The multitude of pets unleashed their strongest single-target skills, warping the very fabric of the passageway. The surrounding veteran guardians, witnessing such a formidable display of power, widened their eyes in astonishment. They had assumed Su Luo was at his wit's end, yet he revealed a plethora of hidden strengths. As the myriad skills bore down upon the skeletal figure, it remained unmoved, offering no defensive response, merely standing silently in its place. With a crack, a sharp sound emanated from its form, followed by a slight tremor, as if it had incurred substantial damage. The onlookers erupted in cheers, yet Su Luo's expression darkened. Such an array of skills should have inflicted at least 150,000 points of damage. Even the great golden crow in Old Wu's possession would have cried out in agony. Yet this creature merely swayed slightly. This defied all logic, did it not? Just as Su Luo anticipated a counterattack, the individual unexpectedly turned and fled with remarkable swiftness. At that moment, a low, rhythmic drumming resonated from the adjacent passage. Su Luo lifted his gaze toward the source, then resumed directing his pet's advance. Prior to entering the passage, Zhang Li had succinctly explained the rules to him. The sound of drums signifies the elimination of a participant. The law of the jungle prevails. Only the fittest survive. Since he and his sister had relied on one another, Su Luo had long understood this principle and thus remained unperturbed. Before long, the time for conclusion approached. Beneath the towering blue stone walls, a colossal iron gate began to close slowly. The creatures outside desperately attempted to force their way in, only to be thwarted by the gate's tremendous strength, ultimately crushed into pulp. Within the passage, after dispatching the last creature, Su Luo withdrew all his pets into his spatial realm before proceeding deeper into the corridor. The return journey was shrouded in silence. The surviving individuals bore expressions of exhaustion, with no inclination to converse. The intense battle had drained much of their stamina, each person marked with streaks of crimson. Some bore the signs of otherworldly beasts, while others bore their own. The rules of Black Crow City were straightforward. Once one departed from the confines of the passage, they were no longer under anyone's jurisdiction. Upon returning to the residential building, they collapsed onto their beds almost instantaneously. At that moment, however, a group of uninvited guests intruded upon the premises. The leader casually knocked on a door before seizing the occupant by the collar and demanding, "Who is Su Luo?" Chapter 45. Are the Combat Academy members so wealthy? Su Luo's room was on the 2nd floor. He could hear everything that transpired downstairs quite clearly. Just then, the door to his room swung open. The first to enter was Zhou Han, who peered inside before gesturing for others to follow. Soon after, Yi Linyu joined him, along with several unfamiliar faces to Su Luo. "Su Luo, we've only been here for a day. Surely we haven't stirred up any trouble?" Yi Linyu inquired. Her brow furrowed as she glanced at Su Luo, clearly having caught wind of the commotion below. Su Luo shook his head, mirroring her confusion. "I'll go take a look. We shouldn't let others be caught in the crossfire." The tone of those downstairs seemed quite aggressive, leaving the individual in the middle in a precarious position. To remain silent would offend them, yet to speak would also incur Su Luo's wrath, a true quandary. "I am Su Luo. What is it that you seek?" Su Luo descended the stairs slowly, with Yi Linyu and Zhou Han trailing behind him. Following them were several individuals from Yindu University. You are Su Luo? The leader appeared skeptical, comparing a display screen before gesturing outside. Let us speak outside. The space here is too confined. With that, he stepped out into the courtyard, waiting for the others to follow. The remaining 10 or so individuals wore expressions of disdain, casting Su Luo a fierce glare before exiting. How arrogant. Johan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Seething, Su Luo, go ahead. I support you. I support you too. Yi Linyu added. Others echoed in support, exclaiming, we stand with you. Grateful for the support, Su Luo stepped out of the courtyard, only to discover that Shun Gang was also present. Su Luo, today's incident is merely a misunderstanding. Shun Gang positioned himself between the two parties, a hint of awkwardness gracing his features. Before elaborating, you may not recognize these individuals. They are from the Longhua Battle Academy and will one day ascend to mid-level management across various battle zones. Their purpose for attending this bloody trial is. Shun Gang spoke earnestly for quite some time, but Su Luo's expression grew increasingly somber. The implication of Shun Gang's words was clear. These individuals were of considerable stature. Ones he, as the highest authority of Highest City, could not afford to offend. Their presence in Highest City for the trial was merely to secure a favorable reputation. During the first trial today, Su Luo's kill count far surpassed that of the entire academy, which would undoubtedly humiliate them. Shun Gang suggested that starting tomorrow, everyone should ease up a bit, allowing the academy members to claim the top spots. Naturally, the academy's members were no slouches either, aside from the first place. They intended to sweep the remaining 9 positions. Su, if you are unwilling, let us settle this with a contest. I will not resort to weapons against you. The leader among them, a level 45 knight, stood unscathed despite a day of combat, exuding formidable strength. Young Master Zhao, shall I mediate this matter? Shun Gang awkwardly stepped forward to intervene, only to be brusquely pushed aside by Zhao Xiaoyuan. This is a matter between our academy and Su Luo. Elder Shun, if you have no further business, please withdraw. Zhao Xiaoyuan looked down his nose at Su Luo with palpable disdain. In that moment, those present could not help but feel a wave of anxiety for Su Luo. Even without weapons, Zhao Xiaoyuan, a level 45 knight, could inflict considerable damage with just a shield. Should Su Luo agree to a duel, he might suffer greatly. An injury would jeopardize his score in tomorrow's trial. And in the worst-case scenario, it could even threaten his life. I do not favor needless conflict, Su Luo replied, shaking his head, his demeanor calm and seemingly unperturbed. Coward. Zhao Xiaoyuan retorted. Just face me in battle. I will offer you 10 million dragon coins. Seeing that Su Luo showed no intention of engaging, Zhao Xiaoyuan hesitated. After all, he was from the academy, and if the situation escalated, he too would face significant repercussions. Thus, he aimed to increase the stakes, transforming the fight into a challenge as part of his strategy. Not enough. 10 million dragon coins plus 500 stamina recovery potions. I'm afraid I am uninterested in coins or potions, Su Luo replied, a glimmer of excitement lighting his face as he regarded Zhao Xiaoyuan with a peculiar expression. Do you have anything of greater value to offer? At that moment, a man standing at the back produced a silvery stone, a sardonic smile on his lips. You must be aware of the rarity of a spatial stone. Should you accept the challenge and win, the spatial stone will be yours. If you lose, we require no wager from you. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd at the mention of such a rare treasure. What? Are you still too afraid to accept the wager? Zhao Xiaoyuan's head instantly rose higher, nostrils flaring as he faced Su Luo. Are all of you from the Battle Academy so affluent? If what you mentioned earlier in terms of stakes, combined with the space stone, I would gladly accept your challenge. A peculiar expression graced Su Luo's face as his gaze fixated on the space stone held by the other man. It seemed as though he had indeed been bewitched by the allure of wealth, eliciting hearty laughter from the Battle Academy members. Excellent. Those stakes are more than acceptable. Let us commence. Zhao Xiaoyuan, satisfied with Su Luo's reaction, eagerly began to roll up his sleeves. Yet, Su Luo merely shook his head. The stakes must be presented to me first. Very well. To swiftly eliminate Su Luo, Zhao Xiaoyuan promptly turned and seized the space stone from the man's grasp. He then retrieved a bank card containing storage for dragon coins and 500 stamina restoration potions from his backpack. Once everything was laid out, Su Luo calmly began to stow the items into his own backpack, causing the onlookers to feel a chill run down their spines. At such a critical juncture, he still has the composure to gather the stakes? Witnessing this scene, Shun Gang, who stood nearby, was drenched in sweat. He had a long-standing friendship with Old Man Wu, and Su Luo was his disciple, but Zhao Xiaoyuan was from the Battle Academy. Offending either side was not an option. In a bid to minimize losses, Shun Gang contemplated a middle ground solution. Ahem. Since you are both insistent on this duel, I shall serve as the referee. As long as you refrain from crossing any lines, I will not intervene. What say you? Su Luo remained silent, simply observing Zhao Xiaoyuan to gauge his decision. Whether or not to have a referee was telling of his stance. As long as it was a straightforward spar, Su Luo perceived no issue. However, if Zhao Xiaoyuan harbored ulterior motives, he would not hold back. Elder Shun, your health is not at its best, and with only 3 years until your retirement, it would be wise to abstain from our youthful endeavors. The implied threat was unmistakable. Shun Gang's expression darkened, shifting his gaze to Su Luo. And you? Do you wish for me to act as the referee? If he declines, then I shall as well. I hope Elder Shin will not take offense. Su Luo replied courteously with a cupped fist. With both parties in agreement, Shin Gang found himself at a loss for words and could only retreat awkwardly. The members from Yindu University and the Battle Academy likewise stepped back, clearing a sufficiently spacious area. Zhao Xiaoyuan withdrew a golden shield from his backpack, his face alight with eagerness. Su Luo summoned the golden-scaled flame dragon, standing expressionless as he regarded Zhao Xiaoyuan. You may attack first, Zhao Xiaoyuan urged. Very well. Let us test the soul ignition and death curse, Su Luo replied. In other circumstances, he might have shown courtesy. But when it came to the contest involving the space stone, any display of politeness would be folly. After reaching level 33, Su Luo's death curse attack had escalated from 1,800 damage per second to 2,800. The ignition from the golden-scaled flame dragon was nothing short of extraordinary, dealing damage 10 times within 10 seconds. With each strike inflicting 4,000 damage while ignoring defenses and amplifying all negative effects. Come forth, for I am the future paladin of holy light. You know not what lies within my shield. Just as Zhao Xiaoyuan was about to utter another word, a sudden dizziness overcame him. Enormous numbers, 1,600, 4,000, 1,600, 4,000, erupted above his head, causing him to lose a staggering 10,000 health points in an instant. The astonishing part was that his opponent remained stationary, having merely executed 2 skills. What the? You scoundrel! Zhao Xiaoyuan's face flushed crimson with rage, his entire being shimmering with a golden aura, staunchly halting his bleeding. In that moment, a shift occurred within him. Since this fellow was so formidable, perhaps it was time to alter the rules of engagement. Wait. As he watched Su Luo prepare to unleash that peculiar skill once more, Zhao Xiaoyuan immediately called for a halt. What is it? Su Luo inquired with a playful expression, gazing intently at him. I wish to change the rules of the game. You may summon all your pets, but I shall wield a weapon. In the instant he lost health, Zhao Xiaoyuan realized that a knight cannot fight alone without a sword, much like a man cannot stand without his spear. Are you certain you wish to allow me to summon all my pets? Su Luo squinted, his smile growing ever brighter. Absolutely. Zhao Xiaoyuan's expression was resolute as he retrieved a formidable golden sword from his backpack, solidifying his determination. Having learned from their previous encounter, Zhao Xiaoyuan swiftly activated his passive defense state, maximizing his defensive capabilities. If that is the case, let us engage in this delightful contest. To ensure that this fellow appreciates the value of the stakes at hand, Su Luo resolved not to hold back. The phantom tiger, mystical water turtle, 3-legged golden crow, and golden-scaled flame dragon all sprang into action. Meanwhile, Su Luo stood in the background, casually grooming his nails, occasionally glancing over with poise and confidence. Impeccably stylish and utterly charming. Over at Yindu University, spectators raised their thumbs in admiration of Su Luo. The Combat Academy had been excessively brazen, and thus, it was only fitting that Su Luo would bring them to heel. As the 4 pets emerged, the expressions of those from the Combat Academy and the onlooker Shun Gang shifted dramatically. Just who are you, young man? To possess 2 S-rank pets is truly remarkable. Initially, Zhao Xiaoyuan had overlooked the quality of the golden-scaled flame dragon. However, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of 4 distinctly sized pets, he immediately became alert. To his astonishment, he realized that among these 4 creatures, there were indeed S-rank pets. For others, even possessing a single S-rank pet would be considered an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Yet this youth had 2. I am the 2nd disciple of Master Wu Yong, the esteemed dean of the Azure Dragon Academy at Yindu University. Su Luo, fully aware of their curiosity about his background, stated with utmost seriousness, invoking the name of the venerable Wu Yong. Zhao Xiaoyuan furrowed his brow, then coldly addressed Su Luo. This time, you shall strike first. A knight possesses unwavering confidence in their defense. That is the essence of the knightly spirit. Su Luo, undeterred, willed his 4 pets to swiftly surround Zhao Xiaoyuan. Chapter 47. A bet is a bet. Zhao Xiaoyuan. Level 45 Knight. A profession that serves as an indomitable shield. Yet its greatest folly lies in solitary combat. This time, Zhao Xiaoyuan resolved to exert his utmost to teach Su Luo a lesson. Meanwhile, Su Luo's 4 pets encircled him, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent, particularly that of the phantom tiger, which, having endured a severe beating before, now exuded an inexplicable excitement. Zhao Xiaoyuan remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Let us begin. This time, I shall not be defeated. His entire being radiated with golden light, and his shield suddenly transformed into 4 creating an impenetrable barrier from all directions. Su Luo commanded his 4 pets to initiate their assault, deliberately instructing them to refrain from using their skills and to rely solely on physical attacks in order to leave Zhao Xiaoyuan with a memorable experience. The Xianshui turtle, towering over 6 meters, resembled an iron tower with formidable strength. It extended a claw and struck down forcefully, causing the 4 shields to tremble violently. Subsequently, the massive phantom tiger launched its attack, boasting the strongest single-target assault among the pets. Its colossal paw tore through the air, crashing against the golden shield with tremendous force, pushing Zhao Xiaoyuan back 2 meters, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground. Witnessing this, the others from the combat academy grew increasingly anxious. Zhao Xiaoyuan was their strongest member, the one with the most influence. A defeat in this battle would render them unable to hold their heads high. Isn't this a bit unfair? 4 pets against a single individual is hardly reasonable, they murmured, as Zhao Xiaoyuan appeared to falter. A man from the academy wore a look of dismay. His spatial stone had already been taken by Su Luo, and if they lost, retrieving it would be impossible. Brother Zhao will not be defeated. Although these pets are formidable, they cannot breach his defenses. The disparity in levels is an insurmountable chasm. He is likely just indulging these little creatures in play. They conversed, their voices unabated, and most could hear clearly. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoyuan, utterly unable to retaliate, flushed with effort, nearly exhausting all his strength. Upon hearing his teammates praise him, an immense surge of determination welled within him. Let me show you the Holy Sword's judgment, he bellowed, abruptly shifting from a defensive stance to an offensive one. The Holy Sword boom. Suddenly, a gigantic paw came crashing down, and before Zhao Xiaoyuan could finish his declaration, he was sent flying. The remaining pets surged forth with a frenzy. Boom, boom, boom. Dust erupted, and cries of despair filled the air. Stop. I concede. Zhao Xiaoyuan's voice echoed from within the dust. Please cease. I concede. Make these beasts halt. You brutes. Do not strike my face. Su Luo silently picked at his nails, adopting an air of feigned ignorance. This is utterly outrageous. The onlookers from the combat academy, witnessing Su Luo's deliberate malice, contemplated intervening but were met with the scrutiny of those from Yindu University. The individuals from the combat academy had been brazen since their arrival in Black Crow City. And at this moment, Shun Gang fully exploited his position to settle personal scores, observing with grave seriousness. Observing a few spirit beasts kicking Zhao Xiaoyuan around like a ball. Elder Shun, we concede defeat. Shouldn't this Su fellow also relent? The warriors from the Battle Academy cast dark glances at Shun Gang, their tone dripping with condescension. I am not the one to decide, alas. Just moments ago, young Master Zhao instructed me to return home and mind my own business. Indeed. I shall take my leave now. Shin Gang, with lingering reluctance, cast one last glance at Zhao Xiaoyuan's dismal state before turning away with a sense of satisfaction. The expressions of the Battle Academy's members darkened instantly. However, unlike Zhao Xiaoyuan, they dared not show disrespect to Shin Gang and could only endure in silence. In the midst of the crowd, Zhao Xiaoyuan lay bruised and battered, having lost not only his weapon but even his shield. Is it truly the case that a formidable level 45 knight possesses such weakness? The answer is certainly negative. As for Zhao Xiaoyuan's plight, Su Luo conjectured it stemmed from his limited practical experience, having been accompanied by others for leveling up. Furthermore, being besieged by 4 exceptionally gifted pets at this moment rendered his inability to defend himself quite understandable. When Su Luo felt the time was ripe, he commanded the 4 pets to cease their onslaught. Su, you are truly ruthless. It was merely a spar, yet you struck so hard. Zhao Xiaoyuan lamented as he rose from the ground, rubbing his rear while hurling threats. Su Luo merely regarded him with a smile, remaining silent. Thankfully, this was in Black Crow City. Had it occurred in the wilderness, the corpses of several individuals would likely have been incinerated by now. Well done. You have a fierce edge, and I shall acknowledge you as a friend, Zhao Xiaoyuan declared, brushing off the dust from his attire. If you encounter trouble in Dragon City, just mention my name. Whatever happens, Zhao Ge will protect you. Su Luo, the crowd from Yindu University, the members of the Battle Academy. What is happening? Sensing the peculiar reactions from those around him, Zhao Xiaoyuan shrugged and explained. This is what I call forging friendships through adversity. I have decided to befriend Brother Su. Today, I, Zhao Xiaoyuan, shall uphold my word. Those bets are lost and done. If there is a chance in the future, I shall settle it then. I am done gambling. He grinned, not feigning his enthusiasm, leaving Su Luo utterly bewildered. While there are indeed those who honor their bets with generosity, encountering someone so freely magnanimous seemed to be a first. Then I thank you for your good intentions. Young Master Zhao, Su Luo replied, indifferent to whether his words were genuine or feigned. He collected his pets and turned towards his room. As he departed, the members of the Battle Academy followed suit, leaving a crowd of onlookers behind to chatter among themselves. The following day, Su Luo manned Passage 36 once more. Accompanied by Zhang Li and Li Si, whose attitudes appeared markedly more cordial. Midway through, Shun Gang caught up with them. Perhaps the events of the previous night had pleased him greatly, for his demeanor towards Su Luo was notably warm. Young Su, I hear your combat prowess is impressive. I have come to witness it today. By the way, strive to maintain your title as the top rookie. During the 4th rest period, the Rookie King can propose certain conditions, such as visiting other locations. As he spoke, a profound expression appeared on Shun Gang's face, and Su Luo instantly understood. It must be that Master Wu had conveyed something to him. Otherwise, he would not have expressed such sentiments. Elder Shun, rest assured, I shall strive with all my might. Su Luo humbly replied, then slowly stepped into passage 36. Shun Gang followed him onto the observation tower, his demeanor immediately turning gravely serious. The creature that had emerged from passage 36 had been identified. It was highly likely to have come from the divine realm, though its exact intentions remained unclear. Captain Shun, what if Su Luo were to slay it? One of the others questioned, aware that the minions of the divine realm were formidable foes. If Su Luo could vanquish it, the entire war zone would hold him in high regard. Chapter 48. Discovery of the divine fragment inside the passage. Although Su Luo could not hear the conversation among Shun Gang and the others, his thoughts mirrored theirs. He too wished to probe the depths of the skeletal creature. With a crack, an unsettling sound of friction echoed as the heavy iron door slowly creaked open beneath the towering stone walls. A monstrous roar erupted, accompanied by a foul stench, and the once dim and foreboding passage transformed once more into a hellish battleground. This time, Su Luo held nothing back, commanding all his pets to attack en masse, unleashing their full might. Seizing this opportune moment for ascension could only yield benefits. Calm and composed, Su Luo stood upon the back of the Xianshui turtle, releasing his skills, with over 30 pets alongside him. Their combined output resembled a legion of mages engaged in fierce combat. A dazzling array of colorful skills rained down upon the horde of monsters, akin to a magnificent display of fireworks, resulting in cataclysmic damage. On the observation tower, Shun Gang was left utterly astonished. Is this lad really this formidable? He was completely taken aback. Had Su Luo not been guarding the passage, he would have leaped down to inquire how he had achieved such prowess. The sheer combat effectiveness was nothing short of astonishing. Li Si, with a hint of boastfulness, remarked, "What is this? Just yesterday he was wielding a sword against a beast in a contest of wits, and that beast had an absurdly thick defense." How thick? Came the inquiry. Let us put it this way. When a level 20 pet struck him, it only dealt 150 points of damage. Zhang Li and Li Si exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with pride as they recalled Su Luo's extraordinary feats. He was a born champion. Shun Gang swallowed hard, gazing at Su Luo with envy. The ability to engage in hand-to-hand combat, wield skills, and summon a host of pets to assist in battle epitomized the ideal of strength in the minds of all men, even if Su Luo's level was still modest. 3 hours later, Su Luo suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by an inexplicable agitation. His eyes brightened as he glanced toward the entrance. Indeed, they were coming again. Outside the blood-stained door, countless beasts howled, pressing forward in a frantic surge. A 2-meter-tall skeletal figure stood silently amidst the chaos. This time, Su Luo had detected its presence beforehand. Yet, the skeletal entity seemed oblivious to having been discovered, standing among the monsters with its hands raised as if in supplication. Moments later, the ground began to crack, and an army of countless bones emerged from the depths below. The overwhelming presence of the skeletal beast deterred other creatures from approaching the vicinity of the entrance. After executing its tasks, it stood still, fixated on Su Luo. This particular skeletal figure appeared significantly stronger, having reached approximately level 30, a marked improvement from the previous day. If this trend continues, the situation could become dire. Today, it was time to test your limits. Su Luo commanded the Xianshui turtle to advance and shield him while he maneuvered the flaming rock to launch an assault on the skeletal creature. The distance between Su Luo and the skeleton was at least 100 meters. The flaming rock dashed out of the gate and dropped a glob of dark, viscous substance upon the skeleton's head. No emotions? Noting the skeleton's continued immobility, Su Luo again instructed the flaming rock to unleash its skills. This time, a serious offensive was underway. A powerful strike dealt 1,200 damage, and a series of numbers promptly appeared above the skeleton's head. Impressive indeed. Observing from the watchtower, Shun Gang expressed satisfaction with the flaming rock's combat prowess, even discerning Su Luo's earlier probing tactics. The insulting attack aimed at the skeleton was a calculated provocation to gauge its response. Shun Gang surmised that Su Luo was preparing for a more serious confrontation, given that the flaming rock was also a level 30 pet, boasting considerable strength. Meanwhile, noticing Zhang Li and Li Si casually smoking nearby, Shun Gang's irritation surfaced. Su Luo is about to engage that skeleton. Aren't you two paying attention? Captain Shun, this is just the beginning. Yesterday, A dozen of Su Luo's pets couldn't defeat that skeleton, replied Li Si. Yes, he probably just wants to toy with it, added Zhongli. Both feeling a swell of pride, for they were among the few in Black Crow City who understood Su Luo well. Shen Gang, however, was taken aback. So many pets attacking collectively, and still failing to vanquish that skeleton? How utterly perplexing. Outside the high walls, the flaming rock unleashed its full arsenal, clawing, diving, and casting skills, inflicting a barrage of damage upon the skeletal figure. Yet, it remained eerily still, akin to a lifeless statue, allowing the flaming rock to continue its relentless assault. Su Luo remained unperturbed. Before sending the rock into battle, he had ingested over 10 mental recovery potions. As long as the skeleton refrained from retaliating, he could afford to gradually wear it down. After 7 hours, the skeletal figure began to sway under the sharp talons of the flaming rock. Su Luo's focus intensified. Indeed, the creature was about to flee. It turned and vanished seamlessly into the throng of beasts without the slightest hesitation. Su Luo squinted in the direction of the skeleton's disappearance, his demeanor remarkably calm. Conversely, Shun Gang atop the watchtower was far from tranquil. Beasts typically fought to the death, yet this skeleton had genuinely attempted to escape. I must make a trip to Northern Desert City. This skeleton is undoubtedly extraordinary. With that, Shun Gang descended from the watchtower. Within the passageway, the skeletal army vanished alongside the skeletal creature. Various forms of otherworldly creatures swiftly filled the entire passageway, and Su Luo once again engaged in a fierce battle with them. Throughout the encounter, a smile graced Su Luo's face, reflecting his excellent mood. Once the iron gate closed, he eagerly returned to his chamber and summoned the necromancer without delay. Master, you seem to be in good spirits, remarked the necromancer, observing Su Luo's expression and promptly providing suitable mounts. Ignoring the necromancer, Su Luo took a blank sheet of paper and meticulously recorded the appearance time and distance of the skeletal remains, as well as how far they could run before vanishing. After documenting everything, he finally spoke. Are you certain that slaying that skeletal remains will yield divine fragments? I can assure you with my very being that divine fragments will indeed drop, and they will possess the essence of death. The necromancer exclaimed excitedly, drifting around the room as the light bulbs swayed from the commotion. What purpose do divine fragments serve? Su Luo inquired, his tone increasingly urgent. The previous day, he had merely discussed the skeletal remains with the necromancer. Today, during the battle, he had summoned the necromancer specifically to ascertain the truth. It appeared that the claims were indeed valid. The number of deities among various races was fixed. When true gods fell, their divine essence would shatter into 4 fragments scattered across the lands. According to the necromancer's description, whether it be spirit beasts or mortals, one must collect enough fragments to form a complete divine essence to ascend to godhood. Possessing divine fragments would grant substantial enhancements, and once gathered, they could lead one to prominence. The necromancer surmised that the white skeletal remains that had appeared recently likely consumed divine fragments of the death attribute. By vanquishing it, one could obtain the coveted divine fragments. Master, if you assist me in acquiring this divine fragment, I shall be able to create an unending army of skeletons for your command. As Su Luo's expression grew increasingly fervent, the necromancer revealed its heartfelt intentions without hesitation. Chapter 49. Targeted Strategy Against the Skeletal Remains. The necromancer, an SSS-class pet, typically harbored a sense of pride. Yet at this moment, faced with the allure of divine fragments, it had transformed into an eager servitor. Su Luo was internally astonished by the necromancer's prowess, yet many aspects remained unclear to him. For instance, aside from collecting divine fragments, were there other pathways to divinity? Did class changers also require divine fragments? No one in real life possessed answers to these queries. Su Luo was unwilling to gamble his future and life on the mercy of others, nor did he intend to consult Wu Yong. After all, the temptation of divine fragments was immense, and even someone as formidable as Wu Yong had never encountered them. After placing the necromancer into the realm of divine herbs, Su Luo turned his attention to the blueprints on the table, deep in thought. He had calculated the distance, speed, and approximate damage the skeletal remains could endure. The pressing concern now was how to prevent its escape. If it merely attempted to flee, ordinary restraints would suffice. But what if it possessed more formidable means of self-preservation? Su Luo rubbed his temples, frowning in contemplation. Previously, when Wu Yong battled the 3-legged golden crow, Su Luo had witnessed Wu Yong's remarkable abilities, capable of vanishing from one spot and reappearing in another. In order to ensure a definitive kill, Su Luo promptly devised a comprehensive strategy. The following morning, the team guarding the passage set out once again. Amidst the throng, Zhao Xiaoyuan flashed a grin at Su Luo, reminiscent of a close friend. Brother, don't carry any psychological burden. Zhao Yi is no pushover. I will undoubtedly surpass you today. Faced with this peculiar individual, Su Luo chose to ignore him entirely. As they approached the passage, the crowd began to disperse gradually. Su Luo followed closely behind Zhongli, slowly making his way towards the 36th passage. Along the way, he surveyed the surrounding environment while engaging in casual conversation with Zhongli. Just before reaching the entrance, Su Luo casually inquired, "Brother Zhang, our Black Crow City also belongs to the Northern Desert War Zone. How extensive is the Northern Desert War Zone?" The Northern Desert War Zone is quite vast, encompassing a total of 36 fortified cities. Black Crow City is merely one among them. Is it really that extensive? Su Luo's expression dimmed momentarily, his hopes momentarily fading. However, the subsequent words from Zhang Li instantly rekindled his enthusiasm. Our Northern Desert War Zone has its fair share of young prodigies. A couple of years ago, a remarkable young girl arrived. It is said she has now become a deputy. If you are willing to come to our Black Crow City after graduation, you could certainly attain that position. Zhang Li raised his thumb in admiration, his gaze towards Su Luo, filled with profound respect. Su Luo, uninterested in being the best in Black Crow City, urgently asked, "Is that girl named Su Bingxue?" "I'm not entirely sure. There are few girls in the war zone. And if you both share the surname Su, could you possibly be related?" Upon realizing this, Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback and raised his thumb again, exclaiming, "No wonder you're a family. Every one of you is a genius." During their idle chatter, Su Luo refrained from divulging too much. However, he was certain that his sister was currently in the Northern Desert City. According to Xingang, securing the title of newcomer king in Black Crow City would grant him a chance to visit the Northern Desert City. With this thought, Su Luo felt a surge of fervor, invigorated with energy. Within the dimly lit passage, Su Luo summoned all his pets, arranging them in an orderly fashion for the first time, poised for the imminent battle. "Let the carnage commence," Xingang announced. The colossal iron gates began to creak ominously. Beyond the high walls, an endless swarm of wild beasts loomed, as dense as straw. As the 36 gates swung open, the exotic creatures surged forth in a frenzy. The phantom tiger let out a roar, transforming into a shadow that darted among the wild beasts, its massive claws tearing through the lower-level creatures with ease. Enhanced by skills, even creatures of the same level could not withstand its fierce onslaught. The Xian Shui turtle focused on control skills, freezing nearly all the exotic beasts within a 10-meter radius. Su Luo stood quietly at the back, his gaze intently fixed on the gates beyond. Several hours later, a number of white skeletons began to materialize, and Su Luo immediately recognized them as the bone skeletons. However, amidst the throng of exotic beasts, its figure was conspicuously absent. Where had it gone? Su Luo furrowed his brow and incessantly searched through the crowd of creatures. After a thorough 3 minutes of searching, he finally spotted that familiar skeleton. It seemed to have been frightened, now positioned at least 10 meters away from the gate, facing a different direction. Its gaze appeared to be fixed upon the entrance to another passage. "Once you arrive, there is no escape." A smile crept across Su Luo's face as he promptly commanded the blazing rock to strike. The attack pattern remained consistent with the previous day. The bone skeleton remained motionless, allowing the blazing rock to unleash its assault. However, this time, most of the creatures it summoned were heading toward the entrance of the adjacent passage. Su Luo felt a sense of relief. Had he not prepared adequately, he might have captured it today, only for this creature to relocate elsewhere tomorrow. On the lookout tower, Zhang Li appeared lethargic, yawning widely before reaching for a cigarette and stepping aside to smoke. Li Si was even more direct, sprawled out on a chair, fast asleep. Slaying exotic beasts had become as routine as eating and drinking for them. Even the emergence of a special entity like the bone skeleton only piqued their interest for a couple of days at most. Today, they couldn't even be bothered to watch. Within the passage, under Su Luo's command, the three-legged golden crow began to gradually reduce its output, ultimately shrinking to the size of an ordinary bird and flying over the high wall. The toxic gas stump transformed into an ordinary tree, and after evading any attacks from the exotic beasts, it swaggered towards the exit. Other creatures, like the frozen wolf and six-armed demon ape, also began to converge towards the gate. Unbeknownst to them, the battlefield had quietly shifted from within the passage to the entrance of the iron gate. Su Luo calculated the time while glancing at the lookout tower, noticing Zhang Li and Li Si lounging in their chairs, which eased his mind somewhat. If divine fragment shards were indeed to drop, the optimal scenario would be for no one to witness it. And with these two engrossed in idle chatter, they were unlikely to pay attention to the happenings below. Su Luo slowly approached the gate. The blazing rock had been attacking for over 3 hours. Yet the bone skeleton remained unscathed. It was nearly time to make a move. After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo issued his command. A loud buzz reverberated through the air. This was the buzzing interference of the 5 poisons giant peak, capable of significantly reducing the enemy's mobility. Almost immediately, a colossal tree root erupted from the ground, striking the bone skeleton with force. In the next instant, it ensnared the bone skeleton tightly. This was the root strike of the toxic gas stump, effectively binding the skeleton. Simultaneously, the pets that had been poised for attack launched their offensive against the bone skeleton. A second later, cracks began to appear on the skeleton's body, which started to tremble. This creature was attempting to flee. Sulo narrowed his eyes and immediately commanded the three-legged golden crow to commence its actions. Chapter 50. Kill. Acquire the fragment of divine essence. The skeletal figure was ensnared by immense tree roots. It merely swayed slightly, and, in an instant, vanished only to reappear 3 meters away. Sulo's expression was one of astonishment. Yet he had anticipated that this skeleton was no ordinary foe. He had prepared a second strategy specifically for it. With a sharp cry, the three-legged golden crow unleashed its skill, Soul Devour. Although the skeletal being was not a living entity, it possessed a soul. The Soul Devour ability effectively countered it, rendering the creature immobile for 5 seconds. Simultaneously, the golden-scaled flame dragon, the ghostly fierce tiger, and the ice peak wolf unleashed their formidable attacks. The fissures across the skeleton's body multiplied instantaneously, and Sulo, seizing the opportunity, struck the fallen foe with a death curse. Crack, crack. As the fissures proliferated, the skeletal figure appeared to be on the brink of collapse, swaying once more. Sulo's gaze turned icy. The three-legged golden crow instantly unleashed the sea of restraint. A vast inferno enveloped an area of 20 meters around them. Concurrently, the other pets executed their wide-ranging group skills. In mere moments, the entire battlefield was subjected to indiscriminate, all-encompassing firepower. Sulo's heart tightened. If the skeleton managed to escape now, a second chance would be unlikely. Just then, the swaying form of the skeletal figure materialized 10 meters away. The ghostly fierce tiger surged into a frenzied attack, its massive claws descending upon its head, tearing through space itself and revealing a crimson phantom of its claw. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering echoed as the skeletal figure instantly cracked open, revealing countless fissures. Black mist emanated from these crevices, carrying an intense stench of decay. In no time, the skeletal figure transformed into a blackened skeleton, which was then smashed into fragments by the ghostly fierce tiger's powerful strike. Amidst the shattered bones, a peculiar black, irregular fragment caught Sulo's attention. He rushed out of the city gates and swiftly picked it up. The fragment was no larger than half a palm, entirely black with jagged, serrated edges. Congratulations. You have acquired a fragment of divine essence with a death attribute. Upon hearing the notification, Sulo's anxious heart finally settled. This blood-red trial was worth it. With a sigh of relief, Sulo turned to survey his surroundings. However, upon a mere glance, his complexion paled instantly. Surrounding him were countless aberrant beasts. On the mountains, on the ground, in the water, an endless swarm of creatures seemed to have formed an entirely new world. They were densely packed, twisting like maggots. Return quickly. The gates are about to close. Came a tense shout from the lookout tower. Sulo had no time to examine further. He turned and dashed toward the gate. Report to the leadership. Black Crow City has discovered a new type of aberrant beast, suspected to be the undead knight that emerged 6 months ago. In the headquarters building of the Northern Desert War Zone, in an exceptionally opulent office, Shingang stood at the door, his back straight. He kept his eyelids low, fixated on the floor, too afraid to meet the gaze of the office's occupant. Are you suggesting that the monster might possess fragments of divine essence? A cold voice, that of a woman, echoed from the desk. Indeed, Shingang was unfamiliar with the concept of divine essence fragments, but he had perused the announcement issued by headquarters. The skeletal visage matched the description provided therein perfectly. Very well, I shall have Sister Ching accompany you. The woman's icy voice resonated once more before falling silent. When Shingang cautiously glanced towards the desk, he found it empty. The speaker had already departed. Upon exiting the office, Shingang encountered a woman in her 30s at the entrance of the building. The mere sight of her caused his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. This woman was, astonishingly, an 84th level berserker. Should a confrontation arise, he would be no match for her, not even 100-fold. What struck him further was her youth paired with such formidable strength. For a moment, Shingang felt flustered and even somewhat inferior. Let us go, the woman stated coldly. Shingang nodded immediately, following her towards the city of Black Crow. In the residential buildings of Black Crow, Su Luo sat quietly on a stool, examining a fragment of divine essence in his hand. The more he scrutinized it, the more he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered similar fragments before, yet he could not recall where. The room was equipped with a basic desktop computer, and Su Luo had been searching for information on divine essence fragments for half an hour without success. According to the necromancer's claims, possessing such a fragment would dramatically enhance one's power while also providing certain benefits to the realm of alchemy. After contemplating for a while, Su Luo decided to bestow the fragment upon the necromancer. At present, it was the most exceptional pet in his possession, especially given its unique abilities. If he could unlock some of its powers in advance, the realm of alchemy would undergo a remarkable transformation. With this thought in mind, Su Luo promptly entered the realm of alchemy with the fragment. Master, you have arrived. The necromancer exclaimed. If you were to utilize the divine essence fragment, What extraordinary powers might you gain? Su Luo inquired with curiosity. Rest assured, master, I shall be entirely obedient to you, serving you diligently, the necromancer rambled on, but was swiftly silenced by a kick from Su Luo. Speak plainly. Cough cough. The divine essence fragment imbued with death attributes can enhance summoning skills. In the future, my death summons will not only be limitless, but will also allow for the summoning of higher-level skeletal warriors in an unending stream. However, it would be foolish to summon only warriors. I shall also summon miners to extract resources, crafters to forge equipment, and even necromantic knights. As the necromancer continued to express its grandiose fantasies, Su Luo found himself swept up in excitement. Is this truly the power of divine essence? If such prowess exists, wouldn't acquiring another death attribute fragment allow for ascension on the spot? After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo unhesitatingly retrieved the divine essence fragment and handed it to the necromancer. Upon receiving the fragment, the necromancer trembled with exhilaration, akin to a dog tasting meat for the first time. It took some time for it to regain composure, pressing the fragment against its head. In an instant, the fragment transformed into an endless swirl of black mist, enveloping it. Su Luo instinctively took several steps back. Were it not for the persistent existence of the necromancer's pet contract, Su Luo would have harbored concerns that this individual might turn against him. The black mist lingered ominously, within which the necromancer appeared to be undergoing a peculiar rite of passage. Su Luo chose not to intrude and promptly withdrew from the realm of divine herbs. Just then, someone began to knock at his door. Upon opening it, he found Shin Gang, his face aglow with excitement, exclaiming, "A visitor from Mo Bay City specifically requests to see you. Come quickly." A visitor from Mo Bay City? And they specifically wish to meet me? Could it be that my sister has received news and come to find me? A wave of joy surged within Su Luo as he swiftly closed the door and followed Shin Gang to his designated office. Inside, "You may enter," Shin Gang said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, even going so far as to smooth the creases from Su Luo's clothing with a considerate gesture. If the skeletal remains they discovered were to yield the coveted items sought by headquarters, it would certainly elevate his own standing. How could he not be thrilled? Chapter 51. The visitor from Mo Bay City seated in the office chair was a strikingly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her 30s, with an icy demeanor. As Su Luo entered, his fantasies shattered like glass. He had initially believed that his sister had come to find him upon receiving news. "So, you are the one who discovered the skeletal remains?" Qing Qianning inquired, her brow momentarily furrowing before returning to its previous state. "Yes," Su Luo nodded in acknowledgement, gazing at her with a countenance full of confusion. "When was the last time you saw the skeletal remains?" "This afternoon." "Did you scare it away again?" "Yes." "Very well. You may return now. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to passage 36. After leaving the office, Su Luo made his way back to his own room. That was close. Once the door was shut, he let out a long sigh of relief. Though his conversation with the woman had seemed calm, a tempest of emotions churned within him. The news of the skeletal remains had evidently attracted the attention of Mo Bay City, and that woman seemed to possess considerable strength. She likely also knew about the fragments of the divine essence. Fortuitously, he had acted preemptively. Otherwise, he would have been left helplessly watching as others seized what was rightfully his. However, in the time to come, he must learn to conceal himself. At the very least, the necromancer must not appear in public view, and he himself must not reveal any weaknesses. Su Luo glanced into the realm of divine herbs once more, where the necromancer remained shrouded in black mist. Back in his room, he lay on his bed, employing a rather rudimentary method to reprogram his thoughts. The skeletal remains have fled. They have escaped swiftly. After being clawed by the fiery rock for the final time, the skeletal remains had evaded capture, fleeing throughout the night. Su Luo repeated this mantra in his mind until he ultimately convinced himself that the skeletal remains had indeed departed. As dawn broke, the formidable team guarding the passage set out once more. Su Luo trailed behind the group, exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Han and Yi Lingwei as customary. Upon entering the passage, he summoned all his pets with an expression of tranquility. The control-type pets formed the front line, while those with area attacks took position in the second row. As for the likes of the ghostly tiger, with its formidable single-target combat prowess, they were stationed at the forefront to prevent any incursions by the aberrant beasts. High atop the watchtower, Qing Qianning meticulously observed every move of Su Luo, while Shun Gang stood behind her like a sycophant, narrating the heroic deeds of Su Luo. It was intriguing that he could shatter the curse of the Beastmaster and possess so many pets. A glimmer of admiration shone in Qing Qianning's beautiful eyes, but soon her gaze shifted to the outer wall. The monstrous creatures surged like a tide, relentlessly pressing against the towering and sturdy city walls. After several laps of searching, the skeletal figure remained elusive. Though puzzled, Qing Qianning chose to remain silent. For someone possessing a fragment of divine power, a lack of mystery would be rather unusual. "Su Luo, it's time to begin." Shin Gang called out loudly. Opening the gate of passage 36. Slay the monsters. Level up. This was Su Luo's current objective, even with Qin Qian Ning openly watching from the lookout tower. Su Luo remained unfazed. As the beast charged in, his pets had long been waiting in anticipation. Su Luo stood still, a protective barrier of various pets forming before him. It was impossible for any beast to approach his pets, let alone breach the line to reach Su Luo. Congratulations, you have slain the 1,000-legged centipede, earning 1,200 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain the blackback demon ape, earning 1,400 experience points. Congratulations. Countless monstrous creatures perished within the passage. Su Luo merely needed to stand still and relish the influx of experience. When boredom struck, he occasionally cast a death curse on the more formidable beasts among the throng. This one is rather interesting, Qin Qian Ning mused, her eyes filled with curiosity, turning expectantly towards the city gate. According to Shin Gang, the skeletal figure would invariably appear outside the gate, standing motionless and allowing others to attack. Yet, 4 hours had passed without a trace. What is going on? Qin Qian Ning spoke calmly, though the temperature on the lookout tower had significantly dropped. Shin Gang's face darkened, and his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. At this point, he felt that moving up in rank was insignificant. The priority was to convince this lady that he was not deceiving her. I did not see the skeletal figure yesterday because I was at headquarters. I will call for assistance. They must have seen it. Shin Gang promptly used the communication device to summon Zhang Li and Li Si. Captain Shun. The two men climbed breathlessly up the lookout tower, glancing at Shin Gang before casting their eyes towards Qin Qian Ning. Noticing she was not an easy opponent, they immediately lowered their heads to stare at their toes. Did you two see the skeletal figure yesterday? We did. Was it the same as usual? Yes. After posing the questions, Shin Gang felt somewhat emboldened and addressed Qin Qian Ning. Lady Qin, as you can see, there truly was a skeletal figure here. Qin Qian Ning remained silent, her cold gaze slowly settling on Zhang Li. Tell me everything about the skeletal figure, and the more detailed, the better. Within passage 36, as Su Luo vanquished the beasts, he occasionally glanced at the lookout tower. Upon noticing that Zhang Li and Li Si had been summoned, he became increasingly convinced that this woman was after the fragment of divine power. However, one should not expect to uncover much. Yesterday, while vanquishing the skeletal warrior, Su Luo remained vigilant regarding the situation atop the watchtower. The two were preoccupied with their relaxation and failed to notice the demise of the skeletal foe. Thus, as long as they were oblivious, even if the King of Heaven himself appeared, the skeletal warrior would have fled of its own accord. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 34. Just as the gates were about to close, a radiant light enveloped Su Luo, signifying his ascension to a higher level. Meanwhile, Qin Qian Ning and Shin Gang had long departed, leaving Zhang Li, with a crestfallen expression, behind in the watchtower. Su Luo, that will suffice for today. Let's wrap things up. Observing the time, Zhang Li promptly closed the gate and urged Su Luo to hasten. Brother Zhang, are you feeling unwell? On their way back, noticing Zhang Li's troubled demeanor, Su Luo inquired. Alas, it is all due to that wretched skeletal warrior. It has been present for the past few days. Yet today it chose to elude us, resulting in both me and old Li being reprimanded. Su Luo maintained a neutral expression, yet inwardly, he stifled a laugh. For Shin Gang was likely to receive a scolding as well. Throughout the journey, Zhang Li continued to grumble. Su Luo, suppressing his amusement, feigned sympathy. After several minutes, individuals from various passages began to converge. Yi Lingyue, appearing fatigued, squeezed her way through the crowd to Su Luo's side, exclaiming, "The next 3 days are designated for rest. Let us explore the night market this evening, for my potions are nearly depleted." Agreed. I also have some gear to tend to. Su Luo glanced sideways and noticed Johan quietly accompanying them. The trio agreed on a time to reconvene, and then returned to their respective rooms to rest. Su Luo swiftly finished his shower and immediately entered the realm of divine potions. After an entire day, he was filled with anticipation regarding the newfound prowess of the undead wizard following its acquisition of divine fragments. Chapter 52. The enhancement of divine fragments within the realm of divine potions. Most of the herb fields were now cloaked in verdant hues. Batches of medicinal herbs were nearing maturity. On the opposite side of the fields lay mountains and stones. At that moment, a group of skeletons clad in coarse hemp garments were industriously mining, resembling human laborers more than anything else. This fellow is indeed audacious. Witnessing the undead wizard's initiative to employ miners, Su Luo felt a twinge of admiration. Should this entity cultivate a god-tier blacksmith, future equipment worries would be a thing of the past. Master, you have arrived. The undead wizard, still draped in its voluminous black cloak, was now adorned with white patterns. Surrounded by an aura of dark energy, Su Luo remained silent, promptly beginning to examine its attributes. Undead wizard, level 32, divine fragment, Lord of Death, 14, attack, 3,250. Defense, 4,400. Mentality, 3,000. Physique, 18,500. Skills, undead summoning, death curse. Power of the underworld. Passive, frenzy. Lord of the undead. The governed subjects possess enhanced strength, speed, physique, gathering, and alchemy capabilities, each increased by 5. After acquiring the divine fragments, the necromancer gained an additional skill known as Power of the Underworld, resulting in a profound enhancement of his abilities. His attributes experienced a remarkable increase, rendering him even more formidable than certain level 40 aberrations. The power of the underworld bolsters his skeletal minions, prompting curiosity in Su Luo as he observed a nearby skeletal warrior. This particular skeletal warrior was unlike the others, standing at 3 meters tall. Its bones an eerie shade of blue, reminiscent of bronze craftsmanship. The shield and sword it wielded were also of the same hue, emanating a chilling aura. Skeletal warrior, level 22, bronze grade. Attack, 1800, defense, 1200, mental, 2000, physique, 8500, skills, bloodlust, spectral slash, bloodlust, in a state of combat. Inflicts a 40 slow effect on enemies while granting a 40 lifesteal effect to itself, consuming 50 mental points per second. Spectral slash, sacrifices lost health to unleash a powerful strike. The lower the health, the greater the damage dealt, no mental points required. The attributes of the bronze grade skeletal warrior had also risen, and its skills had become more potent. For a close combat warrior, the enhancement of bloodlust was far more suitable than the previous curse of death. Su Luo was thoroughly pleased with the capabilities of the skeletal warrior. Beyond the bronze grade, there existed silver, gold, diamond, and legendary grades. At this moment, Su Luo understood that the potential of the necromancer had nearly reached its zenith. He had always grasped the principle of bearing the weight of one's own treasures. What he needed to do now was to develop steadily and discreetly, minimizing attention from others. Thus, during his time in Black Crow City, he deemed it unwise to deploy his skeletal army. The beast spirit pills he had concocted a few days prior were now fully prepared. Su Luo summoned the Xian Shui turtle, phantom fierce tiger, golden-scaled flame dragon, and the 3-legged golden crow, urging them to feast with all their might. Having witnessed the necromancer's prowess, Su Luo was eager to cultivate these 4 as well. With just a single SSS-grade necromancer possessing divine fragments, he could already overpower the majority. How formidable would he be once all 4 of his pets reached the SSS grade? With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Su Luo inquired of the necromancer regarding the time required for the advancement potions ingredients. At least 20 days, came the response. After the materials for this batch of potions were harvested, he would directly plant the ingredients for high-tier advancement potions. Exiting the realm of divine medicine, Su Luo promptly tidied himself and ventured out to meet with his companions, Zhou Hanyue and Linghua. Black Crow City was sparsely populated, primarily inhabited by guardians and a handful of merchants. The streets were in disarray, with restaurants and supermarkets being a rarity. The trio meandered through the streets until they finally stumbled upon a secluded alley. This narrow passage was not extensive, flanked by various stalls. Some individuals were purchasing goods while others were selling, with the majority of passers-by being guardians clad in worn combat uniforms, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Each individual quietly selected their desired items, devoid of any sense of bustling excitement. The arrival of Su Luo and his companions elicited only a fleeting glance of curiosity from the others, who soon returned to their own pursuits. Yi Linghua, being a mage, had a significant demand for mental restoration potions. Zhou Han, on the other hand, procured a considerable quantity of stamina restoration potions along with a few mental restoration potions. As for Su Luo, he refrained from making any purchases, intending instead to manage the surplus equipment accumulated in the realm of divine medicines. Over the past few days, he had gathered more than 3,000 common items, over 600 elite-grade pieces, and more than 20 exceptional-grade pieces. The highest tier of equipment he possessed at present was of the exceptional grade. He opted not to sell the elite and exceptional equipment, planning instead to entrust them to Zhou Taixing for distribution. After all, he was akin to a big brother figure and ought to provide some benefits to those beneath him. In doing so, he could secure greater advantages for himself. A common piece of equipment was valued at 6,000 dragon coins, and Su Luo had just cast aside over 3,000 pieces, nearly filling the entire alley. Those around him were momentarily rendered speechless by the sight of such an abundance of gear. "Brother, wait while I make some arrangements." The merchants, visibly excited by the numerous items, quickly contacted 2 or 3 collectors to assist. Due to the sheer volume of equipment Su Luo was selling, he required assistance for the procurement process. Upon selling over 3,000 pieces, his account swelled by more than 18 million dragon coins. Coupled with the 10 million dragon coins he had previously won from the prodigious Zhao Xieyuan and his earlier winnings, Su Luo's total now exceeded 44 million dragon coins. This amount sufficed for a lifetime of ordinary expenditures, yet as an alchemist, he recognized that a single rare herb could command several million. In the days to come, the routine for everyone would consist of rest and combat. Those who had survived had gradually acclimatized to this intense lifestyle. The Combat Academy and Yindu University forged a harmonious relationship. Before long, the final day of the fourth cycle arrived. Once this day concluded, it would signify the complete end of the blood trial. Achieving an unparalleled record would undoubtedly attract attention from higher authorities, making it a simple matter to find assistance in Mabe City. Standing beside Su Luo, Shun Gang offered words of encouragement. This time, I will give my utmost effort. Su Luo remained composed at the entrance of Passage 36, gazing at the massive iron gate, where his previously tranquil eyes ignited with fervent determination. After today, he would be able to seek out his sister in Mabe City. Chapter 53. Is there anyone like him who steals monsters? On the final day of the blood trial, all participants exerted themselves to the fullest. On the city walls, the seasoned guardians of Black Crow City stood, some with cigarettes in hand or munching on sunflower seeds, eager to discern how these blossoms of academia differed from themselves. The air was thick with the scent of blood, yet it was also rife with resentment, as many survivors felt a palpable aversion towards those guarding the passage. These foolish individuals may still be unaware of the advantages of guarding the passage. When I was merely at level 28, I fought relentlessly here for 2 years and reached level 60. Hunting monsters in this place is far superior to clearing dungeons. Is that young man the new king of Black Crow City this year? His pet is indeed impressive. Su Luo stood within the passage, examining his attribute panel. Name: Su Luo. Class: Beast Tamer, Spirit Master 875. Level: 35. Strength: 1800. Spirit: 2500. Defense: 4500. Constitution: 7500. Equipment: Bone Battle Sword, Bone Chest Armor. Bone Gauntlets. Pets: Skills: Taming, Root Entwine, Death Curse, Flame Baptism. A Spirit Master? Su Luo was astonished to see the new title on his attribute panel. He had not checked his attributes for some time. How could he have gained the title of Spirit Master? Even a job change would only be revealed after reaching level 40. As a look of confusion crossed Su Luo's face, the bronze doors slowly creaked open. The monstrous beasts surged forth once more. The atmosphere in the passage remained oppressively heavy, with a pungent stench filling the air, and the roaring beasts were as terrifying as ever. However, this time, Su Luo's mindset was transformed. Today he intended to level up twice. Before setting out in the morning, Su Luo had held a rally for all his pets. My elevated level means better days for all of you. In essence, it was, my success is truly beneficial. Each pet held 10 bottles of spirit recovery potions in their mouths, while the three-legged golden crow, which relied on fiery breath for damage, clutched its potion with its claws. Once the bronze door fully opened, the monstrous beasts surged forth like a tide. Oh, the phantom tiger roared, transforming into a shadow that charged ahead. Chirp! The three-legged golden crow took flight, unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth. Following closely were the Xian Shui turtle, golden scale flame dragon, and toxic gas stump, each pet eagerly leaping into action. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers atop the watchtower were left dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that this beast tamer was adept at deploying strategies? Is this truly how it's done? Has this fellow lost his mind? This is not how one hunts monsters. Such a method had never been seen before. Yet he was the first beast tamer to command so many pets. Perhaps he is simply too young, possibly venting his boredom. The seasoned guards around murmured amongst themselves. Inside the passage, over 30 pets unleashed their full might, with nearly everyone capable of taking on multiple monstrous beasts. Various colored skills erupted within the passage, dazzling like fireworks. Su Luo stood at the back, continuously casting Death Curse. Simultaneously, notifications of countless experience points being accrued resounded. Congratulations, you have slain the Hellhound. Experience gained, 1,400. Congratulations, you have slain the Demon Wolf. Experience gained, 1,100. Congratulations. The monstrous beasts in the passage were swiftly eliminated, and the gate could only allow 10 beasts to pass at a time. In such a situation, the guardians believed they should remain in place and wait. However, Su Luo's actions left everyone once again in a state of shock. He dashed out, realizing that at this pace, leveling up twice in 8 hours was excruciatingly slow. Su Luo had been meticulously monitoring the rise of his experience bar, given that his pets had already surpassed the levels of the beasts outside. It was the perfect moment to venture forth and engage in battle. However, the guards atop the city walls harbored a different sentiment. This young man was truly reckless. Charging out could prove to be a perilous endeavor, especially if the gates were to close behind him. It became evident to me that he intended to make a final push in the last few hours. I had yet to witness anyone so determined. Even as my gym membership neared its expiration, with over 30 pets leading the charge, a vacuum of space was swiftly cleared at the entrance. Standing still, Su Luo surveyed the world beyond the walls. The trees stood withered, and the ground was strewn with yellow sand. All around, the hills were teeming with wandering beasts, gathering as if summoned by an unseen force, converging towards the fortifications. Su Luo's bold exit successfully captured their attention, yet the pressure immediately fell upon his 30-plus pets. Their expressions turned mournful. Couldn't he have kept them from becoming so conspicuous? Calm down, everyone. We have plenty of mental recovery potions. Su Luo resolutely ignored their despondent gazes and placed a generous supply of recovery potions on the ground. He was determined to turn the tide. The pressure on the remaining corridor dwellers lessened significantly. Corridor 35, what is going on? There are hardly any monsters over here. Zhao Xiaoyuan was utterly perplexed. He had planned to tackle level 51, yet now there were only about 10 creatures remaining. The beasts entering from the gates were scarce, rendering any attempts futile. After swiftly dispatching a few beasts, he took the risk to rush to the city gates. Corridors 34 and 32, simultaneously. The inhabitants of the surrounding passages rushed to the entrance to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the scene outside, everyone was left in stunned silence. Su Luo was astride a magnificent bird engulfed in flames, soaring gracefully through the air. Occasionally, he would cast a skill and then rain down a few bottles of mental recovery potions below. On the ground, his pets formed groups, fiercely repelling the beasts. Elegant yet ferocious, they appeared on the brink of collapse, yet remained remarkably resilient. Damn, is it even fair for him to steal the kills? What am I even doing here? Zhao Xiaoyuan cursed as he kicked aside an approaching beast, sighing in exasperation. Meanwhile, Yi Lingyue and Zhou Han wore equally incredulous expressions. If one were to accuse him of stealing kills, it seemed he even crossed into their territory. Yet, it appeared he had done just that. 6 hours later, the blood trial concluded. After rising 2 levels, Su Luo emerged contentedly from Corridor 36. Shen Gang had been waiting at the exit for quite some time. You are now the rookie king of Black Crow City. This honor is rightfully yours. He held out a dark gold medal, intricately crafted from pure gold, emblazoned with the image of a weathered wall. The Guardian of the War Zone medal symbolized the endless glory of protecting one's homeland. Su Luo wiped his hands and respectfully accepted the medal. You are to remain in the war zone for 3 more days. What are your subsequent plans? Elder Shun, I would like your assistance in locating an individual, and I also wish to make a trip to Mo Bay City. Most individuals in the war zone operate under code names, but we can give it a try. As for your application to visit Mo Bay City, I processed it yesterday. He raised a white sheet of paper in his hand. Your achievements have been commendable. Even Lord Siue at headquarters has expressed interest in you. Once you meet Lord Siue, requesting her help in finding this person should prove considerably easier. Chapter 54. Why does Lord Siue resemble my sister? Mo Bay City serves as the central hub of the entire Mo Bay war zone, flourishing in both prosperity and size, far surpassing other smaller cities. The streets are predominantly frequented by formidable individuals, most of whom are above level 50. After a lengthy journey alongside Shin Gang, Su Luo finally arrived at a magnificent building. Following a series of formalities, Shin Gang led him to a waiting room. You wait here, I will wait for you outside. After a brief exchange, Shin Gang hurriedly departed. As a level 73 knight, he must adhere to the established protocols in Mo Bay City. This thought elicited a self-deprecating smile from Su Luo. Were it not for his formidable strength in surpassing most of his peers, he likely would not have had the privilege of meeting Lord Siue. In such a vast metropolis, finding a single person is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Half an hour later, Su Luo was escorted to the entrance of an exceedingly lavish office. Student Su Luo, you may meet Lord Siue. Upon entering, Su Luo bowed respectfully toward the desk, yet there was no response from within. He raised his gaze and furrowed his brow. How could Lord Siue bear such a striking resemblance to his sister, Su Bingxue? Sister? Su Luo tentatively called out. Su Bingxue. Her eyes slightly reddened, bestowed upon him a gentle smile. You've come. Sister, I searched for you with great difficulty. Su Luo's nose crinkled, and his eyes began to well with tears. Still so prone to tears, Su Bingxue remarked with a chuckle as she approached him, waving her hand to close the office door with a flick of her wrist. Dear, your sister has always been concerned about you. I regret not being able to accompany you these past years, causing you to endure hardships. With eyes glistening, Su Bingxue embraced Su Luo, tenderly stroking his hair. The two siblings held each other tightly, with Su Luo refusing to let go. After a considerable time, Su Luo attempted to gauge his sister's level, but the disparity was too great for him to discern, even without hidden levels. I am now a level 98 phantom assassin, and I am Lord Siue. With a playful smile, Su Bingxue pinched Su Luo's cheek and inquired, who do you wish for Lord Siue to assist you in finding? As she spoke, she playfully poked his nose, appearing natural, though the mist in her eyes betrayed the truth. All right, hurry and wipe your eyes. She gently ruffled Su Luo's hair once more before turning to tidy her desk. At the entrance of the Mo Bay headquarters, Shen Gang, with his back turned, squatted nearby. puffing on a cigarette and occasionally glancing back. After a prolonged absence, Su Luo's return elicited a flicker of anxiety in his gaze. Lord Siue was notoriously aloof, his demeanor harsh and merciless. Concerned that Su Luo might face reprimand, Shun Gang sighed heavily and turned back, only to be utterly astonished. The lad was, astonishingly, holding Lord Siue's hand. Surely he must be mad. Either he had lost his senses, or it was Shun Gang who had succumbed to madness. Abruptly rising to his feet, he rubbed his eyes, and by then, Su Luo had approached him. Elder Shun, why not return for now? I have found the person I was searching for, and I may linger here for a while, Su Luo suggested. Oh, do remember to return within 3 days. Otherwise, you shall miss the opportunity to use the teleportation array. Shin Gang replied mechanically, then turned and departed in a daze. As he walked, his mind was occupied with thoughts. Su Luo sought a girl named Su Bingxue, whom he seemed to have mentioned as his sister. Ah! Shin Gang inhaled sharply, then cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Only when he confirmed that no one was near did he exhale in relief. Conversations regarding Lord Siue were strictly forbidden and must never be probed. As evening descended upon the city of Ma Bei, the streets bustled with a semblance of liveliness, akin to any ordinary thriving city. After dining, Su Bingxue and Su Luo strolled leisurely down the street. Sis, when shall we return to Jiangxing? Su Luo casually inquired, though deep down, he yearned for the warmth of home that had been absent for far too long. Perhaps when I find the time. In a couple of days. I must head to Huanglong Island for a while, Su Bingxue replied. Then take good care of yourself. And you must also look after yourself. Next time, make sure to surprise your sister with a sudden appearance, she said with a smile, embracing Su Luo. Unbeknownst to him, she discreetly tucked something cold into his clothing. Sis, are you leaving already? Su Luo asked, subtly stowing the item in his backpack, his face a mask of reluctance as he gazed at his sister. I shall accompany you to the teleportation array, she offered. Su Luo remained silent, trailing behind her with an unwilling gait. After nearly 3 years of arduous waiting, these few fleeting hours were hard to part with. As they neared the teleportation array, Su Bingxue gently tousled Su Luo's hair before gesturing towards the array. Go on, sis. I promise to visit you when I have the chance. If you are busy, I will wait for you. Su Luo beamed, displaying the Battle Zone Guardian medal in his hand. Hurry along now. The teleportation array will soon close, Su Bingxue urged, waving him off. She added softly, you can visit the battle zone multiple times. You may encounter unexpected treasures. Please take good care of the item I just gave you. At her continued insistence, Su Luo reluctantly made his way toward the teleportation array. A small stone, misplaced upon the path, caught his foot, and he kicked it away in frustration, striding further away. From a distance, Su Bingxue observed the entire scene. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet a smile soon graced her lips as she murmured, still as stubborn as ever. Just like when we were children. 3 days later, the blood trial came to a definitive close. Old Wu appeared punctually at the teleportation array to welcome the returning participants. Upon noticing the absence of several individuals from the team, his expression darkened momentarily, yet he refrained from inquiring further. The square at Yindu University was already teeming with a multitude of people. This time, all major factions had gathered, with even some neighboring forces sending representatives. Those who managed to survive the Crimson Trial were highly coveted targets for recruitment. The makeshift teleportation array in the square soon shimmered with white light, eventually becoming blinding. Once the radiance faded, they had returned. As they appeared, the square erupted into a fervor. Various factions began their search for potential recruits. Su Luo concealed his attributes and quietly stepped out of the teleportation array, making his way towards Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang. These two were exceedingly conspicuous. Standing atop a stool, Brother Luo, would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? Zhou Taixing's face was grim, while Wang Mang awkwardly turned away. Let us hear the good news first. Everything you instructed before your departure has been taken care of. I've gathered all the potion merchants in Yindu who deal in bulk. The Alchemist Guild is experiencing a downturn and is reportedly embroiled in internal strife. And the bad news? You own a property in Jiangxing, don't you? What is the matter? The people from Ocean Realty have come to demolish it, claiming it's for redevelopment. In reality, they offered a paltry sum, and since no one was home, I heard they didn't even provide the demolition compensation. Feng Haiyang. Zhou Wenwen. A chill flickered in Su Luo's eyes. These two had repeatedly sought their demise. Perhaps this time would be their reckoning. Chapter 55. Returning to Jiangxing for some matters a month can bring about numerous changes. Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang subsequently reported various circumstances. They then led Su Luo to a warehouse outside the school, where a considerable amount of medicinal materials had accumulated during his absence. Su Luo had no interest in being courted by the factions present. He had concealed his level and personal information early on and had slipped away discreetly. Additionally, Zhou Taixing revealed a crucial piece of information. In 4 days, Principal Zhao Tianan of Jiangxing No. 1 High School would be organizing a reunion for their graduating class. As the future heir of Ocean Realty, Feng Haiyang would attend alongside Zhou Wenwen. Although Su Luo was indifferent to the reunion, he was intrigued by the geographical landscape of Jiangcheng. Small and sufficiently remote, it was undoubtedly an ideal choice for resolving certain minor inconveniences. In the eastern dining area of Yindu University, numerous resident merchants gathered, with several storefronts remaining vacant. To ensure safety, Zhou Taixing had rented a storefront here for use as a warehouse. At this moment, the warehouse housed several large containers, stacked high with disposable storage bags. Brother Luo, each of these bags can accommodate 10,000 medium-sized mental recovery potions, and the smaller ones can hold up to 20,000, Zhou Taixing said, opening the door while introducing the resources within the warehouse. He then produced a small notebook and handed it to Su Luo, stating, "All the medicinal materials collected during this period are recorded here. However, do you truly believe you can manage such a volume of materials?" The two individuals were only aware of Su Luo's remarkable alchemical prowess, speculating that he had a multitude of alchemists supporting him. However, having never witnessed this firsthand, they felt a lingering sense of unease. Su Luo remained silent, quietly surveying the inventory. 32,000 sets of minor stamina restoration potion ingredients, 98,000 sets of medium stamina restoration potions, 580,000 sets of minor mental restoration potions, and 183,000 sets of medium mental restoration potions. The sheer volume of ingredients for minor purification potions was staggering, accumulating to over 1 million sets. Moreover, all these materials were procured through contract processing. Delivering just one potion for every 2 sets of materials resulted in substantial profit. Thus, the profit from these materials was approximately 50,000 sets. Seeing such an abundance of ingredients made Su Luo's heart race. Currently, the market price for a minor stamina restoration potion was around 50 dragon coins, while a medium one could fetch 200. Estimating the profit from these 500,000 sets of potions at 100 coins each, it amounted to around 50 million coins. Not only was wealth being generated, but Su Luo was also nurturing his own cadre, and most importantly, the proficiency of the skeletal alchemists was on the rise. Unlike human alchemists, skeletal alchemists were straightforward. Diligence in crafting would lead to advancement in rank. Focusing on the essence of simplicity and directness. Standing at the center of the warehouse, Su Luo instantly absorbed all the materials into the realm of divine potions. However, Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang were unaware of his possession of a private instance and merely regarded Su Luo's methods as enigmatic. 3 days should suffice to complete this. Do remember to return for the goods, he remarked. Although 1 million sets of materials seemed substantial, it merely equated to 1,000 sets per skeletal alchemist, which was more than manageable within 3 days. As he prepared to depart, Su Luo recalled the pile of equipment amassed in the realm of divine potions. Curiously, he inquired of Zhou Taixing, "How many individuals do we currently have under our command?" "Well, during this period, I have been preoccupied with collecting materials. So we only have a little over 2,000, Zhou replied. Only a little over 2,000? Su Luo noted the implication that, under less demanding circumstances, Zhou could have recruited more. This individual was undoubtedly a promising candidate for establishing a guild. With a look of exasperation, Su Luo began to extract equipment from the realm of divine potions, intending to provide a small shock to the two. Boom. As all the equipment materialized in an instant, a tremendous sound reverberated through the warehouse, followed by a cacophony of metal clashing. The abundance of equipment nearly filled the entire space. Nearby students, who were dining, turned their heads in unison. Upon witnessing such a vast array of equipment, expressions of envy adorned their faces. While elite-level gear was not uncommon, most had yet to reach the standard required for elite sets. Yet, before Su Luo lay a collection from which dozens of sets could be assembled effortlessly. Zhou Taixing's eyes widened in astonishment, and Wang Mang's face flushed with excitement. "Luo Ge, what? What is this? So much equipment?" "There are a total of 1,882 pieces of elite-level gear, and over 700 of exceptional quality. You may select first, and the remainder will be distributed accordingly." After a brief exchange, Su Luo departed with the medicinal herbs, leaving Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang in a state of daze. It took them quite some time to emerge from their overwhelming excitement. "Goodness, Luo Ge is truly remarkable. Following him is the wisest decision I have ever made," Wang Mang exclaimed. "However, with so much equipment, should we summon someone to assist us in moving it? Hold on. Let us first select a few sets and take turns wearing them." The blood-red trial at Yindu University, which occurs once every 4 years, had concluded successfully. The subsequent award ceremony saw most participants rushing off to relax as soon as they exited the teleportation array, resulting in a sparse attendance, though they would still be acknowledged. Among the rewards for the first place was a miniature dungeon and a small space stone. After receiving his prizes, Su Luo hurried back to his small courtyard and eagerly entered the realm of divine herbs. The once single-use storage bag, overflowing with medicinal materials, had been dispatched by the necromancer's minions. Over 1,000 skeletal alchemists were industriously processing the herbs. At that moment, The necromancer was examining a crudely crafted battle axe beside a structure resembling a blacksmith's workshop. Su Luo paid it no heed and began to tally his gains. First and foremost was a fragment of the most sacred and rare divine essence. Following that were 2 valuable small space stones and a miniature exclusive dungeon. Additionally, he had amassed a considerable amount of equipment and a medal representing the guardians of the war zone. Finally, Su Luo cautiously retrieved the item his sister had given him before parting ways, a fragment cast from bronze, reminiscent of the previously acquired death attribute divine essence fragment. Congratulations. You have obtained the divine beast Qinglong essence fragment. It was, in fact, a Qinglong essence fragment. Su Luo's face flushed with excitement as he immediately summoned the golden-scaled flame dragon. The necromancer had significantly strengthened after utilizing the divine essence fragment, and with the fragment, the combat prowess of the golden-scaled flame dragon would surely double. Pet quality too low, usage failed. Too low in quality? Su Luo attempted once more. Pet quality too low, usage failed. Even S-rank pets could not utilize the divine essence fragment. This item was indeed a premium product. Regrettably, he stored the divine essence fragment away and retrieved the 2 space stones and the bead for the miniature private dungeon. This effectively amounted to 3 small space stones. Upon usage, the area of the realm of divine herbs instantaneously expanded to 5 times its original size. Su Luo intended to utilize all the newly acquired land for cultivating advanced potions and medicinal herbs. In approximately a month, he would be able to harvest 600,000 sets of herbs. 3 days later, once all the herbs were processed, Su Luo entrusted everything to Wang Mang for management and returned to Jiangcheng with Zhou Taixing. While using the teleportation array, they fortuitously encountered Zhou Wenwen and Feng Haiyang. Zhou Wenwen had regained her former pride, and as she glanced at Su Luo, her gaze was laced with palpable disdain. Feng Haiyang deliberately approached Zhou Wenwen, feigning a benevolent demeanor, and patted Su Luo on the shoulder, saying, "You no longer have a home. If I were you, I would never return." Su Luo rubbed his nose, maintaining an expressionless gaze upon Feng Haiyang, and coldly retorted, "I have no desire to return either, but there are matters I must attend to." Chapter 56. A fortuitous opportunity to resolve conflicts. Upon returning to Jiangcheng, Su Luo's first task was to revisit his former residence. What was once a quaint community had now transformed into a desolate wasteland. Shattered concrete and twisted rebar lay scattered, amalgamated with various refuse, resembling a landfill. Amidst the ruins, some individuals had constructed makeshift shelters from black plastic sheeting, eking out a meager existence. As Su Luo drew nearer, he observed an elderly blacksmith lying within one of the shelters, while a bespectacled young man outside was boiling water to prepare a meal. "What do you want?" The young man glared at Su Luo with palpable hostility upon noticing his approach. "Xiao Jiang, it's me, Su Luo, from apartment 302. Su Luo, I heard you went to university. The community has been forcibly demolished, and those with connections have received compensation." Xiao Jiang lowered his guard, the veins on his forehead bulging. His expression a mixture of anguish and helplessness. He was merely a middle-class farmer. Aside from Xiao Jiang and his grandson, a few other families also resided in temporary shelters amidst the ruins. The home that had once harbored his childhood memories lay in ruins, igniting a cruel thought within Su Luo's mind. If Haiyang Real Estate treated people with such disdain, then he too need not regard them as human. With an impassive expression, he inquired, "Did Haiyang Real Estate send people to demolish this place?" The Zhou family has set their sights on this land for a pharmaceutical factory, and Haiyang Real Estate is responsible for the demolition. They are the true culprits. The demolition was unnecessary, but Zhou Wenwen visited recently and then decided to raise our community. Understood, Su Luo nodded, deliberately counting the makeshift shelters before departing, totaling 6 households. That evening, at Hanyue Tower in Jiangcheng, the class reunion had already commenced by the time Su Luo arrived. Each person held a glass, recounting their recent experiences. Among the crowd, the most striking figures were Zhou Wenwen and Feng Haiyang, who were resplendently attired. As the heir apparent to the burgeoning Haiyang Real Estate, Feng Haiyang had become a figure of adoration. At that moment, Feng Haiyang was boasting incessantly about his lineage. "Everyone here are Wenwen's classmates, and I, Feng, shall not treat you poorly. As long as you are willing to support us, the doors of Haiyang Real Estate will always be open to you." What began as a simple reunion was rapidly morphing into a recruitment event for his company. Zhao Tianan and Jose wore grim expressions, but they dared not provoke anyone from Haiyang Real Estate. Their discontent could only be suppressed. When Su Luo, clad in a black tracksuit, arrived at the hall entrance alongside Zhou Taixing, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Feng Haiyang promptly donned a courteous smile, greeting him. "Su, have you just rushed over from home?" "Rush? Not at all." Zhou Taixing has always disdained Feng Haiyang's demeanor. Moreover, the developers from Haiyang Real Estate have demolished Su Luo's residence. Were it not for the futility of confrontation, He would have relished the opportunity to deliver a couple of resounding slaps to Feng Haiyang. Zhou Taixing. You ought to tread carefully. Feng's family is entrenched in real estate development. Zhou Wenwen's gaze was icy as she fixed her eyes on Zhou Taixing. The other students quickly masked their smiles, aligning themselves with Zhou Wenwen. It was evident to all that Zhou Taixing hailed from a humble locale, while Su Luo merely existed as a beast master. Despite gaining admission to Yendu University, his prospects remained dim, though no biting remarks were exchanged. The scornful and contemptuous gazes were profoundly discomforting. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall grew peculiar. Everyone began to turn against Su Luo and Zhou Taixing. Su, I suggest you take your leave. Can't you see you are unwelcome here? Feng Haiyang maintained a smile, as if oblivious to the unfolding drama. The others quickly joined in, sneering, you too should return home. We are simply not on the same level. If you cannot penetrate the circle, do not force your way in. So arrogant, are you? Su Luo narrowed his eyes. While he was not one to concern himself with the affairs of the world, he had a vague understanding of the backgrounds of these individuals. You, and you, he pointed at 3 individuals, calmly stating. Your family seem to source raw materials from Yendu for sale, am I correct? Currently, your families are unable to procure medicinal materials, as I mentioned. The hall fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into laughter. The mockery intensified. Only Zhao Tiannan and Zhou Zhe noticed Zhou Taixing dialing a number on his phone. Within 3 minutes, the 3 pointed individuals received simultaneous calls from their families. Upon concluding their calls, their faces turned ashen, confirming Su Luo's words bore an unsettling truth. The entire hall fell silent once more. The efficiency is truly astonishing. In the dead of night, a single phone call resolved matters concerning 3 small families in Jiangqing. Zhao Tiannan and Zhou Zhe exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly towards Zhou Taixing, both attributing the incident primarily to his capabilities. In the banquet hall, the remaining individuals watched Su Luo with apprehension, occasionally glancing at Zhou Wenwen and Feng Haiyang. Fear not, everyone. If Su Luo cannot provide you with medicinal materials, the Zhou family certainly can. Our family has been established in Jiangqing for over a century, and we possess the requisite strength, Zhou Wenwen assured the crowd, bolstered by Feng Haiyang's presence, instilling a considerable sense of security among those present. Although the Zhou family was a century-old lineage, it thrived through the Alchemist Association. Perhaps unaware that they were on the brink of orchestrating its collapse, the hall was enveloped in a profound silence. Su Luo casually pulled out a chair and sat down, his demeanor tranquil as he regarded Zhou Wenwen, remarking, by the way, I forgot to inform you. After tonight, it seems that the Zhou family will no longer be able to engage in the pharmaceutical business. The voice was not loud, yet it carried substantial weight, reverberating through the banquet hall like a thunderclap. Even Zhao Tiannan and Zhou Zhe, who stood nearby, wore expressions of astonishment, momentarily unable to discern who held more sway, Su Luo or Zhou Taixing. Su Luo, cease your fanciful musings. Zhou Wenwen sneered, her tone dripping with disdain. Let me be frank, the suppliers from Yendu are negotiating a partnership with my family tonight. You merely possess a modicum of alchemical talent. Do you truly believe you can dominate this arena single-handedly? I suggest you depart promptly. Linger too long, and you might incite others' ire, making it impossible for you to leave. A chilling smile graced Zhou Wenwen's face as she subtly made a throat-slitting gesture towards Su Luo, a blatant threat. Zhou Taixing could no longer contain himself and whispered into Su Luo's ear, Brother Luo, should we deal with the Zhou family now? Su Luo nodded, signaling him to head home early. He was fully prepared for the events of the night. To him, the gathering resembled an excellent opportunity to resolve lingering conflicts. After the reunion concluded, Su Luo deliberately strolled along a secluded path. As anticipated, Feng Haiyang and Zhou Wenwen pursued him and promptly blocked his way. Hey Su, if you're a man, let us have a proper fight. Feng challenged. Oh, how shall we fight? Su Luo queried. This area is crowded. Let us move to the outskirts. Agreed. I believe we have some misunderstandings that need to be clarified, Su Luo replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he obediently followed Feng Haiyang and Zhou Wenwen. The outskirts, being desolate at this hour, promised an ideal setting devoid of prying eyes. Once the deed was done, he could confidently stride into tomorrow, portraying himself as the victim seeking retribution from Haiyang real estate. Chapter 57. On the road in the outskirts of Jiangqing, desolate and deserted. The city lights flickered distantly in the dark. Su Luo trailed behind, his senses alert as he scrutinized his surroundings. In the realm of divine medicine, he had prepared 500 skeletal warriors, ready to be unleashed if necessary. An array of pets could also be summoned. He felt no shame in overpowering adversaries with sheer numbers. At that moment, Zhou Wenwen, walking ahead, whispered to Feng Haiyang, Brother Haiyang, do you think we can truly eliminate him tonight? Rest assured, my 2 companions are level 40 warriors, while he is merely 37. We will outnumber him 4-1. Even if he possesses formidable pets, he cannot escape unscathed. But what if he manages to flee? We would have a hard time explaining that to the Qinglong Institute. Do not worry, he won't escape. Feng Haiyang smirked, confidence radiating from him as he caught sight of the two shadowy figures concealed in the darkness ahead. Now at level 43, along with the 30-level Zhou Wanwen, he felt assured in breaching any defenses posed by Su Luo's pets and striking him down with overwhelming force. Upon reaching the designated spot, Feng Haiyang halted, turning to face Su Luo with a cold glare. His two friends lay concealed not far behind Su Luo, ready to spring into action. At this moment, Zhou Wanwen's anxious heart finally found solace. With a 4-on-1 scenario or a surprise attack, Su Luo was undoubtedly doomed. Had they arrived so swiftly? A look of surprise crossed Su Luo's face as he inquired, "What is your plan of attack?" "Of course, we shall gang up on you," laughed Feng Haiyang, radiating a faint azure glow as he brandished his sword and charged at Su Luo with great speed. Zhou Wanwen's expression hardened as she wielded her staff, murmuring incantations under her breath. Meanwhile, two swordsmen at Su Luo's rear suddenly glimmered with deadly intent. In that fleeting moment, all four launched their lethal strikes at him. "I knew you all lacked martial ethics," Su Luo scoffed, swiftly releasing all his pets. The massive form of the Xian Shui turtle shielded him entirely. The two attacking swordsmen, who had initially charged with fervor, abruptly faltered. What in the world is this? Oh no, a snake. Upon revealing themselves, the ghostly ferocious tiger and the golden-scaled flame dragon erupted in fury, unleashing their most formidable attacks upon the two. The remaining pets surrounded Zhou Wanwen and Feng Haiyang, commencing a relentless assault. "Brother Haiyang, didn't you say we were going to gang up on him? What is happening?" We're the ones being overwhelmed. The ghostly ferocious tiger had reached level 38, while the golden-scaled flame dragon had ascended to level 40. When they unleashed their full power, even two level 42 swordsmen found it exceedingly challenging to withstand. Feng Haiyang, confronted with his companion's grievances, wore a grim expression. He had only been aware of Su Luo's formidable pets and believed that breaching their defenses would suffice to eliminate him. However, he hadn't anticipated Su Luo's swift response. If he had known, he would have summoned more allies. Regret simmered within Feng Haiyang as he, alongside Zhou Wanwen, moved closer to the other two. The four gradually converged to withstand the onslaught of numerous pets. "Brother Haiyang, it seems his pets aren't that formidable either. They appear rather weak. I could fell two with a single strike." Observing their confidence swell, a smile involuntarily crept onto Su Luo's lips. How could they have failed to notice such a blatant display of leniency? After 10 minutes had elapsed, the four stamina potions were nearly depleted, and Feng Haiyang's complexion grew increasingly grim. "Su Luo, don't take things too far. The students and faculty of Yindu University are forbidden from harming one another, especially when our duel is supposed to be fair." He gazed sternly at Su Luo and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "I concede. Hurry and call off your pets. Then surrender your belongings, and I shall let you go." "You must be dreaming." "Very well, let us continue." Su Luo tapped his nose, commanding his pets to persist in their assault. As the adversaries weakened, the pets began to hold back their force. One swordsman, having breached his defenses, was not immediately dispatched by the pets, but was instead trampled repeatedly, leaving him bruised and battered. "Stop. I am willing to surrender my belongings." The man crawled out from beneath a pet, hastily raising his hands in a gesture of compliance. If he did not cooperate soon, he feared he might be trampled to death. "All right, hasten to surrender." Su Luo regarded him coldly, gesturing towards an empty space, indicating where he should place his items. Upon the demise of the transferee, their equipment would scatter, yet the possessions they carried could vanish with the disappearance of their bags. However, if they retrieved their belongings in advance, such an issue would be entirely circumvented. "I too comply." Another swordsman, on the verge of expiring from his injuries, opted to surrender his items. After the loss of two individuals, Feng Haiyang and Zhou Wanwen were left with nothing but the remnants of their struggles. He glared fiercely at Su Luo and inquired, "If we relinquish our possessions, will you spare us?" Su Luo, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded subtly. Adhering to the principle that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses, both Feng Haiyang and Zhou Wanwen promptly decided to forfeit all their belongings. Whether they thoroughly emptied their bags was of no concern to Su Luo. He had never intended to let them off the hook. "May we take our leave now?" After depositing a heap of items on the ground, Zhou Wanwen gazed at Su Luo with an expression devoid of emotion, yet tinged with a hint of animosity. Sensing the hostility in her gaze, Su Luo could not suppress a sigh. He had no prior connection with her, yet for reasons unknown, she persistently sought to trouble him. This time, she had even conspired with Feng Haiyang to end his life. It was time for retribution. "Let us proceed." Su Luo exhaled deeply, stepping back cautiously to avoid splattering himself with blood. "You are untrustworthy. I shall haunt you, even in death. Spare me, Su Luo. I could be your girlfriend." They were already on the brink of collapse, and in an instant, their lives were snuffed out by the creatures at Su Luo's command. After the four perished, The ground yielded 2 pieces of elite-grade equipment, 5 exceptional-grade items, and a piece of legendary armor. Additionally, there was a medium-sized spatial stone and a collection of miscellaneous debris. Once everything was gathered, only 4 cold corpses remained on the ground. Calmly, Su Luo retrieved a vial of green elixir from his bag. This was the spoils of his previous conquest, a dissolving spray. A few gentle sprays over the corpses would completely reduce them to water. Subsequently, he summoned a 3-legged golden crow to evaporate the moisture from the ground and instructed a necromancer to unearth some weeds from the realm of divine herbs. The scorched earth merely required a turn, after which he directed his skeletal servant to plant the weeds. A sprinkle of nutrient solution would accelerate the growth of the plants, restoring everything to its original state. The following day, a massive, flame-ensconced 3-legged golden crow appeared in the skies above Jiangxing, soaring towards the headquarters of Haiyang Real Estate. The crimson flames left elongated trails in the void. Chapter 58. The innocent little undead. The 3-legged golden crow landed at the entrance of Haiyang Real Estate, instantly captivating the attention of countless onlookers. That appears to be an S-class 3-legged golden crow. I have seen it in books. Who is that person? They exude an impressive aura. Judging by their appearance, they seem to be a beast master. Could they be here to deliver pets to Haiyang Real Estate? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Su Luo, unfazed, recalled his pet and walked into the Haiyang Real Estate office building. A young girl clad in a black uniform and short skirt, her features delicate, approached him immediately. Good day, sir. Are you here to see someone or to conduct business? I seek the person in charge here. Su Luo gazed at her with an impassive expression, though he yearned to confess that he had come seeking trouble. However, with Feng Haiyang gone, a matter of compensation would suffice. Moreover, his current prowess was insufficient to easily eliminate a group with just a flick of his finger. Upon hearing that Su Luo was here to find someone, particularly arriving on the back of a 3-legged golden crow, the girl immediately furrowed her brow and promptly ushered Su Luo into a nearby office. I am Feng Jiao Jiao, the head of Haiyang Real Estate. May I inquire as to the nature of your visit? You are the ones who demolished the houses in Hanyuan community, correct? Su Luo maintained his stoic demeanor and added, You dismantled my property without permission. How shall we resolve this matter? At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man. Feng Jiao Jiao glanced at him, her brow furrowing further, and then turned to Su Luo, asking, May I ask how you wish to be addressed? Su Luo. Su Luo? Feng Jiao Jiao's brow knitted even deeper, while the middle-aged man entered with a look of astonishment at Su Luo. The headquarters of Haiyang Real Estate was in Yindu, and both were familiar with Su Luo's esteemed name. Yet, the atmosphere suddenly became markedly awkward. Young Master Su, following the demolition of that community, indeed, several households were not able to contact the owners in time. We can initiate the compensation process now. How does that sound? Recovering from her surprise, Feng Jiao Jiao immediately spoke up, while the middle-aged man remained silent, merely observing. What is the compensation amount for a single house? 800,000 dragon coins. Su Luo calculated in his mind, finding the sum to be fairly reasonable, and thus nodded and stated, Then grant me 10 million dragon coins. The middle-aged man's countenance darkened instantly, and he retorted, Young Master Su, we are all respectable individuals. It is better to keep matters within reasonable limits. I would prefer to keep things within limits as well, yet my master, Wu Dafa, advises me that one must not be overly modest. Su Luo raised an eyebrow, fearlessly locking eyes with him. He would not let this prime opportunity to provoke Wu Laotu slip away. The temperature in the air plummeted dramatically. Wu, known for his formidable strength and reputation for vengeance in Yindu, would not allow a mere Haiyang Real Estate to withstand his wrath. The middle-aged man soon found himself at a disadvantage. His expression stiffened, and he awkwardly conceded, Since you insist, young Master Su, we shall comply. And the remaining households will be compensated as well. Very well, it seems you are capable of handling matters. Su Luo rose, approached the desk, and scribbled down his account number before striding out of Haiyang Real Estate with purpose. Minutes later, Su Luo received a notification of the funds being deposited, instantaneously filling him with elation. The exhilarating sensation of acting with impunity, buoyed by a powerful ally, was truly delightful. Ultimately, relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. One must grow stronger to truly act as one desires. Upon returning to Yindu, Su Luo dove back into his small courtyard and began to tally the spoils from his recent excursion. He set aside the medium-sized spatial stone and then selected a piece of legendary armor along with an exceptional grade longsword. Armor of Glory, Legendary Swordsman, Attack, 800, Defense, 1500, Vitality, 3800, Required Level, 30, Set Skill, Reduces damage by 20 when health is below 20. Grants immunity to 80 damage for 10 seconds. Bloodthirsty Longsword, Exalted Knight, Attack, 2000, Required Level, 35, Set Skill, Increases normal attack damage by 20 and skill damage by 40. Normal attacks inflict bleeding on enemies twice, each dealing one of the target's total health as damage. Upon observing the attributes and offensive power of the bloodthirsty longsword, Su Luo was instantly enamored with this piece of equipment. Its damage output far surpassed that of the giant stone sword. Without hesitation, he donned the bloodthirsty longsword and also equipped the armor of glory. As long as he refrained from removing it or allowing it to be discovered by others, he had no need to worry about being found out. After changing his gear, Su Luo opened his status panel. Name, Su Luo. Class, Beast Tamer, Spirit Master 925. Level, 37. Attack, 3,950. Spirit, 2,600. Defense, 5,800. Vitality, 11,600. Equipment, bloodthirsty longsword. Armor of glory, bone gauntlets. Pets, skills, domestication, root entanglement, death curse, flame baptism. His vitality had surged past 10,000, and his attack power reached an impressive 4,000. Su Luo felt quite satisfied with his 4 primary attributes. He decided not to use his skill reset and duplication opportunities for the moment, as their utility seemed minimal. It was wiser to conserve them for future use. Moreover, this time, the experience bar for the Spirit Master had increased slightly. Based on past patterns, Su Luo deduced that upon reaching level 40, the experience bar for the Spirit Master would reach a full 100%. Upon reaching level 40, a class transition would occur, enhancing the foundational class. The Spirit Master emblem was conveniently positioned right after the Beast Tamer. Could it be that my class upon reaching level 40 will be the Spirit Master? With a look of bewilderment, Su Luo gathered his belongings and entered the realm of elixirs in search of the undead sorcerer. Despite being an undead, this fellow seemed to have survived for many years, possessing a wealth of knowledge. Master, you have arrived? As soon as Su Luo appeared, the undead sorcerer rushed over. Exuding an air of obsequiousness, this creature seemed to possess an innate tendency to fawn, magically producing a fruit platter from thin air. However, Su Luo had no interest in partaking of its offerings and directly inquired, "Have you heard of the Spirit Master?" "Spirit Master?" The undead sorcerer paused for a moment, then plopped down on the ground like a disgruntled woman, sighing heavily. That entity is truly monstrous. It can manipulate anything during battle, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. In my previous life, I met my demise at the hands of a Spirit Master when I was still an innocent little undead, frolicking by the riverside with my companions. After listening to the undead sorcerer's account, Su Luo gained a general understanding of the Spirit Master. Beast Masters are limited to forming contracts with pets, while Spirit Tamers possess the extraordinary ability to forge bonds with all of nature, akin to elemental mages summoning their elements, albeit with greater simplicity and directness. Mages summon and control elemental attributes, whereas Spirit Tamers command all existence directly. In Chapter 59, titled Rusty Iron Plate, the area of the Divine Herb realm has expanded twofold following the utilization of a medium-sized spatial stone, surpassing the combined expanse of all the mountains and rivers in Jiang City. Plots of land are diligently cultivated by skeletal servants, with vibrant medicinal herbs flourishing in the fields. Observing the magnificent landscape he has personally crafted, Su Luo feels a profound sense of accomplishment. Yet, he cannot help but reflect that, in both life and reality, the quickest path to growth indeed lies in seizing opportunities. Initially, Zhao Xiaoyuan gifted him a small spatial stone, and now Feng Haiyang has bestowed upon him a medium-sized spatial stone, even at the cost of his own life, an invitation he cannot refuse. Upon exiting the Divine Herb realm, Su Luo retrieves several old and tattered memoirs. These tomes were casually acquired from a marketplace in Black Crow City. Su Luo has always cherished reading, as it brings tranquility, an inclination he has harbored since childhood. One particular book, thick and rich in autobiographical tales, captivates him, leading him to immerse himself in its pages for 2 consecutive days. The book extensively documents matters concerning divine attributes. Those acquainted with divine powers may deem this autobiography implausible, yet Su Luo finds it entirely believable. In this world, deities are categorized into 3 types: gods of attributes, gods of elements, and sovereign gods, with the latter being the most formidable. Should a necromancer gather fragments of the divine attribute associated with death, they will undoubtedly ascend to become an attribute god. Other pets typically evolve into corresponding elemental gods based on their elemental attributes. However, the text lacks details about sovereign gods, except for the certainty that numerous fragments of divine power remain scattered throughout the world. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Su Luo recalls the scene from a few days prior when he parted ways with his sister. She encouraged him to explore the war zones. Might there be a chance for divine fragments to appear there? Meanwhile, in the office of Professor Feng Li at Yindu University, a group of distressed middle-aged men surrounds him. "Professor Feng, please assist in having Su Luo publicly restore President Zhang's reputation." President Jiang is currently consumed by worry, unable to eat or drink, let alone refine potions. My father is in dire need of his help. They plead. If Su Luo is willing to publicly reconcile with President Jiang, we are prepared to offer him 50 million dragon coins as compensation. Indeed, Su Luo is a genius in our Yindu, but President Jiang is also an exceptional alchemist. Professor Feng finds himself overwhelmed, wearing an expression of exasperation. If it is inconvenient for you to intervene directly, could we perhaps invite Su Luo here for a discussion? We can speak with him face to face. The esteemed individuals present, renowned figures of Yindu, display expressions of near despair. Although Su Luo has stabilized the production of essential potions for the entire city, certain rare potions still necessitate the personal involvement of an alchemist. As a revered alchemist, Jiang Xingha's strike has profoundly impacted many individuals. Thus, they urgently sought to discuss this matter with Feng Li. One evening, Su Luo was summoned to Feng Li's office. On the sofa adjacent to the office sat a disheveled, inebriated old man. Su Luo, Feng Li began, Jiang Xingha from the Alchemist Association wishes to reconcile with you. My master and I have no objections. It ultimately depends on your willingness. Before Su Luo could even settle into his seat, Feng Li candidly stated the primary purpose of the meeting. After pouring Su Luo a cup of tea, he returned to his desk, casually fiddling with a small black metal piece. Su Luo's eyes gleamed momentarily. Though he feigned indifference as he replied, "You and master can decide. I will defer to your judgment." Despite his nonchalance, Su Luo's gaze subtly drifted toward the metal piece. Having acquired 2 shards of divine essence previously, he had developed a discernible familiarity with their appearance. Although the piece in Feng Li's possession appeared quite different, Su Luo was convinced it was indeed a shard of divine essence. It's primarily about you expressing your stance. My master and I are indifferent, Feng Li remarked. His brow furrowed with concern. He worried that Su Luo might refuse, but was reluctant to make the decision for him. What treasure do you hold, brother? Su Luo inquired. Feigning curiosity. It's merely a somewhat unique piece of metal. If you are interested, take it, Feng Li responded, a smile breaking across his face at Su Luo's inquisitive expression. Once you accept the gift, this matter will be much easier to resolve. Surely what you possess is extraordinary. Su Luo pretended to show keen interest while appearing bashful. Meanwhile, the drunken old man, Wu, turned his head to glance at them before losing interest and returning to his drink. He had studied the metal piece countless times. It was merely an unusual, ordinary piece of iron. Noticing Su Luo's hesitation, Feng Li swiftly placed the metal piece into his hands, insisting, "If you like it, take it. I've been tormented by those people for days. If you agree to reconcile, Jiang Xingha has plenty of treasures you can acquire. Since you insist, I shall agree to the reconciliation," Su Luo replied, feigning reluctance, though internally, he was elated. The metal piece was finally his. He pretended to casually assess its attributes. Rusted metal piece? Su Luo? Indeed, they had not spoken falsely. It was truly a rusted piece of metal. Ha ha. I too acquired such a treasure at a great cost in my youth, Wu suddenly exclaimed, rising to point and laugh heartily. Su Luo, bewildered, glanced at the metal piece in his hand, and then back at Feng Li. Brother, a few months ago, I believed this to be a treasure as well. Having spent 100 million to procure it from master. Now it is yours. Seeing Su Luo still in a state of confusion, Feng Li adopted a pained expression, urging him to quickly stow away this treasure. At that moment, a figure appeared at the office door. Long time no see. After a considerable interval, Jiang Xingha appeared increasingly aged and unsteady on his feet. The 3 individuals in the office remained silent, and after a moment of awkwardness, Jiang Xingha cleared his throat, finally directing his gaze towards Su Luo. Young friend Su Luo, he began. I have devoted much thought to the art of alchemy during this time, and have gained profound insights. I wish to personally engage you in a contest. Should you emerge victorious, the position of president of the Alchemist Association shall be yours. If you lose, a public apology to me will suffice. What do you say? Jiang Xingha was direct, and wore an expression full of anticipation. Do you believe you can defeat me? Su Luo replied, his face betraying no emotion, though a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. There are no absolutes. I may not necessarily be defeated. Although the two did not engage in the same sharp exchanges as before, an invisible tension began to build between them. Su Luo, wary of revealing his advanced alchemical techniques without the assurance of strength, found himself compelled to weigh the stakes carefully. The Alchemist Association boasted thousands of elite alchemists from the Dragon Kingdom, each of whom would be a significant figure in any smaller city. The presidency not only promised material advantages, but also elevated one's status and influence. Such an opportunity, presented so fortuitously, was not to be dismissed lightly. After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo unhesitatingly accepted Jiang Xingha's wager. How shall we wager? He inquired. On the success rate or the grade of the potions. The following day, a palpable excitement swept through the city of Yindu. While no significant events transpired, the streets were bustling with hurried passers-by, and increased vehicular traffic. Behind the scenes, influential figures were already aware of the impending contest between the esteemed saint-level alchemist Jiang Xinghe and the prodigious Su Luo. Jiang Xinghe opted to concoct the saint-level treasure, the Spirit of Wood, which was on par with Su Luo's previously crafted Spirit of Fire. To deliver a surprise to Jiang Xinghe, Su Luo selected the pinnacle of saint-level potions, the Divine Mercy. Although classified as a peak saint-level potion, its intricate and challenging preparation approached the realm of divine-grade elixirs. Should Divine Mercy come to fruition, Su Luo would undoubtedly be recognized as the foremost alchemist in the Dragon Kingdom. In preparation for this contest, every faction in Yindu mobilized their resources to procure the necessary ingredients. The materials for the Spirit of Wood were relatively accessible, but those required for Divine Mercy were exceedingly rare. The Alchemist Association, prominent families in Yindu, and even the venerable Elder Wu utilized their extensive networks. It took a full 3 days to gather all the requisite materials for the creation of Divine Mercy. Inside a vast conference room at the Alchemist Association, Su Luo and Jiang Xinghe occupied opposite ends. Observing them were the elite from various influential factions in Yindu. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, and while the expressions of the onlookers were peculiar, none exhibited overt favoritism. This time, they had learned to be prudent until a victor was determined. They would not dare to offend anyone. Elder Wu sat quietly between the two rivals, accompanied by another alchemist of considerable standing. As the two individuals assumed the role of judges for this wager, they exchanged glances before announcing the commencement of the contest. "Let us begin," came the command. In an instant, both Su Luo and Jiang Xinghe employed their alchemical techniques to ignite the flames. The conference room fell into an utter silence, with the temperature steadily rising. Jiang Xinghe swiftly added the herbs into the purple-gold cauldron before him, his movements fluid and graceful. Spectators watched in awe, silently speculating that Su Luo might indeed face defeat this time. Although the divine elixir was of exceptionally high quality, its complexity rendered it nearly impossible to concoct, leaving little room for success. Despite their skepticism, the onlookers maintained a composed demeanor, their expressions betraying no signs of concern. After all, Old Wu sat imposing across from them, observing the two alchemists at work. In such a tense atmosphere, any disruptive action would surely offend many. As time elapsed, Jiang Xinghe had completely added his ingredients to the cauldron. The fragrant aroma of herbs filled the air, invigorating everyone in the room. At that moment, the pressure seemed to shift onto Su Luo, as the collective gaze of the audience brimmed with apprehension. Though there was no time limit for the competition, the rapid progress of one competitor inevitably weighed heavily on the other. Old Wu cast a glance at Jiang Xinghe, then turned to Su Luo, his eyes reflecting confusion. He was well aware of Su Luo's background, an orphan from Jiang City, now relying on his sister, Su Bingxue, who seemingly held a significant status in the northern desert city. This young man had ascended to level 37 in less than half a year as a transferee and could even produce the Spirit of Fire. Such credentials were enough to astonish everyone, yet now he aimed to concoct the divine elixir of compassion. This miraculous potion was said to have the power to bring the dead back to life, rivaling divine-grade concoctions. Should Su Luo succeed, he would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Unbeknownst to him, a crystalline droplet escaped the corner of Old Wu's mouth. No matter how talented one may be, he had willingly become Wu's apprentice. After all, he was still under the tutelage of Old Wu. The more he pondered, the brighter the smile on Old Wu's face became. The spectators' gazes gradually shifted toward him. Realizing he had lost composure, Old Wu quickly steadied himself and casually took a swig from his wine gourd. Half an hour later, a faint blush appeared on Jiang Xinghe's aged visage. Trembling hands lifted the green glowing Spirit of Wood from the purple-gold cauldron, and his smile grew increasingly radiant. "Silence," Wu commanded, his expression stern as he regarded Jiang Xinghe. For a moment, Jiang Xinghe's expression faltered, before he smirked and turned his attention back to Su Luo. At this juncture, Su Luo still had over 100 herbs piled beside him. Maintaining a calm exterior, he methodically added each ingredient to the cauldron. However, anxiety churned within him. As the number of herbs increased, cracks began to form on the surface of the cauldron. The shortcomings of his equipment were becoming painfully evident. Sorrow filled Su Luo's heart as he faced the ongoing challenge. Replacing the cauldron was an impractical solution, and he could only endure. The onlookers were either adept alchemists or formidable powerhouses of considerable rank, and they could clearly observe the transformations of the bronze cauldron. In an instant, concern enveloped the crowd for Su Luo. If the cauldron shattered, he would be defeated, and they might miss the opportunity to witness the birth of a divine elixir. Crack! Crack! The ingredients surrounding Su Luo dwindled, while the fissures on the bronze cauldron multiplied. With the final herb added, the cauldron shattered with a resounding crash. He had failed. A smile blossomed on Jiang Xinghe's face, while Old Wu lowered his head with a sigh. Ah, the fate of a genius is often fraught with misfortune. All present lamented Su Luo's failure, yet he remained eerily silent. Look! Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The crowd turned their gaze back to Su Luo, their eyes widening in astonishment. There he stood, arms crossed, a vibrant blue flame dancing between his hands. Within the flames lay a swirling essence of green herbs, steadily condensing into a pill. Witnessing this, Jiang Xingha's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, refining elixirs with bare hands? The hand of a savior? How could this be possible? It is utterly inconceivable. As Su Luo's movements quickened, Jiang Xingha's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Moments later, he slumped to the ground, resembling a soulless husk. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Su Luo's every action. Just then, the door of the conference room swung open. A young man, around 18 or 19 years of age, entered. Clad in a black robe adorned with an embroidered golden dragon on the upper left side of his chest, flanked by 2 guards in military attire. Upon seeing the golden dragon emblem, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Is he from the Long family of the Dragon City? What is he doing here? Could it be that someone among us has colluded with the young dragon to cleanse the ranks? Whispers filled the air as everyone bowed respectfully to the young man. Old Wu, his expression grave, rose and clasped his hands in greeting. Esteemed guests, please do not worry. My elder is gravely ill. And upon hearing that a master here is concocting the elixir of compassion, my father has specifically sent me, Long, to seek this remedy. Seeking a remedy? Not merely acquiring one. These 2 simple words struck Jiang Xingha's mind like thunder, erupting with shock. Chapter 61. The Guardian Family of the Dragon Nation? In the center of the conference room, Su Luo was at a pivotal moment in crafting the elixir of compassion, oblivious to the unusual atmosphere surrounding him. The elixir of compassion was neither a pill nor a potion, but rather a substance reminiscent of jelly, ethereal and delicate like cotton. As the temperature of the flame in Su Luo's hands cooled, a faint fragrance of fresh grass permeated the room. The air was invigorating, evoking visions of countless seeds taking root and sprouting in the spring. Success was imminent. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Jiang Xingha, standing nearby, gaped with disbelief. His eyes wide open. He could hardly fathom that Su Luo had truly succeeded. Jiang Xingha's face turned ashen, and he let out a quiet sigh. Then languidly fixated on the nascent elixir of compassion. Under the gaze of all present, Su Luo completed the final step. The vibrant green elixir of compassion slowly floated in the palm of his hand. This transcendent potion, of saintly grade or higher, had begun to exhibit a hint of sentience. Even if it were to fall, it would not touch the ground. Such an extraordinary phenomenon instantly provoked gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Who would have imagined that Su Luo had truly succeeded? This was, after all, one of the most challenging potions to concoct at the saint level. It appeared that his alchemical skills far surpassed those of Jiang Xingha. It seemed that Yindu was about to witness the rise of another formidable figure. The Long family's request for medicine could be considered a double blessing, indeed. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Su Luo watched Jiang Xingha with eager anticipation. Are you convinced now? Jiang Xingha, his face still ashen, let out a long sigh, collapsing despondently into his chair, his gaze vacant. In that moment, the onlookers regarded Jiang Xingha with expressions filled with pity. Once, he had been so radiant, brimming with confidence. Yet ever since he had crossed paths with Su Luo, his fortunes had declined day by day, culminating in a gambling match that stripped him of all his former glory. A self-inflicted calamity. At the entrance, Long Xiaowei, who had been waiting, approached Su Luo. With a polite and gentle smile, he said courteously, "Greetings, I am Long Xiaowei from the Long family of Longdu. My elder is gravely ill, and I have come here seeking medicine. I kindly ask for your assistance, Master Su." Having just finished the potion, Su Luo was still regaining his composure, his expression revealing confusion as he scrutinized Long Xiaowei's attire. He privately speculated about Long Xiaowei's identity. Zhao Xiaoyuan, that careless fellow, hailed from Longdu, so it seemed reasonable to assume that Long Xiaowei was also a wayward scion. After a moment's contemplation, Su Luo earnestly posed a question to Long Xiaowei. "I can provide you with the elixir of compassion, but what will you offer in exchange?" At this proclamation, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted dramatically. He dared to negotiate terms with the Long family. Wu Yong, standing nearby, suddenly appeared uneasy. Nonetheless, the words had escaped his lips. There was no taking them back. Based on his understanding of the Long family, they would likely not make things difficult for Su Luo. But what did Su Gongzi desire in return? Long Xiaowei rubbed his nose, still smiling. "For our first meeting, let us befriend each other. You may provide me with 2 sets of elixir of compassion materials, along with a legendary knight's armor set." A smile broke across Su Luo's face, and he turned to old Wu, asking, "Am I at a loss here?" The crowd. Long Xiaowei. Jiang Xingha, not a loss. Old Wu's expression darkened, his teeth clenched, the 2 words almost forced through gritted jaws. Sensing something awry, Su Luo became aware that something was off. Yet he could not pinpoint the source. Long Xiaowei laughed heartily and pointed to a notebook on the nearby table, inquiring, Shall I draft a written agreement? Ahem. We all know the character of Master Long. My wayward disciple has just arrived in Yindu from a small town and is still adjusting. If he has offended you in any way, I ask for your forgiveness. Wu Yong immediately stood up to shield Su Luo, speaking candidly. Given Su Luo's character, it was highly probable he would request a written agreement, and might even verify identities. Thank you, Long Xiaowei sighed with relief. Accepting the jade box containing the medicine of compassion from Wu Yong's hands, then turned his gaze towards Su Luo. Rest assured, young Master Su. I will ensure the delivery of the items within 3 days. With that, he hurriedly departed with his entourage. Once they had left, the attendees in the conference room regarded Su Luo with peculiar expressions. Even Jiang Xinghe, who had seemed utterly despondent, displayed a hint of interest. What is it? Su Luo inquired, his face a mask of confusion and a touch of frustration. The divine elixir he had painstakingly concocted had barely warmed before being taken by another for life-saving purposes. Surely, it was reasonable to expect some benefits in return? Do you comprehend what the Long family signifies in Long country? Wu Yong rubbed his temples, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. His expression towards Su Luo reflecting a profound disillusionment. This disciple is admirable in many respects, yet he can be excessively earnest. Was that person just now the Crown Prince? What does the Crown Prince amount to? The Long family has been the guardians of Long country for generations. Even the Crown Prince's father must defer to the Long family's authority. However, they are not so petty, as the items you seek are trivial to them. Is the Long family truly that formidable? Su Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful he had not been overly demanding, otherwise it could have resulted in dire consequences. Following a brief silence, the atmosphere in the conference room began to ease. The alchemist serving as the judge, a member of the Alchemist Alliance, wore a slightly awkward expression. However, the outcome was already determined. Reluctantly, he retrieved a golden ring from his pocket. This ring was the exclusive emblem of the Alchemist Association, signifying boundless honor and camaraderie among various factions. Once donned, as long as one did not bring about their own demise, they would generally remain unbothered throughout Long country. Young Master Su, congratulations, he managed a strained smile, gently placing the ring into Su Luo's hand. Many members of the Alchemist Association within the crowd occasionally glanced at Su Luo before redirecting their attention to Jiang Xinghe. For a moment, they were uncertain whether to align themselves with Jiang Xinghe or the newly appointed president. In the crowd, those eager to witness the unfolding events began to extend their congratulations to Su Luo. Congratulations, young Master Su. Today marks a double celebration for you. The Alchemist Association is surely destined for greater heights. No longer should he be addressed as young Master Su. He is now President Su. Indeed. We look forward to your guidance, President Su. Amidst the joyful cheers and laughter, the transfer of the presidency of the Alchemist Association was effectively accomplished. The audience included many original key members of the Alchemist Association, and once the meeting concluded, all members would soon be aware of the leadership change. With that, everyone may disperse, Elder Wu proclaimed, taking a swig of wine, his face flushed as he waved to the crowd. Just as the attendees were about to leave, Jiang Xinghe suddenly shouted, "Wait, I have one more request." Chapter 62, Elevation of Identity, President of the Alchemist Association. The demands are truly overwhelming. At this moment, Jiang Xinghe was no longer the lofty president of Ur. After being interrupted, the gazes of those around him were filled with indifference. What is it? Wu Yong inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. I wish to take Su Luo as my master. Jiang Xinghe's eyes sparkled with fervor, yet he was swiftly restrained by several of his disciples. Master, why must you do this? Even in defeat, we can still lose with dignity. Why bow to him? They implored. You have devoted years to your craft. Surely you can surpass this young man. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Xinghe's disciples were beside themselves. The previous instance of apprenticeship had already been a source of embarrassment. Must they endure it again? My mind is made up, Jiang Xinghe declared with unwavering resolve, casting a cold glance at his disciples. If you find it shameful, you are free to sever our master-disciple bond. He had dedicated his life to alchemy, and at the twilight of his existence, he yearned for one final advancement. As he concocted his potion, a sense of compassion from the god of medicine washed over him, and he began to fathom Su Luo's methods. If Su Luo could effortlessly forge such a potion, his alchemical skills must be unparalleled. Furthermore, he was still youthful. In his lifetime, he was destined to transcend limits and attain the status of a divine alchemist. Seeking his tutelage was indeed a worthy endeavor. Master Su, I sincerely wish to apprentice under you. I implore you not to refuse, Jiang Xinghe said, bowing respectfully with clasped hands. Witnessing this spectacle, some individuals wore expressions of numbness, while others gradually began to admire Jiang Xinghe. To be able to bend and yield, he could be considered a half-mad alchemist. Once more, all eyes shifted to Su Luo. I do not require disciples, Su Luo stated flatly, his interest in Jiang Xinghe non-existent. His alchemical prowess was self-taught, a skill honed through personal endeavor. If Master Su is unwilling to accept apprentices, I would be honored to become your follower, Jiang Xinghe proclaimed, kneeling with sincerity gleaming in his eyes. Master, how can you demean yourself in such a manner? The countenance of Jiang Xinghe's disciples shifted dramatically. Their master had become a follower of another. Should word of this spread, they would be subjected to ridicule for eternity. From this day forth, you are no longer my disciples, Jiang Xinghe announced, expelling them from his tutelage. With this declaration, the crowd was left bewildered, including Su Luo. Was this old man truly serious? Master Su, please allow me to be your follower. Even if you do not wish to offer guidance, I shall have no regrets. Jiang Xinghe's resolute demeanor left Su Luo feeling somewhat perplexed. Should he accept him as a follower? After all, he felt ill-equipped to impart knowledge. Yet, to refuse would seem unkind. Glancing at Wu Yong, Su Luo sought counsel. Having a follower could be advantageous, and Jiang Xinghe's alchemical skills were formidable. Many tasks could be delegated. With this in mind, Su Luo nodded in assent. Very well, you shall henceforth be my follower. Su Luo let out a sigh and subsequently accepted the follower contract from Jiang Xinghe. Once the contract took effect, as a follower, he was forbidden from harboring any thoughts or actions detrimental to Su Luo. Should he breach this agreement, the power of the contract would erase him. Thus Su Luo felt no apprehension that Jiang Xinghe would act in bad faith. That afternoon, the entirety of Yindu City was adorned with banners celebrating Su Luo's appointment as the president of the Alchemist Association. The streets were festooned with decorations, creating a lively atmosphere. At Yindu University, upon hearing the news, everyone was ablaze with excitement, their faces flushed. Su Luo is truly remarkable. How did he become president? One exclaimed. What does my position as student council president amount to? The president of the Alchemist Association is truly impressive. The Alchemist Association was now our own, which meant future purchases would be more affordable. Do you recall the class changer Liu Bei from 3,000 years ago? After ascending to the throne, how did he treat those selling straw sandals? Buyers of potions hoped Su Luo would set lower prices, while gatherers of medicinal herbs wished for higher ones, so they too could profit more. Meanwhile, the news of Jiang Xinghe becoming Su Luo's follower spread throughout the Alchemist Association. Numerous alchemists also received notification of the change in presidency. Initially, they regarded the newly appointed president with disdain, but upon learning that Su Luo had concocted the potion of divine compassion, their perspectives shifted dramatically. Naturally, some remained steadfast in their opposition. Is there anyone who dares to oppose my presidency of the Alchemist Association? Su Luo stood quietly at the podium in the conference room, addressing hundreds of members of the association seated before him. I oppose. So do I. Those in support of President Jiang, please raise your hands. Scattered voices of dissent echoed in the conference room, though they were few in number. For those who expressed discontent, Su Luo offered them the chance to leave. And after a brief address, he departed. He was indifferent to managing the Alchemist Association. With Jiang Xinghe as his follower, the management would be the same. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Luo took a brief respite before immersing himself once more in the realm of divine potions. Master, you're here, exclaimed the necromancer, fluttering over as soon as he set foot down. His tone was sycophantic and grating, reminiscent of the enigmatic class changer Wei Zhongxian from ancient palaces. The surrounding land had already been cleared significantly, with countless skeletal servants diligently sowing seeds within. Su Luo inquired, have the materials for the beast spirit pills been harvested? All harvested and currently in the process of refinement. They should be ready within 3 days, the necromancer replied, his tone brimming with excitement as he began to report various metrics. Su Luo mentally calculated that this batch of beast spirit pills would likely elevate him to level 40. Upon reaching level 40, all class changers could undergo a second transformation, referred to as the second transition. With this thought in mind, Su Luo promptly summoned the Xian Shui turtle, the three-legged golden crow, the golden-scaled flame dragon, and the phantom fierce tiger. Observing this scene, the necromancer quickly understood and dispatched individuals to begin transporting the beast spirit pills. A multitude of beast spirit pills was transported and gradually piled into a small hill before the 4 beasts. Ultimately, the accumulation of pills grew to a size surpassing even the combat form of the profound water turtle. Go ahead and eat. Su Luo beamed, gesturing for them to indulge. The profound water turtle was the first to eagerly shake its head and rush forward, followed closely by the golden scale flame dragon and the phantom fierce tiger, who all began to feast. Only the three-legged golden crow remained in a daze, gazing at Su Luo with a pleading expression. Chirp chirp, what's the matter? Chirp chirp. If you don't eat, how can I level up? Su Luo reached out to stroke the head of the three-legged golden crow, saying, if I don't level up, your future will be jeopardized. Eventually, the three-legged golden crow reluctantly began to eat. Meanwhile, Su Luo reclined nearby, reveling in the joy of accumulating 500 experience points. As his experience points soared, Su Luo's excitement grew. He was on the verge of becoming a spirit tamer. Chapter 63, an unexpected addition of the Divine Pharmacist Guild? Presently, Su Luo's level remained at 37, just 3 levels shy of 40. However, with over 1,000 skeletal alchemists concocting beast spirit pills and his 4 pets devouring them eagerly, he was gaining an average of 2,000 experience points per second. The experience gained in a minute was even more substantial. He could progress steadily while completely at ease. At university, classes were infrequent, primarily consisting of practical lessons. As the sole Beast Tamer in the Azure Dragon Academy, Su Luo had no classes at all and was essentially in a free-range state. He planned to stay in the Northern Desert War Zone after his job transition, where he could not only level up for free but also had a chance to find divine fragments, which was far superior to remaining at school. In the evening, Zhou Taixing invited Su Luo to a bubble tea shop outside the school. Luo Gu, there's something the brothers would like your assistance with. What are we to each other? Just say the word, Su Luo chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Satisfied with Su Luo's demeanor, Zhou Taixing smiled broadly but hesitated, saying, recently, we've gained quite a bit of popularity in Yindu, and as a result, we've attracted many new members. However, a few guilds are feeling disgruntled and are encroaching on our territory. Guild? Su Luo was taken aback. He had assumed Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang were merely searching for herbs. He never anticipated that these two had actually established a guild. In the Dragon Kingdom, a guild is a spontaneously formed organization of the populace. As long as they do not engage in socially unacceptable activities, they face no opposition. However, newly formed guilds typically face suppression from established ones, as no one wishes to contend with an additional rival for resources. Observing Zhou Taixing's bewildered expression, Su Luo couldn't help but ask with a smile, so, you're the guild leader then? No. Zhou Taixing shook his head vigorously, insisting, you are the guild leader. I am the guild leader? Su Luo was taken aback, completely absorbed in his quest for advancement. He had unwittingly become the leader of a guild. It's all the people Wang Mang and I brought in before. Zhou Taixing awkwardly scratched the back of his head and then elaborated further. The guild was named the Divine Pharmacist Guild, with Su Luo as the leader and Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang as the vice leaders. The primary responsibility of the Medicine God Gang is to gather medicinal herbs while simultaneously leading its members in leveling up by slaying wild creatures. To his astonishment, he discovered that prominent figures such as Zhou Lan and Yi Lingwei were among the gang's elders. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Su Luo contemplated developing his abilities in the Northern Desert for a while, yet he was acutely aware that this would leave the Medicine God Gang unattended. Amidst Su Luo's distress, a lively group entered the establishment. I am Yi Lingwei. It is a pleasure to meet you, Gang Leader Su, she announced, striking a pose that elicited laughter from the crowd. Lo Gu. Wang Mang greeted Su Luo with a smile, gesturing toward the 10 or so individuals behind him. Aren't you all going to greet Lo Gu? In unison, the dozen individuals shouted, their voices resounding to the point where even those outside the shop turned to look. Zhou Taixing kindly ordered a drink for each person before proudly declaring, these individuals are the backbone of our gang, each commanding 500 subordinates. With 13 people present, that implied the Medicine God Gang boasted at least 6,000 members. Su Luo surveyed the group, noticing that most were above level 30, showcasing considerable strength, predominantly consisting of spirited youths in their 20s. While their numbers provided strength, they also posed significant resource demands. After a considerable pause, he accepted his role as the leader of the Medicine God Gang. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, what do you need me to do? Instantly, the eyes of those present sparkled with anticipation. Zhou Taixing slammed his hand on the table, seething. Those scoundrels from the Qinglian gang have covertly taken the lives of many of our members. We have sworn a blood oath against each other. A duel is set for tonight, 40 miles east of Yindu City. Only members of the gang are permitted, and no one above level 50 may participate. Upon hearing this, Su Luo quickly comprehended the reason for the summons. It was clear they intended to involve him in a brawl. Noticing Su Luo's mixed expression, Zhou Taixing hastily reassured him. Do not worry, our adversaries only number around 7,000, and their leader appears to be a level 34 knight. Initially, we did not plan to involve you, but having you with us provides greater assurance. Zhou Taixing's grin was wide. He had witnessed Su Luo's prowess in group battles. Should Su Luo engage, he could easily dispatch several hundred foes. At that moment, Yi Lingwei, sitting nearby, chimed in cheerfully. Spending all day grinding dungeons can be rather dull. Think of it as joining everyone for some fun. All right then, but if we are to play, let us play fiercely. Let us strip them of all their equipment tonight. Su Luo readily agreed. As the leader, he recognized his obligation to participate in this large-scale gang war. Unlike true battlefields, gang skirmishes typically involved regulated exchanges akin to sparring. However, without referees, some casualties were inevitable. Su Luo's mind began to strategize on how to counter the Qinglian gang. If one must strike, let it be with such force that they bleed profusely and instill fear in the hearts of others. Otherwise, future troubles are inevitable. Once resolved, Su Luo immediately retrieved all the potions from the warehouse of the divine medicine realm. With over 7,000 individuals present, it was likely that each would receive only 4 small stamina restoration potions and 2 small mental recovery potions. Subsequently, Su Luo glanced at Zhou Taixing and the 10 or so core members of the guild. "Follow me," he instructed, leading them to a secluded and spacious area. Su Luo summoned all the remaining pets. Apart from a few he primarily trained. The lowest level among them was 28, while the highest reached 39. "You two may choose first," Su Luo said to Zhou Taixing and Wang Meng, before shifting his gaze to Yi Lingyue and Zhou Lan. "If you wish, you may select as well. We shall not use them for the time being." Yi Lingyue and Zhou Lan both smiled and shook their heads. The girls favored adorable and charming pets, and it was evident that the one Su Luo had summoned did not appeal to them. After reaching level 30, job changers could equip pets, but aside from Su Luo, the other Beast Tamers could only raise their pets to level 20. Pets at level 20 were deemed unworthy by job changers above level 30 and could not be contracted by those below. This rendered pets somewhat superfluous. "Lo Gu. I shall not stand on ceremony then," Zhou Taixing grinned, choosing a robust 35-level Ironhide Steelhair boar from the many pets available. As a knight, this resilient creature was a perfect match for both offense and defense. Chapter 64. The Necromancer Strikes. Wang Meng opted for a 34-level Toxic Stump. As a balanced swordsman, the control abilities of the Toxic Stump would significantly enhance his output potential. After the two had made their selections, it was the turn of the core guild members. Most were seeing Su Luo for the first time, and even those who had glimpsed him before had only done so from a distance. Receiving such a valuable gift upon their initial meeting left them somewhat astonished. Generally, Beast Tamers required considerable assistance to tame pets above level 30 and needed a stroke of luck. Without it, taming could take months. Pets above level 30 were a rarity in the market, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. "Hurry and choose. Once selected, we can fight," Zhou Taixing urged impatiently as he noticed their hesitation, prompting them to begin selecting. Soon, they too had made their choices and commenced the contracting process. Su Luo merely needed to authorize the transfers. Zhou Taixing, mounted atop the imposing Ironhide Steelhair boar, proudly paraded around before reluctantly returning it to his pet space. With everything prepared, the group slowly made their way towards the eastern gate of Yindu City, where a throng of people awaited. Bystanders, seeing such a large gathering, either paused to observe or hurriedly departed. Over 6,000 individuals stood united, forming a dense and formidable mass. The visual impact and the aura of their collective presence were nothing short of awe-inspiring. Upon witnessing such a multitude for the first time, Su Luo felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Initially, he regarded Zhou Taixing's establishment of a gang as somewhat reckless. However, his perspective has since shifted. This gang appeared to hold promise. In the event of future troubles, one could simply march forth with this grand assembly. Yet, the overall skill level of the gang members was relatively low, falling short compared to some established organizations. They still had much to strive for. "Brother Luo, we are ready," Zhou Taixing reported with a broad grin, as if they were embarking on a jovial outing rather than a confrontation. "Let us proceed," Su Luo replied with a calm demeanor. The grand procession swiftly mobilized, making their way into the forest. Within the forest, in a vast basin, another considerable gathering had formed. However, this assembly was more opulent than that of the Medicine God Gang, with nearly every individual clad in elite-grade gear. Their overall strength was substantial, and their presence commanding. "Leader, they have set out, and their numbers are substantial," a female subordinate reported to Zhao Qiyue. "How long until they arrive?" "They should reach here in no more than 40 minutes. "Are the ambushers in position?" "Yes, they are all arranged. We have mages and archers ready for area attacks." "Good. Go gather more intelligence." Zhao Qiyue's expression was icy as she gripped her sword and shield tightly, oblivious to the three-legged monstrous birds swirling above the clouds. In the dense forest, Su Luo led his team onward, simultaneously instructing numerous pets to scout ahead discreetly. Various avian companions ascended into the night sky to survey the surroundings, their forms well concealed by the cover of darkness. The spectral tiger, having subdued its presence, resembled a typical tiger, and with Lin Min's keen sense of smell, it could easily detect enemies within a 50-meter radius. As Su Luo pressed forward, he received updates from his pets, continually adjusting the team's vigilance. "Brother Luo, you don't look well. Is something amiss?" Zhou Taixing murmured softly. "Nothing to worry about. If they intend to play dirty, we mustn't merely proceed with naivety, or we might meet our end." Su Luo indicated towards the canyon ahead, flanked by steep slopes, which seemed to conceal numerous adversaries. With over 7,000 individuals traversing together, a few area attacks from their foes could potentially wipe them out. "Damn it, that despicable Zhao Qiyue has no regard for the rules of combat." Zhou Taixing could no longer contain his anger, then looked expectantly at Su Luo for direction. Su Luo glanced at the slopes and calmly suggested, "Send a few assassins forward." "Understood." I will mobilize all the assassins immediately. Zhou Taisheng, fueled by indignation, hastily began issuing commands. The assassins possessed stealth abilities, making them nearly undetectable in the night. While the enemy remained focused on the movements below in the canyon, the assassins would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered upon closing in. In the darkness, over 200 figures swiftly crept towards the nearby slopes. In Su Luo's gaze, a flicker of astonishment emerged. Although these assassins were merely at level 20, they moved through the night like phantoms. Even though he had reached level 38, their presence was nearly imperceptible unless he focused intently. It was said that upon their job transition, assassins could become invisible. Thus, if his sister were to take a life now, it would surely go unnoticed. The mere thought of his sister, Su Bingxue, caused a ripple of concern to swell within him. If the majority of foes in the northern desert war zone were exotic beasts, then most adversaries on Huanglong Island were job changers from other lands seeking to invade the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, the tranquil forest was shattered by a cacophony of battle cries, followed closely by a kaleidoscope of skills illuminating the night sky. Su Luo promptly commanded several of his avian pets to launch an aerial assault, while all his creatures surged towards the battlefield. Luo go, shall we engage now? Yes, Su Luo decisively ordered, and everyone immediately charged towards the sloping flanks. In an instant, the mountains echoed with the sounds of combat. As countless skills brightened the darkness, the enemy's numbers became apparent, approximately 2,000. The sight of so many mages lying in ambush made Zhou Taisheng shudder involuntarily. If the opponents chose to disregard the rules of engagement, it was likely that the Medicine God Guild could be wiped out in one fell swoop. The uncertainty of whether the enemy would adhere to any code of conduct only heightened his anxiety. The thought of narrowly escaping death left him feeling even worse. Damn it! Zhou Taisheng cursed under his breath and charged forth on his armored boar with fierce determination. He silently vowed never to act so recklessly again. With the battle commenced, Su Luo's expression turned icy as he summoned forth the necromancer. Master, what is the matter? The necromancer floated in the void, curiously surveying the fiery battlefield in the distance. How many bronze-level skeletal warriors can you summon at once? Many. Precisely how many? Su Luo gritted his teeth, wishing to silence the creature. In 1 minute, I can summon at least 300, and at most 500 to 600. Get to work, Su Luo instructed, then mounted his Xian Shui turtle and plunged into the fray. He had previously informed everyone that the skeletal warriors were allies. As long as they did not attack the skeletons would not retaliate. Upon witnessing the white skeletal warriors join the conflict, they merely needed to retreat. As Su Luo reached the battlefield's edge, approximately 1,000 bronze-level skeletal warriors had gathered behind him, powerful and numerous. Chapter 65. Take them down. Brothers, strike with all your might. Seeing Su Luo lead the skeletal army into battle, Zhou Taisheng instantly felt exhilarated. He shouted enthusiastically to the others before immediately pursuing a female swordsman. You rogue! The armored boar beneath Zhou Taisheng was rugged and fearless, causing the female swordsman to retreat under relentless assault. The clamor of battle resonated throughout the canyon. Meanwhile, in the adjacent basin, the leader of the Qinglian gang, Zhao Qiuyue, sensed the unusual commotion and immediately realized that the ambush had failed. Everyone, charge with me. Zhao Qiuyue rallied her forces, hastening towards the canyon. On both sides of the gorge lay an ambush of over 2,000 men. At this moment, almost 10,000 followers marched behind her. Not far off, on a sloping hillside, Su Luo and Zhou Taisheng stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Qinglian gang boasted not merely 7,000 members. In total, they nearly numbered 13,000. Su Luo felt that Zhou Taisheng had indeed met his downfall. Ensnared in a scheme. Didn't you say they only had around 7,000? They did just a couple of days ago. Someone must be pulling strings from the shadows. Zhou Taisheng cursed bitterly, then turned his gaze to Su Luo. Brother Luo, with so many of them, perhaps we should retreat. Retreat? Nonsense. Su Luo shook his head expressionlessly, then summoned the necromancer into his pet space, executing intermittent teleportation. Master, tonight is rather lively, the necromancer remarked with excitement, observing the approaching throng in the distance. As a creature of death, it thrived in such battlefields. Let us get to work. Su Luo smirked and commanded the necromancer to continuously summon an army of skeletons. Zhou Taisheng, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Brother Luo and his formidable pet, they would have faced dire consequences this evening. Brother Luo, the battle behind us has concluded. Zhou Taisheng pointed towards the battlefield behind them. The ambushed forces, primarily ranged fighters, were swiftly subdued due to the overwhelming numbers. And now they had become captives of the Medicine God gang. They stripped the captives of their gear and looted their resources, preparing for a prolonged stay within the city. Looting gear? And resources? Zhou Taisheng's eyes widened in astonishment, looking at Su Luo as if he had seen a ghost. Brother Luo, it's all in your expertise. Zhou Taisheng grinned, immediately directing his men to begin scavenging for equipment, demanding that all items be surrendered. What if someone refuses to cooperate? Then we shall compel them until they comply. After organizing the rear, Zhou Taixing promptly dispatched ranged units to prepare for battle. Su Luo fixed his gaze on the advancing members of the Qinglian gang, occasionally glancing at the necromancer. This being was relentlessly casting summoning spells and had amassed over 1,000 bronze-level skeleton warriors. Under normal circumstances, these skeletons would be quite formidable. Yet, this was a conflict between humans. With levels around 20, they barely met the standard for ordinary members. As the enemy forces swelled, Su Luo was compelled to devise a cunning plan. "Master, what is your command?" The necromancer inquired, continuing its summoning. "Summon 5,000 skeletal servants, and have them charge alongside the skeleton warriors." Without hesitation, the necromancer began its task. Instantly, a flurry of activity ensued. Throughout the dense forest, the relentless sound of bones cracking reverberated. 5,000 skeletal servants and warriors amalgamated, indistinguishable in the darkness unless one looked closely. Under the orchestration of Su Luo, all the skeletons surged toward the members of the Qinglian gang. Naturally, the foremost ranks comprised the expendable skeletal servants. "Leader, what is that?" A scout from the Qinglian gang, upon witnessing the swarm of skeletons advancing, trembled in fear. "This must be the summoned minions of the medicine god gang Su Luo, but why are there so many?" Zhao Qiuyue furrowed her brow after a mere glance. The distance was too great for her to ascertain the strength of these skeletons. "Form ranks. Everyone, charge with me." With a fierce determination, Zhao Qiuyue brandished a sword and a small shield, exuding an aura of lethal intent and grace. "Charge!" At her command, over 10,000 members of the Qinglian gang surged forward. The sound of countless bones shattering echoed through the air. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Zhao Qiuyue was equally taken aback. The skeletons shattered like mere bubbles at a single strike. "What in the world is happening?" "Forget about these skeletons. Ascend the mountain quickly," shouted a senior member of the Qinglian gang. However, cries of anguish soon arose from the throng. "Ah, leader, the skeletons are attacking. I am being assaulted here too." The cacophony of voices continued. The skeletons had infiltrated the ranks of the Qinglian gang, causing chaos to ensue. "Damn it!" Zhao Qiuyue cursed inwardly, realizing she had been deceived. Fury flared upon her face as she unleashed a devastating skill, sword sweeping the heavens. Her sword danced like a dragon, slashing in all directions, accompanied by a barrage of sword energy. In an instant, all skeletons within a 10-step radius were reduced to fragments. At this moment, even more skeletons emerged, scattering the Qinglian gang members, leaving them disorganized and vulnerable. Meanwhile, on Su Luo's side, nearly 2,000 Qinglian gang members lay on the ground, lamenting. Some clad only on their upper bodies, others bare below. Their equipment had been stripped away, even the contents of their spatial bags forcibly removed. "You from the medicine god gang are going too far. Whatever you do to us today, we will repay tenfold. Our leader will be here soon. Just wait and see," wept countless members of the Qinglian gang, vehemently condemning the medicine god gang. Yet, Su Luo remained indifferent, casually inquiring of Zhou Taixing, "What have we gained?" Every individual was at least clad in elite-grade equipment, with many exceptional items, and we even acquired some legendary gear. Zhou Taixing grinned broadly, his joy palpable. "With such a bounty of equipment, even if we don't leave the city for a while, it will be worth it." At this juncture, the skeletons summoned by the necromancer were becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Zhao Qiuyue led the charge with fervor, as numerous low-level beasts scurried in all directions through the dense forest. The dazzling radiance of skills unleashed by the multitude illuminated half the sky. "That's enough. Let the brothers prepare and take them down," commanded Su Luo, who observed Zhao Qiuyue with keen interest from atop a massive stone. He then issued an attack order to Zhou Taixing, simultaneously summoning his 4 formidable pets as his trump card. At present, Su Luo was on the cusp of reaching level 40. While his golden scale flame dragon had attained level 48, the 3-legged golden crow stood at level 42. The phantom ferocious tiger at 47, and the xianshui turtle at 45. With merely these 4 pets, he could easily crush 1,000 adversaries. At the gates of Yindu City, throngs of people gathered in the open area, gazing toward the distant mountains and forests. The fiery skills glowed vividly against the night sky, while a cacophony of colorful abilities erupted amidst the mountains, accompanied by the sounds of fierce combat. The tumult of battle even ignited the surrounding woods, sending flames soaring into the sky. No one minded this destruction, for the environment would restore itself within 24 hours. Instead, their curiosity piqued as to who would emerge victorious. The younger generation is formidable. Their guild battles far surpass those of our time. Indeed, I hear the Medicine God Guild is a newly established faction, while the Qinglian Guild is a well-established one. The leader of the Medicine God Guild is rumored to be Su Luo. He may face difficulties this time. I truly hope someone can challenge the Flame Dragon Guild. I've heard the Yamaguchi Gumi is stirring again on Huanglong Island. As the crowd chattered, many Yindu University students were present. Upon learning that Su Luo had founded the Medicine God Guild, they were filled with respect, feeling that they too might seize an opportunity to join. In the depths of the forest, Su Luo's 4 pets wreaked havoc, relentlessly subduing the members of the Qinglian Guild. Following Su Luo's strategy, they targeted the powerful core members of the Qinglian Guild, starting with the formidable Zhao Qiuyue. As a level 33 knight, her attack and defense were impressive. However, the Xianshui turtle and the phantom ferocious tiger showed no mercy. Under the combined assault of these 2 fierce beasts, Zhao Qiuyue was overwhelmed and fell within a minute. Amidst the chaos, Su Luo took a moment to assess the attributes of his 4 pets. Xianshui turtle, level 45, A-class pet. Attack, 5,000. Defense, 12,000. Mentality, 2,800. Constitution, 32,000. Skills, Ice Dragon Impact. Extreme Cold Descent, Endless Ice Seal. Passive skills, Absolute Zero, Shared Glory. Shared Glory, within 30 meters, can share defense and passive skills with the Beastmaster. Absolute Zero, upon receiving damage, freezes everything within 10 meters, dealing 200 damage. 3-legged Golden Crow, level 42, S-class pet. Divinity. Unlocked. Attack, 7,000. Defense, 5,500. Mentality, 3,500. Constitution, 15,000. Skills, Soul Devour, Sea of Confinement, True Fire of 3 Mysteries. Golden Scaled Flame Dragon, level 48, S rank, Divine Status. Unlocked. Attack, 8,500. Defense, 6,000. Spirit, 3,500. Constitution, 20,000. Skills, Celestial Firefall, Golden Scales Transcend. Soul Ignition. Phantom Fierce Tiger, level 47, A rank. Attack, 9,800. Defense, 5,500. Spirit, 3,100. Life, 12,500. Skills, Shattering Blood Claw, Dread, Extreme Kill. Passive, Bloodthirst, inflicts 30 health upon dealing damage to enemies. Shattering Blood Claw, a powerful strike inflicting 150 damage upon enemies, capable of continuous release. Dread, upon activation, inflicts a sustained slow of 30 on enemies within a 30-meter radius. Extreme Kill, upon activation, enhances speed, attack, and defense by 50. The skills of the Xianshui turtle and the Phantom Fierce Tiger have evolved with their levels. Particularly, the skills of the Phantom Fierce Tiger are deemed perfect for one-on-one combat. Meanwhile, the Xianshui turtle's abilities increasingly lean towards defense, which is precisely what Su Luo hoped to witness. By sharing the defensive capabilities of the Xianshui turtle, Su Luo's own safety has significantly improved, ensuring he would not succumb to a sneak attack. At this moment, the war between the 2 factions appears to be nearing its conclusion. Zhao Qiuyue finds herself pinned to the ground by a claw of the Xianshui turtle, unable to move. If she were to unleash her full power, she might put up a struggle, but would it hold any significance? Su, do not overstep your bounds. Zhao Qiuyue glared at Su Luo fiercely, resembling an enraged lioness. Her eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Su Luo furrowed his brow and glanced at her, understanding the underlying motives. He bore no animosity towards Zhao Qiuyue, and the Medicine God gang had not engaged in significant conflict with the Qinglian gang, rendering such a large-scale skirmish unnecessary. Why was she acting thus? Moreover, she had secretly amassed numerous followers, ambushing him on both sides of the canyon, clearly intent on bringing about his downfall. Such inexplicable self-destructive behavior strangely echoed the previous actions of Zhou Wenwen. Among the ranks of the Qinglian gang, Su Luo spotted a familiar figure, Zhang Hai. Though currently restrained and unable to move, he regarded Su Luo with an expression devoid of warmth. Zhou Taisheng, beaming with excitement, approached Su Luo, inquiring, "Brother Luo, shall we continue our endeavors? Let us extract every resource and then withdraw." After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo instructed Zhou Taisheng to also take Zhao Qiuyue and Zhang Hai away. Given the events of the evening, these 2 individuals would bear the primary responsibility. As for the members of the Medicine God gang, they had suffered minimal losses. Draining the Qinglian gang's resources would suffice. Su Luo, do not push your luck. Are you not afraid of inciting the wrath of other gangs? Upon hearing Su Luo's intention to deplete all resources of the Qinglian gang, Zhao Qiuyue became frantic. However, Su Luo paid her no mind, choosing instead to sit quietly beneath a tree, relishing the sight of her disheveled state. You might as well remove your gear. It will spare you some suffering. Why don't you attempt to seize it yourself? What do you think I am doing now? Zhao Qiuyue. Both of her weapons are of legendary grade, while the rest are all of exceptional quality. After handing over the items to Zhou Taisheng, Su Luo slowly made his way back. After all, with over 10,000 people to thoroughly extract from, it would take at least until dawn. With the situation now settled, it was time for him to return. At the eastern gate of Yindu, once the flames were extinguished, everyone realized that the battle had concluded. Some gossipers who had gone to witness the spectacle hurried back. Upon their return, they were met with inquiries from the onlookers. What happened? The Medicine God Guild won. The scene was utterly brutal. Did Su Luo and the others dare to kill openly? More cruel than murder. As the speaker shuddered, he glanced around at the crowd, seemingly aware of the many ears present, and his expression tightened. Speak up. What is there to fear? Just tell the truth, as long as you don't embellish. The people from the Medicine God Guild should not hold it against you. The crowd urged him again, and after much hesitation, he finally spoke. I am not sure what happened earlier. By the time I arrived, the Qinglian Guild had already lost, all pressed to the ground. And then, excitement lit up the faces of the listeners. Then the people from the Medicine God Guild began to strip them of their clothes. No, it was their equipment. Chapter 67. Approaching job transition in the realm of divine medicine. Su Luo gazed with excitement at the neatly arranged alchemy rooms. The materials for the intermediate pet advancement potion were now ready. At this moment, all the skeletal alchemists were busy concocting the pet advancement elixir, while a few pets continued to nonchalantly consume beast spirit pills. Detected pet consuming beast spirit pill. Experience gained, 500. Detected pet consuming beast spirit pill. Experience gained, 500. Feeling the experience bar steadily rise, Su Luo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Who said beast tamers were weak? Isn't this quite splendid? The other beast tamers, to varying degrees, could also gain some experience boosts for their pets. If the curse of level 20 could be broken, the profession of beast tamer would undoubtedly become the most sought-after career. As he pondered, Su Luo secretly believed that his talent was indeed extraordinary, achieving 100% synchronization of pet experience. This was an opportunity to relax, even without beast spirit pills to enhance experience. He could simply let his pets hunt while he lounged at home. Congratulations, your level has risen to 40. Congratulations, you have gained a job transition opportunity. Please transition as soon as possible. Two voices echoed in Su Luo's mind. Finally, he could transition. Su Luo murmured in excitement as he made his way toward Wu Yong's office within the Qinglong Academy. Students at Qinglong Academy could approach Wu Yong for any matters. Of course, there were also dedicated mentors available to address issues before reaching him. Upon learning that Su Luo was seeking a job transition, the mentor responsible for his reception displayed an approving look and then allowed him to enter. Wu Yong's office was filled with antiquated tools, exuding a sense of history. As he approached the door, he could already smell the strong scent of alcohol. He sat beside the window, with a wine gourd on his left and a pile of crushed peanuts on his right, eagerly feeding the little birds with the ground nuts. However, the vibrant red bird had 3 legs, setting it apart from ordinary avian creatures. Master, Su Luo called softly, then stood quietly beside him. You've reached level 40 so quickly. With such speed, you can change your profession, which will surely cause quite a stir among those in the academy. Old Wu did not turn around. Yet he could sense Su Luo's aura. His tone carried a hint of satisfaction as he continued. You are the first beast master in history to change professions. Do you know what your new vocation will be? It seems to be a spirit tamer. A spirit tamer? Old Wu placed the remaining crushed peanuts on the windowsill, then furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he shook his head. I haven't heard of it. It sounds impressive. Su Luo's lips twitched, but he refrained from commenting. Old Wu's words reminded him of the necromancer when he was still a minor spirit, subtly suggesting that a spirit tamer might indeed surpass a beast master. When do you plan to change your profession? The sooner, the better. Tomorrow is the day the profession transfer platform operates. You are fortunate. Old Wu cast a glance at Su Luo and inquired further, what are your plans following the transfer? I intend to explore the northern desert war zone. Su Luo rubbed his nose, his expression somewhat awkward. After all, he was now the president of the Alchemist Association. And with Zhou Taixing having established the Divine Alchemist Guild, one would expect him to live quite comfortably given these two substantial organizations. Abandoning his responsibilities to venture out felt somewhat unethical. Have you considered developing in Yindu? Old Wu took a sip of wine and remarked nonchalantly. The Yi family holds considerable power in Yindu. They asked me to convey that if you were willing to collaborate with them, both the Divine Alchemist Guild and the Alchemist Association could reach new heights. Power signifies authority and wealth. Yet, these were not Su Luo's aspirations. He sought absolute strength to keep pace with his sister. If he were to remain and enjoy the luxuries, it would be only after ensuring the security of his own force. Faced with Old Wu's direct inquiry, Su Luo revealed a bitter smile, momentarily uncertain how to decline. As long as you've made up your mind, I too once harbored grand ambitions. If you choose not to venture out, Yindu will still be here waiting for you. This reminiscence seemed to plunge Old Wu into a contemplative state as he took another sip of wine. Master, I shall take my leave now, Su Luo said quietly, turning to depart. Upon reaching the doorway, he abruptly halted and turned back. In the future, I hope you can keep an eye on the Divine Alchemist Guild and the Alchemist Association. After saying this, Su Luo retrieved the fire spirit from his backpack and gently placed it on the table. You would have attended to these matters without my prompting. Leaving this behind feels somewhat estranged. This was originally meant for you, Master. Su Luo chuckled awkwardly before turning to leave, until he departed from the office. A faint smile appeared on Old Wu's face. This young man is heading to the northern desert. It seems that the old fellows in the war zone will find it difficult to remain at ease from now on. Inside the milk tea shop at the school gate, Su Luo sat quietly in a corner, cradling a cup of milk tea as Zhou Taixing animatedly recounted the events of the previous night. Zhou Lan, Yi Linghua, and Wang Mang were also seated, savoring the aftermath of their endeavors. Last night, our medicine god gang achieved a resounding victory. Today, the entire Yin city is abuzz with discussions about us. You should have seen it. That Zhao Qiuiwei, who used to be unbearably arrogant, was crying when we returned today. Zhou Taixing exaggeratedly described the scene, occasionally mimicking others' flustered expressions, which elicited bursts of laughter from the group. Brother Luo, our purpose today is primarily to distribute the spoils. We wouldn't dare act without you here, Zhou Taixing said, casting a mysterious glance around before whispering. I currently possess over 20 pieces of legendary-grade equipment. All seized last night. Brother Luo, you choose first. Golden legendary-grade equipment is rather unsuitable for public display, so Zhou Taixing thoughtfully produced a stack of papers, which not only contained images of the equipment, but also detailed information about each piece. I don't need any. You all can divide it among yourselves, Su Luo said, returning the papers directly to Zhou Taixing. You are the leader of the gang after all. It's only fitting that you benefit first. I am not a primary combat class, and my requirements for equipment are low. As for offense, he merely needed to cultivate his few pets well. Regarding defense, with the addition of the Xian Shui turtle, Su Luo's defensive power had already surpassed 10,000. Most opponents of the same level could hardly breach his defenses. Hence he truly did not require the equipment. Very well then, Zhou Taixing said, enthusiastically pushing the papers to the center of the table for them to select. Just as they were examining the gear, a middle-aged man entered the shop, clad in a black robe and wearing sunglasses. He exuded an aura of coldness and menace, drawing considerable attention from several patrons. Are you Mr. Su Luo? The man approached and, upon reaching Su Luo, removed his sunglasses and sat directly across from him. Do we know each other? Su Luo furrowed his brow, assessing the man as strength, level 75 berserker. A formidable class indeed. Young Master Long sent me to deliver something to you. With that, he produced a black storage bag from within his robes and pushed it across the table towards Su Luo. Chapter 68. Without a doubt, it is indeed a spirit master. Yellow Dragon Helmet, Legendary Knight. Defense, 5,200. Vitality, 8,000. Required level, 45. Skill, when attacked, immediately inflict 30 points of damage to the enemy. Set skill attributes can stack without limit. Yellow Dragon Chestplate, Legendary Knight. Defense, 5,200. Constitution, 8,000. Required level, 45. Skill, upon receiving an attack, immediately inflict a counter effect of 30 on the enemy. The Yellow Dragon set comprises 6 pieces: helmet, chestplate, wrist guards, leggings, boots, and ring. When combined, these 6 pieces enhance defense by over 30,000 and health by over 40,000. A glimmer of joy appeared in Su Luo's eyes. With the Yellow Dragon set, he need not fear treachery, especially with the added benefits from the Xian Shui turtle. His defense could reach around 50,000, surpassing even that of a knight. Young Master Long prepared a small gift for young Master Su, hoping he would not find it lacking. Seeing Su Luo's acceptance of the equipment, the man pushed a card across the table. In this world, bank cards display their balance. Su Luo easily discerned the figure of 100 million dragon coins on the card. I shall decline this. One should not accept rewards without merit. This is merely a token of young Master Long's goodwill. He hopes young Master Su will visit Long City at his convenience, as he requires your assistance. The man's expression was devoid of emotion, conveying his words like an unfeeling machine. Su Luo rubbed his nose, then unhesitatingly pocketed the card. Please extend my gratitude to young Master Long for his kindness. Farewell. Once the man departed, Zhou Taixing and the others immediately gathered around. The news of Su Luo's miraculous alchemy had ceased to be a secret, and Zhou Taixing, with admiration evident on his face, remarked, "You are the first in the entire Dragon Kingdom to negotiate with the Long family. Even the Yi family would not dare to utter a word in front of them. Su Luo has certainly made a name for himself in Yin City." Yi Linghua chimed in, then broke into a smile. Su Luo touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Had he known young Master Long Hui's true identity, he would never have made such demands. Thankfully, the man was gracious and did not hold it against him. Otherwise, facing an individual even Old Wu feared would have had serious consequences. Now, a grand misunderstanding had unfolded, and all of Yin City was aware. Enough of this, enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to. With that, Su Luo made his way towards the Alchemist Association. In the spacious and opulent office, Jiang Xinghe stood up the moment Su Luo entered, his face filled with respect. Young Master Su, why did you not notify me of your arrival? I merely came to assess the situation. Su Luo casually took a seat in the office chair, while Jiang Xinghe promptly stood by, awaiting orders, his eyes devoid of any complaint. Witnessing this, Su Luo felt a silent admiration. This fellow appears genuinely submissive. Of course, he did not attribute this to his own charisma. The old man likely wished to learn a few skills from him when time permitted. Are your subordinates busy lately? Su Luo inquired casually. Not particularly. Do you have any plans? If not too busy, please assist me in concocting 50,000 sets of intermediate progression potions. How soon do you require them? As soon as possible. They will certainly be ready within 2 days. Upon hearing that Su Luo had assigned him a task, Jiang Xinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Luo directly retrieved 50,000 sets of intermediate advancement potion materials from the apothecary realm and handed them over to Jiang Xinghe. Although there were over 1,000 skeletal alchemists in the divine apothecary realm, they were currently overwhelmed with the tasks of concocting beast spirit pills and crafting advancement potions. Su Luo was eager to enhance the quality of his 4 pets to ensure sufficient strength. The next day, at the class transfer platform of Yindu University, a few individuals who had reached level 40 awaited their transitions. However, they were all second-year seniors who had enrolled a year prior. Upon seeing Su Luo also attain level 40, they regarded him with expressions akin to viewing a monster. How could someone reach level 40 so swiftly? Only a few months after the new student orientation, but soon, they found solace in their thoughts. After all, Su Luo had chosen the Beast Master profession. And while everyone was aware he harbored his own secrets, other Beast Masters were forever confined to level 20. Thus, while Su Luo was indeed enviable, he was also not. Not every Beast Master possessed such extraordinary advantages. As the transfer platform commenced its operation, the first in line, a swordsman, stepped forward. He placed both hands upon the stone tablet on the transfer platform, instantly enveloped in a pearlescent glow. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing a new title, Level 40 Demon Swordsman. Every profession faces a significant turning point during their second transfer. For instance, a swordsman can become a holy swordsman, a demon swordsman, or a phantom swordsman, with the demon swordsman being the profession with the highest attack power. The onlookers displayed expressions filled with envy. The ability of a demon swordsman to continuously expend spiritual energy for immense attack power was indeed impressive. How they wished to become a demon swordsman themselves, to unleash skills and chase down others for exhilarating combat. Soon, the second knight stepped up, transitioning into a dragon knight, the most resilient among knights with substantial health points. The dragon knight is the most sought-after tank for group monster hunts due to their high health pool. The third individual was a fire mage who transformed into an inferno mage, enhancing all skills with explosive and splash damage. Those who had completed their transitions did not rush to leave. Instead, they chose to remain and observe the ensuing transformations. With so few individuals present, it wouldn't be long before they could witness the professions of others. They were also curious about what profession the esteemed Beast Master of the Dragon Kingdom, Su Luo, would choose. The Dragon Knight, now transformed, cheerfully urged Su Luo, "Su Luo, it's your turn. Yes, let us see what profession you will assume." The Inferno Mage also gazed at him with eager anticipation. Su Luo, staring at his attribute panel displaying the 100 Beast Master profession, climbed onto the transfer platform with a frown. For others, transitioning was akin to a lottery, filled with surprises. But for him, the answer was already evident. What surprises could there be? The only aspect he looked forward to was discovering what unique qualities the Beast Master profession possessed. He merely needed to touch the stone tablet. The mentor in charge of job transitions reminded Su Luo. As Su Luo placed his hands upon the stone tablet, a gentle golden glow enveloped him. Congratulations. You have successfully transitioned to the Spirit Tamer. It was indeed without any suspense. Su Luo awkwardly touched his nose, and then stepped aside to examine his attributes. Chapter 69. The Vast Prospects of the Spirit Tamer. Name: Su Luo. Occupation: Spirit Tamer. Level: 40. Attack: 5,800. Mentality: 3,200. Defense: 16,500, 1245. Constitution: 13,000. Equipment: Bloodthirsty Longsword. Armor of Glory, Bone Gauntlets. Pet. Skills: Spirit Training, Root Bind, Death Curse, Flame Baptism. 46. 6 skill slots. Skill: Unlimited Replication, with a simultaneous limit of 1 per pet. Spirit Training, an ancient method of taming, with no level restrictions during the process. Beyond spirit beasts, one can also tame plants for one's own use. Gazing at the attributes, Su Luo was astounded. Taming plants? He had never heard of anyone in this world capable of such a feat. After all, plants possess no intelligence. Even the toxic tree stump is not truly a tree, but rather a hybrid of flesh and flora. Regaining his composure, Su Luo glanced once more at his skills. While others at the second job transition could possess at most 5 skill slots, he had 6. The concept of unlimited replication meant he could change skills daily, engaging in a variety of strategies. As for his defense, The Xianshui turtle provided 12,000, complemented by his own 4,005. He was practically invincible. Su Luo, what abilities does your spirit tamer possess? Please enlighten us. Indeed, do share with us. Noticing Su Luo's prolonged silence, the surrounding individuals began to urge him. Even the mentor overseeing the job transition station turned his gaze towards him. There's nothing particularly special. I simply have one additional skill compared to the average second job transitioner. Su Luo awkwardly touched his nose, sensing their skepticism, and added, it seems I can also tame plants. And that was it. Amidst the bewildered looks of the crowd, Su Luo awkwardly waved his hand and swiftly departed. Upon returning to his own courtyard, he was eager to experiment with the potted plant in the corner. But his enthusiasm quickly faded. The old man Wu and Feng Li were seated at the stone table, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Master, senior brother. You're here. Su Luo greeted them with a smile. Feng Li nodded and, intrigued by the level 40 spirit tamer emblem on Su Luo, inquired. What exactly does a spirit tamer do? Similar to a beast master, but with the added ability to tame plants. Oh, the old man Wu squinted his eyes, then gently beckoned toward the potted plant in the courtyard corner. Instantly, the potted plant, adorned with 4-leaf clovers, floated to the table. You must have wanted to try that just now, right? The old man Wu chuckled, pointing at the 4-leaf clovers on the table, wearing an expression of a curious onlooker. Upon witnessing the phenomenon, Su Luo ceased to conceal his intentions and began to explore the utilization of spirit training. An ordinary 4-leaf clover, contractable. Contract? He discreetly activated his spirit training skills. Immediately, the 4-leaf clover began to sway without the slightest breeze, its leaves trembling. A moment later, a radiant white light enveloped the clover as it expanded in size, ultimately growing over 30 centimeters before coming to a halt. Contract successful. Congratulations on acquiring an ordinary 4-leaf clover. 4-leaf clover, a robust green plant capable of satiating herbivorous creatures. After Su Luo fully tamed the clover, a line resembling an attribute list appeared above it, visible to both Wu Yong and Feng Li as well. A profound silence descended upon the trio. This 4-leaf clover was indeed rather unremarkable. Junior brother, do not be disheartened. Your primary role is still that of a beast master. You may cultivate flowers and plants in your retirement. Feng Li offered solemn consolation, while the elderly Wu pondered deeply, seemingly lost in thought. Su Luo nodded, and then retreated indoors to fetch them some water. The utility of taming plants eluded him, though the necromancer might possess some insights. As he emerged with 2 cups of water, Wu suddenly slapped his forehead. I remember now. Not far beyond the borders of Dragon Country lies a small island, home to the Flower Kingdom. It is said that there exists a peculiar class of individuals there capable of commanding plants in battle. A look of mounting anger spread across Wu's face as he continued. Our Dragon Country shares an irreconcilable enmity with the Flower Kingdom. The recent incident at Huanglong Island was orchestrated by their collusion with foreign nations. If you encounter anyone from the Flower Kingdom in the future, do not extend them any courtesies. Flower Kingdom? Overseas? Huanglong Island. Su Luo furrowed his brow, nodding earnestly. After taking a sip of water, Wu resumed elucidating the methods of botanical combat. Some plants may appear ordinary, yet in battle, their leaves can rain down like blades, cleaving foes in twain. Others possess roots that can surge forth from the earth in an instant, piercing through adversaries. Additionally, there are vines, poisonous thorns, and hallucinogenic flowers, an endless array of plants, each more bizarre than the last, surpassing even the diversity of exotic beasts. Su Luo felt a surge of excitement as he absorbed Wu's words. If he could procure some formidable botanical contracts, it would undoubtedly augment his arsenal of abilities. The mention of plants reminded Su Luo of the desolate lands beyond the city walls of the northern desert war zone. Amidst the swirling sands, towering ancient trees still stood resiliently. Those trees were the largest he had ever encountered in his life. The northern desert war zone had existed for centuries. Should any seedling manage to thrive, even the most ordinary sapling could wield boundless power. After bidding farewell to Wu and Feng Li, Su Luo promptly entered the realm of divine herbs. The necromancer, reveling in the splendor of its grand palace, sensed Su Luo's presence and immediately approached a mirror, concealing its regal aura while making necessary adjustments. Until it exuded an unmistakable aura of sycophancy, it flitted towards Su Luo with great eagerness. Master, you have arrived. The obsequious voice was slicker than that of a seasoned courtesan. Keeping a safe distance, Su Luo took 2 steps back and straightforwardly inquired, May I ask you something? How do spirit tamers typically engage in battle? Spirit tamers? The necromancer's head swayed, and then it began to speak slowly. At that time, I was merely a fledgling undead. Su Luo's eyelids twitched momentarily, yet he suppressed the urge to silence it and continued to listen. The necromancer's account bore resemblance to what old Wu had recounted, albeit with some distinctions. Those who could control plants in combat were known as sorcerers, yet they lacked the prowess of typical vocational practitioners. In contrast, Spirit tamers not only commanded plants, but could elevate them to the status of pets, significantly amplifying their combat abilities. The method to upgrade plants was straightforward. It involved the sacrifice of one's own experience to nurture them. Upon hearing this, Su Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Feeding plants with experience resonated perfectly with his expertise. Chapter 70. The most fertile land. Su Luo stood quietly at the edge of the teleportation array, feeling a pang of sadness as he noticed the multitude of people there to bid him farewell. Feng Li, Zhou Taisheng, Yi Lingyue, Zhou Lan, Wang Mang, along with the core members of the Medicine God Guild and Jiang Xinghe from the Alchemist Association, were all present. Their eyes, to varying degrees, were filled with the melancholy of parting. After all, this departure might mean a reunion in a month or even a year. Let us all return. And may everyone strive diligently. Su Luo waved at the crowd and silently stepped into the teleportation array. As the white light enveloped him, he officially embarked on his journey towards freedom. He had meticulously arranged all matters in Yindu. The advanced potions he had entrusted to Jiang Xinghe for crafting were all stored within the realm of divine medicines. At that moment, Su Luo began to anticipate his upcoming expedition to the Northern Desolation. He possessed the Warzone Guardian Medal, granting him the freedom to engage in battle against wild creatures at any moment, while also allowing for alternative lifestyles. His objectives were simple, comprising three main aspirations: to grow stronger, to connect with plants, and to obtain divine fragments. In that instant, Su Luo resembled a seed nestled in fertile soil, capable of flourishing freely or growing wildly. After Su Luo's departure, the gathering around the teleportation array gradually dispersed. The Zhou siblings sauntered along the path without any sense of urgency. Brother, Su Luo is indeed formidable, but have you thought this through? The Long family has already taken action. They will not choose the wrong side. Rest assured, brother, I have contemplated this thoroughly, Zhou Taisheng replied, a confident smile gracing his face. In that moment, the naivety he often exhibited was replaced with an air of profound wisdom. Zhou Lan's eyes revealed a hint of concern as she murmured, the family has sent word. That matter will erupt within 2 years at most. You must also train diligently. I have always kept the mission of the Holy Spirit Knights in my heart. You need not worry. Zhou Taisheng's face broke into a smile, reverting to his former simple-minded demeanor. From that day forth, the vice leader of the Medicine God Gang, Zhou Taisheng, vanished from the public eye, frequently appearing in various dungeons, riding a steel-skinned boar to level up fervently. Black Crow City is one of the 36 Iron Lock cities in the Northern Desert War Zone, situated near the outskirts. Su Luo gradually stepped out of the teleportation array, inhaling the air thick with the scent of blood, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Su Luo harbored great ambitions. With 36 cities to explore, he was certain to uncover fragments of divine essence scattered throughout. If he could find just one fragment, his strength would nearly double. Have you arrived? Outside the teleportation array, the person waiting was still Shin Gang. Upon receiving Su Luo's request to come to Black Crow City, he had arrived early to wait for him. Due to the situation concerning Su Bingxue, Shin Gang was momentarily unsure whether to address him as Young Master Su or Little Su, so he opted for silence. Thank you again, Elder Shun. Su Luo humbly greeted him and then followed Shin Gang. However, as they walked, he realized that the route was incorrect. What's wrong? Seeing Su Luo suddenly stop, Shin Gang's face was filled with confusion. Elder Shun, isn't this the wrong way to the passage? I intended to arrange a place for you to rest first. I'll stay where I did last time. The environment there is rather poor, but if you prefer, you may stay there. Shin Gang smiled awkwardly and then led Su Luo to the abandoned residential building used during the blood trial. After ensuring Su Luo was settled, Shin Gang reluctantly departed. In truth, he wished to inquire if Lord Siue had any grievances against him, but seeing Su Luo remain silent, he refrained from asking. It was still that building, and the room was the same. After a brief tidying up, Su Luo took out bedding from his backpack to establish a temporary stronghold. As dusk fell, he closed the door and directly entered the divine medicine realm. At this moment, the stockpile of advancement potions was impressively abundant, towering to the height of a floor. The golden-scaled flame dragon, the profound water turtle, the phantom tiger, and the three-legged golden crow were all voraciously consuming the advancement potions. Phantom tiger consumes advancement potion. Advancement failed. Three-legged golden crow consumes advancement potion. Advancement failed. Advancement failed. A series of notifications echoed, yet Su Luo remained unfazed. Elevating the quality of pets was inherently challenging. Failure was the norm, and success would be the anomaly. He did not expect all his pets to improve. Even a single successful elevation would be a boon. Of course, this also stemmed from Su Luo's ample resources. Given the vast area dedicated to medicinal herb cultivation within the divine medicine realm, self-sufficiency was easily achievable, thus rendering him indifferent to the failure notifications. At that moment, a mountain within the divine medicine realm suddenly began to tremble slightly. Su Luo furrowed his brows instantly. In the Bone Palace, the undead sorcerer emerged promptly, gazing intently at the quaking mountain. What is happening? I find myself utterly perplexed. As the guardian spirit of this realm, the necromancer shares in my confusion. With my mind buzzing incessantly, the mountain rises approximately 30 meters, its massive form reminiscent of an inverted pyramid. The medicinal herbs that once flourished upon its surface have been dislodged, and even the soil is in a constant state of landslide. Yet, the mountain itself continues to swell, as if a small bulge has formed upon the horizon. Sulo and the necromancer soared above the summit, their gazes vigilant and watchful. Were it not for the stability of the surrounding space, they might have suspected that the realm of divine herbs was on the verge of collapse. Master, I have a bold hypothesis, the necromancer exclaimed, its tone laced with a suppressed exhilaration. I sense that subtle changes are unfolding within the realm of divine herbs. The oxygen appears more abundant. The azure sky, the billowing clouds, the verdant mountains and flowing rivers, all teem with vitality, meandering through the fields of herbs. The mountain ceased its tumult, transforming from its original shape into a small mound, with a slight depression at its center, akin to a dormant volcano. Within this hollow, 9 patches of land emerged, each uniform in size, arranged as neatly as a tic-tac-toe grid. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the necromancer emitted a peculiar cackle, trembling uncontrollably, perhaps driven to madness by the phenomenon. Sulo cast a sidelong glance at it, choosing not to interrupt its eccentric behavior. Ha, master. A miracle has finally manifested within our realm of divine herbs. What constitutes a miracle? Sulo furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. These terms felt foreign to him, yet they hinted at something extraordinary. You are familiar with the Eye of the Earth Spirit, I presume? No? Very well. You may envision this world as a vast expanse of land, where these small plots represent the most fertile regions, each possessing unique capabilities. As the necromancer spoke, it produced a seed of medicinal herb and planted it in one of the patches. In an instant, the seed began to sprout roots and shoots. Within mere seconds, it blossomed and bore fruit, continuously growing and evolving. Chapter 71, Legendary Plant. The moonlit grasp of the netherworld. When the herb reached over a meter in height and bore several crimson fruits, it suddenly ceased its growth. An ordinary herb, its potential was limited. Even in this miraculous soil, it could not yield anything extraordinary. As the sovereign of this realm, Sulo felt a clear connection to these patches of land. He could even manipulate their positions at will. These 9 small plots could be regarded as the core of this world, endowed with boundless growth potential. If one were to cultivate tamed plants within them, their quality would escalate rapidly. Master, it seems a waste to use such a splendid location for ordinary herbs. Perhaps you could find a way to introduce some superior plants? Sulo nodded, then withdrew from the realm of divine herbs. He too wished to acquire more exceptional flora, yet he had yet to encounter any unique specimens. However, beyond the passage of Black Crow City, he had previously glimpsed some peculiar plants. The following day, in the myriad passages of Black Crow City, Suluo stood quietly at the entrance of Passage 1, awaiting the grand gate's opening. Possessing the Guardian's Medal of the War Zone, he could summon the duty to safeguard the passage at any moment. Guarding the passage was inherently a tedious endeavor. Upon hearing of Su Luo's imminent arrival, the individual originally tasked with guarding Passage 1 readily relinquished his position. Su Luo, are you prepared? A middle-aged man called out from the watchtower. Ready, came the reply. Then let us commence. With the final words echoing in the air, the heavy iron door, stained with blood, creaked ominously. As the door slowly opened, a cacophony of piercing roars surged forth through the gap, instantly saturating the atmosphere of the passage with an oppressive weight. Nevertheless, Su Luo remained unperturbed, devoid of any fear. His defensive capabilities had soared beyond 10,000. Even a careless swipe from a monstrous beast would not breach his defenses. In fact, he found the challenge to be rather lacking. During daylight hours, the creatures within the passage generally ranged from levels 20 to 35. Having reached level 40, Su Luo felt no impact from the reduction of his pet count by a dozen. In the watchtower, the old guardian observed Su Luo, standing motionless and contemplated offering a reminder. However, upon noting Su Luo's level, he dismissed the idea. The presence of a level 40 warrior to guard the passage indeed rendered the task rather monotonous. The veteran guardians often engaged in activities beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, such as standing quietly in a corner until the monsters filled the passage before striking, or charging forth to slay with abandon before retreating. At that moment, Su Luo initiated his assault. He summoned 4 pets, the golden-scaled flame dragon, the 3-legged golden crow, the mysterious water turtle, and the phantom fierce tiger, unleashing them upon the horde of beasts. With a resounding cry, the 3-legged golden crow released a torrent of golden flames. A series of staggering damage figures erupted from the throng of monsters. 12800, 12800, 12800. Any beast consumed by the flames was annihilated in an instant. Congratulations. You have slain the Hell Skeleton Dog, earning 800 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain the Blood Wolf, earning 600 experience points. A cascade of experience notifications emerged. Yet for Su Luo and his pets, such meager rewards were hardly sufficient. The mysterious water turtle let out a bellow, its previously round form swelling dramatically. Spikes erupted from its shell, and a layer of spiked scales enveloped its body. With a single stomp of its foot, an endless wave of frost surged forward, instantly encasing a multitude of beasts in ice. As the turtle unleashed its second skill, the frozen statues shattered collectively. Next, the phantom fierce tiger entered the fray, darting across the battlefield with ghostly speed. With each flicker, a beast met its demise, its neck snapped in an instant. Meanwhile, the golden-scaled flame dragon languidly cast, heavenly fire descends into the void. With their combined efforts, the beasts within the passage were swiftly eradicated. However, they did not cease their advance and continued to charge toward the city gates. Various exotic beasts fell like grass cut down, within the range of firepower. They were swiftly annihilated. It was indeed rather effortless. Su Luo sighed, then promptly followed his 4 pets as they strode toward the exit. If he so desired, he could even bring along a small stool, indulging in beer and roasted sausages while waiting for the time to elapse before returning beyond the high walls. As Su Luo's pets charged forth, a multitude of exotic beasts surged towards them. Had it not been for the formidable strength of his pets, they might have struggled to endure the onslaught. Su Luo stood quietly atop a large stone, surveying the swirling yellow sands and the distant hillock nearby, the closest spot with any vegetation. There stood a low yet extraordinarily robust tree, its leaves as dark as ink, its gnarled trunk resembling the sinewy muscles of a devil. After a brief estimation, Su Luo reckoned the tree was approximately 100 meters away, sufficiently safe. He commanded his 4 pets to encircle him as they advanced toward the grand tree. An ordinary tree. How could something so exaggerated merely be an ordinary tree? Su Luo was taken aback, filled with profound disappointment. An ordinary tree held no contractual value, its potential akin to that of the 4-leaf clover he had previously experimented with. The 4-leaf clover could nourish cattle. This tree, at most, could provide a bit more firewood. Just as Su Luo was about to turn back, he noticed a peculiar black object not far away. It bore a striking resemblance to a morning glory, yet its size was immense, with roots thicker than his thigh. Ethereal Moonflower, level 50, legendary plant. Vitality, 180,000. Attack power, 18,000. Defense power, 15,000. Description, a vine-type plant that emits an aroma-inducing hallucinations, capable of binding targets exceeding its own level by 50. Once ensnared, one's body, soul, and space become inescapable. Upon reading the description of the ethereal moonflower, Su Luo was instantly perplexed. Wasn't he this merely a flower? How could it possibly be a vine-type plant with such astonishing vitality? Having finally encountered a legendary plant, Su Luo was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He immediately attempted to employ his taming skill on the ethereal moonflower. Taming failed. Taming failed. The series of failure notifications only heightened Su Luo's excitement. After taming countless pets, he had devised a rather aggressive taming method. Simply beat it until it yielded. Following his command, the spectral tiger charged forward. Although it was puzzled by the ethereal moonflower, it complied with Su Luo's instructions. With a resounding thud, it struck down with its paw, shattering the portion of the ethereal moonflower that had been hit into myriad fragments. Instantly, a foul stench wafted from the flower's core. Chapter 72. The stench-filled battlefield. The phantom tiger recoiled at the overwhelming odor, taking several steps back before unleashing a fireball towards the nether moonflower. In such dire circumstances, it was evident that a ranged attack was the prudent choice. Bang! The fireball struck the root of the nether moonflower, causing the entire blossom to collapse onto the ground, shattering into fragments. The broken petals emitted an even more potent and repugnant gas. Boom! At that moment, the ground trembled abruptly. A long fissure appeared, as if something were about to break through the surface. Boom! Another tremor followed, this time widening the crack. Through the gap, a green luminescence could be seen emanating from within. Su Luo was taken aback. It turned out that this was indeed the true form of the nether moonflower. Within a chasm approximately 300 meters in length, the green glow began to dim. Countless colossal blossoms emerged from the earth, followed by the actual vines. It was then that Su Luo realized those flowers were merely diminutive blooms sprouting from the roots of the nether moonflower. The entire plant extended 300 meters. Its roots situated not far from where Su Luo stood. The diameter of the root was at least 3 meters. Its dark, mossy exterior was adorned with sharp thorns, and it bore numerous massive flowers, resembling the undulating tentacles of an octopus at first glance. This truly matched the exalted name of the nether moonflower. Upon witnessing its true form, Su Luo felt a sense of relief. At the very least, this legendary plant did not disappoint him. Suddenly, the 300-meter-long vine struck with ferocity, akin to a whip, aiming at the phantom tiger with a piercing whoosh. The phantom tiger, recognizing the impending danger, instantly shifted into a combat stance, opting not for offense, but for an all-out evasion. A creature of such considerable size would be foolish to engage head-on. The phantom tiger's form blurred and vanished in an instant. Boom. Just then, the enormous vine crashed down upon the ground, causing tremors within a 100-meter radius. Countless other beasts were instantly reduced to mere puddles of mud, irrevocably dead. At this moment, 3 additional companions rushed to join the fray. As the 4 pets attacked the nether moonflower, they also dealt with the surrounding creatures. In that instant, the area within 100 meters became akin to a vacuum. On the watchtower, the guardian responsible for monitoring the situation was rendered speechless at the sight. He quickly used his communication device to inform Shingang, while also alerting the other guardians. In his view, that colossal vine was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. If necessary, he would have to activate the emergency measures to assist Su Luo. The battlefield was engulfed in dust and an unbearable stench. With each strike of the nether moonflower, countless flowers were obliterated. Initially, the phantom tiger would sometimes charge forward to claw at the vine, but soon it dared not approach, resorting instead to ranged attacks from a distance. Boom. Another violent strike was made, accompanied by the noxious gas released from the shattered blossoms. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in a foul stench. Su Luo came to a realization. This was not merely an illusion, but rather a repugnant odor that induced hallucinations. Before long, the renowned close combat phantom tiger could no longer endure it, retreating to Su Luo's side with a pleading look in its eyes, as if wishing for death. The stench was indeed unbearable. Even from a distance, Su Luo could perceive that indescribable odor. At that moment, a series of urgent bells rang from the watchtower. Su Luo turned to see that the tower and the city walls were teeming with people. "Come back quickly. Time is running out," shouted Shingang from atop the city wall. Time truly passed swiftly. Su Luo waved his hand to signal that he had heard, then glanced at the location where the vines were growing. Logically, they should remain stationary. Should I return tomorrow? After a moment's hesitation, Su Luo gradually retreated with several of his pets. The surrounding beasts were in for a misfortune, utterly overwhelmed by the ghostly moonflower. Upon exiting the passage, Su Luo let out a silent sigh. That creature was simply too foul. Even with more time, he could not guarantee that he could subdue that vine. "Su Luo, are you all right?" Shingang asked with a worried expression as he stood at the passage's exit. "I'm fine. What kind of beast was that? I've never seen it before." "It seems to be a type of plant that has existed for a long time. Although it attacks humans, it appears to lack any intelligence. Is that considered a beast? I'll see if I can tame it tomorrow." Su Luo smiled and pointed to the spirit master insignia on his forehead, prompting Shingang to suddenly understand. After chatting with him for a few moments, Su Luo headed towards his residence. He felt no need to conceal his plan to tame the vine from Shingang. Should he report it, others might deem the vine too much of a threat and send people to eliminate it overnight, which would be troublesome. Upon leaving the passage, Su Luo visited a trading stall before slowly making his way back. Once in his room, he retrieved a small golden cauldron and took out some recently purchased herbs to start concocting potions. With the Holy Light Purification Potion, tomorrow would be much more bearable. Half an hour later, Su Luo held 20 vials of Holy Light Purification Potion in his hands, and the tension on his face finally eased. The ghostly moonflower from earlier had truly stunk to high heaven. The odor had nearly made his face twitch, prompting him to immediately buy herbs after leaving the passage. These potions were not for his pets, but rather for his own use. Once finished, Su Luo summoned the necromancer. "Master, what is it?" the necromancer asked. Su Luo looked earnestly at the necromancer and inquired, "Do you possess the senses of smell and taste?" A foreboding sensation washed over the necromancer, and his demeanor shifted to one of hesitation. "I was merely asking. There's no need to be so anxious. Master, as a being of the undead, how could I have the sense of smell? I lack even the sense of taste. You wouldn't be thinking of using me to test poison, would you?" The necromancer's voice was filled with astonishment, and he instantly began to regret his words. Su Luo's face radiated with a satisfied smile as he exclaimed, "Without a keen sense of smell, one can truly aspire to greatness." The necromancer could only stare in bewilderment at Su Luo's elation, a chill creeping down his spine. The following day, Su Luo reappeared at the entrance of Passage 1. This time, however, the watchtower and surrounding battlements were teeming with guardians. "Su Luo, you must perform splendidly today. Everyone's watching." Shingang jovially jested, ascending the watchtower first. His eagerness stemmed not from a sense of duty, but rather the advantage of securing a prime vantage point. As the heavy iron gates creaked open, Su Luo promptly summoned his loyal pet. Yet this time, he was accompanied by a necromancer draped in a voluminous black cloak. "Master, how are we to combat so many monsters?" The necromancer voiced his discontent, tinged with grievance. Su Luo had reiterated several times the necessity of concealing the divine fragment's power. Moreover, Even when summoning skeletons, he could conjure no more than 10 within a minute. Less was permitted, but never more. As the aberrant beasts launched their assault anew, Sulo's 4 pets surged forward to engage in battle, while Sulo and the necromancer remained crouched behind, silently amassing their army of skeleton warriors. An hour later, adhering to Sulo's pace, the necromancer finally gathered a total of 600 skeleton warriors. That should suffice. Let us proceed, Sulo remarked calmly, gradually advancing towards the location of the ethereal moonflower. Chapter 73, Contract with the Ethereal Moonflower. At Passage 1, the towering walls were lined with an eager crowd, drawn by the allure of a mutated plant. With the legendary plant's immense temptation, Sulo saw no need for subtlety and charged forth beyond the gates. Damage figures soared. 12999. 15,000. 14500, echoing like a symphony of chaos. The spectators atop the battlements were left utterly flabbergasted. Is this truly a defense of the passage? It seems more akin to a harvest. Outside the city gates, shielded by his 4 pets, Sulo led the necromancer and a multitude of skeleton warriors closer to the ethereal moonflower. The flower remained unchanged from the previous day, its core concealed beneath the soil, revealing only a magnificent bloom above ground. Sulo exhaled a sigh of relief upon confirming its presence, then commanded the spectral tiger to attack. With reluctance, the spectral tiger stepped forward, unleashing a fireball towards the colossal flower. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, causing the flower's base to collapse. Master, what is this creature? It seems extraordinarily formidable. The necromancer, like an inquisitive child, approached the undamaged bud. Despite the considerable distance of at least 20 meters between Sulo and the spectral tiger, the foul aroma wafted through the air. Yet the necromancer appeared unfazed, crouching down to examine the flower with keen interest. Crunch! It reached out and gently prodded, causing the flowers to shatter into countless fragments, from which a myriad of black gas erupted. The stench in the air intensified immediately. Luo and the phantom tiger instinctively retreated further. Ugh! As a creature with a keen sense of smell, the phantom tiger could not help but begin to retch. The Xian Shui turtle, the 3-legged golden crow, and the golden-scaled flame dragon also began to sway unsteadily. Master, we can't endure this any longer. With the support of the necromancer, several of the pets chose to give up entirely. Never mind, you all go and slay the aberrant beasts, Luo sighed, retreating another 20 meters. At that moment, cracks began to appear in the ground, and enormous spiked vines erupted from the fissures. Master, this is a colossal creature. What are we to do? The necromancer shouted towards Luo. Luo was rendered speechless. The black robe enveloping the necromancer had been corroded by the gas, leaving numerous gaping holes, and even the white bones on the necromancer's body had turned black and cracked. The most troubling part was that the necromancer appeared oblivious, gazing up at the vines of the nethermoon flower with childlike curiosity. This fellow is utterly unreliable. Luo rolled his eyes and began issuing commands for an assault. Countless skeletons, armed with sharp swords, surrounded the roots of the nethermoon flower, hacking at them one after another. A series of damage notifications, 350, 350, popped up in succession. The nethermoon flower possessed exceptionally high defense and formidable vitality. Although the skeleton warriors inflicted minimal damage with each strike, their sheer numbers compensated for it. The roots of the nethermoon flower were encircled by a throng of skeleton warriors. Whenever one was vanquished, another would immediately take its place. In less than a minute, the force of the nethermoon flower's strikes diminished significantly. It's nearing its last breath. Luo fixed his gaze intently on its attributes and commanded the necromancer to take to the battlefield personally. It would be troublesome if, by some mischance, they killed the nethermoon flower. Boom! The massive vine struck the ground with a deafening crack, instantly reducing several attacking skeletons to dust. At that moment, Luo began to repeatedly attempt to cast the taming skill. Taming failed. Taming failed. As the necromancer entered the fray and launched a relentless assault, Luo continued to employ the taming attempts. Taming failed. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the legendary plant, nethermoon flower. A crisp notification chimed, and the nethermoon flower ceased its struggles, rapidly shrinking in size. In the blink of an eye, the once massive vine transformed into a slender tendril, roughly the thickness of a chopstick and half the height of a person. As it diminished, the foul odor on the battlefield vanished in an instant. What is this silence? Observing the vine's newfound stillness, Luo wore a puzzled expression and attempted to control it. Guided by his thoughts, the nethermoon flower seemed to sprout legs, swiftly approaching him. He then began to experiment with commanding it to perform various actions, bending, striking, coiling. After several minutes, Luo reluctantly paused, having gained a clearer understanding of the nethermoon flower's nature. Although it is a legendary plant, formidable in its presence, it possesses little intelligence. Even when tamed, it cannot exhibit the agile combativeness of a pet. At best, it behaves like a compliant automaton. It can entangle when commanded, and if instructed to spin and strike, it will obediently do so, showcasing its considerable power. Sulo contentedly stroked the small thorns on the vine before examining its attributes. Phantom Moonflower, level 50, legendary plant. Vitality, 180. 000. Attack power, 18,000. Defense power, 15,000. Energy points, 100. Description, cannot be away from the soil for extended periods. 1 point of energy can sustain combat for 10 seconds, with energy replenishing at 3 points per hour. The vine can bind targets exceeding its own level by 50. Encompassing body, soul, and space. Once ensnared, no means of escape will suffice. Cannot be away from the soil for long. Surely, I cannot carry a flower pot into dungeons? Sulo pondered this dilemma, ultimately resolving to cultivate it within the divine soil of the divine herb realm. The Phantom Moonflower's level is respectable, and placing it in divine soil is not a waste. However, before that, let me test your strength. Sulo recalled the pet into his space and commanded the Phantom Moonflower into combat. With only 100 energy points, it could sustain battle for approximately 16 minutes. Once its energy was depleted, it would revert to its diminutive vine form. As Sulo began to exert control, the small vine transformed into the colossal Phantom Moonflower. Launching attacks against the encroaching beasts, the vine extended 300 meters, and with a single strike, countless beasts were obliterated. Seeking further excitement, Sulo commanded the massive vine to sweep in a circle, clearing all beasts within a 600-meter radius. Congratulations on defeating the Moon Demon Dog. Experience gained, 1. 500. Congratulations on defeating the Iron North Turtle. Experience gained, 800. Congratulations. A flurry of experience notifications rang out, enveloping Sulo in a radiant white light. After the first burst, another flash followed. Sulo was astounded. The onlookers from the city walls were equally astonished. Was that a double level up? If not for his attributes displaying level 42, Sulo would scarcely believe it himself. That was incredibly swift. Even with 4 pets unleashing their full power, it would not have been this rapid. Chapter 74. New clues regarding divine fragment shards shortly thereafter. Sulo maneuvered the Phantom Moonflower to eliminate a significant number of wild creatures before reluctantly making his way toward the passage. Time was of the essence, especially since it would be challenging for so many beasts to gather outside in such a short period. At the watchtower, Shingang and the others gazed at Sulo with admiration. From now on, anyone who dares to claim Beast Tamers are weak will face my descent. Indeed, it is no wonder Beast Tamers face curses. Taming such a plant is utterly extraordinary. This single vine nearly equates to the workload of 36 passageways in our Black Crow City. The spirit tamers are truly remarkable. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, envious glances were cast towards Sulo. With the disturbances of the aberrant beasts now absent, the atmosphere within the passage was serene, allowing Sulo to overhear their chatter. A subtle smile graced his lips as he calmly exited from the first passage, leaving only the silhouette of his elegant form behind. The Phantom Moonflower was indeed formidable, yet he alone understood that its vigor would wane after a mere few minutes. Once its energy was depleted, it would succumb to slumber, only to awaken once its vitality was restored. Naturally, Sulo had no intention of divulging these secrets to outsiders, for to do so would merely expose a vulnerability. Upon returning to his quarters, Sulo promptly removed the vine coiling around his wrist and delved into the realm of divine herbs. Master, do you intend to plant this in the sacred soil? The eyes beneath the necromancer's cloak sparkled with crimson light, brimming with excitement. Clearly, it too had a fondness for such an extraordinarily potent plant. Let us experiment, Sulo replied, his heart racing with anticipation as he placed the Phantom Moonflower atop a patch of sacred soil. After extensive research, Sulo had thoroughly comprehended the functions of the sacred soil. No cultivation techniques were necessary, whether seeds or plants, they would seamlessly integrate upon placement. With a snap, as the roots of the Phantom Moonflower made contact with the sacred soil, they immediately took root and began to sprout. It then grew and contracted like a balloon, maintaining a height of approximately 6 feet. However, after a mere 10 minutes, the tendrils ceased all movement, likely having reached their limit. To enhance its level or quality remained elusive to Sulo. For the time being, he would have to make do. The following day, brimming with enthusiasm, Sulo set forth. To fully harness the power of the Phantom Moonflower, he had deliberately chosen the 18th passage, positioning himself centrally to maximize his chances of vanquishing more aberrant beasts. Sulo, give it your all. The future is bright for you, young man, Shingang said with a beaming smile, giving Sulo's shoulder a reassuring pat before ascending the observation tower of the 18th passage. As the gates of the passage swung open, not a single aberrant beast had the opportunity to invade. Sulo, accompanied by his 4 pets, swiftly charged forth, advancing towards the expansive area. Only the Phantom Moonflowers, stretching 300 meters, could unleash their full potential. Almost there. As he gauged the distance to the city wall to be a sufficient 300 meters, Su Luo summoned the phantom moonflower from the realm of divine herbs. Though it possessed no sentience, the summoning remained intact. Let the battle commence, he murmured, instructing his pets to evade while the slender, chopstick-like tendrils began to swell rapidly. The roots instantaneously anchored themselves into the earth, and the tendrils morphed into a formidable, menacing presence. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal tendrils, akin to agile whips, lashed out with relentless ferocity, employing an array of offensive techniques. The colossal vines possess immense power. Even the slightest movement can effortlessly crush a multitude of exotic beasts. Upon the watchtower, Shen Gang gazed enviously at the ethereal moonflower, then sighed and engaged in casual conversation with Zhongli beside him. It is indeed the era of the youth. Yes, the abundance of exceptionally talented young individuals is astonishing. We have grown old. A bittersweet smile graced Zhang Li's face as Shen Gang wore a look of helplessness. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Once a particular group of individuals loses their prowess, it signifies their imminent obsolescence. After a day of combat, Su Luo's level soared to 44. Through relentless battles, he had mastered the art of perfectly coordinating the ethereal moonflower with several pets. In the days that followed, Su Luo diligently hunted monsters to level up, unknowingly reaching level 45. Beyond monster hunting, he kept a watchful eye for any intriguing plants, yet none caught his attention. As for the whereabouts of the divine fragments, there were no clues to be found. Perhaps his previous encounter with the death attribute fragment was merely a stroke of luck. As evening descended, Su Luo emerged from the passageway, fatigue etched on his face, and spotted Shen Gang waiting by the roadside. Elder Shun, is there something you need? Su Luo inquired. It's nothing too serious, just a minor task I wish for you to undertake, Shen Gang replied, his face reddening with apparent embarrassment. He continued. A summons has been issued in the Dragon City, requesting individuals from the 36 cities to participate in an underground exploration, specifically for those above level 45 and under 25 years of age. As you are aware, our Black Crow City is comprised of the elderly and infirm. You are the only one who fits the criteria. With that, Shen Gang awkwardly rubbed his hands, awaiting a response. Underground exploration? Su Luo asked, perplexed. It involves a disturbance in the mountain, revealing an underground cavern that appears to house some peculiar exotic beasts. According to Shen Gang's description, this cavern does not seem to be a mere coincidence. Besides Dragon City, another place called Red Leaf City has also experienced similar occurrences. These caverns are unique. Anyone above a certain age who enters would disrupt the space, leading to the cavern's destruction. Thus, the authorities have collectively decided upon this matter. Given your unique status, should you choose not to participate, no one would dare to object. I am merely conveying the message, Shen Gang said, feeling an overwhelming desire to vanish in embarrassment. Su Luo reported his daily achievements in Mo Bay City honestly to the headquarters, yet he was reluctant to partake in this venture. Coupled with the identity of Lord Ciu, he found himself in a dilemma. When should we depart? The sooner, the better. The travel permits from Dragon City have already been issued, and the earliest we can set off is tomorrow. Upon hearing Su Luo's interest, Shen Gang sighed in relief. Then let Elder Shun make the arrangements. Su Luo responded politely before turning to leave. The presence of mutated exotic beasts within the cavern? It seems likely that there is a chance of encountering divine fragments. Furthermore, given that Black Crow City holds little significance for him anymore, Su Luo naturally did not oppose the idea of exploring the cavern. He possesses the medal of the Warzone Guardian, which allows him to accumulate kill points regardless of where he engages in battle. Visiting Longdu is undoubtedly a splendid choice. Chapter 75. Long Sihai Longdu serves as the heart of the Dragon Nation, and it is also one of the safest cities among the 36 in the Northern Desert Warzone, boasting the least number of battlefronts. In terms of prosperity, area, and population, it stands as one of the finest in the Dragon Nation. Upon arriving in Longdu, Su Luo spent 2 full days searching for the registration office for dungeon exploration. Prior to his arrival, he believed it would be merely a routine operation. However, upon reaching his destination, he was taken aback. The registration area was teeming with people, and there were at least hundreds in sight. Greetings, I am Su Luo, representing the Black Crow City to participate in the dungeon exploration. Holding Shen Gang's letter of introduction, Su Luo approached a staff member nearby and handed over the letter. From Black Crow City? Please wait. The staff member accepted the letter and then turned to enter a nearby office. This wait lasted for half an hour. Su Luo stood to the side, his ankles beginning to weaken from the prolonged standing, when the office door finally swung open. Long Sihai has stated that Black Crow City need not participate in the dungeon exploration this time. You may leave. Isn't it required for every city to send representatives? Su Luo queried, his face etched with confusion. It appeared that not only every city, but also many individuals in Longdu had signed up for the preliminary selection. Why was Black Crow City exempt? Su Luo began to suspect the reason for their exemption. It was not due to Black Crow City, but rather because he was Su Luo, who had previously shown the Long family no respect while concocting the elixir of divine compassion. Excuse me, may I speak with Long Sihai? This is neither Black Crow City nor Yindu. I ask that you leave immediately. The staff member regarded Su Luo with a blank expression, his eyes harboring hostility. At this moment, Su Luo was even more convinced that it was indeed related to that incident. We require individuals above level 50. Are you at that level? The office door swung open once more. A man with a square face, crew-cut hair, and a full beard emerged from the office. His expression devoid of warmth as he gazed at Su Luo, his eyes revealing unmasked animosity. Recently, the elder of his family had fallen gravely ill, and upon hearing that someone in Yindu could concoct the elixir of divine compassion, the Long family promptly dispatched someone to seek the remedy. Yet, the Apothecaries Association had requested an exchange. Long Sihai had long harbored discontent towards the Apothecaries Association, and this time, he was resolute in making things difficult for Su Luo. If Su Luo were to realize that he inadvertently bore the blame for Jiang Xinghe's previous actions, he would likely be overwhelmed with sorrow. Senior Long, when I received the notification in Black Crow City, it was indeed stated that level 45 was sufficient. To speak plainly, your elixir of divine compassion has bestowed great benefits upon my family. However, that does not preclude my disdain for you. Long Sihai made his position clear, stating his intent to vent his frustrations. If you have the courage, participate in the preliminary selection, as long as you are strong enough. You shall naturally eliminate your competitors and successfully join the dungeon exploration team. With that, Long Sihai turned and left, his arrogant demeanor leaving Su Luo feeling quite irked. Were it not for his quest for the God Fragment, he would not have tolerated such indignities. At this moment, the registration channel was nearly full. After Su Luo completed his registration, he found a nearby hotel to stay in, awaiting the next day's auditions. The streets were bustling with vehicles. When Su Luo went downstairs to buy a drink, he was suddenly blocked by a luxury car. A conspicuously bleached head poked out from the window. Zhao Xiaoyuan initially stared wide-eyed, and upon recognizing him, broke into a smile before stepping out of the car. Su Luo, what brings you to Longdu? Zhao Xiaoyuan approached Su Luo, affectionately patting him on the shoulder. Impressive, you've reached level 45 so quickly. Su Luo, who had expected Zhao Xiaoyuan to cause him trouble, was surprised by his amiable demeanor. I came to Longdu to participate in the dungeon exploration team. That's fantastic. Being teammates with a prodigy like you should be exhilarating. Where to? I'll drive you. Zhao Xiaoyuan enthusiastically grabbed Su Luo's sleeve and began to pull him towards the car. I just need to buy a bottle of water. Su Luo indicated towards the convenience store nearby. Just then, a woman with a flushed complexion urged him from inside the luxury car, prompting Zhao Xiaoyuan to shoot her a glare. If it's that close, I won't drive you then. See you tomorrow afternoon. Zhao Xiaoyuan awkwardly replied and quickly drove off. As he turned, Su Luo noticed that the zipper on his pants seemed to be undone. The next day, the audition square was filled with people. Su Luo stood quietly in line, awaiting his turn to test his attack power. This dungeon exploration attracted many participants, including most of the young people from Longdu and others from different cities, making it a gathering of formidable talents. A massive testing stone tablet was placed at the center of the square. At the front of the line stood a level 52 swordsman. After registering his name with the staff, he immediately approached the gray stone tablet. The testing rules were straightforward. When the stone tablet emitted a red light, participants had 5 seconds to unleash their strongest attack. Subsequently, the 10 individuals with the highest combat power would be selected for the dungeon exploration. Buzz. The testing stone tablet suddenly glowed red, and all eyes were fixed on the swordsman. He radiated a crimson aura, and the sword in his hand was instantly enveloped in flames. 9 swords across the sky, 1 sword to split the heavens. The swordsman unleashed 2 powerful skills in succession, followed by 2 basic attacks. The scene was instantly filled with flashing sword lights and the sound of rushing wind. As the red light on the stone tablet faded, a series of numbers appeared. 65, 800. After 5 seconds, a damage output exceeding 60,000 was indeed quite formidable. Following the swordsman's departure, a level 55 fire mage stepped forward. Explosive divine fire. Hellfire dragon. Ring of resistance. 113, 200. As one of the most terrifying damage-dealing classes, he unleashed nearly 120,000 damage in one breath. Among the crowd, many gasped in astonishment. 12,000 damage in 5 seconds. I doubt many knights of the same level could withstand that. This is utterly astonishing. Within the ranks, Su Luo felt a sense of astonishment. Typically, he preferred to engage in solo ventures, and aside from the old man Wu, he rarely witnessed a mage in action. Observing the mage's astonishing damage output, Su Luo quietly placed the mage on his blacklist, contemplating that in the event of a future conflict, the mage would be the first target. Subsequently, he also admired the prowess of the archer and the assassin, both of whom displayed remarkably high damage potential. In terms of threat level, the assassin, specializing in ambushes, appeared far more formidable than the mage. Most members of the team were above level 50, yet some occasionally cast glances at Su Luo, as he alone concealed his attributes while the others revealed their levels. As Su Luo deliberated on whether the assassin or the archer posed a greater danger, someone behind him couldn't help but remind him, "Brother, it's almost your turn. You should start preparing." Chapter 76. Entering the cavern during the testing phase. Everyone cherished this opportunity and began their warm-ups early. Su Luo found himself in a bit of a quandary. The highest damage recorded thus far in 5 seconds reached an astounding 140,000. How many pets should he summon? As the current tester completed his task and stepped down, Su Luo instinctively made his way to the registration desk. Name and profession: Su Luo, Beast Tamer. The registrar glanced at Su Luo and gestured towards the testing stone tablet, indicating he could proceed. At that moment, all eyes in the room were fixed on Su Luo. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to summon both the spectral tiger and the golden-scaled flame dragon. The spectral tiger alone could inflict nearly 10,000 damage with a single strike, and the golden-scaled flame dragon's normal damage was also considerable. Surely, within 5 seconds, they could achieve 140,000 damage, right? In the crowd, Long Sihai and his companions occupied the most spacious area, quietly observing the testing scenario while engaged in discussion. Long Sihai, those 2 pets are of notable levels. How much damage do you think they can inflict? Long Sihai frowned, glancing at them before shaking his head. Generally, he wouldn't regard an ordinary beast tamer with much respect. But Su Luo was not just a beast tamer, but also an alchemist, his identity shrouded in mystery. He likely wouldn't secure the top position, but there was a chance of reaching the top 5. Amid the eager gazes of the crowd, the testing stone tablet glowed crimson. Boom, boom. The spectral tiger, its eyes ablaze with red, immediately launched its assault on the stone tablet. 11,000. 11,000. On the other side, the golden-scaled flame dragon unleashed its skill. Golden scale shimmer. 28,000. 28,000. The damage surged to the maximum. Upon witnessing such terrifying numbers, Su Luo's expression turned grim. Had he known these 2 creatures would deal such high damage, he could have managed with just one. The larger the tree, the more wind it attracts. Excessive damage might incite envy among certain individuals. Clearing his throat, Su Luo coughed twice, prompting the spectral tiger, poised to deliver its ultimate strike, to halt its claws. The golden-scaled flame dragon collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as if its very essence had been drained. What is happening? The time hasn't even come yet, and it has already ceased. Perhaps the pet has overexerted its potential. Initially, it seemed quite formidable, but now it appears rather lackluster. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Those who had harbored feelings of envy and resentment towards the adept now found their admiration dissipating upon witnessing the 2 feeble pets. Moments later, the red light on the testing monument faded, revealing an impressive sequence of numbers. 236,000. At the sight of this figure, silence enveloped the crowd. Every gaze directed at Su Luo brimmed with envy. The 2 pets had unleashed such extraordinary damage in merely 3 seconds. One could only ponder what would happen if a few more were added to the fray. Surely, even the testing monument would be obliterated. In the crowd, Long Sihai squinted, his eyes glinting with keen interest as they settled upon Su Luo. The weakened state of those 2 pets might have deceived others, but not him. At that moment, those surrounding Long Sihai could no longer contain their discussions. This young fellow is quite clever, concealing his true prowess. If he continues, he could potentially unleash over 300,000 in damage. Do you think he possesses even more formidable abilities beyond these 2 pets? A hush fell over the crowd. In such a critical moment, he had restrained some of his power. Undoubtedly, there were more impressive techniques yet to be revealed. Su Luo, visibly dejected, withdrew his pets and quietly stepped aside to await further instructions. Once everyone had completed their testing, it was time to announce the results. This segment was the most exhilarating moment, yet it held little significance for the participants. With so many contenders, only 10 would be selected, and the identities of the top 10 in terms of attack power were largely memorable. Soon, the list of 10 emerged. Apart from Su Luo, there was 1 assassin, 2 swordsmen, for mages, and 2 archers. Surrounded by mountains at the dragon's border, there were no wild creatures in the vicinity. Su Luo sat on a bus, gazing quietly at the scenery outside. The vehicle soon halted at the foot of a mountain, and even before disembarking, the vast entrance of a cave came into view. Countless tendrils of black mist emanated from within, and occasionally, a creature of around level 50 would emerge. The entrance was swarmed with guardians, who swiftly dispatched any creature that dared to surface. At that moment, another bus gradually came to a stop nearby. 10 young individuals disembarked, a mix of men and women, all boasting a prowess exceeding level 50. Yet, compared to those who had entered the selection process, they appeared more akin to tourists, bantering and laughing without a hint of urgency. Among the crowd were 2 familiar faces, Long Xiaowei and Zhao Xiaoyuan. Su Luo's eyes brightened momentarily before he quickly averted his gaze towards the cave, feigning ignorance of their presence. Su Luo, I knew you would come. Zhao Xiaoyuan exclaimed loudly upon stepping off the bus, his voice resonating with an echoing clarity. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Su Luo, including Long Xiaowei's. Su, my brother. It has been a long time, Su Luo responded. With a smile gracing his face, Long Xiaowei approached and greeted them warmly. Su Luo, feeling a sense of awkwardness, offered a faint smile before discreetly positioning himself behind Zhao Xiaoyuan. Due to the matter concerning the medicine god, Su Luo had initially wished to avoid further dealings with Long Xiaowei. However, encountering him here rendered the situation rather uncomfortable, now that everyone has gathered. As the captain of this expedition, I shall briefly outline some important details, Long Xiaowei stated calmly, elucidating the various aspects of the underground cavern. Essentially, he conveyed that the terrain was expansive and inhabited by numerous exotic beasts, advising everyone to refrain from wandering off and to stay close to the group. Following this, he distributed a mind-link bracelet to each participant. Unlike ordinary communication devices, these bracelets enabled telepathic communication over distances exceeding 30 meters, surpassing all conventional means of communication. Since everyone is prepared, let us commence our journey, he proclaimed. The knight led the way, with the others following closely behind. The cavern was shrouded in an eerie darkness. Yet illuminated by the beams of 20 powerful flashlights, it resembled daylight. Additionally, reflective minerals embedded within the stone walls enhanced the lighting further. As Su Luo progressed slowly among the crowd, he felt an inexplicable thrill. This marked his first genuine opportunity to team up with others since becoming a class changer. Occasionally, exotic beasts would charge forth, but they were swiftly dispatched, often within 2 seconds. Even groups of these creatures were quickly eliminated by the team. Although the camaraderie of this joint endeavor was exhilarating, the team had not formally entered a cooperative mode. Those like Su Luo, who preferred to remain on the sidelines, would not earn any experience points. Upon reaching a corner, Long Xiaowei suddenly halted, his expression turning serious. Attention, everyone. Just 20 meters ahead lies a perilous zone of the cavern. Activate team mode and ensure the safety of your comrades, he cautioned. Anyone attempting to play tricks will face my wrath first. With that, he retrieved a 2-meter-long crimson sword from his backpack, and his gear emanated a red glow. Su Luo summoned the Xian Shui turtle and, amid the astonished gazes of his companions, mounted it. Why summon the Xian Shui turtle? For safety, of course. Chapter 77. A firebird that can survive in lava? While everyone else advanced on foot, Su Luo rode atop the Xian Shui turtle, making for a conspicuous figure. Zhao Xiaoyuan trailed beside him, casting envious glances. At that moment, a sudden glow emanated from the cave ahead. A scarlet light, thick as blood, illuminated the scene as they ventured deeper into the cavern. The radiance emanated from red stones embedded in the walls, almost as if they had been meticulously inlaid. Although the light was dim, it appeared as bright as day to the class changers. Not far from the group, a cluster of exotic beasts lay in slumber, their bodies covered in scales akin to those of turtles, yet elongated like hunting hounds. Crimson Dragon Tortoise, level 60. Exquisite grade. Attack, 12,000. Defense, 11,000. Spirit, 6,500. Physique, 18,000. Skills, Rolling Charge, Bloodthirsty Fangs, Corpse Explosion. This group of monsters comprises approximately 30 individuals, seemingly sensing the approach of intruders, as several Crimson Dragon Tortoises have begun to awaken. Prepare for battle. Let us conclude this swiftly, avoiding any unnecessary complications, commanded Long Xiaowei, the leader of this expedition. With his authoritative directive, the entire party entered a state of readiness. Su Luo summoned the golden-scaled flame dragon and the 3-legged golden crow. After all, reclining on the back of the Xian Shui turtle was exceedingly comfortable, and to remain idle would surely discomfort others. The knights positioned themselves at the forefront, followed by the warriors, advancing with deliberate caution. The ranged combatants readied their attacks. In an instant, the 20-member team transformed into a cohesive battle formation, steadily approaching their adversaries. A roar erupted. One of the Crimson Dragon Tortoises abruptly opened its eyes, its pitch-black pupils devoid of any scara fixated intently on the group. With its awakening, the remaining Crimson Dragon Tortoises rose, shaking their heads vigorously. Attack! Zhao Xiaoyuan commanded, prompting all mages to initiate their spells while archers knocked their arrows. The arrows soared forth with tremendous force, striking their targets with pinpoint accuracy. A larger specimen among the Crimson Dragon Tortoises let out a thunderous roar, inciting all the tortoises to join in a cacophonous chorus. They instantaneously unleashed their rolling charge, contorting their bodies into spherical forms and hurtling towards the group. The simultaneous assault of over 30 Crimson Dragon Tortoises placed immense pressure on the knights at the forefront, while anxiety etched the faces of those behind them. If they faltered, doom awaited them all. Divine light of the sacred soul. Indomitable iron wall. Endless defense. Absolute protection. The 6 knights at the front were all above level 50. Seasoned veterans facing the 60-level Crimson Dragon tortoises. Although they felt the weight of the challenge, their confidence remained unshaken. Armed with formidable gear and fortified by their defensive talents, they were highly unlikely to be breached. Everyone, unleash your full might. Long shall we bellowed to the ranged combatants at the back. Archers and mages commenced their area of effect skills, while the support class kept a vigilant watch on the knights, ready to restore their health. The golden-scaled flame dragon and the 3-legged golden crow lazily expelled fireballs and flames. Upon witnessing the charge of the Crimson Dragon tortoises, they exchanged glances with Su Luo, silently questioning whether to intervene. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Luo commanded them to attack with all their strength. Though they were exploring the cave as a team without any grievances, they could not afford to slacken their efforts in such circumstances. Golden Scale Interweave. Sea of Binding. The 2 formidable companions unleashed their skills simultaneously, their might surpassing even that of the mages and archers. Boom. The spells cast by several mages struck the Crimson Dragon tortoises, merely slowing their advance. At that moment, the fiery prison of the 3-legged golden crow manifested. The entire ground was engulfed in a golden inferno, completely enveloping the numerous Crimson Dragon tortoises. 4,600. 4,600. Beyond the endless flames stood a firewall imbued with the power of confinement. In that moment, the Crimson Dragon tortoises found themselves utterly unable to escape, granting the knights stationed at the forefront a momentary respite. As the sea of fire covered the battlefield, the golden scale flame dragon surged forth. It transformed into a fleeting shimmer, darting about with an almost imperceptible speed, moving so swiftly that it seemed to pass through the very bodies of the Crimson Dragon tortoises. 5,600. 5,600. In the face of the formidable defenses of the Crimson Dragon tortoises, the damage inflicted by the assembled mages and archers appeared astonishingly meager. 2,100. 1,800. 1,560. United in their assault, they swiftly obliterated the group of Crimson Dragon tortoises. Yet, an eerie atmosphere lingered in the air. Throughout their journey, these mages and archers had regarded Su Luo with an air of arrogance and self-importance. Why? Because among them, only Su Luo was a beastmaster. In their eyes, the profession of beastmaster was merely reliant on the might of powerful beasts. However, witnessing the stark disparity in damage output, some mages could not help but lower their proud heads. Su Luo, calmly seated atop the back of the Xianshui turtle, observed their damage figures and then glanced at the damage inflicted by his pet. An inexplicable sense of satisfaction washed over him. Everyone performed admirably. We can venture further. Long shall we cast a look of appreciation towards Su Luo before issuing the command to advance once more. Zhao Xiaoyuan stubbornly remained close to Su Luo, pressing tightly against the Xianshui turtle. The other mages and archers subtly inched closer to Su Luo as well. Whenever anyone made eye contact with Su Luo, they would respond with a smile. Su Luo, you must protect me well. I'm the only heir of the Zhao family, and I cannot afford any mishaps, Zhao Xiaoyuan whispered. Yet, within the cavern, the only sounds were those of their advancing party, rendering his words clearly audible to the dozen or so individuals present. Su Luo, everyone, damn it. How could you, a warrior, ask a ranged support class to protect you? This is utterly backwards. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. Just ensure my safety, and when we're out, I'll treat you to a grand feast. I'll do my best to protect you, Su Luo replied awkwardly, then turned his gaze elsewhere. If he continued conversing with this fellow, he knew not what classic quotes might emerge from this bold character. Zhao Xiaoyuan cleared his throat a couple of times, then fell silent. Unbeknownst to them, the group had already traversed 300 meters within the cavern. This distance might not seem far on land, but the cavern was a different matter altogether. 300 meters could be a treacherous distance to traverse should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Wait, there seems to be trouble ahead, Long Shao Wei remarked, sensing the anomaly, and promptly halted the group. Ahead, the space was awash in crimson hues. Upon closer inspection, it was ablaze with roaring flames. These flames appeared to merge with the crimson glow, though the temperature was not particularly high. Yet, Su Luo felt an unmistakable familiarity with them. This is the true essence of the Samadhi fire, either conjured by some formidable beast or indicative of something extraordinary. Just then, a piercing cry echoed through the air. A magnificent bird, adorned with iridescent feathers and a lengthy tail, surged forth from the molten lava ahead. A phoenix? The moment Su Luo beheld this grand avian, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his gaze. Chapter 78. SSS Class Beast, the Fire Phoenix. The phoenix undergoes rebirth through flames. Although this world is teeming with extraordinary creatures, no avian beast can endure the searing magma. This is undoubtedly a phoenix. Su Luo recognized it instantly, as did the others present. Those gathered were elites from various regions of the Dragon Kingdom, or prodigies nurtured by the prominent families of the Dragon capital. Their vast knowledge was evident. Upon witnessing the emergence of the fire phoenix, everyone's breath quickened. This was one of the legendary 4 divine beasts. In an instant, all eyes turned to Su Luo, the sole beast master among them, and the one most likely to tame the fire phoenix in all of the Dragon Kingdom. The fire phoenix circled gracefully within the vast cavern, its vibrant feathers trailing long flames through the air. Su Luo's breath became rapid. With the fire phoenix, his 3-legged golden crow could evolve towards its ancestral form. The golden crow's ancestor is also an ancient fierce beast, nearly as powerful as the fire phoenix. To tame the fire phoenix would be a dual triumph for him. Fire phoenix, level 70, SSS class pet. Attack power, 58,000. Defense, 21,000. Mental power, 12,000. Physical strength, 180,000. Passive, Phoenix Rebirth. Skills, Samadhi Divine Fire, Phoenix Strike, Phoenix Flame of Heaven. Phoenix Rebirth, reborn through flames, can resurrect once after death. Samadhi Divine Fire, exhales flames, inflicting 300 damage on enemies ahead, with continuous damage. Phoenix Strike, teleports, appearing from any angle, dealing damage 3 times to enemies, each inflicting 80,000 damage. Phoenix Flame of Heaven, condenses into a Tenjong Phoenix, flying forward, causing an explosion that deals 200 damage, covering a kilometer, with unquenchable divine fire causing damage for 10 seconds. As Su Luo gazed at the attributes of the divine fire phoenix, his mind became numb. Such overwhelming power would likely leave even the venerable Elder Wu helpless in mere observation. The feeling of encountering something unattainable was truly unbearable. Su Luo's nails nearly dug into his flesh as he pondered for a solution. Su Luo, if we forcefully assist you in stalling, is there a chance for you to tame it? Long Xiaohui turned back, his expression earnest as he looked at Su Luo. I still need to think of a good plan, Su Luo replied, offering a bitter smile as his mind raced. With such high attack power, even the Xian water turtle would likely struggle to withstand a few hits. It wasn't merely a matter of grade disparity, but rather the significant difference in levels. Level 70. Who could possibly endure that? As Su Luo contemplated, the other team members began to engage in discussion. Some are envious, while others harbor jealousy towards Su Luo for being a beast master. Furthermore, there are those who have witnessed Long Xiaohui repeatedly coming to Su Luo's defense, prompting them to become increasingly resentful. In my opinion, it would be prudent to refrain from such matters. An SSS level pet at level 70 is not to be trifled with, and we may not even succeed in subduing it. A level 55 water element mage, now a job changer, expressed his disdain. With his lead, more voices of dissent began to echo. Indeed, the emergence of divine beasts is a positive development, but perhaps we should refrain from attempting to capture one. Precisely. Such a precious entity, even if captured, would be difficult to share. If it were possible to capture it, I would risk everything to obtain a divine beast. The things we cannot have are best kept away from others as well, such as human nature. Noticing Su Luo deep in contemplative silence, Long Xiaohui's expression soured. Yet he found it inappropriate to voice his thoughts. The majority present were disciples of the Long family, and although he could assert his authority through his lineage, he could not compel them to act against their will. In that moment, Su Luo contemplated all his strategies but could devise no effective plan. Casting aside any concerns for appearances, he directly entered the realm of divine medicine. The Nethermoon flower continued to thrive quietly in the sacred soil, significantly stronger than before. And with its formidable talent, it could bind targets exceeding level 50. It was the ideal choice for restraining the fire phoenix. However, binding it did not preclude the possibility of the fire phoenix retaliating. Yet, the fire phoenix possessed a mental energy pool. If he could deplete it entirely, the rest would be manageable. Master, you have arrived. The undead sorcerer hurried over, eagerly awaiting Su Luo's command. After some time together, it had discerned Su Luo's habit of only seeking him out for significant matters. How many skeleton warriors have you amassed? Over 30,000. Though I may seem to be resting now, I have only just found a moment of leisure, the undead sorcerer stammered. Su Luo paid it no heed and waved his hand. Instantly, the Nethermoon flower transformed into a slender vine, wrapping around his wrist. Upon exiting the realm of divine medicine, Su Luo reappeared on the back of the Xian Shui turtle. The attendees were unfazed by Su Luo's sudden appearances and disappearances. Each possessed various means of vanishing at will, a testament to the prowess of their esteemed lineage. Seeing Su Luo materialize, Long Xiaohui stepped forward and inquired once more, "Have you made up your mind? Young Master Long, I believe it is worth a try." His words immediately sparked a wave of murmurs. Those with acerbic dispositions protested vehemently. "What do you mean worth a try? If you wish to attempt it, do so on your own. Do not jest with our lives. Indeed, you are only level 45, in such a life and death situation. Who would dare to stand alongside you? If you, surnamed Su, possess the capability, then undertake it alone. We shall not envy you if you succeed in capturing the fire phoenix. Some whispered among themselves, while others remained expressionless or silent. Only Zhao Xiaoyuan attempted to speak several times, yet was interrupted by others. Ultimately, he could only helplessly approach Su Luo and say, "Brother, perhaps we should let this go for now. When we return, I will certainly find a way to help you acquire this fire phoenix." For a moment, everyone fell silent, awaiting Su Luo's response. "You all misunderstand," Su Luo said with a calm smile, before adding, "What I mean is, I will attempt it myself." The expressions of Zhao Xiaoyuan and Long Xiaohui instantly reddened. This fellow was only at level 45, yet he harbored intentions toward the level 70 fire phoenix. "Are you out of your mind?" Zhao Xiaoyuan furrowed his brow, while Long Xiaohui wore an expression of disbelief. The others, however, erupted into laughter. "I have made up my mind. Everyone, please step back. I am about to show off," Su Luo declared with feigned composure as he shrugged off his shoulders. Then recalled all his pets and walked quietly forward. Watching Su Luo's retreating figure, Zhao Xiaoyuan and Long Xiaohui fell into silence, while the rest chattered excitedly about how Su Luo would meet his demise. No one noticed that the Three Flames' true fire was unable to penetrate Su Luo's defenses. The cavern was expansive, and the spiraling fire phoenix had not noticed the insignificant human below. Suddenly, a vine resembling a small snake burrowed into the ground, then shot up into the sky. Chapter 79. Minimal damage. Highly insulting. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly astounded. What in the world was this operation? What was that thing that continued to grow larger? Amidst the astonished gazes, the vine of the nether moonflower continued to expand, twisting into a colossal formation that blotted out the sky, resembling a gigantic serpent coiled within the cavern. At this moment, the fire phoenix became aware of an intruder in its territory and opened its mouth to unleash a skill. However, Su Luo's strategy was one of precision and decisiveness. The nether moonflower couldn't withstand a direct attack from the fire phoenix, so it aimed straight for the target from the outset. Just as the fire phoenix was about to unleash its attack, the nether moonflower had already made contact. Countless blossoms erupted, releasing waves of dark energy. Simultaneously, the enormous vines began to entwine, firmly ensnaring the fire phoenix. The thick black mist was overwhelming, and Su Luo instinctively covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve. Even as the master of the nether moonflower, Su Luo found it difficult to endure the stench. In the corridor outside the cavern, Zhao Xiaoyuan and a few onlookers stood nearby and were overwhelmed by the foul odor of the exploding nether flower, causing them to gag. "This is unbearably foul. What is this? I feel like I might regurgitate my last meal." The group winced in discomfort and quickly retreated a few steps. Once bound by the vines, the fire phoenix was also tormented by the stench, desperately attempting to unleash skills against the nether moonflower. All of its skills were skillfully dodged by Su Luo. At this point, the fire phoenix began to cast its skill, Fire Phoenix Assault, a skill that included a displacement effect. It attempted to break free of its restraints in this manner. Reality? A smile crept across Su Luo's lips as he calmly observed the effects of its skill. Amidst the entangling vines, the Fire Phoenix's figure began to flicker. Once, twice. After 3 skill releases, the Divine Fire Phoenix remained ensnared. Yet, the vines began to shimmer with a gray luminescence. It appeared that the Nethermoon flower had undergone a transformation, granting it immunity to damage, albeit for a limited duration. From the feedback received through the vines, Su Luo deduced several insights. If the Fire Phoenix continued its relentless struggle, the Nethermoon flower would undoubtedly succumb. Coupled with the urgency of time, decisive action was imperative. Su Luo summoned the necromancer and instructed it to lead the skeleton warriors in an assault against the Fire Phoenix. At that moment, the massive vines resembled a colossal hand, pinning the Fire Phoenix to the ground, creating an optimal battleground for both parties. With a sense of impending danger, the Fire Phoenix immediately unleashed its skill, the 3 Realms' True Fire, targeting the skeleton warriors. 18,000. 18,000. Dozens of skeleton warriors were instantaneously engulfed in flames. Following this, more skeleton warriors bravely surged forward. The Fire Phoenix's eyes blazed crimson, forcing it to ceaselessly deploy its skills. At this juncture, Su Luo began to scrutinize its attributes. Fire Phoenix, level 70, SSS level pet. Attack power, 58,000. Defense, 21,000. Spirit, 870,001. 200,000. Constitution, 180,000. Passive, Phoenix Rebirth. Skills, 3 Realms Divine Fire, Phoenix Strike, Phoenix Flame Cataclysm. The spirit value was indeed being depleted. A surge of joy filled Su Luo's heart, for this was a crucial element of his strategy. Once its spirit was exhausted, all pets would be able to engage in close combat. Of course, Su Luo was taking a considerable gamble, betting on the Fire Phoenix's low intelligence, believing it could not fathom the time limit of the Nethermoon flower's invincibility. At that moment, countless skeleton warriors fearlessly charged forward. The The fire phoenix grew increasingly agitated, unleashing skills that were ever more cataclysmic. The entire cavern trembled incessantly, and a multitude of debris began to rain down. Behind Su Luo, a throng of spectators gathered, intrigued by his solitary confrontation with the level 70 divine fire phoenix. Everyone was rendered speechless. This defied the laws of nature. While they had heard of challenges exceeding levels, they had never witnessed a player over 40 levels below overpowering a level 70 foe. Brother Su, is that creature of yours a pet as well? Dragon Xiaowei, his face flushed, approached Su Luo, his expression slightly reddened. As a scion of a prestigious family, he had been steeped in various cultural influences since childhood. Yet he could not discern whether the nethermoon flower was a plant or an animal. Apart from Dragon Xiaowei, the others awaited Su Luo's explanation with childlike curiosity. It is somewhat of a plant. I only tamed it after my class change, Su Luo humbly clarified, taking a couple of steps closer to Zhao Xiaoyuan and Dragon Xiaowei. Now, he was unleashing his full might, revealing all his cards. Certain unreliable individuals needed to be kept in check. Brother Su is indeed a paragon among men. I, Dragon, willingly bow in admiration. Dragon Xiaowei chuckled modestly, then redirected his gaze to the battlefield. Although he was puzzled by Su Luo's strategy of sending the skeletons to their demise in waves, he refrained from questioning it. A few minutes later, the spiritual energy of the divine phoenix has been completely depleted, rendering it unable to unleash any further skills. Only then did Su Luo breathe a sigh of relief. During this period, had the phoenix directed its abilities towards the moonflower of the underworld, it would have reaped unexpected rewards. Yet it did not. Under Su Luo's command, the underworld tiger struck first, transforming into a shadow that swiftly pounced upon the phoenix's head, delivering a fierce claw attack followed by a skill, Shattered Sky Blood Claw. 2,800. Though the damage was not particularly high after breaking its defense, a glimmer of hope was nonetheless visible. At this moment, the phoenix was unable to deploy any skills, occasionally spewing forth a few fireballs with little accuracy. Following this, the three-legged golden crow, the golden-scaled flame dragon, and the mysterious water tortoise all sprang into action. To hasten their assault, Su Luo released the remaining pets he had in hand. Regardless of their effectiveness, their sheer numbers would at least provide the phoenix with a slight intimidation, compelling it to lower its noble head, thereby increasing the likelihood of successful taming. 1200, 1058. 12. Damage numbers continued to rise on the restrained phoenix. The disparity in damage made Zhao Xiaoyuan, who was watching from the side, feel a chill run down his spine. This was akin to using a dull knife to kill a chicken. It wasn't a swift death, it was a drawn-out demise. How audacious. Please step aside, everyone. I am about to cast a spell, Su Luo proclaimed, adopting a mystical demeanor as he gestured to the crowd. Upon hearing his intent to commence, the onlookers, albeit reluctantly, retreated about 10 steps. Once a safe distance had been established, Su Luo began to cast the skill, Tame Spirit. Does casting require distance? It does not. However, the skill demands a heightened level of concentration, and Su Luo harbored doubts about their trustworthiness. Taming failed. Taming failed. Was that not sufficient? Su Luo squinted at the phoenix's health bar. Vitality, 156,018,0000, with over 1,000 health points remaining from a total of 180,000. Was this truly insurmountable for taming? Witnessing the dwindling vitality of the moonflower of the underworld, a surge of anger welled up within Su Luo. He strode toward the phoenix with fierce determination. With the defensive support of the mysterious water tortoise, coupled with his own equipment and defenses, even if he were struck, it would not matter. Smack! Su Luo delivered a resounding slap to the phoenix. The sound echoed loudly. Though it inflicted no damage, it was laced with profound humiliation. Will you submit? Su Luo glared menacingly into the phoenix's eyes, which were larger than those of an ox. Smack! Another slap followed. The recoil left Su Luo's hands tingling. Yet his expression remained icy and unyielding. The phoenix's eyes blazed with fury, exhausted from being tormented by a multitude of pets, and now faced with this further indignity. A massive fireball erupted from its mouth. 11,800. Even though Su Luo managed to pivot and evade, he was still struck by the fireball. A mere ordinary attack nearly obliterated him. Shock coursed through Su Luo as he discreetly consumed a stamina recovery potion, restoring his health to full. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A series of striking sounds echoed within the cavern, prompting Su Luo to procure an exceptional set of equipment. The specifics of what could be donned, or what could augment damage became trivial. The sole requirement was to wear it and strike as a boxer would. The essence being sheer mockery. A left hook. A right hook. Spit. Su Luo's fervor was palpable as he unleashed a torrent of saliva, inadvertently splattering it upon the face of the fire phoenix. Nearby, the phantom tiger and the undead sorcerer exchanged glances, retreating behind their companions. What a thrill. This was the very essence of slapping faces in ostentation. Zhao Xiaoyuan, brimming with excitement, slapped his thigh as if he were the protagonist, nearly collapsing in exhilaration. Meanwhile, some excessively ambitious transmuters looked on with disdain. How dared he insult the Fire Phoenix so? If she were to escape today, there would be no retreat for him in the future, come what may. Look, the Fire Phoenix appears to be rendered dazed with fury. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, pointing ahead. At that moment, the Fire Phoenix hung its head low, devoid of vitality, its visage marred by muddy footprints, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Gazing at the incapacitated Fire Phoenix, Su Luo felt a twinge of apprehension. Should he fail to tame her today, it was likely that this creature would become a relentless adversary. Torn within, Su Luo swiftly commenced his taming skill. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the Fire Phoenix. The crisp notification chimed in Su Luo's mind. In an instant, the Yume Lan Yuehua expended its entire vitality, shrinking into a bracelet entwined around Su Luo's wrist. That was close. Had he delayed any longer, the outcome could have been drastically different. He patted his chest and summoned the Fire Phoenix forth. Standing 3 meters tall, her magnificent form adorned with resplendent feathers gleamed with brilliance. At that moment, she had fully recovered, exuding an air of imperiousness befitting a divine beast. Su Luo chuckled as he caressed her plumage. The Fire Phoenix, visibly perturbed, glared at Su Luo with irritation. The sheer ease with which she could crush this newfound master was evident. Yet, now bound by a contract, their fates were entwined. One would rise, the other would fall. Alas! The Fire Phoenix sighed, transforming into a size akin to that of a large rooster, her head lowered in resignation. Ha ha ha, Brother Su, congratulations. Zhao Xiaoyuan laughed heartily, excitedly embracing Su Luo's shoulders. His exuberance was such that one might think he himself had tamed the Fire Phoenix. It was mere luck. My ability to tame the Fire Phoenix is a collective achievement. I owe you all a favor, and in the future, if there is anything within my power, do not hesitate to ask. With a buoyant spirit, Su Luo made a solemn promise to everyone. The assurance pleased Long Xiaohui immensely, and his gaze toward Su Luo grew increasingly admiring. Securing a promise from one capable of concocting the Alchemist of Compassion was a monumental gain. However, few present were aware of Su Luo's true identity, particularly when they beheld the Fire Phoenix trailing beside him like a docile chicken. Jealousy ignited within them. If you truly appreciate us, then demonstrate some sincerity. Anyone can speak empty words. A girl of exceptional beauty spoke with a sour tone. She was a 54th level fire mage, and if she could tame the Fire Phoenix as a companion, her combat prowess would multiply tenfold. Thus, at that moment, envy consumed her, genuine envy. Indeed, one cannot merely talk without action. Otherwise, why not hand over that turtle to me? A knight chimed in. Even a pig could discern that the Xianshui turtle was a defensive divine beast, effectively granting the knight an additional life. I want that tiger. That snake looks promising. I shall claim that serpent. None of you can contest me for that vine-like creature. Suddenly, the cavern erupted into chaos. Without Su Luo's consent, they audaciously began to distribute Su Luo's possessions among themselves. In mere moments, Su Luo's expression grew slightly stiff. Zhao Xiaoyuan and Long Xiaohui's faces darkened as well. Su Luo, after all this discussion, you must take a stand. Seeing his indifference, the mage girl directed her ire at Su Luo. What stance should I take? When will you hand over your pet to us? Zhao Xiaoyuan could no longer contain himself. With a fierce swing of his sword, he shattered the wall and snarled at the girl. Lung Feishua, do you even comprehend who Su Luo is? He is the president of the Dragon Kingdom's Alchemist Association, possessing alchemical skills that surpass even old Jiang. His promise is far more valuable than your mere desire for those pets. Don't dare to overstep your bounds. Following Zhao Xiaoyuan's outburst, most fell silent. While many might risk offending a beastmaster, none wished to cross a saint-level alchemist, even if they were indifferent. Their families and elders depended on them. With many needing potions, they could not afford to offend. Those who had remained silent from the beginning began to feel relieved, thankful that they had not antagonized Su Luo. With Zhao Xiaoyuan's earlier statement, they now had a reason to seek his favor in the future. The crowd fell into silence. However, the anger on Lung Feishua's face intensified. She glared furiously at Zhao Xiaoyuan and Long Xiaohui, then shot a threatening look at Su Luo. What is so great about an alchemist? I, Lung Feishua, have set my sights on that Fire Phoenix. After delivering her ultimatum, she stormed off in a huff. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Long Xiaohui cleared his throat a couple of times and reassured, Su brother, rest assured, my Long family will not stand idly by. The elder is counting on you for alchemy. It's nothing. What is a mere Lung family to create a stir? Su brother, we will surely assist you. Lung Feishua has always been arrogant. Let us keep our distance from her this time. Everyone began to comfort Su Luo, or perhaps soothe the feelings of a great saint-level alchemist. Su Luo accepted their goodwill, but his expression bore a hint of regret, as if he had missed something of great significance. Given the unfolding situation, Long Xiaohui promptly decided that everyone should withdraw and regroup for further discussion before continuing their exploration. Meanwhile, Su Luo felt quite displeased, as if he had swallowed a fly. The multitude present only provided an opportunity for Lung Feishue to rampage. Otherwise, she could have been dealt with directly. Chapter 81. The elder of the Long family exits the cave. Outside, many were already gathered in anticipation, with representatives from various families coming to welcome them, creating a bustling and lively atmosphere. Only those who entered through the public selection appeared solitary, giving off a sense of desolation. Su Luo cast a quiet glance, noticing that Lung Feishue was engaged in conversation with her welcoming party, while the disciples of the prominent families were reporting to their elders. As Su Luo turned her head, intending to board the bus, she was simultaneously halted by Zhao Xiaoyuan and Long Xiaohui. "You go ahead, Long Xiao, I'm fine with that." Zhao Xiaoyuan awkwardly scratched his head and took a couple of steps back, gesturing to Long Xiaohui to speak first. "Su Luo, come stay at my house. The elder has been recovering well lately, but he might still have some issues. I would like you to take another look," Long Xiaohui said with a standard smile, extending an invitation to Su Luo. Meanwhile, Long Sihai stood among the crowd, occasionally glancing in their direction, though his expression was somewhat peculiar. Whenever his gaze met Su Luo's, he would quickly avert his eyes, as if the previous incident had left him feeling embarrassed. At that moment, several other prominent families approached Su Luo. Noticing her hesitation, Long Sihai strode over decisively. "Su Luo, I acted impulsively before. Rest assured, I will not deliberately make things difficult for you in the future. Tonight, I shall punish myself with 3 cups and apology," Long Sihai whispered. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Even those families eager to invite Su Luo refrained from speaking. The declaration from Long Sihai, one of the 4 formidable figures of the Long family, to self-impose such a penalty was indeed a gesture of respect. Su Luo was not one to shy away from goodwill. She immediately clasped her fists in salutation to Long Sihai and Long Xiaohui. "Then I shall impose upon you." "Not at all," Long Sihai grinned, leading the way towards a Hummer vehicle. As the others witnessed Su Luo accompanying the Long family, expressions of regret spread across their faces. "No, Uncle Long, you must stop Su Luo today. That fiery phoenix must be mine." Seeing Su Luo about to leave, Lung Feishue exploded in frustration, loudly threatening her butler beside her. "Miss, this matter involves many complexities. We cannot act recklessly. It would be best to return and discuss it with the family head before making any decisions," the butler replied, appearing quite distressed. Particularly after feeling the weight of Long Sihai's gaze upon him, he felt an acute sense of unease. "Miss, please get in the car. We can discuss this later," the butler urged. Lung Feishue cast a glance at Long Sihai before reluctantly boarding a Rolls-Royce in a huff. As the most ancient family in Longhua, the Long family status in Longdu remains unshakable. Their family stronghold is located within a secluded mountain. The luxurious villa is situated along the mountainside, meticulously constructed, with most buildings concealed by trees. Without careful observation, one might mistake it for a small village. Upon arrival at the villa's entrance, 2 men clad in military attire promptly stepped forward to open the door. Su Luo and Long Xiaohui occupied the rear seat, where each individual exiting the vehicle was assisted by a hand to prevent any unfortunate collisions with the roof. Such elevated treatment momentarily disoriented Su Luo, especially as his attire paled in comparison to that of the guards. He felt akin to a country dog venturing into the city, perhaps sensing the impending orders. The 2 men clad in military garb smiled politely at Su Luo, saying, "Young Master Su, consider this your home. Do not hesitate to voice your needs." "Thank you," Su Luo replied courteously, before being ushered inside the estate by Long Xiaohui, with the 2 guards maintaining a respectful distance behind them. Upon entering the grand entrance of the manor, they were greeted by a long corridor flanked by understated yet opulent gardens. Ahead lay an elegantly antiquated reception room, already bustling with guests awaiting their arrival. "Brother Su, you have chosen a most opportune time for your visit. Most of the family is here, and all are eager to welcome you." Noticing Su Luo's apparent nervousness, Long Xiaohui quickly reassured him, there is no intent to intimidate. This revelation eased Su Luo's anxiety somewhat. "Welcome, President Su, to the Long family estate. I am Long Zhinshan." The current head of the family, a gentleman in a gray robe, approximately 50 years of age, stepped forward to extend his hand. "Greetings, head of the Long family," Su Luo replied, grasping Long Zhinshan's hand. Soon after, others began to greet Su Luo in turn. "Welcome to the Long residence, President Su. I've long admired your reputation. Seeing you in person, it is clear you are indeed a person of exceptional merit." The family members of the Long clan beamed at Su Luo, creating a harmonious atmosphere. At this moment, Su Luo finally exhaled in relief. The Long family, as protectors of the Dragon Nation, truly lived up to their esteemed reputation. He had initially thought Long Xiaohui's amiable nature was an exception, but it was clear that the entire Long family embodied such warmth and humility. a testament to their noble lineage. After some brief pleasantries in the reception room, the Long family members gradually excused themselves, leaving only Long Jinshan, Long Sihai, and Long Xiaowei. Recently, my father has fallen gravely ill. Thanks to your miraculous elixirs, President Su, he has been granted a second chance at life. However, his affliction remains perilous, unless eradicated. His life will continue to hang by a thread. May I inquire if you are able to assist at this time? Long Jinshan's brow was furrowed with concern, and his gaze towards Sulo was filled with hope. The number of saint-level alchemists in the Dragon Nation is exceedingly limited. Over the years, there has only been Jiang Xingha. Now, Sulo's emergence has rekindled hope within the alchemical community. It is an honor for me, as a junior, to assist in treating Elder Long, who has dedicated his life to the Dragon Nation. However, I must humbly admit that my capabilities are limited. Please, President Su, do what you can. My father's illness has lingered for some time, and should you find yourself at an impasse, it may simply be his fate. The astuteness of those present was evident, as Long Jinshan promptly issued a disclaimer to Sulo. Nodding in agreement, Sulo rose as they made their way to a secluded courtyard. Throughout the journey, Sulo discreetly assessed the prowess of the Long family members. Long Xiaowei, for instance, was a level 62 Crimson Swordsman. The strengths of Long Sihai and Long Jinshan were shrouded in mystery. It is also possible that they were not concealed at all. Perhaps it was merely that Su Luo's own abilities were too meager to perceive them. Upon entering the courtyard, the guards and maids instinctively retreated. As the door to the room was opened, a faint, peculiar odor wafted out. Despite the thorough cleaning, the lingering scent of illness from the long-suffering elder remained. Upon glimpsing the elder's status, Su Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. Level 153, Blazing Flame, Sword Saint. Such formidable strength, if restored to its peak, could undoubtedly sweep across the land. Su brother, what do you think? Long Xiaowei, rarely given to emotional fluctuations, spoke in a hushed tone, his voice tinged with gravity. Both Long Jinshan and Long Sihai, their eyes glistening with anticipation, turned to Su Luo and inquired, do you have confidence? Chapter 82, Divine Potion, Purification of the Light God. Ordinary individuals seek treatment at hospitals when ill. However, for those who have transitioned to a different profession, a regular hospital is insufficient. Only a powerful alchemist can concoct high-grade potions. The elder of the Long family suffers from a chronic ailment akin to a curse, inflicting continuous harm upon the body. While it may not lead to immediate death, over time it can significantly shorten one's lifespan. To cure this affliction, it is imperative to create the pinnacle of sacred-grade potions, the purification of the light god. This potion is already classified as a standard initial divine-grade elixir. Rather than merely testing an alchemist's skill, it assesses their rank. Sacred-grade alchemists cannot concoct divine-grade potions. Yet, Su Luo possesses divine alchemical prowess and can certainly produce such potions with a few sets of ingredients. We can give it a try, Su Luo replied nonchalantly. And a look of joy immediately brightened the faces of Long Jinshan and Long Sihai. Even the elder on the sickbed suddenly opened his eyes wide. You are a divine alchemist? His voice, though soft, resonated with a remarkable power, stirring the air in the room. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I will endeavor to produce the purification of the light god potion. One is insufficient, at least two are necessary. The light in the elder's eyes dimmed slightly, as if he felt he had asked for too much, and he gently apologized. Young friend, do your best. Even if you can only create one potion, I promise to grant you 3 requests in the future. The elder's offer was like gold, causing Long Jinshan and Long Sihai to perk up with excitement. A promise from the elder is worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold, especially 3 requests. Even a single request could elevate the Su family to the foremost among the aristocracy of Longdu, or even the entire nation. Meanwhile, Long Xiaowei wore a worried expression. The last time he sought medicine, he realized that Su Luo, being from a small place, was unaware of many unwritten rules. Now, the elder was merely offering 3 requests, and he feared Su Luo might find that insufficient. Then I thank you, esteemed elder. I shall do my utmost, Su Luo declared with a respectful bow, indicating his acceptance of the terms. Following this, he began to jot down the materials required to concoct the purification of the light god potion, instructing the Long family members to gather them. In the midst of Su Luo's writing, Long Sihai and Long Jinshan exchanged skeptical glances with Long Xiaowei from the adjacent room. Xiaowei, your grandfather has agreed to assist him with 3 matters. Judging by your expression, it seems you are concerned that Su Luo may refuse? Long Jinshan inquired, his face etched with curiosity. Beside him, Long Sihai shared his indignation. The authority and prowess the old man wielded at the pinnacle of his power far surpassed that of a divine-level alchemist. How could this young man be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? However, moments later, upon hearing Long Xiaohui's explanation, both men erupted in hearty laughter. It was clear now, no wonder this fellow appeared so composed after receiving the elder's assurance. Maintaining such an unflappable demeanor is commendable. At least he refrains from comparing himself to others. Brother, when you married, having just returned from the battlefield, were you not equally discontent with the position of the Long family patriarch? That is all in the past, let us not dwell on it. The atmosphere in the room returned to one of warmth and camaraderie. In a lavish villa enclave, the entire Lung family had gathered. Lung Feishue stood at the center, animatedly recounting the formidable prowess of the SSS-ranked pet, the Fire Phoenix. She then embellished her narrative, disparaging Su Luo with numerous fabrications. Only when the faces of those present contorted with rage did she feign distress and begin to weep. This Su fellow is utterly outrageous. Does he truly believe he can act with impunity simply because he is the president of the Alchemy Association? The Lung family boasts high-level alchemists as well. And with proper training, we too have the potential to ascend to the holy rank. While others may fear the Alchemy Association, the Lung family does not. Bring forth all information regarding Su Luo. Yes, uncover every detail about his background. At the Long family estate, within a mere half-day, all required medicinal herbs had been assembled. Gazing at the plethora of ingredients, Su Luo felt a tingling apprehension. The Long family was astonishingly formidable. Each herb was not only plentiful, but also rare and precious. The fact that the Long family could amass such a collection in just half a day, and in 8 sets no less, was a testament to their extraordinary influence. In all likelihood, only the Long family possessed such terrifying capabilities within the entire Long kingdom. Were he to undertake this task alone, it would take him at least a year to gather even a single set of materials for a divine-level potion. Brother Su, all the herbs have been gathered. Do you have any further requests? Perhaps a secluded chamber for the alchemical process? Long Xiaohui stood at the doorway, his gaze towards Su Luo imbued with an almost tender admiration, as though he were gazing upon a beloved. No need, this space will suffice. Su Luo, preoccupied with the overwhelming array of herbs, failed to notice Long Xiaohui's expression. Very well, if you require anything, simply call out. I shall be waiting at the door. Long Xiaohui gently remarked before slowly closing the door and settling onto a nearby chair that had been prepared in advance. In the courtyard, a multitude of guards clad in military attire stood vigilant, each possessing a strength of at least level 60, all now in a state of heightened alert. Inside the room, Su Luo found himself beleaguered by the sheer volume of herbs. The ingredients necessary for a divine-level potion exceeded 1,000 varieties. Merely organizing these components would consume a considerable amount of time. Alas, a bit of hardship in exchange for a favor from the Long family is not a loss. After finally assembling all the herbs, Su Luo sighed and began to perform the divine-level alchemical art. Upon hearing these words, Long Xiaohui's expression darkened instantly. His face clouded with frustration. What does it mean to say that enduring a little hardship to gain favor from the Long family is not a bad deal? Does it imply that concocting potions here comes easily to him? Inside the room, Su Luo had already commenced the alchemical process. The crafting of divine-grade elixirs necessitates a distinct cauldron, which the Long family had long since arranged for Su Luo, a majestic purple epic-grade cauldron. There would be no issues in producing the purification elixir of the radiant deity. The only variable remaining was Su Luo's skill level. Unfazed by this, Su Luo executed his divine alchemical techniques with poise. Each ingredient danced and twirled in his hands as if imbued with a spirit, before gracefully entering the cauldron. This time, Su Luo was in peak form, fully concentrated with each addition of herbs. Not only was he focused on the alchemical process, but he also harbored his own intentions. With 8 sets of ingredients, if he could produce 2 elixirs, the Long family would surely express their gratitude, praising his prowess. However, if he could also refine the remaining ingredients, those would become his own possessions. A single divine-grade purification elixir of the radiant deity could easily be exchanged for a complete set of epic-grade equipment in the outside world. The profit from this endeavor would be substantial. With such thoughts, Su Luo proceeded with extra caution in his alchemical work. At this moment, the Long family was met with a second wave of visitors for the day, but it appeared that these newcomers were seeking trouble. The head of the Lung family, accompanied by Lung Feishue, stormed into the Long family's reception hall. Long Lauda, I am here to make my intentions clear. We have come for Su Luo. Brother Long, Su Luo is a distinguished guest of the Long family and is currently engaged in alchemy for the elder, Long Jinshan replied, his countenance darkened. Beside him, Long Sihai rose abruptly, coldly questioning, what business do you have with Su Luo? He has stolen my Fire Phoenix, Lung Feishue retorted icily. But as she met Long Sihai's grim gaze, she swiftly retreated to her father's side. Long Sihai scoffed coldly. Do not think you can simply claim he has taken your pet. Even if he had wronged you in other ways, I, Long Sihai, shall intervene and resolve this matter. Chapter 83. Unless a life-and-death pact is signed, I will not fight. The following day, members of the Lung family returned, this time in greater numbers, totaling about 10 individuals, each a formidable warrior above level 60. Although they were not initiating war against the Long family, their primary objective was Su Luo. Lung Feishue had conspired with her father, Lung Changfeng, that as soon as Su Luo left the Long family estate, they would seize him without hesitation. They refrained from entering the Long family's mountain villa, instead waiting at the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, in the Long family's conference hall, Long Zhinshan and Long Sihai wore expressions of deep concern. As leaders of the Long family, they had received reports of underhanded tactics being employed below. As outsiders, it was not their place to intervene directly. Even if action were to be taken, it would depend on Su Luo's wishes. Otherwise, determining how forcefully to act would be difficult. Brother, do you think Su Xiao brother can truly concoct divine-grade potions? Long Sihai looked at Long Zhinshan with a perplexed expression, a hint of confusion visible in his eyes. Let us give it a try. Until the results are revealed, one should refrain from jumping to conclusions. It is said that you previously put someone in a difficult position. Yet they are still willing to come to our home to assist in concocting the elixir, which is indeed a considerable favor to the dragon family. As the head of the dragon family, Long Zhinshan considers matters with great foresight. However, with Su Luo confined in his chamber for nearly a day and a night, uncertainty lingered in his heart regarding the success of the endeavor. At that moment, a guard clad in military attire hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Report to the head of the family. The purification elixir of the God of Light has been successfully produced and is currently being administered to Old Master Yi. The elixir has been concocted." Long Sihai leaped up from the sofa, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face, and swiftly made his way towards the conference hall. Long Zhinshan breathed a sigh of relief and promptly followed suit. Outside the old master's room, a throng of people had gathered, filling the courtyard to capacity. The entire dragon family had congregated, and 2 vials of the purification elixir had already been sent inside, where the old master was in the process of using it. Should the elixir prove effective, the old master's health would be restored to its former state. Meanwhile, Su Luo sat in his chamber, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as he excitedly counted the remaining 5 vials of the purification elixir on the table. In this endeavor, out of 8 sets of materials, only 1 failed, resulting in a total of 7 elixirs, from which he retained 5 after providing 2 to the dragon family. Gazing at the 5 vials radiating a soft white glow, a wave of satisfaction washed over Su Luo. It turned out that being an alchemist and earning extra income was so effortlessly attainable. For a moment, Su Luo felt an overwhelming urge to proclaim his success to the world. With his exceptional alchemical skills, he would likely attract many seeking remedies, allowing him to earn a substantial profit. At that moment, the members of the Lung family, who were waiting to take advantage of the situation, also received the news that Su Luo had successfully concocted the purification elixir of the God of Light, undoubtedly a piece of bad news for them. If Old Master Long truly recovered, he would surely protect Su Luo at all costs, making it impossible for even the divine to approach him. Contemplating this, Lung Changfeng immediately turned his gaze to an elderly man in black beside him and feigned sorrow, saying, "Ancestor, the fire phoenix has only appeared once in these many years. Shuera must not miss this opportunity. The mythical beast, the fire phoenix, if possessed, would elevate the Lung family's status significantly in Longdu. Furthermore, due to the curse associated with the Beast Tamer profession, high-level tamed divine beasts are exceedingly rare in Long country. A level 70 fire phoenix could easily be nurtured to level 100 with the strength of the Lung family. Moreover, as protectors of Long country, the dragon family, despite their high standing, seldom intervenes in the affairs of the martial world. Should the matter be approached openly, the dragon family would find it difficult to shield Su Luo." With this thought, the elder of the Lung family felt a surge of excitement and declared in a deep voice, "Let us ascend the mountain." The dragon family was celebrating in jubilant harmony, with every face adorned with expressions of elation. The old master's health had returned to its previous condition, signifying that the pillar of the dragon family had risen once more. As long as the old master stood strong, the dragon family would endure, and the guardians of Long country would remain steadfast. "Young brother Su, I owe you my deepest gratitude. Without you, I fear my old bones may not have endured much longer." At the banquet, old Master Long Batian grasped Su Luo's hand, affectionately calling him young brother with warmth. Seated below, Long Zhinshan, Long Sihai, and Long Xiaohui suddenly appeared visibly uneasy. They had previously addressed Su Luo as Brother Su. Yet now the elder referred to him as little brother. How would they address him in the future? Long Xiaohui felt particularly troubled. If the elder called Su Luo brother, would he then have to call him Grandfather Su? The mere thought darkened Long Xiaohui's expression further, yet he dared not utter a word. At that moment, a group of individuals abruptly entered the banquet hall. "Elder, the patriarch of the Lung family has arrived," a middle-aged guard whispered in Long Batian's ear. Long Batian, however, waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to withdraw. Su Luo calmly continued to enjoy his meal, unperturbed by the presence of the Lung family, knowing he had support. "How has your health been, Brother Batian?" The patriarch of the Lung family entered with a cheerful demeanor, greeting Long Batian before directing his gaze towards Su Luo. What brings you here, Brother Long? Long Batian inquired with a forced smile, feigning ignorance. This esteemed President Su has forcibly usurped my granddaughter's achievements. Since Brother Batian is here, why not seek justice? Justice? Long Batian raised an eyebrow, then turned his attention to Su Luo. What say you, Brother Su? The Long family's members, overhearing Long Batian's address, immediately darkened in countenance. They had assumed Su Luo was merely a benefactor to the Long family in exchange for some gain. But it now appeared that the Long family sought to forge an alliance with Su Luo. This complicates matters significantly. Su Luo cast a composed glance at the patriarch of the Long family, and, maintaining his dignity, inquired, Elder Long, how have I robbed you of your accomplishments? I have heard that when you ventured into the underground cavern, it was a joint effort, with experiences shared among all. Is that correct? Indeed, came the reply. Then, since the Fire Phoenix was discovered collectively, shouldn't my granddaughter, Lung Feishua, receive her due share? At that time, everyone had already given up. When I went to subdue the Fire Phoenix, many mocked me, Su Luo said, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Lung Feishua, sneering. What? Now that you see others capturing divine beasts, you have begun to envy? Su Luo, if you dare, fight me barehanded without any pets. If you can defeat me, the Fire Phoenix shall be yours. Lung Feishua challenged him, her eyes brimming with defiance. Challenge. Spare me. Su Luo rolled his eyes, disinterested in her unreasonable demand, and returned to his meal. At that moment, the patriarch of the Lung family suddenly burst into laughter. If I recall correctly, you hail from Jiang City, correct? Orphaned. With only an elder sister who possesses considerable strength, serving as a general in the North Desert. Today, you will accept this challenge, whether you like it or not. It is not difficult for my Long family to dismiss a mere general from their position. I hope young Master Su will contemplate this carefully. Are you threatening me? Su Luo's eyes gleamed with coldness as he retorted. I, Su Luo, never accept challenges from anyone unless bound by a life and death contract. Chapter 84. 3 days later. A fight to the death, a life and death contract. In an instant, everyone present was taken aback. Especially, Long Xiaohui's gaze towards Su Luo resembled that of observing a monster. The various young scions of the Long family typically engaged in mere frivolities, never having escalated to the point of life and death. Yet, Su Luo dared to invoke such stakes. Do you truly have the audacity? Su Luo's eyes, icy and penetrating, fixed upon Lung Feishua. Upon perceiving the fear reflected in her gaze, a hint of scorn flickered in his own. President Su, who does not know of your unparalleled combat prowess? Is it not excessive to intimidate a mere child? With the advantages afforded by your Alchemist association, you could easily overpower Feishua. Yet if you propose a life and death contract, I would be willing to engage in such a game. Lung Chongfeng chuckled as he positioned himself protectively in front of Lung Feishua. The atmosphere once more fell into silence. Su Luo wore a look of utter disbelief. How absurd. Lung Feishua is but a child. Am I not also a child? Su Luo cast a glance at Lung Chongfeng, only to discern that he was an 80-level wood mage. If he were merely at that level, with the combined forces of the Yomi Lan Yuehua and the Fire Phoenix, there might be a chance. However, revealing all his cards at once would undeniably be unwise. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Luo firmly declined. What? Are you afraid? A profound disdain gleamed in Lung Chongfeng's eyes, seeking to provoke Su Luo, dispatching the elder when the youth dares not. In an instant, Su Luo lost all interest in engaging with them, responding coldly, Indeed, I do not dare. With that, he seated himself, reaching for a pair of chopsticks to begin his meal. At this juncture, Long Xiaohui swiftly regained his composure, offering Su Luo a tiger-skin chicken claw, exclaiming, You must try this chicken claw. It is a signature dish of our Long family, rarely found elsewhere. The flavor was indeed delightful, tender and glutinous. Long Sihai erupted in laughter, exchanging a glance with Long Jinshan, before also contentedly partaking of the meal. In a moment, the Long family found themselves neglected, left to languish in silence, utterly disregarded. As the eldest daughter of the Lung family, when had she ever been subjected to such treatment? At that moment, Lung Feishua's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Nevertheless, being within the Long family, she dared not act recklessly. Su Luo, if you dare to sign a life and death contract with my father, should you win, all the assets of the Lung family shall belong to you. Lung Feishua proclaimed vehemently, her eyes aflame as they bore down on Su Luo. The elder of the Lung family immediately frowned, casting a reproachful glance at Lung Feishua. Yet, consumed by rage, she paid little heed to such admonitions. The assets of the Lung family? Are they substantial? Su Luo inquired, his expression laced with curiosity as he looked at Long Xiaohui. Roughly enough to purchase your entire Jiang city, came the reply. With this revelation, Su Luo's interest was piqued. He had encountered many foolish individuals, but this was his first encounter with one who could ensnare both themselves and their family. Do you truly wish to enter into a life and death contract with me? Su Luo feigned a nervous expression as he regarded Lung Chongfeng and his daughter. If President Su is unconcerned, I, Long, shall risk everything for my beloved daughter. Lung Changfeng stated coolly. In that moment, the temperature in the room plummeted to a frigid low. The elder Long cast a mild glance at Su Luo, and an understanding dawned within him. With both parties having reached an agreement, the next step was to execute the life and death contract. Once signed, the death of either party would render the matter irrevocable, due to the Cold family's wager of all their assets. Su Luo is also compelled to reward all of his pets. To ensure fairness and transparency, both parties signed a life and death contract, with the battle scheduled to take place 3 days hence at the grandest arena in Dragon City. As evening fell, the Long family prepared a lavish suite for Su Luo. Yet he had little inclination to indulge. Instead, he sat at the table, meticulously calculating various data on paper. Simultaneously, he accessed the attribute panels of his pets. First, he examined the Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix, level 70, SSS rank pet. Attack power, 58,000. Defense, 21,000. Mentality, 870,012,000. Constitution, 180,000. Passive, Phoenix Rebirth. Skills, Divine Fire of Samadhi, Fire Phoenix Assault, Fire Phoenix Incineration. This Fire Phoenix is currently Su Luo's most formidable pet in terms of attack power, alongside 4 other companions. To vanquish Cold Changfeng, he must elevate the level of the Nethermoon Flower as well, which currently stands at 50, while Cold Changfeng boasts a level of 80. To ensure absolute certainty, thorough preparations are essential. Having calculated the necessary data, Su Luo instantly vanished into the realm of divine herbs. Master, you have arrived. The undead sorcerer floated before Su Luo, draped in a white robe that resembled a ghostly apparition. With bones entirely white, he appeared akin to a floating coat of ethereal fabric. You've leveled up? Su Luo raised an eyebrow, gazing at the undead sorcerer with intrigue. Undead sorcerer, level 55, divine rank, Lord of Death, 14, attack, 15, 300, defense, 8, 800, mentality, 6, 000, constitution, 24,000, skills, undead summon, eternal curse, upgradable, power of the Lord of the Underworld. Passive, fanatical sovereign, power of the Lord of the Underworld. The subjects under his dominion possess enhanced strength, speed, constitution, gathering, and alchemical abilities by 5. Eternal curse, 15 inflicts an unending curse on the target, capable of causing any form of continuous damage or negative effect. Fanatical sovereign, summoned skeletal servants have a chance to awaken occupational skills. Upon observing the undead sorcerer's new abilities, Su Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. The reason the elder Long suffered from such frailty and nearly met an untimely demise was due to an eternal curse. Of course, the curse he endured was far more severe than what the undead sorcerer currently wields. Have the materials for the Beast King elixir matured yet? Su Luo promptly inquired. Returning to matters of importance. In the present, the Beast Spirit elixirs hold minimal benefit for his pets. To achieve rapid progression once more, he requires the more advanced Beast King elixirs. The materials for the Beast King elixir have not yet ripened, but we still have an abundance of Beast Spirit elixirs left over from previous concoctions. How many do we have? At least 500,000. Su Luo exclaimed. 500,000 Beast Spirit elixirs to consume one by one. That would take an eternity. It would be far more prudent to ask Long Xiaohui to procure some ready-made ones. Currently, there are over 100 master alchemists among the skeletal alchemists, which is sufficient to provide potions for a few pets. However, time is indeed of the essence. Immediately, Su Luo summoned forth the Xianshui turtle, the phantom tiger, the 3-legged golden crow, the fire phoenix, and the golden-scaled flame dragon. Even the basic beast spirit pills were urged upon them with fervor, while Su Luo himself opted to disable all experience points, directly allocating them to the Nethermoon Flower. Master, are you preparing for another battle? The undead sorcerer inquired cautiously. Enough chatter. You shall consume them as well, Su Luo insisted, pressing the undead sorcerer into the pile of potions. With 6 pets consuming the beast spirit pills, they collectively contributed 3,000 experience points to the Nethermoon Flower every 2 seconds, amassing a staggering 90,000 experience points in just a minute. At that moment, the experience threshold for upgrading the Nethermoon Flower stood at 180,000. With an estimated 20 minutes, it would reach the next level. Furthermore, the pets themselves would also gain experience. Chapter 85. The final preparations. Once everything was arranged, Su Luo calmly opened his attribute panel. Within the alchemy interface, various potions had emerged with differing formulas. Large stamina restoration potion A-class, stamina potion S-class, stamina potion, beast spirit pill, beast king pill, spirit spring pill, deification pill. Could it be that my continuous creation of divine-grade potions has enhanced my skill? Su Luo pondered as he observed the changes in the potion interface. With only 3 days until the life and death duel with Lung Changfeng, a sense of pressure enveloped him. Although he was confident, he was not entirely satisfied. Su Luo preferred certainty over probability. Spirit Spring Pill Formula, Rootless Grass, Shishan Flower. 9 Curved Dragon Fruit. Description: a legendary and rare potion. A single Spirit Spring Pill can grant a pet an additional 10,000 experience points. The efficacy of the Spirit Spring Pill is a staggering 20 times greater than that of the Beast Spirit Pill. With the current enhancement of the pet strengths, the experience required for leveling has dramatically increased. Thus, the Spirit Spring Pill serves as the optimal substitute. Su Luo promptly relayed new instructions to the undead sorcerer. Once this batch of medicinal materials was gathered, they would commence the cultivation of the ingredients required for the Spirit Spring Pill. After departing from the realm of divine medicines, Su Luo sought out Long Xiaowei, requesting his assistance in procuring a batch of Spirit Spring Pill materials. At this moment, the Lung family was hosting a banquet in celebration. Lung Feishua sat beside Lung Chongfeng, continually serving him dishes. Father, Su Luo's pets are incredibly formidable. He now possesses another fire phoenix. Do you feel confident? Rest assured. As a level 80 wood spirit mage, my attack power, while not the strongest among mages, is more than sufficient to handle a junior. As for Su Luo's pet that can imprison the fire phoenix, please elaborate further. The members of the Lung family wore expressions of anticipation. After all, Su Luo possessed numerous divine beasts. If they could eliminate him, these pets alone could elevate the Lung family to new heights. One of his pets resembled a peculiar plant, yet bore semblance to an octopus tentacle, capable of expanding greatly while withstanding the fire phoenix's abilities without sustaining injury. Cold Feishua vividly described the situation, while the members of the Cold family collectively pondered their response. Fear not, for I possess an epic sword of flame, the heavenly flame sword. You shall wield it to cleave through your foes with the command of nature, the patriarch of the Cold family remarked calmly. Upon hearing this, Cold Chongfeng released a sigh of relief. Instantly, the assembly erupted into joyous celebration. They believed that Su Luo must have employed some beast mastery techniques to tame the fire phoenix, for it was inconceivable that he could have done so effortlessly otherwise. As an 8th level mage, Cold Chongfeng, even if not the most formidable in combat, would easily vanquish a beast master of over 40 levels. At the Dragon family estate, a military Hummer gradually entered the grounds. Long Xiaohui stood at the entrance, his expression grave as he inquired of the driver, "Did anyone notice?" "Rest assured, young master. We have gathered these herbs discreetly, and none are the wiser." "Very well." Long Xiaohui waved his hand, signaling for the vehicle to proceed into the estate. Then summoned Su Luo to collect the goods. The sheer volume of 1,000 sets of Spirit Spring medicinal materials occupied the entirety of the vehicle's space. Even when stored in disposable bags, Su Luo cast all the herbs into the realm of divine medicine, then produced a card worth 100 million dragon coins and handed it to Long Xiaohui. "Su Luo, what splendid concoction do you intend to create?" Long Xiaohui did not reach for the card, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he gazed intently at Su Luo. "Just some delicacies for my pets." Su Luo replied with a smile, placing the card into Long Xiaohui's coat pocket, then contentedly made his way back to his chamber. The Spirit Spring Elixir was a master-level potion, perfectly suited for the over 100 skeleton alchemists at his disposal. Within the realm of divine medicine, Su Luo arrived directly at the quarters of the skeleton alchemists. As the sovereign of this domain, he could command all alchemists without hesitation. 100 master-level skeleton alchemists stood in perfect formation before him, awaiting his orders. On the other side lay all the herbs transported by the alchemist's servants as per Su Luo's instructions. Each alchemist was assigned 100 sets of Spirit Spring materials to refine. With Su Luo's commands disseminated, the skeleton alchemists commenced their labors. The appearance of these master-level skeleton alchemists had transformed significantly. Their once tattered black robes had morphed into elegant dark red garments, and the alchemical cauldrons in their hands had transitioned from crude stone to a delicate shade of lavender. It appeared that their personal belongings evolved in tandem with their burgeoning power. In a nearby open space, the golden-scaled flame dragon darted through the air, continuously tossing medicinal pills into the mouths of its 4 companions, occasionally indulging itself as well. The Xian water turtle lounged on the ground, chewing each pill that entered its mouth before eagerly awaiting the next. Meanwhile, the phantom tiger and the undead sorcerer lay lazily in the sun, content to bask while awaiting their next feeding. All right, 10 minutes have passed, and now it is time for the little golden crow to make its entrance. The golden-scaled flame dragon collapsed onto the ground, mimicking the pose of the necromancer, lying still and awaiting its sustenance. Nearby, the fire phoenix stood gracefully, extending a wing to delicately lift a beast spirit pill to its beak, savoring it with meticulous chews. Occasionally, remnants would escape from the corner of its mouth, which it would elegantly wipe away. Elegance is eternally in vogue. Observing the distinct charms of his various pets, Su Luo chuckled and made his way directly to the sacred soil. Phantom Moonflower, level 58, legendary plant. Vitality, 200, 000. Attack power, 250, 000. Defense power, 20, 000. Vigor, 150, 150. Passive skill, binding immunity, unlocked at level 60. Description, cannot be detached from the soil for extended periods. A mere point of vitality can sustain combat for 10 seconds, with vitality recovering 3 points per hour. The vines can bind targets exceeding their own level by 50, rendering them immune to any damage for 5 minutes. The binding encompasses the body, soul, and space. Once ensnared, escape by any means becomes impossible. A new skill has been added. How splendid! Watching the delicate vines sway in the sacred soil, Su Luo felt a surge of satisfaction. The stronger the phantom moonflower becomes, the more assured he would be in his duel against Lung Changfeng, ready to subdue him. This battle would undoubtedly be a display of all his trump cards. If one is to fight, they must do so to make a name for themselves. Otherwise, after vanquishing the Lung family, he would find himself besieged by countless nuisances. At that moment, in the Alchemist workstation, the first spiritual spring pill was successfully concocted. A fragrant aroma wafted through the realm of divine medicines, invigorating the previously listless pets, who now eagerly turned their attention towards the alchemical workspace. Even the typically graceful fire phoenix was not immune to the allure of the scent. The fragrance of the spiritual spring pill was so intoxicating that, in comparison, the beast spirit pill seemed utterly insipid. Look at your pathetic state. This marvel is known as the spiritual spring pill, and the master has already arranged for the next batch of materials to be cultivated from this ingredient. The necromancer, buoyed by his advantage, began to show off before the other pets. Soon, everyone would be able to indulge in these delectable treats.